In the third month of the new year in the Prime Minister's residence of Zhongfeng Kingdom, today marks the day when Xie Suisui, the legitimate daughter of the residents who was lost 12 years ago, is betrothed to Yu Tang, the legitimate second son of the Earl's residence. The Prime Minister's residence holds a spring flower viewing banquet intending to introduce this lost and found daughter to all the noble families of the capital. Xie Suisui should have been entertaining guests in the front courtyard, but her concubine-born elder sister came over and said, "Suisui, your elder sister asked you to come to her courtyard." Xie Suisui replied with a hum, pressed her temple, and walked toward the rear courtyard. She did not know what was wrong, but ever since returning to the Prime Minister's residence, she suffered daily headaches and weakness throughout her body. A wild boar cannot stomach fine grain. I've only enjoyed 3 good days, and now I'm falling ill. Xie Suisui laughed self-deprecatingly. The elder sister's courtyard was completely empty. Just as she was about to call out to see if her sister was there, she suddenly heard strange sounds coming from inside the room. It sounded like the scuffling of animals between the sheets. How could this be? Her elder sister was not yet married. "You rogue. I can barely catch my breath. My lady, in this life I Yu Tang swear to make you my queen. In 3 more months. But today is the day of your betrothal to your younger sister. I know you hate her most. There is only you in my heart. I would never marry that coarse girl. What if she finds out? So what if she does?" Inside the room, the pair of man and woman were consumed by passion, interpreting the season of spring as the time when animals mate truly without shame. Soon the 2 residences would exchange betrothal documents, yet Yu Tang dared brazenly to be entwined with his stepsister right under everyone's noses. Xie Suisui could not help but sneer. She had only been acknowledged back for 3 days and had never wanted to be betrothed so early in the first place. Now she felt only relief. "Bah," Xie Suisui cursed toward the window. "Since you 2 are so devoted, the betrothal is hereby called off." With that, she swept her sleeves and departed. The shouting alarmed the couple who were on the brink. Chiyuro was greatly shocked. No, quickly stop her. Yu Tang tumbled off the bed with disordered clothes, pulled open the door latch, lunged forward, swiftly clamped his hand over Xie Suisui's mouth, and dragged her back into the room. "You shameless pair." Before Xie Suisui could finish, the man's vicious nature was fully revealed, and he said, "Rower, smash her to death." Chiyuro panicked, hurriedly grabbed a flower pot from beneath the corridor, and with a bang, smashed it against Xie Suisui's head. Blood spurted from Xie Suisui's head. Her vision went black, and she collapsed to the ground. Yu Tang extended a finger to test her breathing. It seemed she had stopped breathing. Yu Tang panicked for a moment, then straightened his clothes, and said to Chiyuro, "Rower, I'll lead everyone to the front courtyard. You throw her into the well at the corner of the garden." "Yu Tang." The man patted her hand, and comforted her not to be afraid. The man hurried away, and Chiyuro had no choice but to quickly dress herself. In order to secretly rendezvous with this man, she had sent all the maids and old nanny servants away. Chiyuro peered around the doorway, looking left and right, then dragged Xie Suisui's corpse toward the well. Having just engaged in an illicit encounter, and now having personally killed Xie Suisui, her hands and feet felt weak. She dragged the corpse toward the well with all her might, gasping for breath from the effort. However, she did not notice that the eyes of the corpse being dragged along the entire way were trembling slightly. The dragged Xie Suisui felt only as if her head were splitting with pain. North of the great river, all was lost. The Northern Flame Army's iron hooves swept south, and the emperor and people of Zhongfeng fled in panic. Wherever the cavalry went, curved blades, opened bellies, and severed heads, piling them into mounds beyond counting. The great river was the only lifeline for 60 million people. Once across to the south, they could escape the Northern Flame Army's slaughter. Xie Suisui rode a horse, dragging a common saber, fighting desperately alongside Yu Tang's guards against the desperate civilians trying to storm the ship. At this moment, Yu Tang, who had already proclaimed himself king, was boarding the ship with his strategists and trusted generals to cross the great river southward. "Your Majesty, we must set sail at once." Xie Suisui could barely hold on any longer, yet Yu Tang still did not order the ship to depart. Everyone was growing anxious. This was the ship that the future princess consort Xie Suisui had barely managed to seize. If they did not leave now, it was really over. Wait a little longer. Yu Tang paced back and forth on the shore like an ant on a hot pan. Amid rolling dust and rapid hoofbeats, a horse-drawn carriage raced toward them. "Make way! Make way!" Yu Tang breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face, and immediately stepped forward to personally help Xie Suisui down from the carriage. "Yuro, hurry aboard. Tang Lord, you are so good." Xie Suisui watched Yu Tang in disbelief, blocking the pair, and said furiously, "Yu Tang, you know she and I are mortal enemies, yet you give my seized ship to her." "Guards, seize her!" Yu Tang roared. The men around him seemed well prepared, lunging at Xie Suisui, and taking advantage of her unpreparedness, thrust a spear toward her most heavily wounded right leg. Xie Suisui crashed to the ground, a blade pressed against her neck. Yu Tang crouched down, looking at her furious peach blossom eyes, and said coldly, "In my heart, there has only ever been the eldest Miss Xie." Xie Suisui smiled slightly, leaned close to her ear, and whispered softly, "I possess a portable dimension that can supply his army of 300,000 with grain and weapons, helping him become emperor. What can you possibly compete with me for?" Xie Suisui watched helplessly as the ship she had fought with everything to claim was boarded by Yu Tang with Xie Suisui. Another carriage arrived carrying Xie Suisui's parents and her elder brother. Yu Tang ordered his soldiers to cut down the civilians blocking the path, then respectfully escorted the entire Qi family aboard the ship. Set sail. The entire Qi family had boarded the ship, and Yu Tang ordered it to depart. Only Xie Suisui was left behind. "You villainous dog." Xie Suisui's eyes turned crimson. She scrambled up from the ground, snatched the bow from her shoulder, drew an arrow, took aim. The helmsman. One arrow pierced his heart. The helmsman was shot dead. She drew another arrow, pulled the bow full, and shot toward Xie Suisui. Yu Tang stepped in front of Xie Suisui and swiftly seized a bow to fire back at Xie Suisui. Both sides gambled everything on this throw. Because the helmsman was dead, the ship spun in circles. Yu Tang was struck by an arrow in the chest, tumbled off the ship, and pulled Xie Suisui down into the great river with him. Bang! An arrow struck Xie Suisui's chest, while simultaneously a large stone smashed into her head from behind. Blood blurred her vision. As she fell and closed her eyes, she vaguely saw two savage faces. Then, darkness. Xie Suisui died, killed by Yu Tang's arrow and the stone strike from behind. Yet why did memories of catching the adulterers at the Prime Minister's residence suddenly flash through her mind? And being smashed to death by Yu Tang and Xie Suisui with a flower pot. The pain in her back and head made her mind gradually clear. She was not dead. She struggled to open her eyes. Seeing the familiar garden corridor. She had actually returned to the Prime Minister's residence. Someone was gripping her legs, dragging her along the ground. Her head ached terribly, but her awareness grew sharper. She had actually been reborn, and returned to this very day, the day of her betrothal to Yu Tang. Right now Xie Suisui was dragging her corpse to throw it into the well at the corner of the garden. Recalling the scene of the tryst earlier and Yu Tang's words to Xie Suisui about, in this life, making her queen, Xie Suisui instantly understood Yu Tang had been reborn earlier than she had. The reborn Yu Tang had hooked up with Xie Suisui first. Since they were both reborn, who would still associate with that dog of a villain? Who would still care about the Prime Minister's residence? Who would still want any family bonds? The memories of past and present lives played alternately in her mind, her head aching constantly, her whole body weak. After escaping the Prime Minister's residence in her past life, she finally learned it was not illness. It was her stepsister Xie Suisui who had poisoned her on her very first day back in the residence. Xie Suisui was half crouching by the well, both hands braced on the well's edge, gasping for breath. The well's edge was over 2 feet high. She needed a moment to catch her breath before she could lift the corpse and throw it in. It was precisely now. Xie Suisui gathered her strength, wiped the blood from her eyes, sat up, grabbed the well rope, leapt onto Xie Suisui's back, and with both legs straddle her waist from behind. "You? Playing dead?" Xie Suisui jerked upright in terror, crying out, "Are you human or ghost?" Xie Suisui did not answer. She swiftly looped the well rope twice around her neck, gripped both ends tightly, and pulled with all her might. Xie Suisui was 3 years older, taller, and stronger. Xie Suisui, her vision swimming from the flower pot strike, locked her legs around Xie Suisui's waist with desperate strength. Using all her strength, she tightened the rope in her hands. Even though blood had sealed one of her eyes shut, Xie Suisui did not let go. Out! Along with a hoarse roar forced from an extremely narrow gap, a sharp dagger materialized from thin air into Chihiro's hand. Chihiro seized the dagger and viciously stabbed and slashed at Xie Suisui's fingers. The pain shot from her fingers into her mind, tearing at her heart, but paradoxically made her more lucid. She could not let go, or else Chihiro would turn, and she would surely be the one to die. The tendons in her hands were likely severed. Xie Suisui's hands had no strength, yet she trembled and gritted her teeth to endure. Chihiro was choked until stars burst before her eyes, nearly suffocating. The dagger in her hand clattered to the ground, and she lost consciousness. Xie Suisui also collapsed in a faint on the ground. In a daze, she heard someone approaching from the front courtyard, footsteps growing from distant to near, urgent and chaotic. Xie Suisui had no strength left at all. Suddenly, she saw a red dot flickering on Chihiro's arm, dazzling and brilliant with divine light shifting. What was this? In a flash, she recalled words Chihiro had once spoken in her past life. I, this young lady, am the daughter of destiny, come from 1,000 years in the future. Heaven has granted me a golden finger. I possess a storage dimension that can hold all things. Gold, silver, grain, weapons, medicinal herbs. As long as this young lady desires it, she can store it all in the dimension. Even His Majesty praises me as a lucky star. What can you possibly compete with me for? That red dot still blazed, emitting an enticing radiance. She seized the dagger, bit her own tongue tip to force herself to stay conscious, and with all her strength finally dug out that red dot along with the surrounding flesh. The red dot was small, only the size of a bean. Chihiro was awakened by the pain and fought her again. Xie Suisui's hands bled continuously, soaking the small piece of flesh, when suddenly her mind rang with a buzz, and her vision swam. The flesh in her hand was gone. Before her eyes appeared a completely unfamiliar place. This unfamiliar place was clean and tidy, spanning roughly 50 zhang in all directions. The periphery was shrouded in mist, obscuring whether it was fields or mountains. Nearby, several rows of storehouses stood, filled with mountains of grain. The large hemp sacks were all packed with snow-white polished rice and wheat flour. Inside the storehouse, rows of riveted iron chests lay open, their lids wide, revealing gold ingots, silver ingots, and jewels that emitted a dazzling light. Where is this? Could it be the storage space that Chihiro mentioned? Chihiro was still entangled with her. Normally, she could knock Chihiro unconscious with a single punch. But now she had no strength, and the dagger had been snatched away by Chihiro. Xie Suisui struggled to pin Chihiro to the ground and sat on her head, trying to pry her fingers open to seize the dagger. Chihiro, pinned to the ground, was terrified. The dagger must not be taken by Xie Suisui. She silently chanted receive, but for some reason the dagger would not be retrieved. Her space seemed to have lost connection. Xie Suisui, sitting on Chihiro, imitated her and softly called out to the small box she saw in the unfamiliar place. The exquisite sandalwood box actually appeared in her hand. The space obeyed her command. But she had no time to be amazed, for the sound of footsteps outside grew closer, chaotic and urgent. It seemed that more than one person was coming. Xie Suisui frantically tried to put the box back into the space, but she did not know the incantation for storing. She tested with a silent enter. No response. Receive. The box returned to that unfamiliar place. Chihiro, who would have guessed? Your storage space now obeys my commands. In this life you will never again frame me. In the previous life, on this very day, Xie Suisui had just exchanged betrothal letters with Yutang, the second son of the Xingyang Earl. Chihiro, in front of the elders of both families, wept and said, I kindly came to speak with my sister, yet she stole the bracelet bestowed by His Majesty. Xie Suisui argued vehemently, claiming she had never entered Chihiro's boudoir. But then, with a clatter, a jade bracelet of excellent quality fell from her sleeve and cracked. Breaking an imperial gift was a grave crime. Xie Suisui was taken to the ancestral hall to receive family punishment, beaten until she was nearly dead and could not leave her bed for a month. By the time she could leave the mansion, she learned that her foster father, who had raised her, had died, and his entire family had been exiled and had left the capital half a month ago. Her stepmother hypocritically took her to the eldest princess's treasure appreciation banquet, but unexpectedly a priceless jade bowl with a gold openwork base and lid mysteriously disappeared. The eldest princess was furious and ordered a search. Not only was the jade bowl found in Xie Suisui's carriage, but also the phoenix hairpin that the consort had given to the eldest princess as a token of love before his death. She was branded a thief and left utterly speechless. The entire circle of nobles in the capital blacklisted her, saying she was morally depraved, a cursed seed from heaven. Her biological father, enraged, sent her to a manor where the married couple in charge watched her like a thief. Strange things happened again. Although she did nothing, the ripe wheat simply vanished into thin air. Rumors spread wildly in the capital, calling her a jinx born in a coffin. The prime minister's mansion wanted to burn her as a demon. She set fire to the manor and fled. Traveling south, she pursued the exiled family of her foster mother. At the border, without her foster father's protection, the Northern Yin army broke through their iron cavalry, sweeping south. The emperor and his officials fled south in panic. The prime minister's carriage caught up with her on the road and seized her. Xie stepped on her face and performed a grand trick. Piles of grain and large quantities of weapons appeared with a wave of her hand. Seeing Xie Suisui's shock, Xie laughed triumphantly. So what if I framed you? You're nothing but a despised coffin-born child. Still want to find your foster mother? I tricked them into thinking you were captured by the Northern Yin army, and those foolish foster brothers rushed to the north to save you. The Northern Yin army was already waiting in ambush. Your foster mother and second brother were shot full of arrows. Your third brother, who loved you most, was castrated. From beginning to end, you are a jinx. Xie urged her father to give her to the Northern Yin invaders as a plaything, claiming it was to let the plague god bring disaster to the enemy. Xie Suisui tried every means, clinging to the underside of a grain cart to escape the Northern Yin army. During the escape, she was discovered by Northern Yin scouts. At the critical moment, several plum blossom twigs flew in, killing the scouts, and she managed to flee. Xie Suisui then embarked on a solitary journey of survival. Having learned martial arts from her foster father's brothers since childhood, she organized the able-bodied among the refugees and gradually formed a band. She encountered Yu Tang, who had also gathered a band. Yu Tang showed her great care, and as they were betrothed, he proposed merging their forces. Xie Suisui's only condition was to kill Xie's entire family. Yu Tang promised to eliminate everyone in the prime minister's mansion. Then he declared himself king, and she became his vanguard. All the tragedies originated from Xie's control of the space to commit evil. Yu Tang Reborn eagerly sought out Xie because he knew from his previous life that she had a storage space which could help him stockpile supplies for rebellion in advance. He wanted to forge a strong alliance ahead of time to reach the pinnacle of power as quickly as possible. Dream on. The vast hoard of materials Xie had accumulated over a decade. All of it now belonged to Xie Suisui. Xie Suisui. As she sat on Xie, 3 furious young men rushed into the backyard. 2 of them were her own twin brothers. The 3 elder brothers entered and saw Xie pinned beneath her. Xie Suisui was still struggling to snatch the dagger from Xie's hand. She bent one of Xie's fingers back, causing her to scream in pain. Xie Suisui's 3 good brothers roared in unison, "Let Yuro go." All here. Xie Suisui finally seized the dagger, grabbed Xie's hair with one hand, and pressed the blade against her neck. "You jinx, if you dare harm a single hair of Roar's head, I'll tear you to pieces. Bitch, if you hurt my sister, I'll fight you to the death." The 3 glared with fury, as if they shared an irreconcilable hatred for Xie Suisui. Yet she was also their sister, and they had only recognized each other a few days ago. The one in the middle, dressed in a crimson official robe, was dignified and imposing. He was Xie Suisui's full-blooded eldest brother Qi Ziheng, a secretary in the Ministry of Revenue. The one on the left, wearing a green brocade robe, was her full-blooded second brother Qi Ziyu, a 16-year-old already notorious as a gambler in the capital. The one on the right was Qi Zirwei, the eldest son of the stepmother and Xie's full brother. He was said to be no less talented than Qi Hui, excelling in poetry and lyrics, and every work he produced astonished the capital. Light and shadow flickered, and she seemed to see again the chaotic riverbank, the blood-red sky before her death, and the posture of her full-blooded brother holding a large stone. Only after experiencing it did she realize, instead of blaming her own blindness, it was better to bury others to please herself. Blood brothers. In this life, all of you go to hell. Oh, stop pretending. Xie Suisui said coldly. Stand still one zhang away, or I'll kill her. Chihiro burst into tears. Brother. Xie Suisui pressed the blade against her neck, its cold gleam terrifying. Chihiro dared not cry anymore, and pleaded, Don't kill me. Chihiro wished he could slice Xie Suisui into pieces. Xie Ziheng swallowed the curses he wanted to utter, and said, Xie Suisui, you are too vicious. Release Yuro at once, Cao, and admit your fault, and I will plead with Father to spare your life. Are you blind? She tried to kill me, smashed my head, and wanted to throw me down a well. Xie Suisui pointed at her own blood-covered head and hands. Is this how you serve as an official in the court? Bitch, how dare you insult our eldest brother? Second brother Chi Ziyu stepped forward to kick her. Can't understand human speech. Xie Suisui pressed the knife slightly against Chihiro's neck, leaving a bright red scar. Chihiro's neck stung with pain, and she screamed in fear. Second brother, shut up. Xie Ziheng hurriedly urged, Third sister, today is your engagement day with many guests. You can't let people know you and your sisters are at odds, can you? Xie Ziheng, the Qi family estate is not yours to inherit. Why are you putting on airs in front of me? What exactly do you want? First, give me money. Second, let me leave the Prime Minister's mansion. A third, cancel my engagement to Yu Tang. I don't want someone else's second-hand goods. What are you saying? The Shenyang Earls saved Father, and they have already agreed on the marriage. Then marry Chihiro, they're already having an affair. Xie Suisui, you are a member of the Qi family. Ruining Yuro's reputation does you no good. The matter of Yuro's adultery, whether true or false, could not be spread in the front yard, otherwise mud in the crotch. Whether it's shit or not, it's still shit. If Yuro's reputation was ruined, the Prime Minister's mansion would be finished. The best course was to silence Xie Suisui. But today Xie Suisui's foster mother Luo Sheng was also present. If Xie Suisui didn't show up soon, given Luo Sheng's fiery temper, she would storm the banquet without hesitation. For now, placate Xie Suisui, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with her later. Release Yuro, and let her see a doctor first. I'll give you the silver. Xie Ziheng pulled out a 100-tael silver note from his sleeve and tossed it to Xie Suisui. Xie Suisui didn't move. Xie Ziheng threw 2 more. Xie Suisui said, Is Chihiro worth only this much? Xie Ziheng took out a 1,000-tael note from his bosom and tossed it to her. Xie Suisui gave a snort. Xie Ziheng, you fumbled 3 times and only came up with 300 taels. Third young master Qi forked out 1,000 in one go. You're not doing so well, are you? Xie Ziheng's face darkened, but he didn't argue. Xie Suisui stuffed a small lump of mud into Chihiro's mouth. Swallow it. What is this? Poison. Escort me out of the Prime Minister's mansion, and I'll give you the antidote. Bitch. Shut up, bitch, Xie Suisui retorted. If I'm unhappy, I'll destroy the antidote and spread the news about your precious sister's affair. The men suppressed their anger, and Xie Suisui released Chihiro. Xie Ziheng immediately carried her to find a doctor. Xie Ziheng pulled Xie Ziyu aside, whispered some instructions, and left. Xie Ziyu shouted at Xie Suisui, if you want to be entered into the Qi family genealogy, you'd better behave. For example, you must take full blame for today's incident. Say you were jealous of Yuro and tried to strangle her. And how do I explain the wound on my head? Say you accidentally bumped into a tree. And the wounds on my hands. Seeing her bloody hands, Xie Ziyu said impatiently, You cut yourself playing with a knife. And if I refuse, you'll agree whether you want to or not. Yuro is a lucky star while you're nothing but a despised coffin-born child. Xie Suisui gave a cold laugh and thrust her blood-covered hand forward. Give me money. What money do you want? Xie Ziyu asked. Hush money. You asked me to lie, so you can't expect to get away with nothing, can you? Xie Suisui replied. I'll hush you to death. Didn't big brother and third brother already give you silver? That was for letting go. This is for lying. I'm so poor I have to add 3 ladles of water to a bowl of rice just to fill my stomach. I'm really strapped for cash. If you don't give me the silver, I can't guarantee my mouth will stay shut. Are you blackmailing me? Xie Ziyu fumed, pacing in circles. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the authorities? 8,000 taels. Why don't you just rob a bank? Xie Ziyu jumped up. Where am I supposed to get 1,000 taels for you? Then you can watch Chihiro's reputation be ruined and the Chancellor's mansion stink to high heaven. Xie Suisui said, heading toward the front courtyard. Stop. I only have 300 taels on me. I'll give you all of it. Xie Suisai's heart ached. This was his gambling money he'd stolen today. He handed her 300 taels for now, planning to retrieve it after the banquet. If she didn't return it, he'd beat her to death behind closed doors. As if reading his mind, Xie Suisui said, "You have to give me your seal of authority. What if you try to stop father from putting me in the family register later? What seal do you want? Give me your personal seal and your token as the legitimate son. I'll return them after I'm entered into the clan register." "You wretched little." Xie Suisui turned and walked toward the front courtyard. Xie Suisui stamped his foot and shouted, "Stop. I'll give them to you." He handed over his personal seal and the jade pendant representing his status as the legitimate son of the Qi family, saying, "Take good care of them. If you lose them, I'll skin you alive." "Idiot. What?" Xie Suisui held up his seal and jade pendant, sneering coldly. "You think your little mother treats you well? This junk. If you pawn it, you won't even get 10 taels. Xie Suisai's face alternated between pale and red, gnashing his teeth. Xie Suisui put the items away, rolled up her sleeves, lifted her chin, and said, "Qi second, come here." "What did you call me? You wretched little. I'm telling you, if you don't protect Euro's reputation, there are 10,000 ways to die. Killing you. One way is enough." Xie Suisui walked toward Xie Suisui. Before he could finish, she suddenly kicked out, striking his knee. Xie Suisui fell to the ground, panicking. "Cough, cough, stay away. What are you doing?" Xie Suisui's hands hurt, so she used both feet to kick him repeatedly, leaving him utterly defenseless. She pressed her toes against his neck and shoulder, pinning him down until he coughed, as if choking. Then she pulled off one of his shoes and stuffed it into his mouth. "What am I doing? Beating you." Her hands were still badly injured, but she stomped on one of his legs, causing Xie Suisui to howl in pain through muffled cries. "Calling me a wretch all day. You're the wretch. Your whole family is wretched," Xie Suisui said in a low voice. She slammed her heel into his back, producing a series of dull thuds. "MMPH. I'm your elder brother, cough." Xie Suisui roughly shoved the shoe deeper into his mouth, looking into his reddened eyes with a malicious smile. "I'm your second uncle next door." Xie Suisai's forehead veins bulged the shoe sole in his mouth, preventing him from cursing, and he couldn't move. After the beating, Xie Suisui endured the pain in her hands, walked to the well, hooked a bucket of water with her arm, and poured the cold water over his head with a splash. Xie Suisui screamed in agony as the cold water hit him. It was the 3rd day of the 3rd month, very cold. Drenched like this, he'd probably have irregular periods now, haha. Xie Suisui, a free blessing for you. May you sleep every night with both eyes on guard duty in turn. Xie Suisui strode away triumphantly. Soon she arrived at the front garden hall. A familiar voice reached her ears. "Uncle Qi, Aunt Qi, I have come today only to clarify the truth. The betrothal agreement my father made with you. I wish to put it aside for now." Qi Hui looked displeased. "You don't want it. There is someone I wish to marry. I will only come to propose after I have achieved success and fame." Yu Tang had been reborn. He knew the course of history in advance, and in this life, he wanted to marry the Chancellor's precious daughter Qi Yuro. But Qi Yuro was still betrothed to Gu Yanxi, the heir of Xianping Marquis. So he had to first break off his engagement with Xie Suisui. Lady Xingyang looked at Yu Tang with mixed feelings, her heart in turmoil. Logically, the Xingyang Earl's mansion had long declined, so marrying the legitimate daughter of the Chancellor's mansion would be a great blessing. But the bride was Xie Suisui, the posthumous child of Qi Hui's first wife, which made her uncomfortable. Such a useless marriage. So when Yu Tang proposed to break the engagement, Lady Yu didn't strongly object. Everyone present was astonished. Breaking off the engagement on the spot, the third miss will have a hard time marrying now. A posthumous child. Who would dare to marry her? If the Xingyang Earl's mansion weren't in decline, they probably wouldn't have agreed in the first place. As the crowd murmured, they saw a petite figure approaching from the back courtyard. The girl had her hair in 2 buns, a round face like an innocent little mouse with dark, limpid peach blossom eyes. Innocent and clear. But half her face was covered in blood and her hands were dripping with gore. It was the Chancellor's daughter, lost for 12 years, Xie Suisui. So young. Has she even reached the age of 15? I heard she's only 12. Why is she covered in blood? Whispers spread, but Xie Suisui couldn't care less. A cold-hearted father, a ruthless brother, a fiancé from both past and present lives. Every drop of blood, every pore of that faithless man was filled with 10 parts betrayal. She couldn't kill them now, but she didn't intend to let them off easy either. Yu Tang was planning to proclaim himself king in 3 months, wasn't he? She would make good use of that. Before Xie Suisui even entered the room, she declared her presence. Second young master Yu, this engagement was personally set by the chancellor. I'm reluctant to end it. What should I do? Standing against the light, Yu Tang couldn't see Xie Suisui's current appearance clearly. Earlier Chihiro had told him she almost killed Xie Suisui, and he regretted not having struck her with another brick. Hearing her words now, he was both startled and surprised. He had almost crushed her to death with a flower pot just now, and she was reluctant to break the engagement. In this life, he had higher goals and would absolutely not be tied to Xie Suisui. Third miss, I'm truly sorry. No need. As it happens, I think nothing of you either. Xie Suisui's peach blossom eyes were wide and bright, filled with contempt. Yu Tang, whose eyes seemed to look at even a dog with deep affection, couldn't help but avert his gaze. Yu Tang was robust, knew some martial arts, and was a 9th-rank officer in the capital's outer garrison. But with this status, whether in the chancellor's mansion or the general's mansion, Yu Tang could only bow his head and act subservient. If not for his rebirth and his desire to join forces with Chihiro, marrying Xie Suisui would have been the highest honor for Yu Tang. Chihiro, supported by others, arrived at the front courtyard and preemptively embellished many slanders about Xie Suisui. But Chi Hui, a cunning old fox, could clearly see Chihiro's guilty conscience. Fearing that Xie Suisui might blurt out something damaging, Chi Hui slammed the table and struck first. Wretch, kneel. Kneel? Why should I kneel? The chancellor owed a favor to the Shenyang Earl's mansion, so he found me and arranged a betrothal to young Master Yu to repay the debt. But unfortunately, young Master Yu already has someone else in his heart. So, I want to break off the engagement. Xie Suisui raised her bloodied right hand, 3 fingers pointing to the sky. If anyone forces me to marry young Master Yu and ruins his great ambition, may they be born of a concubine. The crowd was stunned. The chancellor had brought back the 3rd miss just to marry her off as repayment. What did great ambition mean for Yu Tang? For someone to want to ascend the throne and rebel, that was a great ambition, wasn't it? Yu Tang turned pale with panic. What nonsense are you spouting? He did intend to raise an army, but not now. If this got out, the Shenyang Earl's mansion would be charged with treason and the entire family executed. Just now in the bamboo shadow pavilion, wasn't it you who said, 3 months from now you would? She teased him like a dog, uttering each word deliberately, making Yu Tang jump up in panic. Third miss, be careful with your words. What's in it for me? What benefits? Yu Tang frowned. In her past life, she had been just as petty and scheming, utterly lacking in grace. Chihiro immediately interjected, Sister, if you won't marry him, that's fine. But why are you trying to blackmail young Master Yu? Oh, Miss Chi, would you like me to repeat the conversation you had in the bamboo shadow pavilion for everyone to judge? Seeing the fire about to burn, Chihiro, Yu Tang quickly said, 100 taels. 100,000. Xie Suisui didn't flinch. The entire Shenyang Earl's mansion was in her hands. What do you need so much silver for? To smash into the water and hear the sound? You? 1,000 at most. 100,000. 5,000. 100,000. Negotiations go back and forth. Why won't you budge even a cent? Who's negotiating? 100,000, not a single copper coin less. Impossible. Really? Everyone listen. Just now in the bamboo shadow pavilion, Yu Tang said that in 3 months he would declare him. 100,000 I'll pay. Yu Tang immediately cut her off, his face red with desperation. I'll go back to the mansion and get it for you right now. Xie Suisui clapped her hands. Deal. Don't keep me waiting too long. Show me your sincerity. Tanger, she's blackmailing us. Let's report her to the authorities. Lady Yu fumed. Chihiro also said, You're demanding such a large sum from him just because he broke off the engagement. That's clearly extortion. Xie Suisui waved her hand dismissively. Go ahead. Hurry up. Yu Tang shot Xie Suisui a venomous glare, then dragged Lady Yu away in haste. Chi Hui watched as the marriage fell through, and Xie Suisui had inexplicably extorted 100,000 taels from Yu Tang. He slammed his teacup heavily onto the table and roared, Xie, have you lost your mind? Kneel. Xie Suisui snatched the teacup from his hand and splashed the contents directly into his face, exclaiming in feigned alarm, "Chancellor, calm down." Xie Hui shot up the chair, screeching beneath him, and ground his teeth. "Xie, sweat, sweat." Before he could curse, a thunderous roar vibrated the window frames. "My daughter, your head, your hands." "Who did this?" A gust of wind rose from the ground, carrying a murderous aura that surged like tidal waves. Everyone present felt their eardrums nearly burst, their heads buzzing. A woman in her 40s moved with astonishing speed, a forging cleaver flying from her hand like a bolt toward the fragrant table beside Chancellor Qi. The cleaver sank 3 inches into the wood, its cold gleam revealing Qi Hui's face twisted in shock and fury. The woman was none other than Luo Sheng, adopted mother of Xie Suisui and wife of General Xie Fei. Qi Hui felt a throbbing headache begin to form. For Xie Suisui, seeing her adoptive mother again felt like crossing lifetimes. Her eyes immediately reddened. "Mother," she choked out, throwing herself forward, "I've missed you so much." "Mother is here, don't be afraid." Luo Sheng watched blood matted across half her face, looking like a crimson-faced specter, wounds on both hands exposing bone, her heart wrenching with anguish. She immediately cursed, "Are you foolish? Why didn't you go see a doctor first? What sense do you expect from these scoundrels? Don't you know dogs can't understand human speech?" With a sharp rip, Luo Sheng tore 3 strips from the hem of her new dress, one to bind Xie Suisui's head, 2 to wrap her hands. Qi Hui thundered in anger, "Who are you calling names?" Luo Sheng swiftly yanked the blade from the table and pointed it at him, roaring, "You told me to give back your daughter, and I have. Is this how you treat her?" Qi Hui instinctively retreated, his voice cracking as he stared at the gleaming blade and shouted, "What are you doing? Do you think you can slay the Chancellor?" Chancellor's wife Xiao Shanshan suddenly realized what was happening and exclaimed indignantly, "Madam Xie, do you intend to meddle in the Chancellor's household affairs?" "Shut up!" Luo Sheng bellowed at Xiao Shanshan, desperate to strike someone down. "Chancellor Xie Suisui is your daughter, but I raised her. For 12 years, I never let a single drop of her blood fall, yet after only a few days in the Chancellor's mansion, she's been beaten until her head splits and both hands are mangled. You didn't even call a physician. Do you have any humanity left? I govern my household with strict discipline. How do you know this wasn't her own doing, the consequences of her own actions? Madam Xie, bringing accusations without knowing the facts. Do you not care about the General's mansion's future? What? Are you claiming authority to command in the Emperor's name? You're being unreasonable. Then I must ask Madam Xie to leave the Chancellor's residence. Who brought this upon themselves? Who deserves their punishment?" Xie Suisui's small feet stomped as she rose. "Chancellor, who gave you the audacity to speak to my adoptive mother this way?" Qi Hui grew even angrier, jumping up and slamming his palm on the table until his hand went numb from the sting. "Xie Suisui, I am your father. Aren't you the Chancellor?" What nonsense logic was that? The guest hall filled with high-ranking officials who began urging both Luo Sheng and Xie Suisui to stay calm. Yet they all subtly took sides, openly and covertly supporting Qi Hui and Qi Yuro. Qi Hui was the Chancellor, a first-rank minister of the realm. But who was Qi Yuro? She was the blessed star, a talented woman whose betrothed was the Empress's own younger brother, a member of the imperial clan. The heavy rumble of wheels rolled across the bluestone path, slowly approaching the reception hall. All present turned their heads involuntarily. Beneath the setting sun, the wheelchair appeared like an ancient carriage, solemn and dignified. Seated within was a figure of extraordinary beauty, possessing an unparalleled grace. His features were sculpted from snow and ice on distant peaks, pale nearly to transparency, while his gaze held the unyielding coldness of an ancient glacier. It was Zhang Wuyang, commander of the Six Gates, renowned throughout the martial world as a sage, the Emperor's confidant, a literary immortal, a mentor of chivalry, and an iron-faced adjudicator known for his merciless justice. Qi Hui frowned. Why had he come? Luo Sheng's eyes lit up instantly, and she hurried toward Zhang Wuyang, imploring, "Lord Zhang, you've arrived just in time. Chancellor Qi has been abusing my daughter." Qi Hui rose politely to greet Zhang Wuyang. His gaze swept the room and immediately caught on the severity of Xie Suisui's injuries, as well as the disturbing marks around Qi Yuro's neck. What exactly is going on? Zhang Wuyang, turned to Xie Suisui. Unwilling to drag a family dispute into the six gates, Xie Hui merely said, "The two young ladies had a minor disagreement." Xie Suisui saw no reason to let slip such a chance to expose her father's reputation, so she immediately pointed at Qi Yuro and accused, "Lord Zhang, eldest Miss Qi attempted to kill me." Qi Yuro promptly counteraccused, "Xie Suisui took advantage of everyone's guard to strangle me." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like rain on pear blossoms, displaying the marks on her neck to the onlookers. Xiao Shanshan remarked, "Xie Suisui, and no matter how jealous you are of your sister, you shouldn't have struck so viciously. Heaven be thanked that their brother heard the commotion, or else eldest miss would be dead." Shi Zihang's wife Tao Xini added fuel to the fire, saying, "Our eldest sister is renowned throughout the capital, even the emperor calls her the blessed star, but our third sister is nothing but a harbinger of doom born with ill fortune." Luo Sheng retorted angrily, "You're the cursed one, and so is your entire family. The parties involved are eldest Miss Qi and Miss Xie Suisui. I will judge this case, and those uninvolved should keep silent." Zhang Wuyang's gaze turned icy as he addressed Qi Yuro. "Miss Xie has been back in the residence for several days now. Why does she target you specifically today? At today's banquet, everyone was kind to me, so she redirected her anger onto me." Xie Suisui found this amusing internally. Could Yu Tang simply walk away and deny the adultery and murder? Not only deny it, but also turn the accusation around. Qi Ziyu had changed into different clothes and was sneezing repeatedly as he spoke. "Lord Zhang, Miss Xie hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Let her tell her side of things first." Zhang Wuyang glanced at Xie Suisui, who had kept her head bowed. The girl was small and appeared frightened. His voice remained calm and steady as he said, "Miss Xie, you are a party to this matter. Please recount the events truthfully." Only then did Xie Suisui raise her head to look at Zhang Wuyang, her eyes brimming with tears. Like a fragile little mouse with dark, pleading eyes, a string of tears fell with a soft patter. "My lord, may I speak the truth?" The Qi family members present felt a collective chill run through them. Qi Ziyu stared at her intently. He had been savagely beaten, forced to hand over 300 taels of silver notes, and even his seal was held as collateral by her. If she dared to recant, he would make sure she regretted it. "Speak your truth without fear. I judge cases based on right and wrong regardless of status," Zhang Wuyang declared. CSA burst into tears, unwrapping the bandages Luo Sheng had just applied to her hands, and had to show Zhang Wuyang the wounds. "Lord Zhang, they nearly killed me with flower pots, and Miss Qi nearly pushed me into a well." She recounted how Qi Yuro had conspired with Yu Tang of the Xinyang Earl's mansion to murder her, first attempting to crush her with flower pots, then planning to fill her into a well. She omitted the matter of the escaped soldiers 3 months later, let alone Yu Tang's ambitions to declare himself king. She kept silent about the 100,000 taels of silver. After all, who would believe tales of reincarnation? To everyone present, such claims were nothing but nonsense. The fact that Qi Yuro was having an affair with Yu Tang, and she had stumbled upon it unwittingly only to be silenced for it. Her head and hands drenched in blood. Such scandal would spread throughout the capital before half the day had passed. Qi Yuro was the blessed star of the capital, and those who harbored secret resentment toward her would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to destroy her reputation. The guests were utterly astonished. Yu Tang had just broken off the engagement, claiming he had someone he wished to marry and would return to propose once he achieved success. He must be referring to Qi Yuro, right? But the second son of the Xinyang Earl's mansion could never compare with the heir of the Xianping Marquis. Qi Yuro wept bitterly and pleaded, "Father, how could she slander me like this? If she cannot produce evidence today, I beg you to protect me." The evidence had long been concealed within her spatial dimension. How could anyone expect to find it? Today she would ensure Qi Yuro bore the infamy of framing her elder sister. Qi Hui cursed, "Suisui, you truly have no upbringing whatsoever." Qi Ziyu, seeing Xie Suisui take the silver without delivering results, charged forward to strike her, shouting, "You promised me you wouldn't say such things. You worthless thing, cursed star plague spirit." Luo Sheng had lost her patience and delivered a fierce slap that sent Qi Ziyu flying several yards away, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. "You share the same mother as Suisui. Anyone would think you crawled out of a stepmother's womb." You ungrateful beast, if you ever lay a hand on Suisui again, I'll wring out your testicles, Luo Sheng cursed. Xie Suisui clutched his numb, aching face and instinctively clamped his legs together. Only then did he remember. Luo Sheng was once known as the martial pacification general, paired with Xie Fei as the twin fiends in her youth. Zhang Wuyang gave a subtle wave, and two funeral nails shot forth, embedding themselves in the wall on either side of Xie Suisuy's head, leaving him too frightened to move. Those uninvolved, be silent. His voice was quiet, yet everyone understood he was angered. He was the sole disabled official granted permission to attend court after receiving a high title. As commander of the Six Gates and a martial arts master of unparalleled skill, he had never faced a worthy opponent. Xie Suisui's gaze snapped to the funeral nails. They were 2 inches long, with plum blossom patterns carved onto their tails, rendered with astonishing detail. In her past life, the Northern Flame Army scouts who hunted her were killed by plum branches, allowing her to survive. Could Lord Zhang have been her savior? Xie Suisui continue, Zhang Wuyang said coldly, yet she perceived the gentlest sound in the world, justice itself. Xie Suisui commanded me to lie, threatening that if I refused to protect Qi Yuro's reputation, he would find 10,000 ways to kill me. Behold the proof of his bribery. Xie Suisui placed the 300 taels and silver notes, Xie Suisuy's seal, and the jade pendant on the table. Xie Suisui erupted in fury once more. Wasn't all of this extracted from him under her coercion? Luo Sheng's tiger-like eyes widened as she advanced a half-step, without a word, causing Xie Suisui to instinctively clutch his crotch. At that moment, a person rose to their feet. The figure wore splendid robes patterned with ink-wash mountains and rivers, their cold, aloof gaze holding no focus, deep darkness swirling beneath their eyes, jet black hair framing a handsome face, all wreathed in an aura of icy chill. This was Gu Yanxi, the current empress's youngest brother and heir to the Marquis of Xuanping, as well as Qi Yuro's betrothed. He fixed his gaze upon Xie Suisui and asked, "Is everything you've said true?" Naturally. Xie Suisui tilted her head to examine him. Gu Yanxi possessed handsome features and noble birth, and showed no signs of the constitution prone to betrayal. Gu Yanxi furrowed his brow at her scrutiny and adjusted his sleeves before asking, "You're certain it was you Tang of the Shenyang Earl's mansion?" Xie Suisui said with a grin, "My Lord Prime Minister, you may not become a relative of the imperial family, but at least the Prime Minister's mansion has gained fame throughout the land. You unfilial daughter. Don't be angry. Isn't it that young master you has taken a fancy to Qi Yuro? Perhaps the Prime Minister's mansion will soon have a new addition and you may become a grandfather." "Shut up, you scoundrel." Qi Hui, enraged, raised his hand to strike, but Luo Sheng stepped forward, shaking his fist. "What, you want to fight?" The general's mansion had the advantage in physical prowess, so there was no need to engage in a war of words with Qi Hui. Direct action would suffice. Qi Hui swallowed hard, glaring at Luo Sheng, who glared back unflinchingly. Among the noble ladies present, some rejoiced in secret, others feigned sorrow, but most sent word to hasten the matchmakers, hoping their daughters might secure a marriage alliance with the Xianping Marquis estate. Offending the Xianping Marquis estate meant offending the Empress herself. Apart from Yu Tang, no high-ranking family would seek Qi Yuro's hand. Qi Yuro wept, "Xie Suisui, you must produce evidence or father will surely charge you with false accusation." Xie Suisui also shouted, "Lord Zhang, the silver and the jade pendant were extorted from me by her. If I didn't give her the silver, she threatened to kill Yuro." Qi Zhiwei and Qi Ziheng also testified, claiming that Xie Suisui was lying. "I handle cases based solely on evidence." Zhang Wuyang's sharp gaze fell upon the three. "Were you threatened by Xie Suisui?" "She poisoned Yuro," the three accused. Upon hearing that Xie Suisui had poisoned Qi Yuro, Xiao Shanshan went berserk and lunged to strike her, but Luo Sheng stepped forward. Xiao Shanshan wailed, "Lord Zhang, young Master Gu, this wretched creature has poisoned my daughter and slandered her recklessly. My Lord Prime Minister, in this household it's either her or me." "Silence." Zhang Wuyang lifted his eyelids slightly and flicked something, a small object, that struck Xiao Shanshan, rendering her speechless. "Xie Suisui, did you administer a lethal poison to Qi Yuro?" "Absolutely not. Those three brothers are slandering me," Xie Suisui said. As for whether Chiyuro is poisoned when she went to get her wound dressed, the family physician must have examined her. Chiyuro accuses you of false accusation. Do you have any defense? Lord Jiang, go immediately to Zhu Yingxian. The fragments of the porcelain basin she used to smash my head should still be there. Zhang Wuyang said to his assistant, Ning Qi, go and collect the evidence. Ning Qi, yes, my lord. Xie Suisui immediately added, I'll lead the way. Lord Jiang, the eldest daughter, is a precious jewel. If an outsider enters her boudoir, how will she ever hold up her head in society? Qi Hui said with a dark expression. This is a family matter and should be dealt with by family rules. Luo Sheng brandished a cleaver staring at Qi Hui. You're trying to weasel out. I shall accompany them to collect the evidence. The Marquise of Xianping stood up. She was the mother of the Empress, and no woman present was more esteemed. She wanted to ascertain the true character of her prospective daughter-in-law. My thanks to the Marquise. Zhang Wuyang clasped his hands. Chiyuro knelt and wept loudly. Father, if an outsider enters my boudoir, word of this will surely tarnish the official reputation of father and my brothers. I would rather die to atone. Go ahead and investigate. All the traces were in my space. Crying was just a show. The Marquise of Xianping said coolly, Eldest Miss Qi, if you are not afraid of death, why fear investigation? Zhang Wuyang also said, since I have taken this case, I will get to the bottom of it. As long as the complainant does not withdraw the case, I will investigate thoroughly. Qi Hui looked at Xie Suisui, as if she were already dead. If you still consider yourself a member of the Qi family, think of the greater good. Withdraw the case immediately and stop this nonsense. I will not, Xie Suisui said resolutely. Once Lord Jiang leaves, you will surely beat me to death. Is Chiyuro's reputation the only one that matters? Mine is just as important. I demand a thorough investigation. Who would dare obstruct the 6 doors? Ning Qi, along with the Marquise of Xianping and Xie Suisui, went to collect the evidence. Xie Suisui hurried ahead, dashing into Chiyuro's courtyard and muttering to herself, appear. The porcelain fragments stained with Xie Suisui's blood fell back under the porch of Zhu Yingxian. As soon as Ning Qi entered the courtyard, he spotted the evidence. He dismissed the maidservants, recorded the scene, and strictly forbade anyone from approaching. The Marquise of Xianping, her face dark, held her nose and fetched the rumpled bedsheets and traces of intimacy, throwing them before Xiao Shanshan. Qi Hui's face turned the color of liver. Xiao Shanshan wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground. How could Rower have been so careless? The 3 elder brothers' faces were black as thunder. Their gazes towards Xie Suisui could have flayed her alive. Chiyuro sprang to her feet, shrieking, Impossible, You clearly what? Zhang Wuyang said. Nothing. Chiyuro quickly sat down to conceal her panic, her mind a turmoil. She lowered her head and urgently tried to look into her space, but the space she could always see effortlessly was now invisible to her. She was terrified. How could she have lost contact with her space? And how had those pieces of evidence returned to their original places? Xie Suisui felt an immense satisfaction. When she first glimpsed the space from the well, she had immediately seen the fragments of the flower pot that had smashed her head, even with a layer of blood-stained soil. Beside them lay the rumpled bedsheet from Chiyuro's tryst with Yutang. If she hadn't obtained the space today, she would have been as defenseless as in her previous life. No matter how brilliant Zhang Wuyang was, he would never have found the evidence. Earlier, when Zhang Wuyang ordered Ning Qi to collect evidence, she had volunteered to guide them, secretly returning the vanished evidence to its original place and handing it over to Zhang Wuyang, as if it had always been there. Zhang Wuyang said, Eldest Miss Qi, with both witnesses and material evidence, do you confess your guilt? Chiyuro argued sophistically, finding a broken porcelain vase in my courtyard does not prove that I committed the assault, nor does it prove that I had an illicit relationship. What if it was a maidservant? Zhang Wuyang said to Ning Qi, go summon Yutang for confrontation. Qi Hui, a wily old fox, could clearly see the implications. Yutang had clearly set his sights on Yuro. If he was summoned for confrontation and confessed everything regardless of consequences, would Qi Hui be forced to agree to marry Rower to him? How could Yutang be worthy of Rower? He immediately interjected, wait. Xie Suisui, you claim that the wounds on your head and hands were inflicted by Yuro. Yes. But she is taller and stronger than you. How could you have overpowered her? It seems you are a habitual liar. You must have taken advantage of Euro's inattention to harm her, isn't that so? If Xie Suisui was lying, then Euro's adultery would also be unproven, for the words of a habitual liar could not be used as evidence. Xie Suisui spread her hands and said, "My Lord Prime Minister, I grew up in the general's mansion and have practiced martial arts since childhood. Killing Euro would be no trouble at all. Oh, by the way, Lord Jiang, ever since I came to the Prime Minister's mansion, I have suffered from daily headaches and weakness in my limbs. I may have been poisoned by Euro." Luo Sheng hastily took Xie Suisui's pulse and was immediately furious. He slapped Xiao Shanshan hard across the face. "You vile woman, you dared to poison Suisui." Qi Hui gritted his teeth and summoned the family physician. The physician was in league with Xiao Shanshan and lied without blinking. "My Lord Prime Minister, the third miss is not poisoned." Jiang Wuyang said, "I have some knowledge of medicine. Let me examine her." His icy fingers touched her wrist, making Xie Suisui shiver. After a moment, he looked at the physician coldly. "Are you certain that Miss Xie is not poisoned? Shall I summon an imperial physician to verify?" The physician fell to his knees, knocking his head on the ground like a pestle. "I am a quack." "You are no quack. You merely wish to conceal the poisoning. Lord Qi, your family physician, has obstructed justice. How about 20 strokes?" Qi Hui looked as if he had swallowed a fly, his face livid. He said to the steward, "Drag him out and give him 20 strokes." The sound of the bamboo slaps and the physician's pleas for mercy rang out. "Most pleasant." Jiang Wuyang asked Xie Suisui and Euro, "Are you willing to reconstruct the incident?" Xie Suisui agreed. Qi Hui and Xiao Shanshan vehemently refused, fearing that if it were true, Euro would never recover. Jiang Wuyang was unyielding. "Prime Minister Qi claims that Miss Xie is lying. I must ascertain the truth, and you will not stop me." All the guests at today's banquet were secretly thrilled, for they were about to witness the Prime Minister's mansion scandal and Lord Zhang's on-site judgment. Qi Hui looked at Xie Suisui as if she were already dead. This unfilial daughter could not be allowed to live. Euro patted Xiao Shanshan's hand and whispered, "Don't worry. If it comes to a reconstruction, I will stab Xie Suisui to death and be done with it." Luo Sheng was extremely worried. "Suisui, your hand wound is so severe. If you can't hold the rope and she stabs you." "Mother, don't worry." Xie Suisui also patted her adopted mother's hand. Euro still wanted to summon a dagger. Her space was right here. In her previous life, Euro had used the space to ruin her reputation. This time, she would make Euro taste her own medicine. Euro crouched by the well railing in the same position as before, but she did not squat deeply, adopting a posture most conducive to escape. Xie Suisui knew that Euro would not give her much time, so the moment Jiang Wuyang shouted, "Begin," she leaped onto Euro's back. The rope wrapped around Euro's neck even faster than before. But her hand was too painful and her body was still weak, so she couldn't apply much force. "This time you won't escape," Xie Suisui whispered in her ear like a demon. Euro, driven mad, did not hesitate to command, "Appear." Xie Suisui quickly cooperated, silently reciting, "Appear," and the dagger indeed materialized in Euro's hand. Euro's heart leapt with joy. Her space had returned. She reversed the dagger and viciously stabbed towards Xie Suisui's flank. Jiang Wuyang lightly flicked his wrist, and a throwing dart dinged the dagger away. "Enough." Jiang Wuyang swiftly grabbed the dagger. The dagger was incredibly sharp, capable of splitting a hair blown against it. Jiang Wuyang looked coldly at Euro. A moment ago her hand had been empty, but in the heat of the moment a dagger had appeared from nowhere. Though the crowd was noisy, he had clearly heard her utter the word "appear." And this dagger was none other than the legendary Mei Feng, which had been stolen from the Crown Prince's residence years ago. The 6 doors had investigated for years without progress. Something was amiss. Prime Minister Qi, Lady Qi dissolved the engagement between the young master and the eldest miss. The Marquise of Xianping had made up her mind when she discovered the traces of intimacy in Euro's boudoir. Now, witnessing this scene, she didn't even bother to hear the verdict. Break off the engagement. Immediately, at once. The Xianping Marquise estate could not afford the disgrace, nor could the Empress. Xiao Shanshan tried to plead, claiming it was all Xie Suisui's scheme. The Marquise of Xianping sneered and said, Lady Qi, let us both keep some dignity. It is not only the Prime Minister's mansion that knows the Heavenly Master Yao. Xiao Shanshan's face turned pale instantly. Qi Yuro said angrily, Mother, returned the token to him. We don't need to force it. The Marquise of Xianping was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Well said, eldest Miss Qi. The young master is not worthy of you. Let the engagement be dissolved here and now. The Marquise of Xianping broke off the engagement, and Xie Suisui's eyes curved with delight. Eldest Miss Qi first attempted to kill with a flower pot, then tried to fill the well with Miss Xie. The evidence is conclusive. According to the penal code, Zhang Wuyang began his concluding statement. Qi Hui had served in the court for decades and was well versed in the penal code for premeditated attempted murder. The penalty is 3 years of hard labor. Before delivering the verdict for Zhang Wuyang, Qi Hui spoke to him. Prime Minister, I would like to discuss this further with Suisui. Is that acceptable? Zhang Wuyang turned to Xie Suisui. Miss Xie, what do you think? Xie Suisui replied, we can negotiate. But I want my adoptive mother to join the discussion. Qi Hui, Xie Suisui, and Luo Sheng moved to the adjacent room. As Qi Hui gazed at this coffin-born child abandoned at birth, he was filled with profound regret. At the time, he should not have cast her away. He should have struck her dead to eliminate the threat forever. Xie Suisui, noting his hostile gaze, said, Your Excellency, are you contemplating which method to use to kill me? I tell you, if anything happens to me, you will be the prime suspect. You are not worth my effort. Even if I killed you as an unfilial and disobedient daughter, I would bear no responsibility. Qi Hui snorted coldly. When glory is shared, so is ruin. You wouldn't want the Prime Minister's mansion to collapse, would you? What do you want? Name your price. How much silver will it take for you to spare your elder sister? When the bowl cannot be balanced, the only way to maintain peace is to sacrifice the kindest one. Once the kindest refuses to be sacrificed any longer, they are branded as a disruptor of harmony and must be obliterated to bring an end. Xie Suisui had no intention of being the kindest, nor did she wish to be obliterated. Let me pick a few treasures from the storehouse, and we'll settle this privately. How about that? Agreed. Luo Sheng said. Suisui, Qi Yuro tried to kill you. How can you let her off so easily? Mother, the Prime Minister wields immense power. The moment Qi Yuro enters prison, he will surely petition the Emperor for clemency and have her released. Better to take something valuable to supplement the household. It's practical. Seeing her wink, Luo Sheng sensed her daughter was up to something. The girl had always been clever. What scheme was she brewing now? Qi Hui merely sneered. You see things clearly, but unfortunately you are disloyal to me. He led Xie Suisui to the storehouse and said, if you know what's good for you, I will prepare a generous dowry for you. Really? Xie Suisui latched onto the opportunity. Then give me my share now. I don't like empty promises. When you marry, your mother will give it to you. Oh, so the dowry was in her stepmother's hands. Qi Hui had deliberately brought Xie Suisui to the main household storehouse to show her the wealth of the Prime Minister's mansion, hoping to tame her with the allure of riches and honor. With her frail frame, how many treasures could she carry? Qi Hui was too lazy to accompany her inside. He sat on a chair at the entrance waiting. For the first time in both her past and present lives, Xie Suisui entered the main storehouse of the Prime Minister's mansion. The public storehouse had 3 levels, both above ground and below. Shelf after shelf of gold and silver ingots stretched before her. She could not estimate the total, perhaps 1,000,000 taels. Chests of jewels and jade, brocades, shoe brocades, rainbow garments, and shadowless gauze piled up like mountains. There were also rare medicinal herbs. Thinking of the general's mansion storehouse, well, best not to compare. Before long, she emerged from the storehouse, clutching a stack of 1,000-tael silver notes and a box of precious herbs. Have you chosen? The Prime Minister's mansion is nothing special. Your horizons are narrow, but your appetite is enormous. Look here. I took 10,000 taels of silver along with these herbs. She counted the banknotes one by one for Qi Hui and showed him the box. Inside the box were ginseng and lingji. Since you've taken the silver, you must let your sister go today. If you insist on pressing charges, I have plenty of ways to make you suffer. Kill me. Xie Suisui curled her lips as well. After today, you will wish you were dead and regret it for the rest of your life. Apart from the items on the shelves at the entrance of the main public storehouse, everything else had already been transferred into her space. Now that she possessed this space, how could she be content with taking just one item? Nevertheless, she had already devised a plan to make Xie Suisui swallow his anger. Clutching the box, she walked slowly behind Xie Suisui toward the front courtyard. When she spotted the latrine in the garden, a sudden thought struck her. If objects could be moved by will, what about feces? What if she transferred a pile of excrement onto Xie Suisui's head? But she dismissed the idea. She could not reveal that she had seized the space. Returning to the front courtyard, Xie Suisui said to Jiang Wuyang, "This prime minister has clarified matters with Suisui. The sisters' quarrel is ultimately a family affair. She has withdrawn her complaint. Thank you for your trouble, Lord Jiang." Jiang Wuyang looked at Xie Suisui. "Do you truly intend to abandon the case against the eldest Miss Qi?" "I don't want to, but the prime minister offered too much." She waved the stack of banknotes and added, "Lord Jiang, I wish to raise another request. I want to sever all ties with the prime minister completely." In truth, she would have preferred to sever the heads of everyone in the mansion, but for now Xie Suisui was still a behemoth. Everyone in the prime minister's mansion was stunned. "Sever all ties? Xie Suisui, do you know what you were saying?" Xie Ziheng barked. Was she slapping the mansion's face in front of so many people? Why, after their mother's death, did this plague have to remain? Xie Suisui looked at him impatiently. What a conspicuous standout. If I stay, I might have the silver, but not the life to spend it right. You insolent wretch. Xie Suisui roared. I gave you silver, and you still stir up trouble. Stop acting. From the look in everyone's eyes, you all want to kill me, don't you? Xie Suisui said. You praise Qi Euro as a lucky star and fear me as a coffin-born child. Since that's the case, let's sever ties. Better to part ways than to loathe each other at every meeting. Qi Euro said gravely. Suisui, father is your own father. How can you be so disobedient? This bond cannot be broken. Oh, Qi Euro, if anyone else pleaded, I might have reconsidered, but since it's you, I must flee. Xiao Shanshan's face darkened. Third Miss, you are young, so we'll overlook your careless words. The Prime Minister went through great trouble to bring you back. If you leave like this, it will look as if the mansion cannot tolerate you. As if you can tolerate me. Don't be ungrateful. You think anyone can be a miss of the Prime Minister's mansion? Qi Ziyu said with disgust. Qi Ziyu, I have no interest in being a miss of this mansion, especially not your sister. If you don't want to be part of the mansion, why did you take its silver? You brought up the silver, which reminds me. Hush money and compensation for dropping the case. All given voluntarily by you. I have been abandoned outside for 12 years. How much should you compensate the legitimate daughter of this mansion? She began counting on her fingers to calculate the silver. Qi Ziyu was speechless. So you're just a money grubber, aren't you? Jiang Wuyang watched silently. The girl was not yet 13, clever and sharp, seemingly innocent, yet striking every vital point. Xie Suisui said, Lord Jiang, I will not press charges against Qi Euro for attempted murder, but the Prime Minister's mansion is a den of dragons and tigers. I dare not stay. I beg you to rule that I sever all ties with the Qi family. Granted, Jiang Wuyang said. His martial arts were extraordinary. Though Qi Euro's words to Xiao Shanshan were inaudible, to others he not only heard them, but also read her lips. They had intended to offer Xie Suisui as a plaything to a powerful noble. Qi Hui frowned. Lord Jiang, how can you rule like that? Then ask your eldest daughter and your wife what they plan to do. Jiang Wuyang said bluntly. Qi Hui was stifled with rage. He looked at the incorruptible Jiang Wuyang, then at the unyielding Xie Suisui, who had thrown the household into chaos. Enough, enough. Let the severance be clean. Once the severance document is signed, you will never set foot in this mansion again. Whatever happens in the future, don't come crying. I will never regret it. And I hope you, Your Excellency, and your entire family will not regret it either. Xie Suisui said with a smile. 2 paths for you to choose. 1, Qi Euro goes to prison. 2, we sever ties. Qi Hui's forehead bulged with veins from fury. Qi Ziheng, said Suisui, our family has a blessed sister. Whether you are here or not is irrelevant. Father and mother have been forbearing out of family affection. Do you think the mansion cannot do without you? Father and mother. You were 8 when your mother died, weren't you? Don't you know how your own mother died? Qi Ziheng, is your head filled with excrement? Xie Suisui said impatiently. How can you shamelessly call our enemy mother? Qi Ziheng's face flushed crimson. You what? Calling a deer a horse is a laughingstock. Calling a thief your mother is an outrage. If I were you, I'd find a piece of tofu to smash myself dead. You have no manners. You have no backbone. Enough, Xie Hui thundered. Sever. Sever immediately. Yes, we must sever. Whoever doesn't sever is a bastard. Xie Suisui jumped up and down, shouting even louder than him. Chihiro urged, Father, don't be impulsive. You cannot sever ties with little sister. What would First Mother think in the afterlife? Jiang Wuyang said coolly, Does the eldest Miss Qi make all the major and minor decisions in the Prime Minister's mansion? Soft murmurs of laughter rippled through the crowd. Xie Hui said, Enough. Write the document immediately. I am not about to beg someone to be my daughter. Xie Suisui promptly gave him a thumbs up. Xie Hui wished she would trip and die the moment she stepped out. The severance document was written with each party keeping a copy and the official archives retaining a copy. With the document in hand, Luo Sheng patted her own shoulder, crouched down, and said to Xie, Daughter, your mother will carry you home. All the guests watched as Lady Luo with steady steps carried Xie Suisui away into the golden sunlight. Some found their eyes growing moist. The spring sunlight of the capital fell upon the carved beams and glazed tiles of the Prime Minister's mansion, glittering brilliantly, as if every tile spoke of the wealth and majesty of this residence. Pavilions and terraces were arranged in elegant disorder, long corridors connecting the various courtyards, vermilion pillars standing solemnly in the morning light. Yet who knew of the sins and evils hidden beneath this floral splendor? Luo Sheng said, Daughter, bear with it a little longer. Mother will fetch the imperial physician immediately. Mother. Xie Suisui lying on Luo Sheng's back, her eyes reddening. I am a coffin-born child, unlucky. Nonsense. A coffin-born child meets officials and wealth with great fortune and a long life. How could it be unlucky? I truly regret believing Xie Hui that going to his house was good for you. Luo Sheng said remorsefully, Let's go back to the general's mansion. Mother, thank you. We're family, why be so polite? By the way, why did you agree to recreate the crime scene just now? Aren't you afraid Chihiro might take the chance to kill you? Lord Jiang was present. She wouldn't dare, and she couldn't kill me. Recreating the crime scene was Jiang Wuyang's customary method of hearing cases. Xie Suisui had agreed not to strangle Chihiro. She wanted Jiang Wuyang to witness Chihiro's ability to retrieve and store objects out of thin air. This detail would surely catch Jiang Wuyang's attention and make him suspicious of Chihiro. Chihiro possessed strong counter-surveillance abilities, but she only let her guard down when her life was in danger. This gave Xie Suisui her opportunity. From this day forward, no matter what was stolen in the capital, past or future, the first suspect of the 6 doors would be Chihiro. The Prime Minister's residence and the General's mansion were separated by 2 main streets. As the mother and daughter walked along the road, a galloping horse approached from the opposite direction, its hooves striking the ground with a rhythmic da-da-da. The rider was none other than Xie Xinglong, the 3rd son of the General's household. As the horse drew near them, Xie Xinglong dismounted and exclaimed with delight, Mother, you've brought little sister back. What a coincidence. I just want a pot of Yao Huang peonies for my sister, so there's no need to send them to the Prime Minister's residence. Xie Suisui had loved flowers since childhood. Even a single wild blossom could bring her joy for half a day. Seeing her 3rd brother's bright eyes again after 2 lifetimes, Xie Suisui felt a crushing weight in her chest. Xie Sanlang had been mischievous since childhood, having beaten up almost every young noble or heir of influential families, even earning a record with Emperor Guangzong. But Xie Suisui knew that Xie Sanlang, whom Emperor Guangzong called incorrigible, never bullied common folk. Those he fought were always the lawless tyrants who ran rampant. Her 3rd brother was blessed with handsome features. Broad shoulders, a tall and lithe frame, sword-like brows, phoenix eyes, a high nose bridge, and sharply defined angular facial contours that exuded both defiance and handsomeness. When he smiled, it was unrestrained and roguish, yet dazzling, especially the 2 dimples that rippled with mirth, radiating charm, while harboring an unmistakable hint of mischief. The vibrant, carefree Xie Sanlang before her had met such a tragic fate in his past life. The relief of having him back again seized Xie Suisui's heart. Tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. 3rd brother, it's been so long. Why are you crying? From now on, no one, not even the heavenly emperor himself, will take you away. Xie Sanlang, who had been grinning, suddenly radiated a fierce aura. Luo Sheng freed one hand to pat Xie Suisui's bottom, saying, "Don't cry, Suisui. In the days you were gone, your third brother was so listless that even a roadside blade of grass seemed to offend him." Luo Sheng knew well how deep the bond between these siblings was. When Xie Xinglong was 4, he had been so mischievous that Luo Sheng gave him a beating. In a fit of pique, he strapped on the little bow his father had made for him and ran away from home. "Don't stop me. I'm going to make my own way in the world." He ran from the general's mansion to the mountains outside the city, but found no game. Instead, he heard intermittent faint cries of zhuzh coming from a hollow. Thinking it might be a wolf cub or a bear cub, he readied his small bow and slid down the slope. But when he reached the bottom, he saw a tiny bundle in the grass. Hearing the weak, thin cries from the bundle, he said disdainfully, "You must be a mouse, such a tiny squeak." Suddenly, a tiny fist emerged from the swaddling. He walked over, lifted the cloth, and saw a little baby inside. Xie Sanlang decided it must be a little sister because only a girl would cry like a mouse squeaking. As he later told Luo Sheng, "The first time I saw her, she was so ugly and there were ants crawling on her face." He stayed for a while, and the baby whimpered a few more times, each sound weaker than the last. He couldn't stand it anymore. What if she dies? Since no one was coming for her, why not take her home? He wrinkled his nose and decided she belonged to his family now. It wasn't that he was returning to the house in defeat. He was bringing a little sister to the family. You little wretch, running away from home at your age. When Luo Sheng heard that the runaway had returned after 2 days, she grabbed a rolling pin. Seeing him carrying a small bundle, she asked suspiciously, "What are you holding?" His short little legs scampered toward Luo Sheng as he declared proudly, "Mother, I found a little sister." "What? Found a little sister? Mother, keep your voice down. You'll scare her." "Where? Where did you steal her from?" "I found her." Xie Xinglong handed the bundle to Luo Sheng and recounted in his childish voice the whole story of how he had found his sister, waiting for Luo Sheng's praise. When Luo Sheng opened the bundle, she immediately cursed, "What a crime. She's not even clothed, and the umbilical cord hasn't been cut. She was abandoned right after birth." Though she hadn't planned to raise another child, Luo Sheng acted without hesitation, quickly summoning a doctor. She washed the baby, cut the cord, and sent people everywhere to find milk for the infant. Xie Xinglong was overjoyed. Mother said it was indeed a little sister. Seeing him sit still for once, Luo Sheng said to him, "Sanling, you found this little sister, so you must take responsibility for raising her. You must learn martial arts, diligently study hard, and grow up to be capable, earning money to buy her clothes, ornaments, and food. So now I have to hunt to support her." "Hunt? Nonsense. From now on, you take good care of your sister. Don't let her fall or get hurt, and don't let any kidnapper take her away." "Will she eat meat?" "She's too little, as she needs milk. She can't eat meat or rice yet." Xie Xinglong was troubled. He was still small and had no milk. "You need to study hard and earn money, at least buy a milk goat, right? She has no clothes either. You must buy her some. You can't have your sister running around naked." A naked little sister running around. He shuddered at the thought. Xie Xinglong's face fell. No. But he felt his empty pockets. No money. A little boy sitting on the doorstep pondering every day how to earn silver. What use is silver? Earning silver to raise his little sister. When Xie Suisui was over half a year old, able to sit up and understand speech, Xie Xinglong would take her out to play every day. Watching other children play leapfrog, he grew envious and asked Xie Suisui, "Do you want to play leapfrog?" Xie Suisui babbled vaguely, drool dripping from her toothless mouth, and waved her arms excitedly to duh. So Xie Sanlang sat her down, pressed her shoulders, and leaped over her with a swoosh. Before he could ask if she liked it, she had already fallen flat on her face, crying with a muddy nose. He panicked, wiping her tears with his own sleeve, turning her face into a little tabby cat. The wiping hurt her, and she cried again. Xie Sanling, frantic, turned somersaults and played the monkey in front of her. And hey, she laughed. He then stretched out his long leg and stepped over Xie Suisui's head with a single stride. A gust of wind swept over, and Xie Suisui thought her brother was playing a new game with her. She clapped her little hands and grinned approvingly and giggled foolishly. Her laughter spurred Xie Sanling on, and he stepped over her head again and again, working up a sweat until his legs were almost a blur. As luck would have it, Luo Sheng saw this. Furious, she chased Xie Xinglong down 3 streets with a rolling pin, nearly beating him to death. You little wretch. Stepping over a child's head stunts their growth. Whether it was fate's joke or not, Xie Suisui remained rather short. Even at 12, she barely reached Xie Xinglong's armpit. Whenever anyone mentioned her height, Luo Sheng would chase Xie Xinglong with the rolling pin. Exasperated by his endless mischievous ideas, she finally sent him to school. At school, Xie Xinglong couldn't stop worrying about Xie Suisui. One day, he told Luo Sheng, "Mother, I don't want to carry a book bag anymore. People taking the imperial exams carry baskets. I'll carry a basket to school from now on." Luo Sheng, never one for details, agreed as long as he went to school. Whether he carried a book bag or a basket didn't matter as long as he studied. But what she didn't know was that Xie Xinglong lined the bottom of the basket with cotton cloth, placed Xie Suisui inside, used his books as a pillow for her, and covered her with a piece of cloth. "Little sister, do you want to come to school with me?" Xie Suisui, showing a single tiny tooth, replied, "Duh. Yes, play with third brother, go to school." And so 5-year-old Xie Xinglong carried the 1-year-old Xie Suisui to school. In the classroom with his sister at his feet, he swayed his head while reciting texts, but his eyes kept darting to the basket. Would his sister feel suffocated? Was she hungry? Did she need to pee or poop? She made no sound at all. Was she dead? When he finally heard the master say, "Everyone take a short break," he quickly lifted the cloth from the basket. Xie Suisui, with her jet-black, peach-blossom eyes, smiled at him and let out a heavenly sound that instantly every student in the school turned their heads, and a cacophony of scraping chairs erupted. Xie Xinglong lifted the basket onto his desk, and everyone crowded around to see the fair, plump little baby inside. "Xinglong, is she hungry? Xinglong, does she need to poop?" Xie Xinglong put on a casual air, but inside he was bursting with pride as he answered everyone's questions. "Until, she's so cute. My father said when I grow up, I should marry a noble lady. Your sister is adorable. When she grows up, let her be my wife." "I." Xie Xinglong whirled around, his smile vanishing, and glared at the speaker. The speaker was Chu Qianxing, the second legitimate son of the Chu family, a wealthy merchant clan from Jin that supplied tea and silk to the imperial court. In the entire school, Chu Qianxing was the richest and often treated Xie Xinglong and the others to meals. But that day, one sentence had stirred a hornet's nest. Chu Qianxing actually wanted his sister to be his wife. Xie Xinglong was furious, pouncing on him like a savage wolf and pummeling him mercilessly. Chu Qianxing grew angry too and fought back. "My family is rich. I want to treat her well. What right do you have to hit me?" The two boys rolled in the dirt, covered in mud and with disheveled hair, overturning desks and chairs. The master had only stepped out for a drink of water. When he returned and saw the classroom in shambles, he was livid and took out his ferule to punish them one by one. After questioning, he learned that Xie Xinglong had smuggled his sister into school. He hurried to check the basket. What if the child had been trampled? Madame Xie would surely tear him apart. In the basket, the little baby yawned, blew a bubble, smiled drowsily at him, then tilted her head and fell asleep. The master's anger subsided by half. "Your third brother almost tore down the school, yet you sleep so soundly." He sent for Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng paid for the damages, then looked at the sleeping Xie Suisui in the basket. She picked her up and saw that the bottom of the basket was wet and the baby's tender bottom was reddened from the wicker. Furious, Luo Sheng gave Xie Xinglong another beating. After learning the reason for the fight, she looked at Chu Qianxing with disdain. At just 6 years old, he was already coveting her little girl. She vowed to bar him from the general's mansion from then on. As the children grew older, the one who gave Luo Sheng headaches became 2. She had painstakingly hired a female tutor to teach Xie Suisui music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But before long, the tutor would say, "The young miss is missing again." Frequently, everyone within 3 streets of the general's mansion would hear Luo Sheng's roar, "Xie Sanlang, you're leading your sister astray again." All of the capital men and women alike knew that the third son of the general's household was an incorrigible rascal, afraid of nothing under heaven. And everyone in the capital also knew that Xie Sanlang had one soft spot. Luo Sheng saw Xie Xinglong covered in mud and sweat, kicked him and scolded, "Where have you been, causing trouble again?" "I fought with the Qin heir and won. He lost his newly acquired Yao Huang peonies to me." Xie Xinglong stood beside her, with his extraordinarily long legs, smiling nonchalantly, completely unfazed by his mother's kick. "Mother, let me carry little sister." Then he noticed the wounds on her head and hands, and his rage flared. Who did this? Xie Suisui's tears welled up again. In the past few days at the Chancellor's residence, her biological father and elder brother had been incessantly gossiping about her, calling her a coffin child, a jinx, a cursed star. No one asked if she was cold or hungry. Even today, when she suffered such severe injuries, everyone in the Chancellor's mansion remained indifferent. It was only her adoptive mother and adoptive brother who, upon seeing her, were overwhelmed with deep concern. She shared no blood ties with the general's mansion, yet all those so-called blood relatives in the Chancellor's residence combined could not compare to a single strand of her third brother's hair. Luo Sheng briefly recounted the events, and Xie Xinglong laughed angrily in response. "How do they think I, Xie San Yi, am dead? Ha, coffin child. Then I'll put them all in coffins. What are you muttering about? Third brother, you're up to no good again, trying to lead your sister astray." She also wanted to give Qi Hui a beating, but acting rashly might bring trouble to the general's mansion. "Give me your sister, I'll carry her. It's only 3 steps, I can still carry her myself." Xie Suisui said, "Mother, let me down. My legs aren't injured." Xie Xinglong took Xie Suisui and placed her on the horse. He led the horse, letting it walk slowly, then cast a disdainful glance at her. "Even sitting on the horse, you're not as tall as me." Mother, third brother said, "I'm short." "Ah, you insufferable brat. Everyone in the world can call your sister short, but not you." Luo Sheng immediately grew annoyed, her hand instinctively making a motion as if dragging a spear. That was her habitual gesture when she was about to grab a rolling pin. Xie Suisui's eyes reddened again. In her past life, everyone in the general's mansion had perished, and the scenes of her mother chasing after her third brother with a stick had become the most indelible memories. She quickly changed the subject. "Mother, how is father doing lately?" In her previous life, she had been bedridden for a month, and only then learned that her adoptive father had died on the frontier, with the court claiming he had been recklessly ambitious and caused the crown prince's death. Afterwards, her adoptive mother's entire family was exiled. The whole family of her adoptive father was wiped out. Thinking of this, she pressed further. Did father have any dealings with the crown prince? Luo Sheng shook her head. The general's mansion owes its loyalty only to his majesty. Back at the mansion, the steward Pei Yuan Mao saw them return and said happily, "Is the young lady not leaving anymore?" Luo Sheng declared with vigor, "Not leaving." Xie Xinglong helped Xie Suisui dismount, then went to his own courtyard, grabbed a plump pigeon from the cage, and headed to the kitchen. The cook was surprised. "Third young master, isn't that the carrier pigeon you've been training? My sister's injured. I'm making her some pigeon soup. Is it for Miss Zhu?" "For Suisui." As he came out of the kitchen, he heard a sweet voice. "Mother, why is Suisui back again? Was she sent back from the Chancellor's residence for misbehavior?" The speaker was another adopted daughter of the general's mansion, Zhu Yan. She was the orphan of a former subordinate of Xie Fei. After that subordinate died, his wife remarried, and none of the relatives wanted to take Zhu Yan in. Xie Fei brought her to the general's mansion and raised her as his own daughter. Luo Sheng frowned. What kind of talk is that? What if Suisui simply doesn't think much of the Chancellor's residence? But didn't she go back to the Chancellor's mansion to arrange a betrothal? Xie Xinglong asked warily. Suisui went back to arrange a betrothal. To whom? To second young master Yu of the Shenyang Earl Manor. Didn't you know? Yu Tang? What is he that he thinks he can be betrothed to my sister? Xie Xinglong was furious. Mother, didn't we say Suisui went back to acknowledge her ancestral roots? Qi Hui owed the Shenyang Earl Manor a favor, so he called me back to repay it by betrothing me, Xie Suisui said. I refused. By the way, Yu Tang agreed to compensate me with 100,000 taels of silver. Send Uncle Pei to collect it. What did he do to owe you 100,000 taels of silver? For Yu Tang to offer such a sum, he must have committed an unpardonable offense. Third brother, don't worry about it. He owes me that money, and we must collect it. If he doesn't pay, beat him to death. Luo Sheng said, from now on Suisui is my daughter. Whoever bullies her is crossing the general's mansion. But she is the Chancellor's biological daughter, Zhu Yan reminded Luo Sheng. Mother, no matter how reluctant you are to part with her, you shouldn't hinder her future. Xie Xinglong gave her a sidelong glance and said sarcastically, You seem to admire the Chancellor's residence so much. Why don't you go be Xie Hui's daughter? Miss your back. A sobbing voice came, and Xie Suisui's eyes also grew moist. It was her personal maid Haiding. When she had been taken back to the Chancellor's mansion by Xie Hui, she hadn't brought a single maid, because Qi Ziqing claimed that the Chancellor, as a close minister of the Emperor, had to be strict in selecting household staff to avoid trouble. For Haitong, they had only been apart a few days. For Xie Suisui, seeing Haitong again felt like a lifetime. Mistress and maid embraced, overwhelmed with emotion. Little sister is back. Upon hearing of Xie Suisui's return, the eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law both came out to greet her. The eldest sister-in-law Yu Qingxiu was the daughter of Grand Tutor Yu and a renowned lady of the capital. The second sister-in-law Lu Xiangyi was the only daughter of General Lu, a frontier garrison commander. She had a fiery temper and was fiercely protective of her family. In the previous life, both sisters-in-law had died on the road to exile. Xie Suisui rushed over, hugging the two sisters-in-law, and said with a choked voice, "Sisters-in-law, I missed you so much." Yu Qingxiu patted her back, her own eyes reddening. "Little sister, it's good you're back. Hey, how did you get hurt? How did you get such a serious injury? Mother, who did this?" Lu Xiangyi was furious. Luo Sheng explained the whole story, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law together cursed Qi Yuro for her lack of propriety. Zhu Yan frowned. Mother Miss Qi is the auspicious star proclaimed by His Majesty's golden words. Even the Empress Dowager has praised her, and even betrothed her to her own younger brother. Luo Sheng looked at Xie Suisui's round little face, still smudged with dirt from being dragged by Qi Yuro, and wiped it with a handkerchief. She said impatiently to Zhu Yan, "Zhu Yan, whether Qi Yuro is an auspicious star or the Jade Emperor himself, the fact remains that she bullied Suisui. Besides, she truly lacked propriety. Young Master Gu has already broken off the engagement with her. Mother, maybe Suisui misunderstood. You can't believe everything she says. Miss Qi is not that kind of person." "What kind of person is she? Do you know her well?" Xie Xinglong was lounging in a chair, his long legs crossed, his face expressionless with cold impatience. "I just won't let my sister go to the Qi family." "So what? Are you unhappy about it?" "No." Zhu Yan immediately looked aggrieved. "That's not what I meant. Third brother, you've wronged me." Outside, Xie Xinglong had a wild and unruly temper, fond of brawls and fights. Even at home, he often threw out sharp remarks, but Xie Suisui was his untouchable spot. He guarded her fiercely. Anyone who touched her would die. Zhu Yan was most afraid of him, and also hated Xie Suisui the most. "Zhu Yan, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'll tell you, this Suisui is the one I brought back. Whoever harms her, I'll be enemies with them for life." "Mother, look at him." Zhu Yan's eyes reddened. They were both adopted daughters. Why the favoritism? "Enough, stop it." Yu Qingxiu said, "Quick, take the token and summon an imperial physician from the palace to treat little sister. If the injuries are left too long, it might be dangerous." Luo Sheng took the token and sent someone to the palace. Xie Xinglong silently put away his long legs and also went out. Within half an hour, there was a commotion at the front gate, voices rising one after another. The steward ran in and said to Luo Sheng, "Madam, third young master has beaten the second young master of the Xingyang Earl Manor, trampling him with horses and lashing him with whips. No one could stop him." "Who is making noise at the gate?" "The lady of Xingyang Earl Manor. How that shameless harlot, rearing such a filthy son, and she dares to come to my general's mansion to cause trouble." Luo Sheng understood, immediately cursing as she followed the steward to the front gate. Lu Xiangyi wrapped a soft sword around her waist, cracking her knuckles eagerly. "Mother, I'll go with you," Luo Sheng said as she walked. "Don't be impulsive." "Don't worry, Mother, I'm very reasonable." Luo Sheng thought to herself, "I know you too well. You call that being reasonable? You're just itching to get a few kicks in while someone's bullying Suisui, aren't you?" The lady of Xingyang Earl Manor saw Luo Sheng at the gate and said tearfully, "The general's mansion is too overbearing. The Chancellor didn't even object to the broken engagement, so why do you have the right to beat people?" Lu Xiangyi was enraged by these words. "The Chancellor's mansion didn't pursue it because they're spineless. Your son and Miss Qi were engaging in indecent acts in broad daylight. When my sister stumbled upon them, they tried to crush her head to silence her. I haven't even come to settle accounts with you, and you dare come to the general's mansion? I'll smash you bastards to death with my fists." She charged forward, unstoppable. Luo Sheng thought, "See, I told you you weren't here to be reasonable. Your fists are itching, aren't they? The lady of Xingyang Earl Manor was so frightened she stopped crying and hastily said, "We are under the Emperor's nose. You can't beat people. If you want to fight, let's go plead our case before His Majesty. Let's go, let's have His Majesty judge us. If you don't go, you're something born of a beggar and a dog in heat." The lady of Xingyang Earl Manor was speechless with rage. Seeing Lu Xiangyi approach, she involuntarily stepped back, deeply regretting her decision. How could she have forgotten that the women of the general's mansion had all been on the battlefield? Was she kicked in the head by a donkey to come seek justice from them? Luo Sheng thought, "See, I didn't even need to say a word, and my daughter-in-law can crush you all by herself." The lady of Xingyang Earl Manor watched the onlookers gossiping about her son, and fearing a beating she cowered, and said, "Madam General, please go stop your son. He's beating my boy to death." Luo Sheng had not spoken a word the entire time. Surrounded by attendants, she walked to the busiest street, Qianglu Outer Street. Xie Xinglong was mounted on a tall horse, reining it in and rearing up. One man was trampled, bloody, and battered, covering his head with both hands, wailing and begging for mercy. "Get up!" Xie Xinglong's whip cracked through the street, echoing from one end to the other. "What's going on?" Although Luo Sheng was usually chasing her son with a stick, she was fiercely protective of her family when it came to outsiders. She knew her third son. He was venting his anger for Xie Suisui. "Ah, don't trample my son. Don't beat my son anymore." The lady of Xingyang Earl Manor cried out, rushing forward. "Xie Sanlang, even if it's because of your sister." Crack! Before she could finish, Xie Xinglong lashed his whip violently, scattering her hairband. "Madam," you swallowed the rest of her words, glaring hatefully at Xie Xinglong. Xie Xinglong jumped off the horse, stepped on Yu Tang's face, and looked at the lady of Xingyang Earl Manor. "Madam, your son was walking without watching his step and startled my horse. It trampled 5 commoners. How do you intend to compensate them?" It was only then that the lady of Xingyang Earl Manor noticed 5 injured beggars lying on the ground, groaning loudly. She was both furious and bewildered. "Right, you're picking a fight, and you blame my son for not watching his step. Your horse seems perfectly fine." "Your horse is fine. I just switched to a new one, the old one ran off." "Pay up. Compensate for the medical expenses." Someone in the crowd started the chant. Xie Xinglong cupped his hands. "Thank you, fellow townsfolk, for your support. Rest assured, today's injuries and frights must be compensated by the Xingyang Earl Manor. If they refuse, dump night soil on the Xingyang Earl Manor." "Yes, dump night soil." The crowd was roused. Luo Sheng looked at the lady of Xingyang Earl Manor and said, "Madam, it's not that my third son is beating your second son, but your second son is simply no good." Lu Xiangyi immediately cracked her knuckles eagerly. "Our general's mansion defends the country and never retreats from protecting the people. If you don't pay up, her fists were itching. Xie Xinglong pressed down on Yu Tang with his foot. "Will you pay, I will pay. Everything." Yu Tang was immobilized, begging for mercy. He couldn't die at the hands of these brutish men from the general's mansion. The Xingyang Earl's mansion paid 500 silver taels to compensate the beggars and the support of commoners. The beggars kowtowed to Xie Xinglong profusely. Xie Xinglong then followed Luo Sheng and Lu Xiangyi back to the mansion in high spirits. Once the mansion gate was closed, Luo Sheng immediately grabbed a rolling pin and chased Xie Xinglong all over the courtyard, shouting, "You little rascal." Xie Xinglong dodged while pleading, "Mother, stop hitting me. We need to summon the imperial physician for sister's injuries." "You still remember to call the physician." "I was busy attending to the imperial physician. Did you think I wouldn't notice you sneaking out?" Lu Xiangyi returned from outside and exclaimed loudly, Mother, stop hitting him. The Chancellor's mansion is on fire." Luo Sheng stopped, asking in surprise, "What? The Chancellor's mansion is on fire?" "Yes." Thick smoke billowed from Qi Hui's study, and nearby people are trying to put out the fire. Qi Hui's precious letters and paintings were burned, and he vomited blood and rage. Yu Qingxiu pulled Luo Sheng back into the room and called Xie Xinglong in as well, saying, "Third brother, you set the fire at the Chancellor's mansion, didn't you?" Xie Xinglong didn't deny it. "I did it." Lu Xiangyi immediately applauded, "Well done." Luo Sheng glared at her, and Lu Xiangyi lowered her head, drawing circles on the ground with her toe. "Well, it was acceptable." Yu Qingxiu nodded, saying without hesitation, "It was indeed well done." Third brother is both brave and resourceful. Lu Xiangyi said happily. Mother, see, even sister-in-law says it was well done. Naturally, it was well done. Only Xie Sanlang with his unparalleled lightness skill could accomplish this, setting the fire, and then going to find Yu Tang with impeccable timing. The Chancellor's mansion would never be able to trace the fire back to Xie Sanlang. The eldest brother was on duty at the palace, the second was far away at the border, and the third had beaten Yu Tang in the street and set the Chancellor's mansion on fire. The general's mansion had no opportunity to commit the crime. Xie Xinglong, the third young master, never lets a grudge last overnight. Perfect. Xie Suisui's injuries had been treated by the imperial physician and the poison had been neutralized. Fortunately, she had only been at the Chancellor's mansion for 3 days. The physician left a prescription instructing her to rest well, avoid getting the wounds wet, and not scratch if they itched. Watching Xie Xinglong being chased around the yard, Xie Suisui laughed on the side. Third brother was a dutiful son and Luo Sheng was a loving mother. Luo Sheng saw her laughing and raised her big hand to strike. And you? Not learning anything good, always following the third one around. If you can't get married in the future, what will you do? Xie Suisui crouched down, covering her head, and chuckled. I'll never marry. I'll stay by mother's side as an old maid. Xie Xinglong fanned the flames from the side. Marry. There's not a single good man. Lu Xiangyi immediately objected. Men aren't all bad. My husband is pretty good. Big brother and second brother are both very good and father is too. Xie Suisui affirmed in agreement, with Lu Xiangyi also praising that father and big brother were good men. Suddenly she felt a tangible murderous aura rushing toward her. Turning her head, she saw her third brother sitting on a high stool, 1 foot on the lower rung, the other leg crossed over his knee, a cup of tea on his knee. One hand lifted the lid to stir the tea, leaves the other rested on the back of the chair. He looked down at her with an imposing presence. A trace of unrefined ruffian air emanated from him, and his face was full of displeasure as he confronted her. So I'm the only bad one. Xie Suisui sighed inwardly and thought decisively, my brother arrogant, a real man. Third brother is the best. She quickly appeased him. Are you really never going to marry? Xie Xinglong stared at her. Dare you swear? Xie Suisui stood straight, raised 3 fingers to the sky, and solemnly vowed. I swear. You two are driving me mad. Every single one of you deserves a beating. Luo Sheng was furious. Swear never to marry. What a thought. Xie Suisui cackled, but then some new plans began to form in her mind. Third brother Yu Tang told Qi Yuro that in 3 months' time, he could become a king. A king of bastards. He might actually become a king. Xie Suisui couldn't explain her past life to Xie Xinglong, so she said, just watch. He'll soon start hoarding grain on a large scale, and even secretly recruiting soldiers and buying horses. She called Xie Xinglong over and whispered something in his ear. Xie Xinglong looked deep into his sister's eyes. Really? Really? First lift him high, then smash him down hard, break his spine. She quietly told Xie Xinglong that she had a way to ruin Yu Tang. Reporting him for rebellion now would lack physical evidence. She planned to steal some grain from the national treasury, then find someone to sell it to Yu Tang. Let Yu Tang hoard tens of thousands of dan of grain, let him dream of being a king, and then expose it to the censorate, and before Emperor Guangzong, leading to the execution of his entire household. This plan would have been difficult to execute before, but now with her spatial ability, it was much simpler. However, she changed the subject and said the top priority is father's safety. Xie Xinglong asked, you asked about father's connection to the crown prince earlier. Is there something wrong with father? I overheard Qi Hui and Grand Commandant Zhao plotting. They want to participate in the succession struggle strongly, urging His Majesty to send the crown prince to the border to earn military merits. If the crown prince dies at the border, father will be held responsible. A double kill. Luo Sheng and Yu Qingqiu's faces turned pale. Suisui, is this true? It's true. I heard Qi Hui and Zhao say it with my own ears. The past life explanation was too bizarre, so she'd let her worthless father take the blame. After all, Qi Hui was no good, and in the past life the general's mansion's destruction had Qi Hui's hand in it. Emperor Guangzong had 5 sons. The eldest and second princes had already gone to their fiefs. The third prince born of the empress was the crown prince. The fourth prince's mother had died early, and he was raised under the Empress Dowager, a loyal dog to the crown prince. The fifth prince, 13 years old, was intelligent. Until the crown prince ascended the throne, the succession struggle would never cease. It was always brutal. Yu Qingxiu immediately sent a servant to the palace to fetch Xie Suisui. Tell the young general that I accidentally fell from the roof ridge, and ask him to return home quickly. Xie Suisui's mouth twitched at Yu Qingxiu's words. Her sister-in-law was usually gentle, but when she was ruthless, she was truly ruthless. The clever servant immediately went to the palace to urgently summon the eldest young master back. Xie Suisui, 24 years old, was a renowned Confucian general in Chongfeng. He started martial arts at 3, literature at 4, excelling in both. At 12, he went to the battlefield bravely leading the army and was titled the ever-victorious general. Moreover, his mind was exceptionally sharp. He was a top scholar in literature and a champion in martial arts. The grand tutor of the court admired him greatly and betrothed his eldest daughter, Yu Qingxiu, to him. The couple lived in harmony, never having a crossword in 6 years of marriage. Such a youthful war god, pure and upright, noble, and composed in the past life, was brutally tortured in prison before exile, his legs broken, and died on the road to exile. Xie Suisui rushed back to the mansion only to find that the injured one was Xie Suisui. Seeing his sister's severe injuries, Xie Suisui's eyes darkened, and he asked, "What exactly happened?" Luo Sheng recounted Xie Suisui's ordeal at the chancellor's mansion. Xie Suisui said, "The chancellor's mansion bullied my sister. I won't let them off easy. Big brother revenge on the chancellor's mansion isn't urgent. I have other urgent matters to discuss with you." Xie Suisui dismissed the servants and said, "Sister, speak." Big brother is the crown prince currently connected to the general's mansion. No deep connection. But a few days ago, second brother wrote that the border army was critically short of grain. Father and the men were even digging up couch grass roots to eat. His Majesty sent the crown prince to deliver grain to father. When did that happen? 2 days ago. In spring, when crops were scarce, the Northern Yan army launched a major invasion, harassing border villagers, stealing grain and livestock. His Majesty ordered the crown prince to annihilate the enemy before returning to court. Oh no. Xie Suisui's face turned pale. Big brother assassins have been arranged along the route to kill the crown prince. The crown prince will surely die. His Majesty wanted the crown prince to earn military merits, while the treacherous ministers also encouraged the crown prince to deliver grain, but they actually planned to kill him and framed Xie Fei for failing to protect him. The death of the heir apparent, the fall of the general. Xie Suisui, being so intelligent, understood immediately, and his expression turned grim. A man without even the strength to trust a chicken going on a personal campaign. Luo Sheng fumed. Isn't this just causing trouble? It was more than trouble. It was murder. A lifetime of military achievements by father couldn't offset the death of the crown prince. Xie Suisui was anxious and said, "Big brother, can you find a way to inform the crown prince? Even if it's just to change his route. The crown prince has already been gone for 2 days. Mother, sister, don't interfere. Leave it to me." Xie Suisui tucked her blanket in. "Sister, focus on recovering." He hurried out. Yu Qingxiu comforted Xie Suisui, "Sister, you're ill. Rest well, and leave the court matters to your brother." Xie Suisui's medicine had been prepared. Hiding blew on it to cool it down, comforting her not to worry too much. From outside the door came the voices of Xie Xinglong and Zhu Yan. "I heard sister is very ill. I came to see her. You two have never gotten along. Don't push your way in. You get lost." Hiding sighed. Miss Zhu really was something. Both were adopted daughters of the general's mansion, and the madam and young madam treated them equally. Why did she always have to compete? Haitong closed the courtyard gate. "I want to sleep. I feel dizzy." "Yes, miss." Haiting bolted the gate and withdrew from the boudoir. Xie Suisui took the opportunity to examine her newly acquired space. Collect. Release. She discovered that within a radius of 15 zhang, as long as her eyes could see the objects, she could effortlessly store and retrieve them. This space had no offensive power, but she could transfer objects to any location within a 15 zhang radius. For example, dropping a bucket of manure from midair, or dropping a giant rock from 15 zhang up. Chi Yuro had no idea how long she had accumulated this. The grain in the space could feed her for 10 lifetimes unless she used it for rebellion. Raw beef, mutton, even fresh fish, all were perfectly preserved. This divine artifact could store and keep things fresh. But living creatures couldn't be stored as she tried to put a dog into the space, but it didn't work. Not to mention a dog. She couldn't even enter the space herself as she was bounced out. Injured, and having caused a ruckus at the Chancellor's mansion for most of the day, she was exhausted. After playing with the space for a while, she drifted into a deep sleep. In a daze, she dreamed of Chi Euro, her eyes ferocious, conjuring a dagger out of thin air and waving it around her face. You were thrown away by your own mother. Didn't they say Xie Xinglong adores and protects you the most? I'll have him castrated. Once the Xie family is dead, who will protect you? She cackled, raised the knife, and chopped off Xie Suisui's fingers. Xie Suisui screamed in pain and woke up. It was just a nightmare. It was completely dark, and the wounds on her head and hands throbbed with burning pain. Mrs. at the wound hurting. Haidang heard the commotion, immediately lit the lamp, and helped her sit up. She asked in a hoarse voice, "Has Big Brother returned?" He returned, but then left again with third young master. "Quick, help me to the front courtyard." Before she even entered the reception hall, she heard Luo Sheng's angry voice, risking his life just to steal military merits. Xie Suisui's heart sank, and she immediately asked, "Mother, what happened?" "The crown prince left the capital 2 days ago. It's very difficult to catch up. Your eldest brother sent a carrier pigeon to your father asking him to send reinforcements from there." Luo Sheng said helplessly, "Your eldest brother is chasing along the official road, and your third brother took a shortcut to go ahead. Hopefully they'll make it in time. Oh, and your third brother left a letter for you before he left." Xie Suisui took the letter and opened it. The first line read, "Don't be afraid. The Chancellor's mansion will be left without descendants. The Prime Minister's residence will have no descendants. Third brother castrated them all. Chi Hui is not so easy to castrate. Rest well in the mansion and recover. If anything happens, have Yuan Xiang find old Stingy Chu. I'll repay the favor when I return." Yuan Xiang was Xie Xinglong's personal attendant. Xie Suisui didn't really know who old Stingy Chu was, as she guessed he was one of third brother's disreputable friends outside. But even in such an urgent situation, third brother still made arrangements for her. Xie Suisui's heart ached. In her previous life, the crown prince died. Her father committed suicide by cutting his throat to atone, and the whole family was exiled. In this life, she hoped her brothers would stop the tragedy in time. As for castrating Chi Hui's family, she would do it herself. The next day, Xie Suisui summoned Yuan Xiang. "Yuan Xiang, help me arrange a meeting with old Stingy Chu." "Master Chu," Yuan Xiang said with a grin. "Where would you like to meet him, miss?" "Where does third brother usually meet him?" "Liueliguan," Yuan Xiang replied, stealing a few glances at Xie Suisui. "Miss, if you want to find him, it's best to go during the day. He doesn't see people at night." "No, at Liueliguan there are mostly male guests at night." "Is Liueliguan a brothel?" "No, business deals happen at night." Yuan Xiang grinned with an you-know expression. She knew Liueliguan was a famous restaurant. She had thought it was just for eating and drinking, but it turned out to be a high-class pleasure house. She became somewhat angry. "Are you saying my third brother often goes there?" "Third young master only goes there to discuss business. He never touches the girls there," Yuan Xiang quickly clarified. "Our general's mansion is full of upright men." Xie Suisui was a bit displeased, but since third brother had told her to seek out this old Stingy Chu, if anything happened, he must be quite capable. "Arrange a meeting with Mr. Chu. I want to see him." Yuan Xiang immediately made arrangements. Within a day, he came to Qingwu courtyard to report that everything was arranged. At noon that day, Xie Suisui took a carriage accompanied by Haitang and went to Liueliguan. The general's mansion carriage arrived. Yuan Xiang greeted the waiter, who said little, and led the way. Xie Suisui and Haitang followed him, entering through the back door and ascending to the 5th floor. Liueliguan's public business was on the lower 3 floors. The 5th floor was quiet. They reached a heavy wooden door in the middle. The waiter knocked, and the door opened from inside. Against the light, Xie Suisui saw a tall silhouette. His face was not immediately visible, but she could tell he was tall and lean. "Miss Xie." The voice was clear and young. Xie Suisui bowed. "Greetings, Master Chu." He gestured for them to enter. Inside, she realized the room was large. The ornaments on the shelves and the calligraphy and paintings on the walls truly deserved the word elegant. Old Stingy Chu, whose full name was Chu Qianxing, politely invited Xie Suisui to sit. Glancing at the people she had brought, he said, "What business does Miss Xie have with me?" This man appeared very refined and young, quite different from the old stingy image Xie Suisui had in mind. She said to Hai Tang and Yuan Xiang, "You two go out first. I have something to discuss with Master Chu." Chu Qianxing said, "There's no one else in this room. You can safely leave." Hai Tang and Yuan Xiang exited. Xie Suisui said, "My third brother said I could come to you if I have a problem. Just say it. I'll ask him for payment. You can ask me directly. That works too. Go ahead, what is it?" "No killing. Help me make Qi Hui's line come to an end." Puffed. Chu Qianxing nearly choked. "Truly, third young master, Xie's own sister. Will you do it? My price is not low, you know." "How much?" 3 legitimate sons, 2 illegitimate sons, 1 grandson, and 2 daughters of the Prime Minister's residence. "Oh, excluding you, Miss Xie. I have severed ties with Qi Hui. 9 people in total, 9,000 taels." Xie Suisui was not short of money now. 9,000 taels to uproot Qi Hui's foundation and cut off all of Qi Yuro's support and future. It was worth it. She directly took out a 10,000 tael banknote and handed it to Chu Qianxing, saying, "Don't implicate the general's mansion." Chu Qianxing clapped his hands. "Deal? 3 days at the fastest, half a month at the slowest." Agreed. Even 3 months she could wait. Qi Hui was, after all, the Prime Minister, deeply rooted. She couldn't even get through the gates of the Prime Minister's residence now, let alone approach him to administer poison or perform a castration. Before leaving the 5th floor, Xie Suisui paused and asked, "How do you plan to do it?" Chu Qianxing grinned again. "I thought you wouldn't be curious." He told Xie Suisui that he would make the entire Prime Minister's residence childless. Xie Suisui laughed heartily. As expected of third brother's friend, wicked enough, he handed Xie Suisui an envelope. "I hope Miss Xie will burn it immediately after reading, and preferably not let anyone else see it." Xie Suisui agreed. Chu Qianxing called out to the waiter, "Bring Miss Xie some of Liu Liguan's signature dishes, so she can taste them." He was indeed a stingy old man, but Xie Xinglong's sister was a very interesting person. Ever since she lay in that basket, she had been interesting. But over the years, Xie Sanlang and his wife had refused to let him enter the house. He knew about her, but she didn't know about him. Wasn't Xie Sanlang going to castrate Qi Hui? "Sorry, but I'll vent my anger for my sister first." Coming down from the back door, Xie Suisui got into the carriage. 3 food boxes from Liu Liguan were sent into the carriage. Xie Suisui opened one to look. They were all hearty dishes, signature dishes, in a basket of lynchine, a type of apple, which were very rare at the time, large and red. The horse began to trot. She lowered the carriage curtain and opened the letter from old Stingy Chu. At first she was surprised, but after reading it again, she couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. "Miss, what does it say?" Hai Tang asked. "Nothing. Bring me the tinder." She lit the letter and watched the flames consume it, then couldn't help covering her mouth with wild laughter. After 4 doses of medicine, the poison penetrates the marrow. From the top to the bottom of the Prime Minister's residence, regardless of gender, after 7 days, they will begin to feel lower back pain, and after 10 days, abdominal pain, like being cut by knives. By then it will be too late to save them. Even a great immortal on Earth would be hard-pressed to rescue them. They will watch helplessly as their reproductive organs vanish. The Prime Minister's residence is finished. Literally. The penis remains, but the testicles are gone. She curled her lips, lifted a corner of the curtain, turned her face to look at Liu Liguan, and recalled the understated luxury of Chu Qianxing's room. Xie Suisui pinched her chin. Who was this old stingy Chu? That night Qi Ziyu, as usual, slipped into the gambling den and never looked back. He lost all the silver in his pouch and wanted to recoup, but unfortunately only a single tael of loose silver remained in his pocket. The clerk threw him out, telling him to make room for others. Unwilling to give up, he told the gambling den to lend him 100 taels, first promising to repay within a month. The boss refused to lend. A young man stood beside him, dressed in shabby clothes, but with an imposing demeanor. He said to him, "Brother, the gambling world is profound. Playing like this, no matter how great your fortune, you won't be able to sustain it. If you trust me, I'll take you for a round." Qi Ziyu asked, "How do you want to play?" "Lend me your 1 tael, and I'll return 10 times that." Xie had only that one tael left. He would gamble that this man could win. He handed the piece of silver to the man. Strangely enough, the man placed bets and won every single round. But he was skilled and daring, staking everything on each bet. In one night, he actually won over 1,000 taels. Xie practically worshipped him like a god. He repeatedly asked his name and insisted on becoming sworn brothers. The man said his surname was Sha, given name Guang style name Huangjun. Brother Huangjun, that was incredible. Why haven't I seen you play before? Alas, it's a shame to say. My family fortune declined. I originally came to the capital to seek refuge with a relative, but unfortunately, they were nowhere to be found. I've been watching you all play, but my purse was empty. To gamble, one needs capital. Without a single coin, what could he gamble with? Xie, brimming with enthusiasm, immediately took charge, saying that from then on he would provide the capital. Sha Guang would handle the bets, and they would split the winnings and losses 60-40. Sha Guang was very pleased. Their first collaboration earned them 1,000 taels. Xie treated them to a feast at Liuli Guan, where they watched a young courtesan play music, exchanged toasts, and drank heartily. During the meal, Xie learned that Sha Guang had no place to stay for the time being, so he invited him to live with him. Sha Guang was overjoyed. The two walked arm in arm, moved into the Prime Minister's residence, and called each other brothers. From then on during the day, Sha Guang reciprocated by teaching Xie gambling techniques, and at night they battled the crowd at the gambling den, raking in money hand over fist. Although Sha Guang dressed plainly, he had excellent features, was modest, could play the qin, and more importantly brewed tea with remarkable skill. Every time he brewed tea, his movements were fluid and graceful, a joy to behold. Xie was completely subdued by him, and even the maidservants in the residence were so charmed that they wished they could fall into his arms. The entire Prime Minister's residence was intoxicated by his fragrant tea. Even Xie summoned him several times to perform tea art for her close friends' gatherings, marveling at the tea he brewed. In just 7 or 8 days, everyone in the residence, from Hui down to the steward, had admired his qin and tea art and had tasted his fragrant tea. Xie had seen tea art performances in her modern life, but compared to Sha Guang, it was like heaven and earth. Sha Guang was truly a man of extraordinary talents who mastered the 6 arts. Xie looked at Sha Guang with a sense of regret. If only his status were higher. Every day Sha Guang and Xie went to the gambling den to dominate. With his 40 share, he bought various small gifts and gave them to the people in the residence. There was no one in the house who didn't like him. After staying in the Prime Minister's residence for 10 days, Xie's gambling skills improved rapidly. Under Sha Guang's guidance, his win rate was actually 50-50. Sha Guang repeatedly praised Xie, saying he was indeed a genius at gambling. Now he had nothing left to teach Xie, so he prepared to take his leave. Xie was extremely reluctant. In these 10 days, he had won nearly 4,000 taels. If he and Sha Guang continued to cooperate, wouldn't tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, be within easy reach? Brother Huangjun, is the hospitality lacking? If not, I'll set up a separate courtyard for you. How about that? Second young master, all good things must come to an end. It's time for me to return to my ancestral home. Until we meet again. That day Sha Guang departed, and Xie even gave him a carriage. Xie rubbed his hands together, eager to make a big splash in the casino. But for some unknown reason, he revealed his true colors. Not only did he lose the 4,000 taels he had painstakingly won, but he also ended up owing the gambling den 100,000 taels. The gambling den caught him and beat him half to death. He didn't dare send someone to the Prime Minister's residence for money, so he begged someone to go find his elder brother Xie. Xie was furious. Where would he get 100,000 taels? He wrote an IOU to the gambling den promising to repay within a month. This was usury. If repaid in 1 month, the principal and interest would total 150,000 taels. Xie had no choice. The gambling den was going to beat Xie to death, and the Prime Minister's residence could not afford such a disgrace. More importantly, he had been feeling tired and had pain in his lower back and abdomen these days. He needed to rest early. After signing the IOU, Xie went back and locked Xie up, focusing all his efforts on raising money to repay the debt. On the 13th day, someone delivered a letter to Xie Suisui. The letter contained only 2 words: done. The men and women of the Prime Minister's residence. Finished. Finished. On the very day, Xie Suisui commissioned Chu Qianqing to ensure the Qi clan would be left without heirs, she went to Uncle Pei to borrow a jar of live scorpions. It was said that scorpion wine could strengthen muscles and bones and fortify the foundation. The men of the general's manor, having endured countless battles, were inevitably scarred and wounded. The steward Pei Yuanmao raised many scorpions, brewing over a dozen jars of medicinal wine each year to send to the frontier. Hearing that Xie Suisui urgently needed scorpions, Uncle Pei immediately gave her a small jar. Xie Suisui carefully carried it back to the Green Wutong court, and at dusk, she had Haidang change her into a set of short coarse attire, as worn by servants. Clutching the scorpion jar, she secretly slipped out of the manor. At a street corner, she smeared mud on her face and crawled through a dog hole into the chancellor's residence. Hiding and dodging, she made her way to Xiao Shanshan's courtyard. At this hour, the household was having dinner in the front hall. They never imagined Xie Suisui would pay a visit to the chancellor's residence. Xie Suisui peeked furtively at the entrance of Xiao Shanshan's courtyard and spotted an inconspicuous pickle jar quietly placed under the eaves by the small kitchen door. Collect. From the entrance to the pickle jar was less than 15 zhong, and in an instant the jar vanished into the space. She quickly opened the stopper inside the space to check. Indeed, the jar contained no pickles, but a stack of account books and letters. She took out the account books, placed a dozen or so scorpions into the pickle jar, then returned the jar to its original spot. She retraced her steps back to the general's manor. Pei Yuanmao barely recognized her, covered in mud from head to toe. A veritable little beggar. Miss, what have you been up to? Don't let my mother hear you. She sneaked back to the Green Wudong court. Haitong, seeing her hands had reopened their wounds, said with concern, Miss, where have you been? Xie Suisui grinned, but did not reply. If it hadn't been for hearing Qi Yuro boast to Qi Zirwei about doing the opposite during the southern escape in her past life, she would never have imagined that the pickle jar contained Qi Hui's secret ledgers. Most people would hide the most crucial secrets in their study. Who would think to put them in a pickle jar? With these account books, even if Qi Hui discovered his storeroom had been burgled, he wouldn't dare make a fuss. What if the daring bandit got angry and exposed all the ledgers right? On the 15th day of the 3rd month, the Grand Princess's mansion held a treasure appreciation banquet. Luo Sheng had prepared new clothes for Xie Suisui well in advance, inviting her to attend the banquet together. In her past life, at this very treasure banquet, Xie Suisui had inexplicably stolen a gold-inlaid jade bowl with a lid and a phoenix hairpin belonging to the Grand Princess, enraging her so much that she ordered 30 lashes and expelled Xie Suisui from the mansion. In this life, she would make Qi Yuro taste the same humiliation of being flogged and reviled by all. Before leaving, Luo Sheng cautioned the Grand Princess is His Majesty's own sister. Be careful and don't say anything rash. Xie Suisui obediently murmured her assent. Zhu Yin wore a pale pink dress, its hem embroidered with exquisite peony patterns, and a matching silk sash hung with a warm jade pendant accentuating her graceful figure. Yulian adjusted her hairpin and said the eldest young lady is truly beautiful. Zhu Yan's eyes held a faint melancholy. The general's manor was full of rough-and-tumble folk, and at 14 no one had bothered about her marriage. Xie Suisui changed into the spring clothes her sister-in-law had prepared for her, a goose-yellow garment with lively butterflies embroidered on the cuffs, and hem a hairstyle of parted double buns, and a gold hairpin adorned with gemstones. Playful and adorable. She loved this kind of attire. In her past life, the strict rules of the Chancellor's mansion had left her clothing criticized as worthless, and she was told that since she was betrothed, she must be dignified and steady. Until she fled the Chancellor's mansion, her garments had always been plain and prematurely aged. The carriage rolled forward slowly, wheels rhythmically clattering over the stone road. Xie Suisui lifted the curtain greedily, taking in the bustling, lively streets. If her father no longer guarded the border, how many days could such prosperity last? Entering the princess's mansion, all alighted from their carriages beyond the second gate. As luck would have it, they encountered the carriage of the womenfolk from the Chancellor's residence. Qi Yuro wore a pink Qixiong Ruchuan, the upper garment embroidered with delicate peach blossoms, the skirt made of light gauze, and a pale pink sash at her waist. She presented a perfect picture of a noble lady. Xie Suisui rather admired Qi Yuro. Caught in the act of adultery, publicly humiliated by Gu Yanxi's broken engagement, her reputation ruined, yet she acted as if nothing had happened. Zhu Yan stepped forward to greet her elder Miss Qi. Qi Yuro returned the greeting with a smile, but upon seeing Xie Suisui, a hint of urgency crossed her face. Younger sister Suisui has also come to admire the treasures. What do you want? Luo Sheng stepped in front of Xie Suisui, without batting an eye. Qi Yuro smiled. Madam Xie, I have a few words for my sister. Yu Qingqiu said this sister nearly died in your mansion. It seems she and the Chancellor's residence are fated to clash. Elder Miss Qi, it's best we keep our distance. Xie Suisui blinked her big eyes and said, Elder Miss Qi, you must have been reincarnated from a lotus root. You've got all the wits. I dare not deal with you. Who knows which of your hearts is smoking today? My elder sister means well, and you slander her like this. Qi Yuyao fumed. Oh, second Miss Qi, I almost forgot about you. Come to think of it, you contributed to these injuries of mine. Xie Suisui mercilessly stirred the pot. That day you deliberately led me to Elder Miss Qi's boudoir, then rushed to the front courtyard to call everyone, hoping to expose her disgrace before all the capital's nobles. Tisk tisk tsk. Elder Miss Qi sure keeps a fine dog. What nonsense are you spouting? Qi Yuyao stormed, turning to Qi Yuro. Elder sister, don't listen to her sowing discord. Birds of a feather flock together, but people and dogs are different. Xie Suisui waved dismissively. Qi Yuro, keep your dog on a leash, or you might mistake the wrong murderer on the road to the Yellow Springs. Qi Yuyao's face paled, but she dared not confront Luo Sheng, and Yu Qingqiu instead repeatedly assuring Qi Yuro that Xie Suisui was lying. After Xie Suisui broke ties and left the Chancellor's mansion, Qi Yuro suddenly found she could no longer connect to the space of panic seizing her. She had been able to operate it just fine when she turned the dagger by the well. Today she had hoped to probe Xie Suisui's thoughts, but the general's household had given her a hard time. Irritated, Qi Yuro cast a sidelong glance at Qi Yuyao and said, I've been too good to you all these years. Qi Yuyao stumbled, looking utterly crestfallen. Once inside the princess's mansion, Xie Suisui followed Yu Qingqiu to pay respects to the grand princess, then sought out other daughters of martial officials to play with. The noble ladies of the capital each had their own circles. The children of civil officials formed one circle, those of military officials another, and they looked down on each other. Zhu Yin had been fond of reading since childhood and preferred Qin chess, calligraphy, and painting, so she mingled well with the children of civil officials. Xie Suisui had no desire to play with her. Too pretentious, too exhausting. Before the treasure appreciation began, Qi Yuyao with her maid approached Xie Suisui with a beaming smile. Third sister, stop right there. My surname is Xie, yours is Qi. We're not acquainted. Besides, we just quarreled. Would you be so kind as to seek me out? Xie Suisui shooed her away from a distance. Third sister, how can you be like this? Qi Yuyao's eyes reddened. Our mother passed away when I was still young, and I had no idea you had been abandoned. Qi Yuyao, I'll say it again, I have no sisters. Don't come claiming kinship. Your mind is muddled. I suggest you shake it thoroughly before speaking to me. Huffed. Someone nearby laughed. Qi Yuyao gritted her teeth, brazenly sat down on a stone stool beside Xie Suisui, slipped a bracelet from her wrist, and put it on Xie Suisui's. Sister, if I have wronged you, please forgive me as a favor. Her maid Ryue also sidled up to Xie Suisui, squeezing in ingratiatingly. Miss Suisui, my mistress is a concubine's daughter. Life has not been easy for her. Xie Suisui looked at the bracelet. The jade was of decent quality. Qi Yuyao had really dug deep. Why would you give me a bracelet for no reason? I have a feeling you're up to no good, Xie Suisui said. This bracelet must be worth at least 100 taels of silver, right? What kind of profit are you after spending so much? Qi Yuyao dug her nails into her palm and forced a laugh. Sister jokes. Even if you give me a bracelet, we'll never become friends. You're probably throwing a meat bun at me. A waste. This. Qi Yuyao was genuinely on the verge of tears. You'd better leave. Otherwise I'll have to put on a fake smile and chat with you for 100 taels of silver, which is just awkward. Then sister, farewell. Qi Yuyao, supported by Ryue, left trembling all over with rage. Xie Suisui gently touched her lower back. Tucked into her waist was a phoenix hairpin. She chuckled. No need to guess. It was Qi Yuyao's maid who had slipped it into her sash. The hairpin was a token of love given by the former consort to the Grand Princess. In her previous life, Chihiro had used the space to make the phoenix hairpin drop from her sleeve before everyone. In this life, she sent Chi Yuyao as the frame-up tool. The cost was getting higher. Probably stolen by shadow guards or something this time. Xie Suisui transferred the phoenix hairpin into her space along with the bracelet. In her past life, when misfortune struck, no one had spoken a single word of justice for her. Now, apart from her adoptive mother's family, she trusted no one. While this commotion was happening, the Grand Princess's treasure appreciation had already been announced. Xie Suisui was about to join the crowd heading to admire the treasures when she caught sight of Chihiro stealthily leaving the gathering. At a corner of the great hall stood a person, the servant boy of Yutang. No way. Spring is the mating season for animals, but this was the Grand Princess's mansion. Would Yutang dare? His arm was still in a sling broken by third brother's horse and not yet healed. How would he manage to undo his pants with one hand? Still, she wanted to see the fun. She followed stealthily. Behind a rockery, she saw Yutang flash in the distance, and Chihiro looked around before hurrying after him. Xie Suisui couldn't help but skulk after them like a would-be thief. Why call me here at a time like this? Don't you see where we are? Yuro, quick, come with me. A line from a storybook once said when animals are in heat, they do some very puzzling things. The two left the front courtyard and entered a secluded yard overgrown with vines looking quite abandoned. Yutang went in and opened the door from inside. Chihiro immediately followed. Xie Suisui pressed her ear to the crack and learned why Yutang had summoned her. That yard turned out to be the Grand Princess's secret granary. Yutang wanted Chihiro to help him procure grain without paying. Soon Yutang left, leaving Chihiro to perform her space operation. But how could Chihiro still collect grain? She never imagined that the bit of flesh she had scraped off on the well curb was the golden finger someone had dug out of her. Xie Suisui's heart was as joyful as a little mouse lying on its back with its legs in the air. The space was with me. Chihiro stayed only a moment and left. The door was left ajar. Xie Suisui swallowed. A great piece of meat lying there with a scapegoat ready. It would be a shame not to steal it. In her past life, when the Northern Flame Army swept south, the imperial family fled first, and millions of commoners died, without a burial ground. No amount of grain could prop up the royal backbone. It all ended up benefiting the Northern Flame Army. She hesitated only 2 breaths, then slipped inside, sweeping away her footprints with a twig as she went. A successful find. Rough estimate, at least 100,000 Dan. Consider it compensation for the 30 lashes the Grand Princess had given her in her past life. She quickly scurried back to the front courtyard, shaking her feet, leaving not a single footprint behind. In the front courtyard of the Grand Princess's residence, all the treasures were laid out. Xie Suisui's eyes immediately fell upon the openwork, gold-base, gold-lid jade bowl. The gold lid featured a lotus petal-shaped knob on top, its surface adorned with auspicious cloud patterns and intertwined floral scrolls, while the rim was decorated with a band of lotus petals. The gold base was also carved with openwork lotus and interlocking branches. The white jade bowl was warm and lustrous with extremely thin walls, and its belly bore double-layered lotus petals and auspicious cloud patterns. Exquisite beyond compare. Priceless beyond measure. The Grand Princess said that this bowl was a tribute from the Shiliang Kingdom, the only one of its kind bestowed by His Majesty as a gift for her 50th birthday. The crowd murmured in admiration. The Grand Princess spotted Xie Suisui and waved her over. Xie Suisui hurried forth, bowed respectfully, and greeted, "May Your Highness the Grand Princess be blessed with boundless fortune and peace." "What happened to your hand?" "It's nothing, it doesn't hurt anymore." "Your Highness, how are you so young and beautiful?" exclaimed Xie Suisui in astonishment. "You must be a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting." The Grand Princess burst into laughter, took off a jade pendant hanging around her neck, and placed it around Xie Suisui's neck, saying, "This is a piece I have worn since childhood. I give it to you." Xie Suisui immediately kowtowed again. Luo Sheng, also overjoyed, hastened to express gratitude. Chihiro watched the Grand Princess bestow a personal item upon Xie, burning with jealousy. Turning her head, she saw Chi Yuyao's expression, one that could kill Xie Suisui, and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. She asked in a low voice, "Did you put the gold hairpin on her?" Yes. Excellent. The more she laughs now, the more bitterly she will weep later. The Grand Princess is not an easy person to deal with, Chihiro said. You immediately expose her. Say you saw her steal the Grand Princess's gold hairpin. Chi Yuyao took a deep breath, stepped forward, and declared loudly, You're high. But before she could finish, a flustered guard from the princess's residence rushed over and reported to the Grand Princess. Your Highness, disaster. One of the treasures is missing. Which one? The openwork, gold base, gold lid, jade bowl. What? The Grand Princess roared in fury. Investigate. Who has the audacity to steal my treasure? At her command, all gates of the princess's residence were sealed, and all vehicles and personnel were only allowed in, not out. Chi Yuyao, seeing the Grand Princess's wrath, swallowed her accusation and asked in surprise, What is happening? The openwork, gold base, gold lid, jade bowl has been stolen. Xie Suisui looked at Zhu Yan. Logically, at this moment, she should have been with the people from the general's mansion, but Zhu Yan had been by Chihiro's side all along. Staring intently, she noticed an anomaly. Chuanhua Chihiro Sr. maid handed a small square box the size of a palm to Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan blushed as she took it and quickly stashed it into her sleeve. Xie Suisui thought, What is in the box? Amid the chaos in the princess's residence, an unfamiliar maidservant from the household stealthily tugged at Chihiro. Chihiro stepped back a few paces and asked, Who are you? What business do you have with me? The maidservant whispered, Eldest Miss, this servant once received a favor from the Chancellor. Please go check your carriage. Someone seems to have placed something on it. With that, the girl walked away. Chihiro hastily instructed Chuanhua, Go quickly to the carriage and check. If anyone has framed us, shout immediately. After the maidservant left, Xie Suisui also followed. However, she did not even go past the second gate. When that maidservant lifted the carriage curtain and exited, Xie Suisui swiftly transferred the prepared box into Chihiro's carriage. When Xie Suisui returned from answering the call of nature, she heard Chihiro saying, I suggest that all male and female guests be searched. As soon as she spoke, the noble ladies and young misses of the capital frowned. A search? Isn't that an insult? However, the theft of the jade bowl was too serious. The Grand Princess said, We need not go so far as to strip search everyone. Please just shake your sleeves and let the guards inspect the carriages. Your pardon, everyone. The male and female guests were searched separately. Xie Suisui deliberately said to the matron conducting the search, Madam, I've had too much tea. May I go to the restroom? Chi Yuyao immediately blocked her, saying, No, what if you go hide the stolen goods now? Xie Suisui vigorously shook her sleeves. Could I possibly stuff such a large set into my bosom? Whether you've hidden it or not is not up to you to decide. It must be checked. Even if you're in a hurry, it can't hurt to wait a moment. Everyone has urgent needs. Can't you understand that it can't wait? Madam, search me first, then I'll go to the latrine. Hearing this, the matron pressed her palms together and said, Miss Xie, forgive me. She searched the sleeves. Nothing. Chi Yuyao, fearing the matron might miss searching her lower back, said, Her belt and shoes should also be searched. Xie Suisui retorted, Can a set of jade bowls be stuffed into a belt or shoes? Are your eyes and heart both clogged with filth? Chi Yuyao insisted that the matron feel her lower back. The Grand Princess said only to search sleeves. Why do you insist on searching my entire body repeatedly? Do you think the general's mansion is easy to bully? If you find no jade bowl on my lower back, you must kneel and kowtow 30 times to me. The crowd also realized that Chi Yuyao was deliberately targeting Xie Suisui, and they chimed in, Such an insult. She must kowtow. Chi Yuyao gritted her teeth. Fine. If nothing is found, I will kowtow and apologize to you. Madam, please search. Xie Suisui spread her arms. There's nothing on her lower back, the matron said after feeling it. Impossible. Chi Yuyao became frantic. Strange, how could there be nothing? Xie Suisui slapped her across the face twice, grabbed her by the front of her clothes, and shook her, cursing. You think everyone is as filthy as a maggot in a cesspool? Do you think everyone is as dirty as you? Chi Yuyao, seeing stars from the slaps and feeling nauseous from the shaking, cried, How dare you hit me? Even the matron felt that Chi Yuyao was causing trouble, making the princess's residence seem overly oppressive. Miss Xie Suisui and her maids have no stolen goods on them. Second Miss Chi, please. The old matron began to search Chi Yuyao. Moments later the matron cried out in surprise. How did the consort's love token gold hairpin to the Grand Princess end up in second Miss Qi's bosom? Qi Yuyao stared in panic as the matron pulled out the gold hairpin from her bosom, stammering, This isn't mine. I didn't hide it. The matron sneered, the thief, crying, Stop, thief. This old servant has seen it all today. Xie Suisui jumped 3 feet high. Qi Yuyao, the consort, and the Grand Princess were deeply devoted. These are the only mementos he left her, and you dare to stab the princess in the heart. How dare you? Even the matron couldn't hold back her tears. Thinking of the Grand Princess's years of widowhood and the unspeakable suffering, the old matron grew furious and slapped Qi Yuyao across the face with a resounding crack. Is this how Chancellor Qi teaches his daughters? I didn't steal it. Qi Yuyao cried, and looked at Qi Yuro, who shot her a warning glance. Qi Yuyao immediately pointed at Xie Suisui and said, It was her. She must have framed me. Xie Suisui retorted angrily. Qi Yuyao, I was going to let you off, but since you are so stubborn and keep slandering me, I will not be merciful. She walked out of the room, went to the Grand Princess, and knelt down with a thud. Your Highness, second Miss Qi of the Chancellor's mansion stole your gold hairpin, and the matron found it. Yet she slanders me, saying that the general's mansion is poor and covets your wealth. The Grand Princess was furious. After hearing the matron's account, she ordered, First drag this wretch who has sullied the reputation of the princess's residence to publicly kowtow 30 times to Miss Xie. As for the rest, search every master and servant of the Chancellor's mansion. Qi Yuyao kowtowed to Xie Suisui with resounding thuds. Luo Sheng was furious, suppressing his rage, wishing he could kick those scoundrels from the Chancellor's mansion to death. Tao Xini said, Your Highness, to find the treasure quickly, the Chancellor's mansion will naturally cooperate. Since second sister and third sister have had a dispute, shouldn't the general's carriage also be searched? What? Are you teaching me how to handle matters? Or are you trying to step on my head? The Grand Princess glared with fury. Your subject does not dare. Tao Xini, frightened, knelt and apologized. Nothing was found on Qi Yuro and her maids, but the Grand Princess ordered a search of the Chancellor's carriages. Xiao Shanshan's face darkened. Your Highness, searching only the Chancellor's carriages. Where is the dignity of the Chancellor's mansion? The Grand Princess ignored her pleas for face and ordered the guards to search every carriage of the Qi family one by one. In Qi Yuro's carriage, the guard lifted the curtain and brought out a box hidden under a small table. Opening it, there was the very openwork, gold-base, gold-lid jade bowl, and the box bore the Chancellor's mansion's mark. Whose carriage is that? It is the eldest Miss Qi's. The Grand Princess, enraged, shouted, Arrest her. The guards seized Qi Yuro. Xiao Shanshan pleaded repeatedly, Your Highness, there must be some misunderstanding. Rower would never do something so foolish. Qi Yuro also wept in defense, Your Highness, I have no motive. Even if I were stupid, I would never put stolen goods in my own carriage. Such a valuable treasure. I cannot sell it or show it to anyone. I lack neither food nor clothing. Why would I steal it? The Grand Princess frowned. Did it fly into your carriage by itself? At that moment the heir of Xianping Marquis snorted, The Shenyang Earl's household is in dire straits. The eldest Miss Qi must have wanted to use the treasure to subsidize second young Master Yu. Qi Yuro glared angrily at Gu Yanxi. Young Master Gu kicking someone when they are down. Truly despicable behavior. I wouldn't stoop to framing you. Gu Yanxi looked down at her with a sidelong glance and said, Your Highness, I just saw second young Master Yu and the eldest Miss Qi go to the backyard of the princess's residence. Qi Yuro's face instantly turned pale and her hands grew cold. Gu Yanxi saw her and Yu Tang go to the granary. Qi Yuro absolutely refused to admit that she had met with Yu Tang. If the eldest princess learned that she had visited the storeroom, the consequences would be dire. Qi Yuro pointed at Xie Suisui and declared, Your Highness, I have not conspired with anyone to steal treasures. It was Xie Suisui. She colluded with Xie Xinglong to frame me. Xie Suisui, the accused, stared in astonishment. Me? Joined forces with third brother to frame you. Third brother isn't even in the capital, for goodness sake. Yu Qingxiu said coldly, Miss Qi, you were caught in an illicit tryst by my younger sister. She smashed my sister's head and severed the tendons in her hands. She is gravely wounded and hasn't recovered. How could she frame you with her feet? Xie Suisui showed everyone her bandaged hands resembling wrapped dumplings. See, my injuries are severe, I can't even lift anything with my hands. Chihiro pointed at Zhu Yan. Miss Zhu witnessed it with her own eyes. Xie Suisui instructed Xie Xinglong to steal the treasure and secretly place it in my carriage. Luo Sheng stared at Zhu Yan as if she were dead, laughing in fury. Zhu Yan, did you personally see third brother stealing and planting evidence? Zhu Yan's legs trembled with fear, her heart a turmoil of emotions. Xie Xinglong had not been at the mansion for many days now. She suspected Xie Xinglong wasn't even in the capital. See him framing someone. Impossible. Closing her eyes, she stammered. I saw Xie Suisui go to the mansion gate and get into Miss Chi's carriage. Yu Qingqiu's icy voice cut in. Zhu Yan, which eye did you see that with? Zhu Yan, use your brain when you lie. The Prime Minister's carriage is always under guard. Xie Suisui hopped on her feet. Do you see through your arse? Such fine upbringing from the general's mansion. Always talking about filth and excrement. Truly an eye-opener. Xie Suisui pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. Xie Suisui had originally not wanted to attend the treasure appreciation. A man claiming to be a guard of the princess's mansion came to the Imperial Academy and told him his sister had stolen something and was about to be sent to the authorities. He immediately requested leave from his teacher and came to the eldest princess's mansion just in time to witness this scene. He roared, Xie Suisui, are you trying to smear my sister's name again? Luo Sheng rushed over and slapped Xie Suisui across the face. You little bastard. Does your despicable sister even need to be smeared? She's the one trying to frame Suisui. Then she strode up to Chihiro and delivered another heavy slap. Stealing valuables and then framing my daughter. Such a lowly diversion. Do you really think you're the only clever one in the capital? Yu Qingqiu said loudly, Mother, let us prevail by virtue. With the eldest princess here, no one dares to bully the general's mansion. The eldest princess, for the sake of border security, had to uphold justice. At this moment, Gu Yinzi stepped forward again and said, Your Highness, I truly saw it. Miss Chi and second young master, you plotting the theft behind the rockery. Only the heir of the Marquis of Xianping dared to confront the Prime Minister's mansion so fearlessly. Xie Suisui felt this fellow was really reliable and couldn't help smiling at him like a blooming flower. Gu Yinzi immediately puffed up with pride, tugging at his elegant robes. This little girl always looks so happy when she sees me. She must like me. The eldest princess fumed, What do you take my residence for? Go fetch second young master, you hear, immediately. Suddenly, a maidservant hurried over and whispered a few words into the eldest princess's ear. The eldest princess was startled. She stood up abruptly and led the way toward the ornamental lake, asking the elder matron, Is any lady here skilled in swimming? Someone had fallen into the lake. The spring chill was still biting. If not rescued quickly, the woman might suffer lasting health issues. Xie Suisui scanned the surroundings and saw not far from Xie Suisui a richly dressed young man standing quietly behind the crowd with a composed expression. His eyes met hers, and he twitched his lips slightly before looking away nonchalantly. Xie Suisui immediately pulled Luo Sheng and Yu Qingqiu close, whispering slyly, Mother, sister-in-law, we're in for a big show today. Yu Qingqiu gently squeezed her palm. One should not mock someone who has fallen into water, nor show delight. Xie Suisui immediately made a shush gesture. When the group reached the lakeside, they saw a dark head bobbing up and down in the center of the water, seemingly losing strength. A maidservant wept on the shore, Wu, who will save our fourth miss? The eldest princess inquired and learned that the victim was Shun Yinxiao, the fourth daughter of Shun Yuan, Vice Minister of Public Works. The girl had just come of age and was not yet betrothed. If she fell ill, it would be difficult to marry into a noble family. The eldest princess was furious. Whoever rescues Miss Shun will receive 1,000 taels of silver from me. Few women knew how to swim, and who would risk catching a chill in the cold water? Just as Luo Sheng shed her outer robe and prepared to dive, and a splash was heard. Someone had jumped. Though others couldn't see, clearly Xie Suisui did. The rescuer was none other than Yu Tang. She was surprised this commotion was not part of her plan. Chihiro, however, was not watching the water. She and Xie Suisui and Xiao Shanshan were whispering urgently in a huddle. They were probably discussing how to turn the tide in the theft case. The eldest princess had expected a woman to jump in, but instead a man had, and her expression soured. Everyone knew that once a man and woman had physical contact, the man was obligated to take responsibility for the woman. Now there was no choice. Yu Tang had already swum to Shun Yinxiao's side. On the verge of drowning, the young lady grabbed onto something and clung to Yu Tang with both arms and legs. Knock her out. Knock her out. Drowning victims always do this. They can drag the rescuer down and drown them. Chaos erupted on the shore. Someone slipped or was pushed, and with a loud splash another person fell into the water. Zhu Yin cried out, "Third young master Qi has fallen in." A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Xie Suisui, Qi Yuro's elder brother, had also fallen, and he couldn't swim. Xie Suisui watched Xie Suisui thrashing in the water and called out with a grin, "Oh my Miss Qi, how could you push your own brother into the lake?" Qi Yuro snapped at Xie Suisui, "Who pushed my brother? Mind your words, Miss Xie. Save him quickly." The eldest princess felt the day was cursed. First theft, then drowning. It was someone determined to die here. Splash. Another enthusiastic person had already jumped in to rescue Qi Suisui. Xie Suisui scanned the crowd and saw that Chu Laoku had vanished. She grinned silently, shoulders shaking with laughter. Only then did Yu Qingxiu understand why Xie Suisui had said there would be a show today. Only Luo Sheng was clueless, muttering, "What's with today? Freezing weather, and people keep jumping in." Qi Suisui was soon hauled out, his lips blue. He weakly demanded, Who pushed me?" The rescuer, a man, ignored his own drenched state and extended 2 fingers to check Qi Suisui's pulse at the neck. Then he respectfully addressed the woman standing on the shore, "Princess Pingyang, third young master Qi, is out of danger." The eldest princess now saw that the rescuer was Princess Pingyang's guard. Princess Pingyang was the granddaughter of the current emperor's uncle, Prince Wei. She was notoriously promiscuous, spending her days at establishments like Yafeng House and Nanfeng House. 6 years ago, Princess Pingyang had taken a fancy to Tanhua Lang and military champion Xie Xinghui, but he was already betrothed to Yu Qingxiu, and the men of the general's mansion did not take concubines. Princess Pingyang had since grown bolder, amusing herself by toying with handsome students. A man like Qi Suisui was her favorite type. Seeing that the rescuer was Princess Pingyang, Qi Yuro Xiao Shanshan, and Qi Suisui instantly realized that his fall was likely her scheme. Xiao Shanshan's face contorted, but she immediately bowed to the princess. "Thank you for saving my son, Your Highness. I will send a generous gift to your mansion." Princess Pingyang took her own handkerchief and wiped the water dripping from Qi Suisui's face, ignoring Xiao Shanshan's words. She told her guard, "Fetch my cloak and wrap it around third young master Qi, so he doesn't catch cold." Qi Yuro immediately shouted at her servants, "Idiots! How are you watching over the young master? Carry him back to the mansion at once." But they couldn't outpace the princess. She had already wrapped her own fox fur cloak around Qi Suisui and ordered her guards to carry him to a warm chamber where she would personally tend to him. After watching the guards take Qi Suisui away, Princess Pingyang turned sincerely to Xiao Shanshan and said, "Madam Prime Minister, rest assured. Since I saved third young master Qi, I will take full responsibility for him. No need. Don't worry. I'll go ask my imperial grandfather for a marriage decree soon." Princess Pingyang, as if deaf to Xiao Shanshan's refusal, rambled on, already bringing up the betrothal. Xiao Shanshan nearly fainted. "Who wants you to take responsibility? Who wants you as a daughter-in-law?" She wished she could take Qi Suisui back to the Prime Minister's mansion immediately. But there was still an unresolved case. The plot to frame Xie Suisui and Xie Xinglong had failed, so Xiao Shanshan had to sacrifice the weaker to save the stronger. She glanced at Qi Yuyao, then suddenly slapped her. "You unfilial girl. You dragged your elder sister into this." Qi Yuyao, struck by a bolt from the blue, covered her face, eyes wide. "Mother, I didn't frame my elder sister." Slap. Another blow. Xiao Shanshan snarled, "What wouldn't you do? You even dared to steal the eldest princess's hairpin. What's to stop you from framing your elder sister?" Qi Yuyao was 14, of marriageable age. If she bore the labels of thief and one who framed her elder sister, she would never marry into a noble family or even become a commoner's proper wife. She pointed at Qi Yuro's maidservant and wept. "It was Chunhua. She gave me the hairpin and she stuffed the things into the carriage. If you don't believe me, ask Ryua." Ryua, her own maidservant, immediately knelt. "Madam, this servant did see Chunhua by the carriage. The coachman can testify." Chuanhua, trembling, defended herself. A maid told the young lady that someone was putting things into the carriage, so I went to check. I never hid anything. I absolutely never hid anything. Qi Yuyao, wrong to the point of red eyes, kept insisting, "Mother, it was Chunhua." The onlookers, out of deference to the prime minister's high position, outwardly expressed sorrow over a concubine's daughter framing the legitimate daughter, but inwardly they were thoroughly entertained. Who were they fooling? They could see the truth. Whether it was Qi Yuyao, or the maidservant, someone in the prime minister's mansion had sticky fingers. The prime minister's wife had sacrificed the weaker to protect the legitimate daughter, simply splashing the mud onto the concubine's daughter. Everyone also recalled the words of the heir of the Marquis of Xianping. Indeed, the crown prince's mansion and the censor's mansion had lost important treasures, and Qi Yuro had been present at both. The widely renowned lucky star Miss Qi was a thief. From now on, no one would let their family treasures be seen by her. The eldest princess fumed. "You've ruined my treasure appreciation gathering. Guards, give Miss Qi and Miss Qi the second 30 strokes of the cane, then expel them from the mansion. I will report to His Majesty and the Empress. Henceforth, the women of the Prime Minister's mansion are banned from all royal gatherings." The people from the general's mansion nearly burst with suppressed laughter. Once in the carriage, Yu Qingxiu asked Xie Suisui, "Did you do this?" Xie Suisui immediately denied it. "It really wasn't me. I only spent 5 taels of silver to place a second order with the old miser." A ban and 30 strokes of the cane left Qi Yuro utterly humiliated both in substance and in face. On the carriage ride back from the eldest princess's mansion, she remained silent and sullen, her brows and eyes brimming with malice. Chunhua was so terrified she dared not utter a word. Upon returning to the prime minister's mansion, Qi Yuro flew into a rage, smashing numerous bowls, plates, and teacups. Tao Xini immediately came to console her. "Xie Suisui, she framed me. It must be her. It has to be her. Didn't you say Yurao harmed the younger sister? Qi Yurao is nothing but a fool. She failed to frame anyone, and even alerted the enemy, only to be turned against and drag me down with her." Qi Yuro ground her teeth. "Even though I didn't see Xie Xinglong, I'm certain it was he who struck from the shadows." Zhu Yan said, "Xie Xinglong dotes most on Xie Suisui. He's taking revenge on the prime minister's mansion." At the eldest princess's mansion, Qi Yuro had given Zhu Yan a bracelet claiming that her elder brother Qi Zirwei admired her and that she was securing a sister-in-law for him. Zhu Yan, both surprised and delighted, accepted the wooden box with a blush. Qi Yuro seized the opportunity to hand her a letter saying it was a love letter from a dissolute playboy in the capital, and asked Zhu Yan to place it in Xie Suisui's private chamber. Zhu Yan accepted without question. Who knew that later the incident of Princess Pingyang rescuing her elder brother would occur? She instructed Chuanhua, "Find a way to tell Zhu Yan that the sister-in-law I have chosen is her, and tell her to rest assured." Chuanhua carried her message and immediately left the mansion. Tao Xini asked, "Do you truly intend to let Zhu Yan marry third brother? How is she worthy?" "A mere dog," Qi Yuro said. "To completely eradicate Xie Suisui, I must topple all her pillars of support. We need Zhu Yan as an inside agent. What if Zhu Yan takes it seriously? The two mansions have never been on good terms, and she has no parents to speak for her. All it takes is my brother saying he doesn't fancy her, and she'll lose all face." "Brilliant." Qi Yuro looked at the gossipy Tao Xini and suddenly broke into a smile. "Sister-in-law second brother is of age now. Oh, it's time to discuss marriage. He's steeped in gambling dens. Who would marry him? The legitimate eldest daughter of the Duke of Ning's mansion, Xie Luyan. Rest assured she is my close friend, and she will surely agree." Qi Yuro smiled. "If the Duke of Ning steps forward to expose Xie Fei for colluding with the enemy and betraying the country, what do you think?" Tao Xini laughed heartily. "Then the general's mansion will surely fall." Yu Tang had said that Xie Fei would die soon, but couldn't explain why. Qi Yuro felt uneasy, so she decided to take matters into her own hands and add fuel to the fire against the general's mansion. What if in her past life it was she who had struck? If she didn't act, what if the trajectory changed? Tao Xini said, "Didn't Miss Luyan say she wouldn't discuss marriage before 20? Rest assured she will agree. Please, sister-in-law, act as the matchmaker and propose on behalf of second brother to marry Xie Luyan. Just tell the Duchess of Ning that the Prime Minister's mansion will help them inherit the title for one more generation. The Duke of Ning, named Xie Suisui, was Xie Fei's father and Xie Xinghui's biological grandfather. Xie Luyan was the legitimate eldest daughter of the second branch of the Duke of Ning's mansion and Xie Suisui's cousin. The Xie family ancestors were founding heroes of the state granted the title of Duke of Ning. However, as the saying goes, the first generation is a hero, the second a worthy man, and the third a good-for-nothing. By Xie Fei's father Xie Suisui, only the good-for-nothing remained. The imperial court had decreed that the title would end with Xie Suishui's generation. The Duke of Ning was utterly unwilling. Even one more generation of inheritance would be immensely desirable. Xie Fei's mother was Xie Suishui's first wife. While she was pregnant with Xie Fei, the Duke of Ning had an affair with his cousin Miss Shun, which drove Xie Fei's mother to her death. Xie Suisui promoted Miss Shun to his principal wife, and they had 2 sons and 2 daughters. Shun's eldest son Xie Chuan married Shun's niece Xinyuru, known as Little Shun, and the Duke of Ning's mansion fell entirely under the control of the Shun family. Xie Fei went to the battlefield at 12, made a name for himself in his first battle, and by 15 became a war god who struck fear into the northern Yin kingdom. From then on he moved out of the Duke of Ning's mansion and established his own household. The general's mansion and the Duke of Ning's mansion had long become strangers. Xie intended to use the Duke of Ning and old Madame Shun, dangling the bait of helping them inherit the title for one more generation, to make Xie Suisui falsely accuse his own eldest son Xie Fei of colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. The letter of treason had been given to Zhu Yin, and the evidence of collusion was already prepared by the Prime Minister's mansion for the Duke of Ning. Xie and Tao Xini went to the Duke of Ning's mansion, using their silver tongues to persuade Little Shin, telling her that if the 2 families formed a marriage alliance, Prime Minister Qi would help the Duke of Ning's mansion inherit the title for one more generation. Miss Luyan and second brother are of similar age and well-matched in status. Moreover, Miss Xie is a close friend of my elder sister. This match couldn't be better. Tao Xini spoke with honeyed words. Upon hearing that her husband could inherit the title, Little Shun was overjoyed. While Tao Xini was negotiating with Little Shin, Xie went to find Xie Luyan for a private talk. Xie Luyan quickly welcomed her, shooing all the servants out of the courtyard. The two held a secret discussion in the room. Yuqin, you're injured. Why did you come in person? Xie Luyan said. Was it that bitch Xie Suisui who harmed you again? Xie fumed. That wretch relying on that shrew Luo Sheng actually severed ties with the Prime Minister's mansion. Don't let her innocent act fool you. I know she was the one who harmed me. Didn't the Celestial Master say the General's mansion would surely be wiped out? Xie Suisui will certainly come to no good end. I want to give her a push and bring the General's mansion to an early ruin. What do you plan to do? Qingyuan, your persona will have to take a hit. First, agree to be betrothed to Qi Ziyu. I'll have my father help the Duke of Ning's mansion lobby for the title. That way your grandfather will surely abandon the eldest branch. All right, it's just play acting. Leave it to me. The two conspired on how to frame the General's mansion for treason. After finishing their schemes, Xie Luyan winked and said, the capital is buzzing with rumors. You and Yu Tang. Is it true? I did sleep with him. Xie was quite frank, a cynical smile on her face. A few days ago, the Celestial Master returned from his travels and said that Yu Tang is favored by heaven's mandate. He's likely to have great fortune. Coincidentally, he came to me professing his admiration. Xie did not tell Xie Luyan that Yu Tang was reincarnated. Ancient people didn't believe in reincarnation, but Xie and Xie Luyan did. This opportunity she could not reveal to Xie Luyan. She had seen too many cases of best friends stealing love interests in the modern world. Since the Celestial Master said so, he must be destined to be emperor. Xie Luyan said excitedly. Yuqin, you must hold on tight. In this ancient world, it's too hard for a woman to rise. I used to read those novels about transmigrating to become a female emperor or co-ruling with the emperor. All lies. Even 1,000 years later, how many women stand at the top of the pyramid? Xie sneered. I need to invest early in a rising stock. Young master, you seems inferior to Guyanzi. Is he good in bed? He's a military man. What do you think? Could he be the Wutong god Xilang from Strange Tales? The two laughed unrestrainedly without any decorum, completely lacking the proper manners expected of a prime minister's daughter and a duke's mansion lady. Their words were lewd and vulgar. Xie Luyan envied Chihiro. When she was born, the room was also filled with auspicious light, but no celestial master came to attend to her. She was a daughter of the Duke of Ning's mansion, but it was a fallen house, while Chihiro's family held real power and was favored by the emperor. "Qingyuan, you are my only true friend," Chihiro said. "We sisters must work together and not let the ancients steal our fortune." "When have I ever betrayed you?" Xie Luyan raised 3 fingers toward the sky. "In this life and the past I have always been your sharpest blade." Chihiro, supported by others, exited the gates of the Duke of Ning's mansion. Gazing at the azure sky of Shengjing, a smug smile curled at the corners of her lips. "I Pan Yuchen, whether in this life or the last, have never failed to kill anyone I wanted to kill." In her previous life, she was called Pan Yuchen from the year 2050. That year, her high school alma mater held an anniversary celebration, and she attended with her close friends Li Qingyuan, Wei Qinghuan, and Su Zi. The 4 queens of bullying from the Against the Current clique reunited 12 years after graduation. She was the leader, and the other 3 were her loyal followers. They barely scraped by in life. Pan Yuchen and Li Qingyuan were still unmarried, while the other 2, unable to withstand their family's pressure to marry, had both tied the knot and lived in utter chaos. On the day of the anniversary, one luxury car after another entered the campus. Among them was a military sedan, and the city sent many special police officers who stood like pine trees beside the vehicle. 2 people got out of the car. The man wore a bespoke suit, the kind of overbearing CEO archetype that never fades from novels. And the petite woman smiling beside him was none other than Pan Yuchen's classmate Xiaonan. City leaders, education officials, and school administrators all flocked to curry favor, surrounding them in a flurry of attention. 12 years after high school graduation, their lives had diverged as far as heaven and earth. Pan Yuchen clenched her fists, consumed by a wild jealousy. The class monitor exclaimed excitedly, "Xiaonan is now the youngest academician of the Academy of Sciences. See that man beside her? He's the chief executive of Jingdu." Pan Yuchen wanted to kill the monitor. What business was it of hers if someone else succeeded? She didn't even have the right to speak to that person. Why get so worked up? Li Qingyuan, Wei Qinghuan, and Su Zi were also seething with jealousy. Li Qingyuan stared at Xiaonan's husband, both envious and eager. She couldn't even find a decent boyfriend, so why did Xiaonan get to marry so well? In the real world, she scraped and schemed, practicing the 18 techniques of interviews and the 36 stratagems of flattery every day. Her phone screen was full of discount shopping apps and food delivery apps, while Xiaonan could walk into a luxury street and say, "Pack everything in my size." Jealousy erupted like a volcano. After the banquet, Xiaonan accepted the invitation of her former homeroom teacher and came to the classroom to catch up with her teacher and classmates. She came without bodyguards or assistants. She was approachable, and the teacher was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Pan Yuchen and her group knew their chance had come. They enthusiastically led Xiaonan to see the school's Chui Lake, a secluded spot. At a quiet place, Li Qingyuan stared at the bracelet on Xiaonan's wrist, emerald green and translucent, as if shimmering with a rosy glow, and asked enviously, "And in this bracelet must be very expensive, right?" Xiaonan smiled. "My husband gave it to me. It's a black technology just developed by an international lab with special functions. It's priceless and hard to come by." The 4 were driven mad with envy. Pan Yuchen suddenly pulled the scarf from her shoulder and viciously wrapped it around Xiaonan's neck, snarling, "Better off than me. Better married than me. More accomplished than me. Showing off. Die." Li Qingyuan, her eyes already bloodshot, lunged forward and clamped her hands tightly over Xiaonan's mouth and nose. Wei Qinghuan and Su Zi, one pinned Xiaonan's arms, the other her legs. No matter how Xiaonan thought, she never expected her old classmates to harm her. She struggled for a while, then suffocated to death. Li Qingyuan stripped Xiaonan of her bracelet, valuable jewelry, and the money in her bag, whispering, "Quick, throw her into the well." The 4 dumped Xiaonan into a nearby storm drain, formed an alliance of mutual defense, and swore never to betray one another. But the alliance was useless. The surveillance system quickly identified them. Pan Yuchen, driving her second-hand car, fled recklessly with the other 3. In panic, they collided head-on with a large truck. The small car crashed into the roadside barrier, and all four were killed instantly. At the moment of their death, when their bodies shattered, Xianan's jade bracelet shattered, as well, erupting into a myriad of radiant beams and colorful streams. A daughter. The room fills with rosy light. This maiden must be destined for great wealth and honor. Amid the cheers, Pan Yuqin transmigrated through childbirth. Pan Yuqin took a long time to comprehend that she had transmigrated into a dynasty that did not exist in history. She had also adhered to the universal law of transmigration: one must possess a golden finger. Her golden finger was a storage space, absolutely perfect save for one limitation: living beings could not be stored within it. Pale jade held softly clear wine floating in the cup. From this day forth let your name be Yuro. From that moment, she was given a second life's name, Chiyuro. Fearing others would regard her as a monster, she held her tongue for a full year before speaking. A single verse emerged from her lips, goose, 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 bending its neck toward the sky in song. She would recite poetry before even uttering a word. Later, not only Chi Hui, but even her closest relatives noticed her koi-luck aura. Chickens laid eggs in the dead of winter upon seeing her, and money came to her at the mere wave of her hand. With just the opening of that little mouth, she could chant the multiplication tables and perform arithmetic operations faster and more accurately than an abacus. Emperor Guangzong was beside himself with joy. What a heavenly fortune star had descended. After gaining fame, Chiyuro realized how precarious her position was. Her mother was merely Chi Hui's mistress, taken in without proper matchmaker and wedding rites. How could she, a modern woman bearing 5,000 years of civilization, remain but a concubine's daughter? She had to be born into the legitimate line. At 3 years old, Chi Hui personally came to fetch her mother and siblings into the mansion, adding them to the family register. Chiyuro made her demand: "You may bring us into the house, but my mother must become the principal wife." Chi Hui readily agreed, and upon returning home, he demoted his lawful wife to concubine and elevated his mistress to principal wife. He literally angered his dying wife, Su Wanqing, to death. To Chiyuro's shock, Su Wanqing died in labor, and yet still delivered a daughter from within her coffin. The entire family deemed her an ill omen and promptly discarded her. But because of the celestial signs that accompanied her birth, Yao Tianshi, the living immortal of Chongfeng, came to their door and prophesied that Chiyuro held great destiny in store, though her fortune and misfortune would hinge entirely on one person. Xiao Shanshan asked who that person might be, but Yao Tianshi merely shook his head, saying that individual had not yet been born. Not until this year did Yao Tianshi suddenly appear at the residence, announcing that the one who would shape her great fortune had finally emerged. It was the youngest daughter of General Xie Fei of the general's mansion. That was the coffin-born child Su Wanqing had delivered back then. Such a stubborn fate indeed. Xiao Shanshan herself had abandoned that infant in a territory plagued by wolves, never imagining she would be rescued by the general's mansion. For all these years she had lived right beneath their noses. But the heavenly master had warned them they could not harm Xie Suisui, for Chiyuro's fate would only be secure once that girl perished on her own. The mother and daughter had already devised hundreds of accidents to cripple Xie Suisui without laying a finger themselves. Yet who could have foreseen that within 3 days of recognizing her ancestral roots, Xie Suisui would expose the illicit affair between Chiyuro and Yu Tang, ruining Chiyuro's reputation, and with Jiang Wuyang's assistance sever all ties with her family. What filled Chiyuro with the deepest dread was that her personal space had suddenly become unreachable. That spatial pocket, carefully cultivated over 15 years, was the very foundation of her existence in this world. She longed to seek out Yao Tianshi to ask how she might reclaim her golden finger, but he had entered seclusion once again. Consumed by urgency, anger, and fear, she became even more convinced that Xie Suisui was her bane. That day Yu Tang instructed her to gather grain, whispering, "In my past life you personally helped me transport provisions. In this life our early alliance will surely carry us to rule over the realm together." Rule the realm indeed. She couldn't even connect to her space now. How could she manage anything? If only Xie Suisui were gone, would her luck return? For reasons unknown, the mere thought of Xie Suisui's name sent shivers through her. Xie Suisui Xiaranen. At the general's mansion. Upon returning from the eldest princess's residence with Luo Sheng and her eldest sister-in-law, Yu Qingqiu Xie Suisui had barely crossed the threshold when Pei Yuanmao announced, "The eldest young master and the third young master have returned." Luo Sheng urgently asked, "How are they?" Pei Yuanmao's expression grew grim. Both are wounded." Without a word, Luo Sheng stormed straight into the courtyard where the two brothers were receiving treatment. Yu Qingqiu and Xie Suisui followed in a panic. Xie Xinghui bore an arrow wound through his back that had nearly pierced his chest. Xie Xinglong also showed signs of severe exhaustion, red-veined eyes, dark circles beneath cracked lips, and an appearance of utter depletion. Noticing the despair in Xie Xinghui's gaze, Luo Sheng already sensed the outcome, but clung to hope, asking, "The Crown Prince, he was wounded." "Mother, the Crown Prince has perished," Xie Xinghui managed to say. Xie Suisui collapsed to the ground. Both Luo Sheng and Yu Qingqiu turned ashen, for they understood precisely what the Crown Prince's death meant. "I sent a messenger pigeon to father beforehand, and second brother led forces to reinforce the Crown Prince. Second brother clashed with Beiyan scouts and slaughtered 5,000 of them. Third Lang ambushed en route through Zhending Prefecture. By the time I pursued to Zhaozhou, the Crown Prince had already fallen, killed by arrows. Second brother fought with everything he had and was grievously wounded. Had third brother not set up ambushes ahead of us, both Yun and I would likely have perished. Those who murdered the Crown Prince included Beiyan soldiers as well as Chongfeng death squads." Xie Xinghui reported that the Crown Prince's personal guards had suffered heavy losses, over half perished. The three Xie brothers fought desperately to protect the surviving guards, enabling them to return to the palace with word. As long as even one of the Crown Prince's personal guards survived, it would prove that the Crown Prince did not fall in battle, but was instead assassinated by hostile forces within Chongfeng territory. This too might buy the general's mansion a sliver of chance for survival. Yu Qingqiu had already summoned a physician from Qingyu Hall to treat Xie Xinghui's arrow wound. Xie Xinghui insisted the physician bind the injury tightly. He needed to maneuver through whatever came next and endure the emperor's wrath. Xie Suisui knew the sky had fallen upon the general's mansion. With the Crown Prince dead, whether or not the mansion bore responsibility, those who had long awaited its downfall, and those desperate to find a scapegoat, would seize upon this without mercy. "How is father?" Luo Sheng asked, her voice trembling. "If we leave the Crown Prince's guards as witnesses, does that mean he won't have to die?" Xie Xinghui fell silent for a long moment before tears streamed down his face. "Mother, father has already submitted a confession to His Majesty." The confession was still en route and had not yet reached the capital. Xie Xinghui had begged his father not to write it, for Xie Fei was not at fault. But Xie Fei had replied, "The Crown Prince is dead, and someone must bear responsibility. He was on his way to reinforce the Xie family army when tragedy struck. I cannot shirk my duty." Xie Fei further explained that if he refused to confess and take his own life, the entire general's mansion would likely be destroyed. As long as he lived, Emperor Guangzong would harbor lingering resentment, and the mansion would eventually meet a dire fate. Xie Xinghui, astute as he was, had already weighed the situation and recognized that the sole means to save his father would be rebellion. But Xie Fei's loyalty to the throne made such an act unthinkable. Before departing, Xie Fei had told him, "Xinghui, those in court will undoubtedly take the opportunity to strike while we are vulnerable. You are the eldest. You must do everything in your power to protect your mother, your siblings, and your sisters." His words were clearly a final charge. Though news of the Crown Prince's death and Xie Fei's suicide had not yet reached the capital, Xie Suisui knew it was only a matter of days. Tears would not cease flowing from her eyes. She had been reborn far too late. If only she had returned to this world a few days earlier before the Crown Prince set out, she might have been able to prevent this tragedy. But what ifs did the world offer? She had to plan ahead. With that thought, she turned to look at Zhu Yan, who had just entered the room. Xie Suisui did not know how Zhu Yan's story had ended in her previous life. Yet, judging by her recent behavior, Xie Suisui found her unreliable and suspected she might have been just as ungrateful before. Massaging her temples, Xie Suisui said, "Eldest brother, third brother, I wish to speak with you alone." Zhu Yan cried out, "At a time like this, you still treat me differently. What could there be that the eldest and second sisters-in-law should not know?" Zhu Yan was clearly attempting to sow discord between Xie Suisui and her sisters-in-law. Xie Suisui, unwilling to engage in such petty games, replied coldly, I truly do not wish for them to know. Xie Suisui immediately suggested, Sister, shall we go to the study? The three siblings departed for the study, a restricted area guarded by attendants where Zhu Yin would find no opportunity to eavesdrop. Sister, speak your mind freely. Their parents had always doted on this youngest daughter, and so had her brothers. Eldest brother, tell me the truth. Has father passed away? On our journey back, I received a message from second brother via carrier pigeon. Father, he is gone. Xie Suisui wept openly. He had refrained from informing their mother so as to delay the unbearable news for as long as possible. The three siblings wept silently for quite some time. Xie Suisui wiped her tears firmly and said, The crown prince died on the frontier, and the general's mansion stands on the brink of peril. A single misstep could bring the emperor and empress's wrath upon us, potentially destroying our entire clan. Both Xie Suisui and his brother nodded in solemn agreement. Father has willingly shouldered this responsibility out of love for us, carving out a path to survival, Xie Suisui said through tears. We must not betray his sacrifice. We must live on. Xie Suisui's eyes reddened as well. Your eldest brother will do everything in his power to negotiate and endure. Father has offered his life as atonement, and he was a man of unwavering loyalty to the throne and country with innumerable military merits. Regardless of his majesty's true intentions, he will not execute our entire household immediately. Most likely we shall be exiled to the southern barbarian regions, shrouded in miasma. Xie Suisui concurred with her assessment. Currently, the punishments of exile in Chongfeng led to three primary destinations: Yozhou, the southern barbarian miasma regions, and Shaman Island. The general's mansion had long guarded the northern frontier, cultivating deep local ties until they had essentially become regional lords. How could the emperor possibly exile three vigorous young generals, Xie Suisui, Xie Xingyun, and Xie Xinglong, to the north? If they were to raise arms in rebellion in the north, how securely could he sit upon his dragon throne? Therefore, exile to the south was far more likely. Xie Suisui and Xie Xinglong instantly grasped the implication of her words. The court has always valued civil officials over military men, and with the crown prince's murder, the three of us will certainly not be trusted with authority in the near future. Indeed, Xie Suisui continued, for at least the next decade, there is virtually no chance that any of us three will return to court. Without father and eldest brother to hold the northern border, no one can replace them. The other military commanders of Chongfeng stand no chance against the northern Yin Grand General Xiaofeng. The northern Yin forces will inevitably launch a massive southern campaign, and Chongfeng may well fall. This was not mere speculation. It had been exactly how events unfolded in her previous life. Eldest brother, you must demonstrate weakness before His Majesty. Do not seek absolution. Only pray that the entire household may survive. Should anyone propose exile, do not argue excessively. Accept whatever destination is chosen, for this may spare us from the devastation of war. Use your connections in court to advocate strongly for exile. Through your networks, ensure that at least one of the escort officers is someone we can trust. Otherwise, we may not survive the journey. Very well. Third brother, I know you maintain connections within the martial world. Ask them to help prepare vessels for crossing the Great River. We are likely to encounter officials fleeing the imperial court, and those vessels will not be available to us exiles. Sister, rest assured. I shall arrange everything properly. Xie Suisui choked out. Our sister has grown so much. If father were to know, he would rest in peace. The three siblings' eyes reddened once more. Without lingering in grief, they left the study and began preparing diligently for what lay ahead. As Xie Suisui emerged from the study, Haidang followed discreetly. Once Xie Suisui returned to the Qingwu courtyard, Haidang glanced left and right before darting forward. Miss Zhu Yin just sneaked into the Qingwu courtyard and slipped a letter beneath your mattress. Miss, she slipped in and pressed this letter under the mattress. I saw it, but I didn't alert her. Haidang said it was better to play along than to expose her on the spot. Xie Suisui let out a cold, sarcastic laugh. Zhu Yin, that box finally revealed your true nature. She lifted the mattress and retrieved the letter. The letter was thick, and its contents were all correspondence between Xie Fei and the northern Yin betraying the nation. The handwriting bore a striking resemblance to her father's. Such a letter of treason was enough to bring down the entire general's mansion. Whoever sought to harm the general's mansion likely hadn't yet learned of the crown prince's death and had bribed Zhu Yin as an insider to frame her father for treason. Her father was loyal to the core, preferring death to rebellion. How could he ever collude with the enemy? In her past life, she never knew if Zhu Yin had a hand in the mansion's exile, but now Zhu Yin wanted the entire household annihilated. This was a true ingrate. She suppressed her fury, praised Haitong, and whispered, "Act as if you know nothing about the letter. Carry on as usual." Haiding nodded. Xie Suisui quickly tucked the letter into her sleeve and headed to the front courtyard. Her elder brother had already gone to the palace, so she summoned Xie Xinglong and Luo Sheng to the study and showed them the letter. Luo Sheng erupted in fury. "This is clearly forged. Your father spent his life defending the realm. How could he betray his country?" Xie Xinglong said, "To use a woman as a tool for court intrigue is both covert and venomous. Father and elder brother's studies are hard to access, so Zhu Yin slipped it into younger sister's boudoir. What reward could she have received to commit such a heinous act?" Xie Suisui said, "Mother, I think I know who gave her the letter." She told Luo Sheng and Xie Xinglong about seeing Qi Yuro give Zhu Yin a box at the Grand Princess's mansion. "I've raised a viper." Luo Sheng's hands trembled with rage. "I swear I've never treated her poorly in all these years. How could she conspire with others to frame the general's mansion?" Zhu Yin is jealous of Suisui. She's tried to harm her more than once. As a child, Xie Suisui had been pushed into the water by Zhu Yin. What does she have to be jealous of? I've treated her like my own daughter, never stinted on food or clothing. What good would the fall of the general's mansion do her? Luo Sheng was both furious and heartbroken. No wonder she dared to give false testimony at the Grand Princess's mansion. Mother, don't be upset. A kindness becomes a grievance when expectations grow and insatiable greed consumes the heart. But at least we've discovered it in time. The three of them discussed a countermeasure. The letter had to be burned. They summoned the steward Pei Yuanmao and instructed him to have skilled guards secretly follow Zhu Yin or her maid whenever they left the mansion or sent a message. Uncle Pei, go to the Shenyang Earl's mansion and collect the full 100,000 taels of silver that Yu Tang promised to pay me. If he can't give cash, take property deeds, land deeds, or grain as compensation. Pei Yuanmao had already gone to the Shenyang Earl's mansion during the spring banquet. Yu Tang had paid 30,000 taels at the time and written an IOU for the balance. Now that news of the crown prince's death was about to reach the capital, the course of history should still mirror her past life. She had to stop Yu Tang from rising to power. Pei Yuanmao took a crowd to the Shenyang Earl's mansion, raising a ruckus. The Shenyang Earl's mansion, knowing they were in the wrong and fearing the general's mansion's roughnecks, had to hand over the deeds to 10 shops and 200 mu of prime farmland plus 10,000 taels in cash. For the rest, the Shenyang Earl's mansion simply had nothing left. Seeing that nothing more could be squeezed out, Pei Yuanmao let it go. Xie Suisui said to Uncle Pei, "Sell these shops and fields by any means. Convert all the silver notes into silver coins and copper coins, then buy flour, rice, chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. In short, turn everything into supplies. Buy whatever the court allows." Pei Yuanmao had no idea what she was up to, but since the property was hers, he followed her instructions. Guilt-ridden over hiding the incriminating letter in Xie Suisui's boudoir, Zhu Yin sent Yulian to casually pass by the Qingwu courtyard from time to time. When she saw that Xie Suisui showed no reaction, she relaxed and secretly sent Yulian to the Chancellor's mansion to report to Qi Yuro. The general's mansion's guards trailed Yulian and saw her meet with Qi Yuro, then reported back to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng sneered. She knows full well that the general and Qi Hui are at odds, yet she still acts as the enemy's blade to stab the general's mansion in the back. That ungrateful wretch. Xie Suisui said, "Mother, Qi Yuro doesn't yet know that the crown prince has passed away, so she's in a hurry to frame us. Don't worry, I won't let her off easy either." She took out a few secret account books from Qi Hui's stash. "Mother, I stole these from the Chancellor's mansion. If Qi Hui dares to slander the general's mansion, I'll have elder brother present these books to the throne." Luo Sheng looked at the books in surprise. Suisui, such account books are usually kept in the most secure places. How did you get them? Mother, Qi Hui is extremely cunning. He doesn't keep secrets in his study under guard. Instead, he hides them in the pickle jar by the small kitchen door, a place everyone sees but easily overlooks. He's clever enough. Luo Sheng knew that Xie Fei was likely doomed, but the general had served the nation all his life and must never bear the stigma of treason. Qi Yuro wanted to use Zhu Yan to frame the general's mansion for collusion with the enemy. Then Xie Suisui would have to send Qi Yuro a grand gift. In the court, Emperor Guangzong was still unaware that anything had happened to the crown prince. As noon approached, his energy flagged. He lounged lazily on the dragon throne, propping his head, with one hand, eyes closed, contemplating what to eat for lunch. Eunuch Long glanced at the water clock. It was noon, time to end the court session. He flicked his horsetail whisk and announced in a loud voice, "Let those with memorials present them. If none, the court is adjourned." As he finished, the imperial censor stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to impeach the chancellor for failing to govern his household." Qi Hui remained unruffled. "Go ahead and impeach. It was the same old tune, just a superficial scratch. Present your case, Minister Yu." The chancellor's eldest daughter, Qi Yuro, openly engaged in illicit relations with the second young master of the Shenyang Earl's mansion during the spring banquet. She was discovered by Xie Suisui, the foster daughter of the general's mansion, and it nearly caused a fatal incident. Moreover, at the Grand Princess's Treasure Appreciation Banquet, the Chancellor's third young master accidentally fell into the water and was rescued by Princess Pingyang. The Chancellor's household showed no gratitude for the life-saving favor. After Minister Yu's speech, Qi Hui's expression changed slightly. The censor's impeachment style had shifted drastically today. Who was behind this? Emperor Guangzong perked up. "Oh, a scandalous tidbit." He straightened his back. Both incidents involved the Chancellor. Was this really so hard to resolve? Since they had seen each other naked, just marry them off. Bestow a marriage. He was best at that. If he issued a decree, both parties would have to thank him. Especially his niece Pingyang, who was a headache for the prince and princess. If he betrothed her to the Chancellor's third young master, he would solve this major problem and accumulate boundless merit. The third young master was still studying at the Imperial Academy, but had a reputation for talent. He would surely pass the imperial examinations in time, more than a match for Pingyang. But wasn't Qi Yuro, his personally appointed lucky star, already betrothed to the Marquis of Xuanping's heir? He eyed Qi Hui curiously. Didn't Miss Qi have a marriage contract with young Master Gu? How did she end up sleeping with young Master Yu? The officials were numb. Listen to that, sleeping together. Was that language befitting an emperor? How could he use the word sleep in the court? But that was just how Emperor Guangzong spoke. He was the emperor, and no one could force him to change. After over a decade aside from the censorate, the other officials had grown accustomed to it. Minister Yu suppressed the urge to impeach His Majesty for demeaning scholarly decorum and focused on impeaching Qi Hui's failure in household governance. Your Majesty, Miss Qi was publicly jilted by young Master Gu, Minister Yu reminded. The emperor immediately said, "Well, of course he broke off the engagement. She cuckolded him. He must be furious. Minister, you tell me more details." The officials thought, "Your Majesty, the Chancellor is still here. Is it appropriate to be so gossipy? And young Master Gu is your brother-in-law. When discussing state affairs, you're never this eager." Minister Yu wanted to elaborate so the emperor could be enlightened, but Qi Hui wouldn't allow it. He was a first-rank official. How could he let his family affairs, especially his daughter's scandal, be debated in the court? Qi Hui interrupted Minister Yu's impending impeachment. "Your Majesty, my daughter was incompatible with young Master Gu, and I did not wish to be a coercive father, so I agreed to the dissolution of the engagement." Emperor Guangzong was displeased. "Why didn't you inform me? The Empress arranged that marriage. Dissolving it privately is contempt for the Empress, is it not?" Qi Hui knelt to beg forgiveness. "I dare not. The dissolution was proposed by the Marquis of Xuanping's household, and I believe it had the Empress's approval. As long as you cleared it with her." The emperor accepted advice readily. "Minister Yu's concerns are easily resolved. I will bestow a marriage." Qi Hui was about to decline when Prince Weiser knelt and said, "I thank your Majesty for the great favor." That day, many present witnessed that Princess Pingyang took off her own outer robe to warm the third young master after saving him. He saw her exposed, Your Majesty. Afterward, she personally tended to him. "If you do not bestow the marriage, Pingyang will have no choice but to stay behind closed doors and live in hardship." The officials rolled their eyes, saw her exposed, rolled off his tongue as easily as if he were the emperor's own brother. Princess Pingyang in hardship. Have some decency. If she doesn't cause trouble for others, we'd count ourselves lucky. She stayed behind closed doors. More like she's a permanent fixture at the pleasure houses. But Prince Wei was a prince of the blood and a staunch royalist. Everyone could grumble inwardly, but no one was foolish enough to speak out. Qi Hui hastily said, "Your Majesty, I do not wish to arrange my children's marriages." Emperor Guangzong said earnestly, "Minister Qi, your children are grown. They should start families. Trust my judgment. Look at my 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 36 consorts, all virtuous and gentle, living in harmony with me. My eye for people is the best." The officials chorused, "Your Majesty is wise." Emperor Guangzong smugly shifted his posture, thinking, "I know I'm wise. Men and women should marry when of age. Remaining unwed only invites ridicule. An imperial marriage decree is a blessed match from heaven." Emperor Guangzong rubbed his hands in anticipation. He would write the decree himself. His calligraphy was well practiced enough to make Chancellor Qi proud for a lifetime. Seeing the emperor's eyes light up, Qi Hui inwardly groaned. Truth be told, he looked down on Yu Tang. What was an earl's son worth? Rower said Yu Tang would declare himself king in a few months. Who knew if that was true? Wait until he does become king. As for Princess Pingyang, whoever wanted her could have her. That troublesome creature, he didn't want her, boo-hoo. Emperor Guangzong had been at court since the hour of the rabbit and had exhausted his patience. "I'm hungry." Court dismissed. Qi Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Once the emperor had eaten, he would kneel and beg him to be a wise ruler. But as soon as Qi Hui returned to the chancellor's mansion, before he could even exchange a few words with Xiao Shanshan, eunuch Lan and the chief of the palace guard Gao Fong arrived simultaneously. Chancellor summoned the entire household to the front courtyard to receive the imperial edict. Xiao Shanshan's right eyelid had been twitching ever since she returned from the treasure appreciation gathering. Upon hearing of the imperial edict, she hastily led her female relatives to the front courtyard. In moments, a dark sea of kneeling figures filled the courtyard. Eunuch Lan raised his thumb and index finger in the orchid gesture, unfurled the imperial edict, cleared his duck-like voice, and began to read aloud. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. The eldest daughter of Prime Minister Qi Hui, Lady Qi, is graceful in bearing and exceptional in talent, her reputation known far and wide. Yu Tang, the second son of Earl Xingyang, is shrewd and capable, possessing both wisdom and courage. He and Lady Qi share mutual affection. We hereby bestow upon them a marriage bond inseparable in this life and the next. Qi Suisui, son of Prime Minister Qi Hui, is clever and brilliant, proficient in poetry and literature. Princess Pingyang, granddaughter of the Prince of Wei, is virtuous and gentle in character. She is hereby betrothed to Qi Suisui as his principal wife. Let an auspicious date be chosen for the wedding ceremony, so that the union may be proclaimed to all under heaven, forever sealing the bond between our houses. Thus decreed. After Eunuch Lan finished reading the edict, the entire Qi mansion fell into utter despair. Xiao Shanshan could not believe her ears. She tugged at Qi Hui's sleeve and asked, "My lord, did I hear correctly?" Qi Hui's face was grim. "You heard correctly. Both your children have been granted marriages by the throne." "No, this concubine refuses to accept it." Xiao Shanshan trembled all over. She could not bear the thought of her daughter Yuro marrying Yu Tang, nor could she accept that Princess Pingyang would wed Shilo Qi Suisui, whose courtesy name was Shilo. The Shenyang Earl's mansion was nothing but a declined household. Tch. Xiao Shanshan was filled with anger and sorrow. She could not understand why her usually shrewd daughter would prefer Yu Tang over Gu Yanxi. Yu Tang was nothing but a fraud. It was she who had personally led Xie Suisui into that trap back then. Now was she supposed to make Rotor leap into the same fire? As for Princess Pingyang, she was a woman of ill repute, a cuckold so thick it could snap Shilo's neck. Qi Suisui felt as though struck by lightning. With a hoarse voice he said, "This student is mediocre and unskilled, unworthy of Princess Pingyang. This bestowal of marriage, I shall not accept it." To marry Princess Pingyang would mean losing all face for the rest of his life. Coughing from his unresolved illness after falling into the water, he pleaded with Qi Hui, "Father, please speak to your Majesty on my behalf." Your son cannot marry Princess Pingyang. Eunuch Lan grew displeased. With a flick of his orchid finger he began to berate them. What? You wish to defy the imperial decree? Let you in on a secret. Such a young lady who lost her chastity before marriage is hardly fit to be a principal wife. Yet your majesty, out of consideration for your long service, personally drafted this edict, and you still fail to show gratitude. And as for you, third young Master Qi, you are but a commoner without title or rank. For a princess of Wei to marry down to someone like you, what right do you have to defy the Son of Heaven? Eunuch Lan groveled before Emperor Guangzong, but refused to cower before ministers. Qi Hui was no better, a lickspittle himself. Who was anyone to look down on whom? Gao Fong adopted a neither here nor there tone and advised, Prime Minister, the Emperor himself penned this edict. His words are sacred and heaven's mandate cannot be defied. No matter how favored one is, one cannot go against an imperial command. Qi Hui extended both hands and resignedly accepted the edict. This subject receives the decree and thanks your majesty for his grace. Only then did Eunuch Lan grunt. At least you know what's good for you. Xiao Shanshan was too enraged to think of offering a gratuity. Eunuch Lan and Grand Director Gao had expected a generous red envelope for such a joyous occasion, only to leave empty-handed, their resentment boiling within. On the way back, the displeased Eunuch Lan remarked to Gao Fong, I heard that at the treasure appreciation gathering Yu Tang rescued the fourth miss of official Shun from the lake waters. They shared intimate contact. How is that girl supposed to conduct herself now? Since Qi Hui had not pleased him, he sought to sour matters further for the Prime Minister. Gao Fong served in the palace guard loyal solely to the emperor and was infamous in the capital for his ruthless intrigue. His only confidant was old miser Chu Qianxing. Their private friendship was close. This marriage bestowal had Gao Fong's fingerprints all over it. Chu Qianxing claimed Qi Hui had bullied him, and Gao Fong saw an opportunity to create trouble for the Qi clan. Though he received no tip from the Prime Minister's mansion today, the Prince of Wei had already rewarded him with 1,000 taels of silver. Encouraged by Eunuch Lan's goading, Gao Fong played along. Indeed, the fourth miss of official Shun should at least be given some recognition. Eunuch Lan returned to the palace and reported to Emperor Guangzong that official Shun's daughter's reputation had been sullied. Gao Fong added fuel to the fire, and the emperor chuckled. How simple. Just marry them both off. Both Eunuch Lan and Gao Fong praised, Your Majesty is most merciful. Emperor Guangzong suddenly felt a radiant glow of paternal wisdom upon himself. Official Shin suspected the emperor was simply bored, neglecting state affairs yet obsessed with matchmaking. He had no intention of making his daughter a concubine. The Earl of Xingyang, however, was overjoyed. If Yu Tang forged alliances with both the prime ministers and official Shin's families, he might actually ascend to the throne. Yu Tang had already secretly told his father he would become king within 3 months. The Earl of Xingyang dreamed of elevating his house to royalty. Otherwise, when Earl Pei came demanding compensation, he would never have agreed to swallow his pride and pay up for the sake of harmony. After negotiations among all parties, official Shun reluctantly accepted that Shun Yinshao would become Yu Tang's honored concubine. Thankfully, Shun Yinshao was but a daughter born of a concubine. When the news reached the Prime Minister's mansion, Qi Yuro was nearly driven mad with fury. Having come from the modern era, she absolutely refused to share her husband with multiple wives. Yet this was an imperial bestowal. She would have to endure it whether she liked it or not. Yu Tang accepted the edict that day, but made no effort to contact Qi Yuro. Instead, he went to see Shin Yinshao first and lavished her with tender attention. The reason was simple. Official Shun was Xie Liuyan's biological uncle. Shin Yinshao, being close to Xie Liuyan, assisted her in managing the family accounts. Xie Liuyan was the wealthiest person alive. Miss Shin held enormous sums of Xie Liuyan's fortune in her hands. Yu Tang was desperately short of money. Extremely, overwhelmingly short of money. At the general's mansion, upon hearing that Qi Yuro, Shin Yinxiao, and Yu Tang had all been granted marriages by the Emperor Xie Suisui, burst into laughter. The emperor was truly understanding. Didn't Yu Tang claim his heart belonged only to Qi Yuro? Fine. Swallow the key and lock yourselves together. Luo Sheng sighed helplessly. Child, that bastard Yu Tang has landed 2 excellent marriages at once, and you're cheering for him. Whether this is blessing or disaster remains to be seen. This is only the beginning. Xie Suisui had no desire to explain further. Returning to Qingwu courtyard, she wrote an anonymous letter to Xie Xinglong. Brother, find someone trustworthy to copy this letter by hand. Do not let them trace the handwriting. Then deliver it to the eldest princess's mansion. Though no news of Xie Fei's death had arrived, everyone in the mansion knew the truth silently. Grief-stricken these past days, yet forced to contend with petty schemers, Xie Suisui had confided in her third brother and decided to strike back. They must reduce those vipers to desperation. That was the only way to ensure the exile proceeded smoothly. That night, a guard at the eldest princess's mansion heard a sharp thud. A thrown weapon had pinned a letter to the door. He leapt onto the high wall, but the sender had already vanished. Noticing the seal reading for the eldest princess's eyes only, the guard hurried to deliver it. The eldest princess had her personal maid open and read it aloud. Your Highness, the eldest princess, second young master Yu of the Shenyang Earl's mansion in collusion with the eldest Miss Qi of the Prime Minister's mansion, has stolen your granary. The eldest princess's face instantly darkened. She shot to her feet and commanded sharply, let us go and inspect. Accompanied by her attendants, she entered the rear courtyard that had long been abandoned. Indeed, the door was ajar. Pushing it open required little effort, for the bolt had long been drawn. Striding into the granary, the eldest princess found every door hanging open and not a single grain remaining. 130,000 pickles, freshly harvested white rice, wheat, and millet. No one knew this was her secret hoard reserved for a certain royal prince. All gone. All gone. The eldest princess's eyes burned with fury. She recalled that at the treasure appreciation gathering, young Master Gu had firmly accused Qi Yuro and Yu Tang of conspiring to steal in the rear courtyard. Back then, she had only cared about the stolen jade bowl. The bowl had been recovered, so she ordered them beaten and thrown out. Who would have imagined their real target was her granary, stripping her of her hidden reserves? Investigate. Did second young Master Yu of the Shenyang Earl's mansion and eldest Miss Qi of the Prime Minister's mansion visit this place on the day of the treasure appreciation? What have they been up to these past days? A woman of over 50, overcome with rage, her vision blurred, and she nearly fainted. A guard called out from within the granary, Your Highness, we found this in the corner of the storeroom. It was precisely that hairpin belonging to Qi Yuro. Send someone to investigate whether this hairpin belongs to eldest Miss Qi. Supporting herself on the old nurse's arm and clutching her forehead, the eldest princess spoke through clenched teeth, stuttering with rage. I will have their heads. The eldest princess's covert agents set out quietly, infiltrating both the Shenyang Earl's mansion and the Prime Minister's residence. The findings left them startled. The marriage edict was easy enough to verify. The agents reported everything. Their illicit affair, the imperial decree, without omitting a single detail, and confirmed the hairpin was indeed eldest Miss Qi's. The hairpin was a unique piece from Linling Pavilion. The pavilion confirmed that every piece of jewelry owned by eldest Miss Qi bore a P-shaped mark. This hairpin bore such a P. Have you discovered what second young Master Yu has been doing? Where has he directed the grain? Reporting to your Highness, since the spring banquet, second young Master Yu has been visiting relatives and friends daily, forming factions, and dispatching servants to secretly purchase weapons in small batches. The eldest princess erupted in fury. That scoundrel truly intends to rebel. Stockpiling weapons and grain. What else could this be but treason? Yet she could not simply expose herself. What princess without children hoarded over 100,000 pickles of grain? Such revelation would inevitably arouse Emperor Guangzong's suspicion. Suppressing her temper, the eldest princess ordered her agents to continue monitoring the Shenyang Earl's mansion, and Yu Tang observing his every move. Then she boarded a carriage and entered the palace. Before the emperor, she wept bitterly. That Yu heir and eldest Miss Qi conspired to steal 30,000 pickles of grain from my granary, along with 10,000 taels of banknotes. Her voice choked with sorrow. Brother, even a lowly earl's mansion now dares to oppress me. You must give your sister justice. Emperor Guangzong had been troubled by the feud between the eldest princess and the Prime Minister's mansion, but at the mention of rebellion his spirits instantly lifted. Other matters could be smoothed over, but treason was unforgivable. Should he let it pass, his own head would be at stake. And how painful was decapitation after all? He suddenly regretted it. He had always prided himself on being wise and decisive. Why had he bestowed a marriage upon such a wretch? How do you wish to handle them? This humble concubine requests that their entire family be castrated. Rubbing his temples, the emperor sighed. Another nuisance day after day. Son, why did you not inform me sooner? I granted them marriage yesterday. To order their castration today, would that not make me appear absurd? The eldest princess thought to herself, so you finally realize you're absurd all day long. This humble one only knew they were conspiring to steal within my mansion. Who could have guessed they were after grain? Xiao Shanshan's right eyelid had been twitching ever since she returned from the treasure appreciation gathering. Upon hearing of the imperial edict, she hastily led her female relatives to the front courtyard. In moments, a dark sea of kneeling figures filled the courtyard. Eunuch Lon raised his thumb and index finger in the orchid gesture, unfurled the imperial edict, cleared his duck-like voice, and began to read aloud. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. The eldest daughter of Prime Minister Xie Hui, Lady Qi, is graceful in bearing and exceptional in talent, her reputation known far and wide. Yu Tang, the second son of Earl Xingyang, is shrewd and capable, possessing both wisdom and courage. He and Lady Qi share mutual affection. We hereby bestow upon them a marriage bond inseparable in this life and the next. Xie Suisui, son of Prime Minister Qi Hui, is clever and brilliant, proficient in poetry and literature. Princess Pingyang, granddaughter of the Prince of Wei, is virtuous and gentle in character. She is hereby betrothed to Xie Suisui as his principal wife. Let an auspicious date be chosen for the wedding ceremony, so that the union may be proclaimed to all under heaven, forever sealing the bond between our houses. Thus decreed. After Eunuch Lon finished reading the edict, the entire Qi mansion fell into utter despair. Xiao Shanshan could not believe her ears. She tugged at Qi Hui's sleeve and asked, "My lord, did I hear correctly?" Qi Hui's face was grim. "You heard correctly. Both your children have been granted marriages by the throne." "No, this concubine refuses to accept it." Xiao Shanshan trembled all over. She could not bear the thought of her daughter Yuro marrying Yu Tang, nor could she accept that Princess Pingyang would wed Shilo Qi Suisui, whose courtesy name was Shilo. The face I prized so dearly has become a footstomp beneath their heels. Emperor Guangzong flew into a rage and barked at the imperial guards, "Send for Lord Jiang at once. I must reclaim my dignity." The imperial guards immediately departed for the Six Gates Division to fetch Jiang Wuyang. Soon Ning Qi pushed Jiang Wuyang's wheelchair, the wheels rattling along the path. Seated in his wheelchair, Jiang Wuyang sat against the light, resembling an immortal descended from the highest heavens. His official robes seemed to carry an ethereal, transcendent grace upon him. The Long Princess had a vague sense that he looked familiar, yet could not recall where she had seen him before. Emperor Guangzong said, "Lord Jiang, there has been a theft at the Long Princess's residence. Please investigate thoroughly. Especially the second young master of the Shenyang Earl's mansion. Make that your primary focus." After the Long Princess recounted the entire incident, Jiang Wuyang responded, "Your Highness, may I inspect the storehouse?" The Long Princess immediately refused. "What remains to be investigated? Would I file a false report? It is the established procedure of the Six Gates Division to conduct on-site inspections." Flustered, the Long Princess reluctantly agreed. "Very well, go ahead and look." Inside, she cursed Yu Tang and cursed Qi Yuro. Their schemes had left her too afraid to confess that 130 share of grain had gone missing. Jiang Wuyang methodically examined the Long Princess's estate, beginning from the front courtyard and paying particular attention to the small inner courtyard. Finally, he fixed his piercing gaze upon her and asked, "Your Highness, precisely how much grain was actually stolen?" 30,000 sure. I have already told you. That figure is insufficient, Jiang Wuyang stated. Surely there were absolutely no traces. No sightings of loading carts, no witnesses to thieves hauling grain over the walls. Precisely. Not a single guard in the mansion noticed anything. The Long Princess expressed her confusion, saying, "If not for the anonymous report, I would never have known the grain was missing." Through careful indirect questioning, Jiang Wuyang quickly reached a preliminary conclusion. "Your Highness, the amount of grain lost was not 300 sure, but rather over 100 sure." The thief's methods were extraordinarily cunning. Aside from a single hairpin and several sets of adult male and female footprints, there were no other traces whatsoever. Startled, the long princess dug her heels and insisting, "Lord Jiang, I did conceal some grain privately. But it was only 3000 sure. Your Highness, the grain theft and the crown prince's missing dagger incident appear to share the same culprit. I shall bring this case to resolution as soon as possible." Immediately, Jiang Wuyang's mind flashed to the scene of Qi Yuro making the dagger vanish into thin air. In this theft case, the ringleader was almost certainly her. That day, the Six Gates Division marshals executed their warrants, conducting sweeping investigations across the capital's grain markets. Soon it was discovered that the Shenyang Earl's mansion was secretly stockpiling various grains, weapons, and horses. As evidence accumulated, Jiang Wuyang spread a sheet of paper across his desk and began sketching with his brush. Ning Qi observed him drawing 3 circles, one containing the name Yu Tang, another Qi Yuro, and the third Xie Suisui. On the line connecting Yu Tang and Xie Suisui, he wrote, "Hush money, one of his tales," with a question mark. Between Yu Tang and Qi Yuro, he noted weapons and grain stockpiling, an imperial marriage decree, each marked with uncertainty. Then in the blank space, he wrote 2 enormous characters: rebellion. The general's residence. The laughter of days gone by had vanished forever. Though they knew Xie Fei was dead, they could only wait for news of the crown prince's fate and Xie Fei's death, and then await heaven's judgment. Would the entire household face immediate execution, imprisonment, or exile? Xie Suisui had no time to weep alongside her adoptive mother and sisters-in-law. Her adoptive father's dying wish had been for them to survive. She must fulfill his final desire. Moreover, Yu Tang had also been reborn. Although Qi Yuro had lost her spatial ability, her remaining assets and connections within the Prime Minister's household remained extraordinarily formidable. Yu Tang would undoubtedly begin preparing for rebellion earlier, stockpiling grain and troops, claiming the throne even faster than in his previous life. If he truly achieved his ambition, he would most likely crown Qi Yuro as empress. In that case, the general's residence would have no escape. She would meet a far more brutal end than in her past life. Unless the general's residence rebelled first. She could not simply wait for Yu Tang and Qi Yuro to strike. She needed to prepare not only for exile, but also for the future survival of the general's residence. She sought out Xie Xinglang and said, "Third brother, have your injuries healed? They are nothing serious. What do you need?" "I wish for third brother to accompany me for a walk." Jian remained at home, so she could not reveal her plans. Xie Xinglang rose in silence. Normally, he could never sit still. Each day, he either sought out the capital's young nobles to train martial arts at the Imperial Guard camp, went hunting in the mountains, or attended beast fights at the arena. Now, with his mighty father fallen, he had grown suddenly composed overnight. The siblings mounted their horses and rode out of the city, galloping northward for over 50 li before stopping in a small town called Longgang Town. Xie Suisui headed straight to the marketplace and exchanged her silver at the market office for loose silver fragments and copper coins. "Third brother, go purchase game. Anything large or small, dead or alive. Also buy all the animal hides. We will meet again under that large tree at the eastern end of the market." The market street ran east to west with a towering poplar tree at its eastern terminus. "Where are you going?" Xie Xinglang asked. "This place is chaotic. Do not wander off with strangers. I am going to the tailor shop ahead. Rest assured, third brother." The tailor shop stood just a short distance away. Xie Xinglang harbored some suspicion. Was his sister stockpiling supplies for their exile? Buying excess supplies would be useless, as carrying extra possessions was prohibited during exile. But before he could say more, Xie Suisui had already led her horse away. He sighed. Throughout their lives, he had never questioned whatever his younger sister wished to do. While Xie Xinglang went to the market to purchase game, Xie Suisui hurried to the tailor shop. This was not the capital. The ready-made garments here were mostly made from hemp and ramie cloth, affordable for ordinary folk. The moment Xie Suisui entered, the shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with opportunity. Though she appeared quite young, her mature bearing and fine clothing made it clear she was no ordinary peasant. He immediately abandoned his other female customer and rushed to Xie Suisui's side, saying eagerly, "Miss, would you like to purchase ready-made garments?" Xie Suisui nodded. "Miss, please examine our newly arrived fragrance cloud gauze garments. They are crisp and supple, resistant to sunlight with excellent wash fastness and strong waterproof qualities. Even if caught in rain or splashed with water, they remain unfazed, lightweight, breathable, and wrinkle-resistant. He launched into an enthusiastic presentation. The neglected female customer turned green with anger, glaring resentfully at Xie Suisui, thinking, "So what if you have money? Who do you think you are?" Xie Suisui smiled faintly and interrupted the shopkeeper's pitch, pointing to the Remy garments and saying, "Shopkeeper, I wish to purchase Remy cloth clothing." The female customer chuckled mockingly. "Shopkeeper, your flattery has missed the mark. Did you expect to curry favor with someone only to find a pauper?" "Oh." The shopkeeper was visibly wounded, his enthusiasm dropping by nearly 7/10. His tone towards Xie Suisui grew noticeably colder. "Which piece would you like?" Xie Suisui paid no mind to the woman's attitude. After all, the shopkeeper had abandoned his other customer to flatter her, a behavior that was hardly commendable. "Wrap all of these for me." She provided her measurements, pointing to the rows of Remy and hemp garments hanging on a long string beside the cabinet. "Separate them by gender and age, and note the sizes on each bundle." The shopkeeper had presumed the day's major business was lost, but this unexpected windfall brought him great delight. "All of them," he confirmed. "Yes." The original female customer sneered. "You intend to buy so many clothes. Can you possibly wear them all?" Xie Suisui, unwilling to engage in idle quarrels, said nothing. Overjoyed, the shopkeeper immediately quoted a price, saying, "Miss, I still have stock in my back warehouse that I have not yet displayed. All brand new garments. Would you like to see them? I can offer you a discount, of course." Xie Suisui nodded. "Please trouble yourself to bring them all for me to inspect." The shopkeeper immediately summoned his assistant to carry out large camphor wood chests from the warehouse. Xie Suisui examined the neatly folded hemp and Remy garments. Indeed, all were brand new. "Wrap everything that fits my size. Additionally, bring me 30 sets each of men's and women's undergarments, the finest materials available." The shopkeeper immediately understood. This was how a true wealthy young mistress shopped for clothes. The finest, softest fabrics for undergarments. Outer garments were merely for show. The shopkeeper was over the moon. Unfortunately, his shop lacked sufficient fine inventory. In the end, 18 sets of men's undergarments and 12 sets of women's undergarments were selected, along with 30 sets of men's Remy outer garments and 40 sets of women's Remy outer garments. "Wrap them all for me. Right away." The outer garments total 371, no distinction between genders, amounting to 25 taels and 901. The undergarments are silk fragrance cloud gauze priced at 30 taels. Xie Suisui produced a 50-tael silver ingot and a 10-tael ingot, handing them to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was overcome with excitement. He returned her change and gifted her 4 cloth bundles, carefully organizing all the garments by size and hanging them on her saddle. The woman, who had previously mocked her inability to afford new clothing, now wore an expression of conflicting emotions, her hands clutching the hem of her garment as she cast a resentful, jealous glance at Xie Suisui. The shopkeeper sneered inwardly. How many people in this world lacked vision? Had her face been slapped thoroughly? "Miss, we have sold out of ready-made garments today. Please return another day." The shopkeeper apologized to the woman. The woman turned and stormed away. Xie Suisui shook her head lightly. They were mere strangers. What purpose was there in making enemies? After leaving the tailor shop, she led her horse into a quiet alley and whispered, "Collect," and all 4 large bundles vanished into her spatial dimension. By sheer coincidence, she looked up and found a fur shop directly across the street. Although the southern regions were humid and hot, the climate remained quite cold before crossing the Great River. Moreover, one must account for all possibilities. What if the Guangzhou emperor, in a fit of caprice, sentenced them to exile in the bitterly cold northern territories? Xie Suisui entered the fur shop, where the shopkeeper eagerly asked, "Miss, would you like to purchase ready-made garments or tan pelts?" "Tan pelts. I wish to make several fur mattresses for my family." We have them. Not only do we have several excellent tan pelts, but we also have 2 assembled wolf fur mattresses. "I will take them all." The shopkeeper brought out the wolf fur mattresses. Xie Suisui touched them and felt deeply satisfied. The fur was soft and lustrous, the edges meticulously stitched, exceptionally durable. "I will take both of these mattresses. What else do you have?" Show me all the tan pelts. How could the shopkeeper refuse? His enthusiasm knew no bounds. He even brought out his 2 treasured leopard skins. Xie Suisui ultimately spent 180 taels of silver purchasing 2 wolf fur mattresses, 3 sheepskin rugs, 2 leopard skins, 10 wolf pelts, 6 sheep pelts, along with 2 finished fox fur overcoats. Unlike the capital shops that prioritized elaborate packaging, the goods in this small town were genuinely superior. Excellent quality at reasonable prices, truly worthwhile. She was uncertain whether she would need all these furs, but decided to purchase them first and consider later. After all, she currently had no shortage of money. Footwear was an absolute necessity. From the capital to the wilderness, the entire journey would be measured by foot alone, and it was feared that each person would wear through no fewer than 10 pairs of shoes. She purchased 15 pairs of shoes each for her 3 elder brothers, her mother, 2 elder sisters-in-law, and herself, as well as 20 pairs of shoes and small leather boots for her young nephew Xie. Children's feet grew quickly, and it was entirely possible that the shoes would no longer fit before they were even worn through. In truth, the barbarian-style clothing and boots of the Beiyan Kingdom would have been the most practical choice for such a long journey, but the Chongfeng court harbored suspicions toward foreign attire, leaving her no choice but to select shoes with thick soles. After purchasing the shoes, she made her way once more to that deserted alley and stepped into her spatial inventory. Leading her horse through the streets, she browsed the shops, but beyond grain and clothing, she could not think of what else she needed to buy. Bang! Bang! At the entrance of the blacksmith's shop, 2 burly men wielded large hammers forging iron. That was precisely what she had been thinking of. In recent years, the Chongfeng Kingdom had developed its iron smelting technology, remarkably producing nearly 3 million stones of iron annually, approximately 180,000 tons. As long as commoners had money, they could purchase iron walks. The blacksmith, noticing her lingering, asked, "What would you like to purchase, miss? Do you have wrought iron walks?" "Yes. A cast iron walk costs 300 won, and a wrought iron walk costs 1,000 won. Then I'll take 5 of each." Xie Suisui noticed the agricultural tools being forged nearby, and several machetes caught her eye immediately. "Shopkeeper, I'll take these machetes." "How much?" Long spears, broadswords, and other weapons were strictly controlled by the court, and blacksmiths dared not forge them for ordinary people. However, the machete was an exception. It was classified as an agricultural tool used for clearing brush and wasteland, and one could be custom-ordered freely at a blacksmith shop. On the long journey into exile, she might encounter wild beasts and mountain bandits alike. More importantly, in a few months' time, the Beiyan army would march south, plunging the land into chaos. Weapons for self-defense were absolutely essential. That one was custom-ordered by another customer. "If you wanted an additional 10 won per piece," the blacksmith replied without much thought. The 10 won would compensate the original client. 10 won was a trifle for Xie Suisui. With 4 machetes in hand, she also noticed some hook-blade swords and purchased those as well. She would have her 3rd brother carve wooden handles. They would serve perfectly as weapons. All 3 of her elder brothers knew martial arts. Even without more sophisticated weapons, the machetes and hook-blade swords would be more than sufficient for fending off bandits. After paying, she asked them to move the 10 wax machetes and hook-blade swords into that deserted alley. The moment they left, she quickly concealed everything within her spatial inventory. Next, she went to purchase containers. She needed to store a sufficient supply of water. Chongfeng had always been arid with little rainfall, and for the past 2 years not a single drop had fallen. In her previous life, throughout the lands north of the Great River, the summers and autumns brought devastating droughts that cracked the fields open, fissures wider than her palm, driving the common people to flee as refugees. She moved through the ceramic and general goods shops, almost recklessly purchasing wooden buckets, bathing tubs, large water vats, bowls, and plates, and she hardly bargained at all provided the shopkeepers were honest and fair. She instructed the shopkeepers to deliver everything to the deserted alley, explaining that she had arranged to meet her family there to collect the goods. The shopkeepers were happy to earn the money and had no particular curiosity about it. After all, who among them would turn down silver? A customer arranging to pick up goods in an alley with family was nothing unusual. Xie Suisui transferred all those items into her spatial inventory, bundled a small pouch of needles and thread, and hurried to the great poplar tree at the eastern edge of the market. As expected, Xie Xinglong was already waiting for her. He had purchased quite an assortment of game: rabbits, pheasants, a small wild boar, and a wolf. The rabbits and pheasants were the most numerous, along with a deer and a basket full of wild bird eggs. Seeing that she carried only a small bundle, Xie Xinglong was momentarily puzzled, but he quickly understood. His sister simply hadn't found anything that pleased her. Villagers coming and going through the market cast odd glances at the pile of game Xie Xinglong had acquired. Xie Suisui quickly urged him to pack everything away and secure it to the saddle. "Third brother, please keep this bundle for me. I'll be right back." "Wait for me, I'll go with you," Xie Xinglong called after her, but Xie Suisui waved her hand above her head. "I'll go myself. I'll return shortly." She visited the steamed bun shop and the flatbread shop. As she emerged from the sesame seed cake stall, she heard a feeble child's voice. "Grandfather, I'm hungry." She glanced toward the roadside and saw a large collection of wheat straw bread baskets and containers beside an old man accompanied by a child of about 4 or 5 years. Both grandfather and grandson bore expressions of sorrow, resignation, and thirst. In country markets, such faces were not uncommon. Many elderly farmers would stand on the street for an entire day, hoping to earn a few copper coins, yet barely managing to sell a single handmade item. The hungry child noticed Xie Suisui emerging from the bakery and seemed on the verge of pleading, "Please buy a bread basket." The old man rubbed the wrinkles on his face and said, "Be patient, dear. Once grandfather sells the bread baskets, I'll buy you a steamed bun." Xie Suisui sighed and crouched down before the stall. The elderly vendor rose excitedly and eagerly began promoting his wares. "Miss, buy one. They're sturdy and inexpensive. Sir, how much for each small basket?" "The bread baskets are 10 when each, the produce baskets 8 1, and the white wicker winnowing trays 100 when each. You weave these beautifully and finely. I'll take them all." The old man was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Selling even one woven item was considered lucky. This young woman, purchasing everything at once, was either a major patron or possessed an exceptionally kind heart. "Grandfather, can we buy food now?" "Yes, grandfather will buy you a steamed bun." Xie Suisui counted out the exact amount and gently patted the child's head. She handed him a lotus leaf-wrapped bun filled with minced meat and glass noodles, saying, "You've been very well behaved. Sister is treating you to this bun." The child was thrilled, but he glanced at his grandfather, who spoke anxiously. This must cost quite a lot." Xie Suisui merely nodded gently. The old man told the child, "This kind young lady is giving this to you. Just accept it." "Thank you, miss." The child gratefully accepted the bun, then took one out first and offered it to his grandfather. "Grandfather, you eat first." Such a filial child. Xie Suisui was delighted and felt certain she had helped the right person. Alas, money was a wonderful thing, for without it, even the desire to do good deeds remained powerless. She asked the old man to help carry all the bread baskets to that quiet alley. Once he had departed, she transferred everything directly into her spatial inventory. The steamed buns in this town were nearly half the price of those in the capital and were also considerably larger. Xie Suisui selected the 2 largest baskets from her newly purchased collection and bought every tray of freshly steamed buns from the shop. Making more than 10 trips in and out of that narrow alley, she filled her spatial inventory with steamed buns, flatbreads, prepared foods from the stalls, and even wine from the tavern. As the sun began to set in the west, she hurried to the great poplar tree. Xie Xinglong was leaning against the trunk with his eyes half closed while his horse stood nearby, snorting impatiently. Both man and beast were hungry. "Third brother, I'm sorry," Xie Suisui said. "Let's go eat." Xie Xinglong was indeed anxious, but he could not bring himself to scold her. "If we return to the city now, the gates will likely already be locked. Could we stay one night in this town?" I informed Haitang before I left. If it grows too late to return, I told her to let mother know. Xie Xinglong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "If you've arranged everything, then it's fine. I was only worried mother would be anxious." Mother had been feeling so distressed these past few days, still worrying about them. He could not bear it. The 2 of them went to the inn in town. The town had only 2 inns. The Longgang Inn, located in the bustling center, offered better conditions at a higher price. The other, called Suji, sat at the far end of town and was essentially a cart drivers in catering to traveling merchants and laborers with considerably poorer conditions. Naturally, the siblings would not stay at the cart drivers inn. They went directly to the Longgang Inn and reserved 2 fine rooms. The innkeeper, noticing the substantial game strapped to Xie Xinglong's horse, asked, "Honored guest, are you selling this game?" Xie Xinglong shook his head and explained that he had purchased them specifically for their own consumption. Xie Suisui looked at the pile of game. She did not wish to reveal the secret of her spatial inventory, so she decided to find an opportunity to transfer the items later. For now, she simply told Xie Xinglong that she had entrusted the goods to a friend for safekeeping. They would prove useful during their journey into exile. Her third brother trusted her completely, and she wagered he would not press for details. She ordered a basin of rice, a basin of stewed free-range chicken, a basin of lamb with vegetables, and a basin of pigeon soup. Third brother, drink the pigeon soup. It will help you recover faster. She knew Xie Xinglong was burdened with sorrow, but no matter how difficult things were, he must take care of his health. The journey into exile was long, and many people perished along the way. She did not speak much, merely serving him rice and placing dishes within his reach. Since they were staying the night, her mind was no longer weighed with urgency, and Xie Suisui ventured out once again to shop with reckless enthusiasm. Longgang town was not large. Beyond the market street lay nothing different from any other village, narrow paths and farmhouses identical to those found throughout the countryside. At one household's entrance stood 8 horse chestnut trees, each thick enough to encircle with a single embrace. Their canopies were enormous, heavy with clusters of fragrant white blossoms resembling a maiden adorned head to toe with flowers. Standing beneath the trees, the sweet fragrance of the horse chestnut blossoms filled her nostrils, and Xie Suisui's mind immediately conceived numerous recipes featuring the flowers. She approached the doorstep and knocked. A woman in her 30s came out, and upon seeing Xie Suisui's fine attire, politely inquired, "Miss, whom are you looking for?" "Auntie, are these horse chestnut trees yours?" "Yes." "Are you interested in the blossoms?" "Indeed." "Auntie, might I purchase some from you?" "The blossoms are worthless. If you wish to eat them, simply pick as many as you like." The woman presumed she intended only to gather a handful for cooking and offered no objection. Xie Suisui felt somewhat embarrassed. She was not merely picking a few sprigs. She intended to stockpile them. After all, horse chestnut blossoms were a seasonal delicacy with an extraordinarily brief blooming period. In a few months' time, even if she desired them, they would be entirely beyond reach. "Auntie, I am not adept at climbing trees. May I borrow a sickle to trim some branches? To compensate for your loss, may we agree on 2 when per jean?" She offered the market price for fresh vegetables. The more courteous the other party was, the less she wished to take advantage of such honest folk. Upon hearing 2 when per jean, the woman was astonished. Each year the horse chestnut blossoms were edible for only half a month before they withered completely. Left uneaten, they would simply fall to waste. And now someone actually wanted to buy them. "Dalong Erling Samling, come pick the horse chestnut blossoms." The woman's loud call made Xie Suisui's ears ring, and the sound suddenly reminded her of her own mother. 3 boys of about 10 years old emerged from the courtyard. Though their clothes were tattered, their faces were bright with smiles. The youngest, appearing to be 11 or 12, cheerfully asked, "Would you like the stripped blossoms or the intact flower clusters?" "Pick the best blossoms," Xie Suisui replied. "Excellent. I'm quite skilled at climbing trees." The boy tied a wheat straw basket around his waist with a rope, kicked off his shoes, and swiftly scampered up the tree. Perched in the branches, he gathered armfuls of blossoms directly, and soon the basket was full. The other 2 boys likewise filled their baskets and called up from the tree, "Is that enough?" "Keep picking. Take as many as you can." The woman also shed her slippers and climbed the tree to help. By the time the lanterns were lit, the mother and her 4 children had gathered 5 full baskets. Horse chestnut blossoms were remarkably light. Zhou Dalong and Zhou Erlang retrieved a scale from their home, and the total came to 53 jean. At the agreed price of 2 when per jean, the sum was 106 won. Xie Suisui noticed that Auntie Zhou had meticulously cleaned away every leaf and tiny branch. She said to her, "Auntie Zhou, you are a thorough and principled person. May I add 21 to the original price as a token of my appreciation?" She counted out 126 won and placed it in Auntie Zhou's palm, then handed her an additional 75 won. "This is for the baskets." Auntie Zhou was simply overjoyed and stammered, "Miss, why are you so kind to us?" Xie Xinglong remained silent, glancing between Xie Suisui and the pile of horse chestnut blossoms. With so many blossoms, how were they to carry them back? Xie Suisui calmly said to Aunt Zhou, "Send these locust flowers to the inn." Aunt Zhou and her sons used a flatbed cart to haul the locust flowers to the storage yard behind Longyang Inn. The inn offered free storage for guests. After storing the locust flowers and games, Xie Xinglong and Xie Suisui returned to their room to rest. Watching Xie Xinglong enter his room, she stealthily slipped out, went to the storage area, retrieved all the goods, and transferred them all into her space. These items needed to be kept fresh. The locust flowers wouldn't spoil overnight outdoors, but they would wilt and ferment. Longyang town was nestled against the Chong Mountains. Another reason Xie Suisui chose this town was that the mountain spring had not yet dried up. Other places were already suffering from water scarcity. 2 years of severe drought had cracked the fields, and the well water had turned muddy. Every time they fetched water, they had to let it settle in a bucket for half a day before they could drink a clear mouthful. But on the mountain by Longyang town, there was a spring that flowed year-round, its water sweet and refreshing. She wanted to store some water here. She had to stockpile water even if it aroused Xie Xinglong's suspicion. "Brother," someone said, "the mountain spring behind is very sweet. Will you accompany me to fetch some?" Without a second thought, Xie Xinglong said, "Wait at the inn, I'll go fetch it for you. I've never seen a spring, I want to see it with my own eyes. No, it's too dangerous at night. There are wolves on the mountain." "But aren't you here?" "Still no, too dangerous." "All right, then I'll go alone." In the inn, Xie Xinglong accompanied her, carrying a torch and borrowing a woodcutter's knife from the inn. Seeing them heading to the mountain to find the spring, the innkeeper said in surprise, "Our town has long protected the spring and piped all the water into the town." It turned out that to prevent theft and evaporation, the village head had led the villagers to build a wall around the spring and lay a long brick channel to divert the water to a stone reservoir built in the town. The reservoir was built in the theater garden outside the Longyang town ancestral hall, surrounded by walls exclusively for the townsfolk. Outsiders were not allowed in. Xie Suisui gave a small tip of 20 when carried a bucket to the reservoir to fetch water. As soon as she entered the theater garden, she sensed a sweetness in the air. Overjoyed, she crouched by the edge, cupped a handful of water. "Very sweet. Little brother, do you all drink it directly? Is it fine without boiling?" "It's fine. I grew up in this town drinking this spring water since childhood, never had diarrhea." Then what was there to think about? "Take it." In no time, Xie Suisui filled all the large vats, wooden buckets, and small basins in her space to the brim. It was dark, no one saw. After she finished, the water level in the reservoir had dropped by 2 feet. Perfect. The next day at the hour of the Mao, 5 to 7 a.m., she hurriedly led her horse and went to the steamed bun shop, the flatbread shop, and the baked cake shop. She placed 2 wicker baskets lined with white gauze on the horse's back and bought half from each. Once the baskets were full, she led the horse away, and when no one was looking, she transferred the goods into her space, filling stacks and baskets of steamed buns. On her way back to the inn, she unexpectedly spotted a sauce shop selling pickled vegetables. On the counter were jars of preserved watermelon soybean paste with a ruddy color, pure aroma, and a spicy sweet taste that looked incredibly appetizing. Surprised and delighted, she walked over and asked the shopkeeper, "How much is this watermelon soybean paste?" "This bowl is 171. A bowl was displayed on the counter, but the shopkeeper said there were several more jars in the back. One jar weighed 10 jin and cost 1 guan 771. Xie Suisui felt it was a bit expensive. Watermelons are precious. They are bought from the western regions with great haste. In winter there are few melons anyway. 1 jar for 1 guan. I'm barely making any profit." The shopkeeper explained, "Not to mention Longyang town, even in the capital Shenzhen, no one can surpass my family's watermelon soybean paste. This was personally brewed by my father." Nearby neighbors passing by told Xie Suisui that the old shopkeeper was a master of pickling. So Xie Suisui stopped bargaining and bought all 3 jars of watermelon soybean paste in the shop along with the sample bowl. The jars were hard to carry away, so Xie Suisui asked the shopkeeper to move them to a spot a bit farther from the door, saying that someone from her family would come to pick them up soon. The shopkeeper moved them to the roadside outside. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was looking, Xie Suisui stored them in her space, mounted her horse and fled. Even if someone sharp-eyed saw, it no longer mattered. She was about to leave Longang town. After transferring everything into her space, she bought some breakfast and returned to the inn. Xie Xinglong had already come down to the lobby to wait for her. Seeing her return from outside, he was greatly surprised. "You went out." "Brother, the things I bought yesterday. I found an escort agency and had them deliver to the general's mansion." "Already sent off?" "Yes, sent off." Although Xie Xinglong was puzzled, he would never have imagined that she had a portable space. They ate breakfast and rode back to the capital. Passing through towns along the way, Xie Suisui would find an excuse to enter and exchange 100 taels of silver into small pieces at the market official's office. Then she would walk around the town. Unlike in Longang town, she would stand at a distance for a while in front of every steamed bun shop, flatbread shop, and cooked food shop. Even a carpenter's shop, she would stand across the street and watch for a little while. Xie Xinglong had no idea what she was up to. He led the horse and watched her pause and gaze even as she walked past the vegetable and game stalls. "Sister, what do you want to buy?" "Nothing, just looking." Unable to guess why she kept stopping and staring, Xie Xinglong thought for a moment and said, "Are you worried that when the soldiers of Beiyin come in the future, all this prosperity will vanish?" Xie Suisui was surprised by Xie Xinglong's associative thinking, but it was not convenient to explain, so she tacitly acquiesced. However, Xie Xinglong did not know that the general store's blacksmith shops, steamed bun shops, rice shops, where she had paused, would have their goods swept clean after they left with sufficient silver and copper coins left on the counters. Even the game vendors would blink and find the game had turned into a piece of silver or several strings of copper coins. Having bought goods in Longang town the day before, she roughly knew the prices. So she paid according to Longang's prices, adding a bit extra so as not to shortchange the sellers. All the way back to the general's mansion, Xie Suisui did not buy anything in the capital, because the news of the crown prince and Xie Fei's deaths would soon reach the capital, and the general's mansion would inevitably be held accountable. If anyone saw them making large purchases, Emperor Guangzong would surely suspect that they had prepared in advance for exile. The entire general's mansion would face not exile, but most likely beheading on the spot. As soon as the two entered the general's mansion, they sensed something amiss. The steward saw them return, his eyes filled with tears. Xie Xinglong's voice was hoarse as he asked, "Father, is he back?" The steward shook his head, crying and stamping his feet in anger. "Second young master has returned, but the eldest young master and the second young master have both been thrown into prison. Today the Duke Xie Suisui went mad for some reason, slandering the Grand General in court, saying he colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. I've never seen such a heartless duke. What father doesn't wish well for his children? But he goes to court and frames them. He held several royal treasures of the Beiyin kingdom, claiming the Grand General brought them from Beiyin for him. He also said that letters proving the general's treason with Beiyin were hidden in the mansion. The palace service came to search today. They rushed straight to Miss Suisui's private chamber. The madam said it was the young lady's room, and the two sides almost came to blows. The madam and the second young mistress were beaten. Luckily, they found nothing. Just then the crown prince's personal guards returned, saying the crown prince was dead, the Grand General was dead, and the second and eldest young masters were severely wounded trying to save the crown prince. The steward wailed as he spoke. Xie Xinglong and Xie Suisui already knew that Xie Fei was dead, but hearing the news delivered to the family still plunged them into deep sorrow. Xie Suisui's face was instantly flooded with tears. Xie Xinglong did not cry but staggered into the main hall. Luo Sheng and Lu Xiangyi looked at him, both with bruises on their faces. His mother and sister-in-law were all weeping, but they dared not cry loudly. The crown prince had died, and on the way to rescue the Xie family army. The general's mansion dared not even hang funeral banners nor cry aloud. Xie Xingyun returned severely injured in one eye. Together with other Xie family army generals and the crown prince's personal guards, he escorted the crown prince's coffin back to the capital. As for Xie Fei's body, the border generals built a grave on the spot. The general's last wish was to guard the border forever. Xie Xingyun entered the palace and never returned. At noon, a friendly official secretly sent word to Luo Sheng that Xie Xinhui and Xie Xingyun had been thrown into death row. Seeing Xie Xinglong and Xie Suisui return, General Chun Wei, who had accompanied the coffin, brought over a small box. "This is from the Grand General for Miss Suisui. Before he passed, he called me to his side and asked me to bring it back. 2 years ago, while pursuing the Beiyin army, the Grand General encountered a lightning-struck jujube tree. He brought it back to carve protective accessories for Miss Suisui. Xie Fei was not particularly skilled, but years at the border gave him time to pass the time, and his carving gradually improved. He carved a pendant and a bracelet for Xie Suisui, the beads engraved with auspicious cloud patterns, all polished smooth. The cord was also hand-woven by Xie Fei, a date-red cord with a dark brown lightning-struck wood pendant, sturdy and distinctive. Chun Wei said, "The Grand General must have conceived it in his mind 1,000 times. He cut the lightning-struck wood into small pieces and used a carving knife to gradually remove the excess shavings." Chun Wei and others often saw Xie Fei holding a piece of wood, the carving knife spinning shavings swirling around his fingers, then blown away with a puff. On the front of the wooden plaque, Xie Fei carved a relief of the character Xie, with auspicious clouds and cranes in harmony. On the back, he carved the character Sui. After carving, he polished it bit by bit. With immense patience, Xie Fei crafted a set of lightning-struck wood protective accessories for his daughter, warding off all evil. The Grand General said, "If you acknowledge the General's mansion, you are the legitimate eldest daughter of the mansion. He hopes that your life will be smooth in all things, and you will have peace year after year." In her memory, father's face and hands were both very rough. He guarded the borders year-round, rarely returning to the capital, even once every 1 or 2 years. Yet several days before each birthday, he would entrust the postal station to send Xie Suisui a hand-carved wooden mouse. This was because Xie Suisui was born in the year of the rat. 12 little mice had now been collected in total, each in a different pose, lifelike and vivid. A row of little mice, 12 years of time, a father's love, so tender, so gentle. Xie Suisui sat on the ground, arms wrapped around the wooden box, her face pressed against it, tears dripping drop by drop from the corner. But now was not the time for weeping. She lifted her head, eyes blurred with tears, and said to Xie Xinglong, "Third brother, do you know anyone who can help me investigate someone?" "Investigate whom?" "Look into what connections the Duke of Ning's estate has recently formed with the Prime Minister's residence." "I will go investigate immediately." The alliance between the Prime Minister's residence and the Duke of Ning's estate was no secret. Almost everyone in the Duke of Ning's household already knew that Xie Luyin was to marry Qi Ziyu. Eldest Miss Qi said she and Miss Yin are bosom friends and wish to draw even closer, while the Prime Minister plans to help our second master reinstate the noble title. The Duke of Ning's servant boasted triumphantly. Xie Xinglong's informant only spent a bag of broad beans to uncover everything thoroughly. Of course, the servant certainly did not know about the secret conspiracy between Qi Yuro and Xie Luyin to frame others. Xie Suisui suddenly understood in the plot to accuse the general's estate of colluding with the enemy. Both Zhu Yin and Xie Chusheng had Qi Yuro behind them. In her past life, the general's family was exiled while the Duke of Ning's estate remained untouched. While Xie Suisui was tormented at the Prime Minister's residence, the news of the general's estate's exile was something she learned first from Xie Luyin herself. Xie Fei committed treason and colluded with the enemy, causing the crown prince's death. He deserves nothing less. The Palace Guard Directorate discovered treasonous letters and contraband at the general's estate. Everyone in the family perished on the way to exile. Xie Suisui, your backing has fallen. Xie Suisui only now understood. In her past life, those who framed the Fei family were also Xie Chusheng, Xie Chuanwang, and Xie Luyin. Father had shown reverence and filial piety towards Xie Chusheng, yet Xie Chusheng personally pushed him into the abyss, defaming his lifetime of honor and leaving him branded with the disgrace of treason even after death. That nest of heartless beasts. Xie Suisui's eyes were swollen red from crying. She said to Luo Sheng, "Mother, third brother, and I will go beg the fourth prince. We must rescue big brother and second brother." Luo Sheng said, "Beg the fourth prince. Shouldn't it be the fifth prince?" The fourth prince's mother was merely a maid in the empress's quarters who died early, leaving the fourth prince with no support behind him. Moreover, the fourth prince was only 14 years old this year. He had neither been granted a princely title nor received fiefdom. He was originally little more than a shadow following the crown prince. One could say that in the imperial court any prince was more powerful than the fourth prince. Xie Suisui insisted, "Mother, we will only seek out the fourth prince." Very well. Luo Sheng summoned her remaining strength. She had already begged all her acquaintances. Those who had been close to her in the past either shut their doors and refused to see her or sent servants to deliver excuses of helpless regret. "Mother, third brother, and I must find him quickly, or big brother and second brother may suffer." Luo Sheng took out all the banknotes in the house and pressed them into their hands. "Take these." Xie Suisui counted them, 62,000 taels. She did not refuse. If the fourth prince did not act, her two elder brothers would, like in her past life, be crippled in the imperial prisons. Furthermore, if she did not take these banknotes, they would be confiscated anyway when the household was raided. In her past life, when she escaped from the northern Yin military camp, the fifth prince was already dead, and the second prince, the prince of Yin, whose fiefdom lay in the north, was also dead. The only surviving prince was the fourth prince. To survive without a mother's backing after her death and outlive all his elder and younger brothers, the fourth prince was certainly not as simple as he appeared. Xie Suisui said to Xie Xinglong, "Third brother, I will speak, and you will write." Very well. Xie Xinglong did not question what she said, and simply complied. Take an appropriate amount of the medicinal powder, mix it with vinegar to form a paste, and directly apply it into the wound. Change the dressing daily. After 3 consecutive applications, significant results will be visible. It was a prescription. She spoke, he wrote. After finishing the formula, she carefully blew it dry, folded it, and tucked it into her lapel. The two set off on horseback to the fourth prince's residence. The fourth prince's estate was located in a remote area. Though it followed proper protocol, it was clearly dilapidated. One could tell from the residence itself that the fourth prince was not favored. They knocked on the door, and the steward Jiang Guangming opened it, and said coldly, "If you are here to beg for mercy for young Master Xie eldest, or young Master Xie second, then please turn back." Xie Suisui replied, "We are here to deliver something His Highness the fourth prince urgently needs." She materialized from her spatial storage a packet of medicinal powder, a bundle of silver chrysanthemum, and along with the prescription written by Xie Xinglong, she slipped them into his hand, masking her actions in the twilight. Xie Xinglong was unexpectedly given 2 paper packets, but discreetly passed them to Jiang Guangming. "What is this?" "You only need to deliver them to His Highness. He will surely understand." Xie Suisui said, "We will wait. If the fourth prince insists on not seeing us, we will return to our estate immediately." "Then very well. Please wait a moment." Jiang Guangming closed the door again, carrying the 2 packets and the paper into the estate. In merely a quarter of an hour, Jiang Guangming returned with word, "Young Master Xie the third and Miss Xie, please return to your estate first. His Highness the fourth prince says that the eldest young master and second young master will be properly housed in prison." Xie Suisui and Xie Xinglong respectfully stepped back. Walking out of the estate in a daze, Xie Xinglong still did not understand when they reached the gate. He asked softly, "Sister, did you give the fourth prince 2 packets of medicine?" "Yes." "To treat what illness?" Xie Suisui gestured for him to lean down and whispered in his ear, "I heard that your majesty suffers from a strange disease. A human face has grown upon his body." Xie Xinglong's eyes widened in shock. "It is true," Xie Suisui said. "Qi Yuro has been searching everywhere for this medicine. My trip to Longang town with you was precisely to find this medicinal powder in various pharmacies." Xie Xinglong stared at her in disbelief. She had only been at the Prime Minister's residence for 3 days and already knew these confidential matters. Xie Suisui offered no explanation. Naturally, she had not learned this within the past 2 days at the Prime Minister's estate. It was merely something she had heard during her flight in her past life. The emperor suffered from a facial sore shaped like a human face. It grew larger and larger until even eyebrows and eyes began to form, and it would clamor for food and drink. Emperor Guangzong fiercely guarded this secret, yet the imperial physicians were powerless. Since Qi Yuro frequently offered novel medical ideas, Emperor Guangzong sought her out to privately consult. At that time, Qi Yuro instructed someone to procure fertilaria, grind it into powder. Relying on her cure for Emperor Guangzong's facial sore, Xie rose to unprecedented favor in the emperor's eyes. Now Xie Suisui decided to pass this great merit to the fourth prince. Handing the horses to the stable boys, Xie Suisui asked, "Third brother, just how skilled is your lightness skill? What do you wish to do?" "I want to take revenge on some people." "Very well, I will help you." "No need. I only need you to cooperate with me." "Very well. Then shall we go to the Prime Minister's residence?" "Agreed." Xie Xinglong carried his sister on his back, leaped over the high wall, and with several bounds moved like a ghost through the Prime Minister's estate, his movements so swift they left after images. It was just past dusk. This was dinner time, and the Prime Minister's residence was still bustling, its defenses weakest. Xie Suisui pointed the way, while Xie Xinglong carried her on his back. They scaled the high walls, evaded the guards, and arrived at the rear courtyard, stopping before a row of dark buildings. This was the rear courtyard granary of the Prime Minister's estate, unguarded. After all, the estate's walls were both high and thick, with patrolling guards, and grain was neither gold nor silver. However much you could carry away, how much could you really take? Xie Suisui signaled for him to set her down. The granary had a hung ridge roof with both a door and ventilation windows, the door secured with a lock. The windows were iron-grated, covered with cold cloth. She materialized a dagger from her spatial storage and gently cut open the cold cloth, poking a hole the size of a fist in the center. In the fading light, she could dimly see rows of rice bins placed against the wall, packed full, with shell-on patty visible at the top. In the open space in the middle, numerous bulging coarse hemp sacks were haphazardly stacked, all filled with grain, likely newly harvested. The rice in the sacks had already been husked, ready to be taken home and cooked directly. "What I see is mine." She silently intoned the retrieval command. Rice bins, hemp sacks, baskets, all vanished in the blink of an eye, containers and grain alike. She whispered softly to Xie Xinglong, "Brother, I want to go inside." Xie Xinglong drew a length of iron wire from his waist and gently probed the lock a few times. The lock clicked open. Xie Suisui was not at all surprised. Everyone knew third young master Xie was an idle wastrel, chased countless times by Luo Sheng with a rolling pin. But she knew that third brother possessed many refined skills. Lockpicking was one of them. Naturally not for stealing from common folk, but for future battlefields, to raid the enemy's granaries and launch surprise attacks. She slipped quietly into the granary, while Xie Xinglong kept watch outside. Walking to a wooden board in the corner of the granary, she pulled the wooden handle and steps emerged beneath. Feeling her way down several steps, she lit a fire starter from her spatial storage to illuminate the passage. Descending the steps, she found a vast underground cellar. Besides a central corridor, both sides were packed tight with sacks of grain. Oil paper lined the walls and floor for moisture protection. She did not bother checking whether it was new or stored grain, husked or unhusked, coarse or refined. She took it all. There were 2 levels below, and each level held 3 times the grain of the ground floor. As a prime minister, he had accumulated so much grain that even in the event of natural disasters or war, the entire estate could eat for years. She took it all without hesitation. She had no idea of the total quantity, but it looked almost comparable to the grain secretly hoarded by the elder princess's estate. Red gates reek of roasted meat and wine, while frozen bones lie along the road. For years the land had suffered devastating droughts, and countless commoners could not even afford a bowl of rice porridge. Yet these noble houses and powerful officials piled grain into mountains until worms bred within. After leaving the granary, Xie Suisui took out prepared branches from her spatial storage and dragged them behind her as she walked, erasing all footprints. She signaled Xie Xinglong to lock the door. Outside all was quiet. Xie Suisui noticed a domed room on the shady side of a nearby rockery and suddenly slapped her forehead. She had nearly forgotten a precious item. "There!" She gestured to Xie Xinglong. The two listened for a moment, hearing no one nearby. Xie Xinglong carried her and swiftly reached the wooden door. Standing at the threshold, they felt a chill seeping out in threads. Xie Xinglong used the iron wire once more to open the lock. Xie Suisui slipped inside and lifted a thick cotton curtain. A blast of icy wind struck her face, and she couldn't help but shiver. She relit the fire starter and descended another set of steps, passing through a second cotton curtain. After 2 more flights of stairs, and lifting a third curtain, she saw a circular arched ice cellar. The floor was paved with flagstones, and all four walls were made of bluestone. Bright, thick ice blocks had been cut into 1.5-foot squares and neatly stacked in the cellar. Under the lamplight, they shimmered, translucently refracting 7 colors of light. This was ice stored by the Prime Minister's estate during winter. She did not know how many blocks there were, only that the ice cellar was twice the size of her current boudoir. With this much ice, even if the entire family enjoyed cooling and drank iced water every day, they could not finish it in half a year. She had to take it all. If they traveled to the miasmic southern regions, ice would be a second life. Xie Suisui transferred all the ice into her spatial storage, designating a separate area for stacking. To her surprise, it piled up into a crystal-clear iceberg. Retreat. Still, she did not wish to leave so cleanly. She dumped all the night soil buckets transported out of the imperial palace that day into the Prime Minister's estate, front courtyard and rear courtyard alike. A stench pervaded the air. After leaving the Prime Minister's residence, Xie Xinglong glanced at her oddly several times. When Xie Suisui had descended into the grain warehouse cellar earlier, Xie Xinglong had secretly checked the ground-level storage room and found it empty. He wondered what his younger sister had gone into that empty room for. And the ice cellar, what had she gone down there for? Poison. After all that trouble returning empty-handed. Brother, I'll explain later, Xie Suisui said. She knew that if not for the distressing news of Xie Fei's death, throwing everyone into turmoil, her third brother would long ago have cornered her to demand answers. Brother, we're going to the Duke of Ning's mansion. We need to find their storage rooms, granaries. Especially Xie Liuyan's private vault. Despite the strained relations between the two households during the new year, she had accompanied her father to the Duke of Ning's estate to deliver gifts. She had roamed about playing, so she was fairly familiar with the mansion's layout. Xie Xinglong hoisted Xie Suisui onto his back once more and employed his lightness skill to clear the path. Xie Suisui sat firmly upon his back, steady as Mount Tai. When had her third brother transformed from a mischievous boy who always teased her into a doting older brother? In her past life, he had even. Her eyes stung with sudden tears. Sensing his sister's emotional shift, Xie Xinglong gently patted her hand resting on his shoulder. The Duke of Ning's estate belonged to an old noble lineage. The courtyards were vast everywhere, displaying wealth and prosperity. Yet it had declined years ago. Only in recent years, with Xie Liuyan's shrewd business acumen and her close relationship with Qi Yuro, had the Duke of Ning's mansion once again risen to prominence. The two did not linger to admire the mansion. Xie Xinglong first set Xie Suisui down and hid her in a corner, then scaled the wall himself to scout ahead. He reconnoitered the central storehouse's granaries and Xie Liuyan's private vaults. Xie Liuyan happened to be absent, and the courtyard lay in darkness. All the household members had gathered in the front courtyard's reception hall. Over the past 2 days, Xie Chuxing and Xie Chuanwang had accused Xie Fei of colluding with the enemy and betraying the nation. Xie Xinghui had rebutted their claims with sound reasoning, and no evidence was found during searches of the general's residence. Added to which was the crown prince's death. His Majesty cared nothing for whether the Duke of Ning was upholding righteousness over family ties. He only remembered that the man bore the surname Xie and was Xie Fei's father. In his wrath, Xie Chuxing and Xie Chuanwang had also been cast into the great prison. Xie Chuxing and Xie Chuanwang had failed to bring down Xie Fei, yet found themselves imprisoned instead, as if the heavens had fallen upon the entire household. Now throughout the Duke of Ning's estate, every courtyard stood unguarded except for Xie Liuyan's residence. Xie Xinglong knocked unconscious the 2 guards at Xie Liuyan's courtyard, immediately scaled the wall, and carried Xie Suisui into the Duke of Ning's estate. Their first destination was Xie Liuyan's quarters. This was the largest courtyard within the estate, surrounded by towering walls forming a world unto itself. Inside Xie Liuyan's storage rooms, boxes and chests were piled high. Countless gold ingots, silver bars, and rare treasures awaited discovery. Copper coins alone filled several storehouses. Legend held that Xie Liuyan was exceptionally skilled in commerce. Every shop in her possession yielded handsome profits. Yet Xie Suisui had never imagined her to be so adept at accumulating wealth. What more needed saying? Seize everything. After collecting, lock the doors and depart. Once Xie vaults were emptied, they moved to the Duke of Ning's granaries, then to the central storehouses managed by old Madame Shun. Finally, not even the ice cellars were spared. Footprints. Naturally, none were left. Door locks. Xie had secured them properly. Unless someone went immediately to the storage rooms to retrieve items, the household would not discover anything amiss for some time. Having finished their task, the siblings dared not linger and immediately departed the Duke of Ning's estate. Returning to the general's mansion, Luo Sheng noted their late return and, assuming their audience with the fourth prince had not gone smoothly, asked, "Third fiancé, how did it go?" Xie Suisui was about to speak when Xie interjected first. "Mother, we sought out everyone in the capital we could think of to ask for help, but they all avoided involvement and refused to assist." Xie Suisui immediately fell silent, her eyes darting toward the doorway. Sure enough, she spotted the hem of a purple garment at the corner of the entrance. Zhu Yin, who was eavesdropping. Luo Sheng, however, failed to notice Zhu Yin. All she knew was that they had found no one to help. With the general gone, her eldest and second sons stood little chance of survival. She broke down in tears. Yu Qingxiu and Lu Xiangyi wept again. Xie Suisui watched as the purple hem vanished from the doorway. She wished to comfort Luo Sheng, but did not know where to begin. After all, no word had yet come from the fourth prince's side. Back at Qingwu courtyard, Haidang whispered to her, "Miss, over the past 2 days I and Peida and Pei separately visited several cooked food establishments and placed orders. All the goods have been transported by cart to the tax shop. Has anyone seen?" "No, miss, I have been most careful." Xie Suisui ventured out once more. The shop at the street corner was the general's mansion tax shop, which had been doing poorly business. A few days prior, Xie Suisui had instructed Yu Qingxiu to dismiss all the workers. This place had become her transit hub for stockpiling supplies. Haidang had been thorough in her arrangements. Steamed buns, meat buns, flat cakes, braised beef, spiced pork, boiled mutton. All the various prepared foods were packed in large lacquered cases. No one could smell anything nor see anything. The lacquered cases were inside the carriage, invisible to others, and no one would bother opening them to inspect. Xie Suisui surveyed the provisions. Over 3,000 man to 2,000 buns and hundreds of jin of various pastries piled upon sorghum stalk mats. The prepared meats were equally plentiful. Beef from no fewer than 4 cattle, likely all the freshest beef in the entire capital, had been gathered by them. There were also several hundred roasted chickens and substantial quantities of pork. Additionally, there were martial arts remedies and various prepared medicines. Once everything was stored in her spatial realm, her oppressed heart felt somewhat relieved. Eating sparingly and supplemented with congee and rice, these provisions would sustain them for 2 or 3 months. Such a quantity of medicine had saved another life along the way. The following day at Mao hour, someone came to the general's mansion and delivered a token and a note to Xie Xinglong. "At the beginning of Chen hour, you may visit the prisoners." Xie Xinglong immediately and quietly summoned Luo Sheng, Yu Qingxiu, Xie Suisui, and Lu Xiangyi together, instructing his servant to strictly guard against Zhu Yin. "Mother, the fourth prince has replied. We can go to the heavenly prison to visit eldest brother and second brother at once." Luo Sheng asked in astonishment, "Has the fourth prince truly come to our aid?" "Yes. Mother, is there anything you would have us convey to eldest and second brother?" It was impossible for the entire family to visit. He decided to bring his sister along. Yu Qingxiu said, "Third brother, the fourth prince's ambitions run deep. I fear we cannot meet his demands." Luo Sheng steeled herself and declared, "The fourth prince did indeed approach your father twice before attempting to win him over in the crown prince's name, but your father declined. Our general's household pledges allegiance solely to your majesty and will not involve ourselves in the succession struggle. Mother, sister-in-law, please do not overthink this. With father gone and eldest and second brother in mortal danger, we have already lost everything to gain. Simply prepare some food for eldest and second brother." Luo Sheng, Yu Qingxiu, and Lu Xiangyi immediately prepared a basket of provisions. Xie Xinglong and Xie Suisui carried the basket out of the mansion. Before dawn, the two arrived before the heavenly prison. Presenting the token, they were immediately ushered inside. Through the dim night, Xie Xinglong and Xie Suisui followed their guide step by step, saying nothing. Entering the prison, they passed through a dimly yellow corridor. The prisoners in iron cages on both sides were still asleep. The two were led to the underground cells. Xie Suisui and Xie Suisui were in the innermost cell. Third brother-sister. Xie Suisui, unexpectedly seeing them enter, glanced at their departing guide and whispered, "What promises have you made to others?" His eldest brother was remarkably perceptive and immediately surmised that someone had seized this opportunity to demand the general's household pledge loyalty, perhaps even to treason. After all, the general's household knew only how to lead troops into battle. Xie Suisui said, "Eldest brother, we sought out the fourth prince." In a single sentence, Xie Suisui immediately understood, thinking far more than Xie Suisui had intended. He nodded slightly and murmured, "So it was he. Eldest brother, we helped the fourth prince with one favor, and he will help us with one in return. Tell us, what should we do next?" Xie Suisui trusted her eldest brother implicitly. He was their strategist, and they must seek his counsel. "The three of us brothers will never be favored again," Xie Suisui said. "Have the fourth prince find a way to clear father's name. We are willing to accept exile, but not on charges of colluding with the enemy, rather as being implicated through association." Xie Suisui's meaning was clear. Since they wished to escape the disaster of war, they would accept exile, but they could not taint Xie Fei's lifelong reputation for integrity. Xie Fei had served his country with unwavering loyalty throughout his military career, and he should not bear infamy after death. Xie Suisui nodded, and Xie Suisui also gave his assent. Xie Suisui gestured for them to lean closer once more and whispered, "Remember, do not agree to too many conditions." He traced the characters for a horse market upon Xie Suisui's palm, and upon Xie Suisui's palm, he wrote, "The assassination of the crown prince may have been his doing." Xie Suisui instantaneously grasped the full significance of the matter. Xie Suisui felt as though struck by thunder. In her past life, the crown prince had died at the hands of Northern Yin assassins. The Prince of Yin and the fifth prince had perished during the Northern Yin invasion, leaving only the fourth prince to inherit the throne. Her eldest brother was right. The chief culprit was most likely the fourth prince. This seemingly least suspicious, most unassuming of princes. The warden approached and urged them to depart quickly. Xie Suisui and Xie Suisui left the food provisions behind and hurried away with their empty basket. Before leaving the prison, Xie Suisui produced a 500-tael silver note from her spatial realm and pressed it into the warden's hand. The man accepted it without the slightest demur. Because of this substantial sum, the warden personally escorted the two to the rear gate of the prison and asked softly, "Do you have any further requests?" Xie Suisui asked, "Whose interests do you represent?" "I am merely a warden concerned only with prison matters." The Duke of Ning and Xie Chuanwang maliciously framed the general's household. "They are unworthy of being called men." The warden immediately understood and said, "If they are unworthy of being called men, then they need not be treated as such. Do not worry, young master." Rumors spread throughout Xinjiang. Xie Fei colluded with the enemy and caused the crown prince's death. Both young generals have been imprisoned, and the general's manor faces execution for the entire family. It's all because they adopted Xie Suisui. She is the coffin girl discarded by the Qi manor, a jinx. Whoever associates with her will suffer misfortune. Yes, she originally went to the prime minister's manor to claim her relatives, but was driven away. The general's manor also heard these rumors. Luo Sheng instructed the people in the manor, "This is someone deliberately spreading rumors. None of you should tell Suisui." Zhu Yan's fingernails had torn through her palms from clenching them so tightly. She had originally believed that with Qi Hui excelling in civil affairs, and Xie Fei in martial prowess, she as the legitimate daughter of the general's manor would marry into the Qi family, an equal match uniting two powerful houses. Her status in the capital would surpass even Qi Yuro's. But now Xie Fei has committed grave crimes, and she would surely be implicated by the general's manor. Far from marrying into a noble family, no one would dare seek her hand. It was all Xie Suisui's fault, that jinx. Rather than hiding the truth from Xie Suisui, she decided to expose it. Zhu Yan went to Xie Suisui's courtyard, her face filled with sorrow, and said, "Sister, father is in trouble. Mother and sister-in-law cannot bring themselves to eat. How can they endure this? I was thinking of going to a restaurant to prepare some dishes for them. Would you like to come with me?" Xie Suisui nodded. "All right." Zhu Yin immediately sent her maid Yulian to deliver a message to Qi Yuro saying Xie Suisui would meet her at Qianglu around late morning to order food. Qi Yuro swiftly relayed the message to Xie Luoyan, who arranged for a group of commoners to gather outside Qianglu ready to curse Xie Suisui. Around late morning, Xie Suisui and Zhu Yan's carriage arrived at Qianglu, and the two stepped down with their maid's assistance. Xie Luoyan and Qi Yuro's carriage, which had been waiting at the corner, set off, and happened to encounter Xie Suisui at the entrance of Qianglu. Qi Yuro's head made Chunhua spat towards Xie Suisui's carriage and muttered jinx. Xie Suisui did not argue, but instead leaned close to Haidang and whispered something in her ear. Haidang departed without hesitation, slipping away unnoticed. She did not return to the general's manor, but instead went to the West City archway. Under the warm spring sunlight, a cluster of beggars leaned against the wall in a row, basking and picking lice from one another. There are two carriages outside Qianglu, one bearing the Prime Minister's manor insignia, and the other from the Duke of Ning's estate. Go immediately and spit on both carriages. Afterward, these 10 taels of silver are yours. And if you manage to spit on Miss Qi or Miss Xie Luoyan, there will be an extra reward. Haidang shook the purse of silver. Could there be a better opportunity? The middle-aged leader cried out, "Boys, we've got work. As always, if anyone gets caught, swear on your life you acted alone." "Oh, let's go." The beggars set off in a group, and Haidang waited calmly at the spot. In front of Qianglu, Xie Luoyan cursed at Xie Suisui, "You cursed coffin girl. Not only did you cause my eldest uncle's death, but now you've implicated my grandfather and my father." Qi Yuro stood aside in silence, observing with a calm expression. Xiao Shenshi jumped up and down, cursing Xie Suisui. "If you hadn't returned to the Xie family, my eldest brother wouldn't have suffered this tragedy. Why did you come back? You've caused Xing Hui and Xing Yun to be imprisoned as well, and now even the Duke and Second Master are on the brink of death. You are a sinner for all generations." Xie Luoyan reproached with solemn righteousness. "You have ruined the general's manor and the Duke's manor. Even if you descend to the 18th level of hell, you can never atone for your sins." The crowd grew larger, and the people began cursing Xie Suisui. The citizens of the capital not only revered Xie Fei as the divine protector of the nation, but also held Qi Yuro and Xie Luoyan in deep respect. Qi Yuro was considered a bringer of good fortune. It was said that 1/3 of all shops in Shengjing, especially those in the bustling districts, belonged to her. Xie Luoyan, too, was a commercial prodigy. Every shop under her name was profitable, and her junior clerks earned annual salaries comparable to third-rank government officials. If not for the imperial decree forbidding officials' wives from engaging in commerce, the two of them could have become the wealthiest merchants across the 9 provinces continent. And Xie Suisui, she was merely an adopted daughter of the general's manor. How could the divine protector of the general's manor become entangled with such a demonic woman? Beat her to death. Splash her with dog blood. She caused General Xie's death. Drive her out of Shengjing. Zhu Yan pressed a handkerchief to her eyes and choked out to the crowd, "I beg you, don't curse my sister. She didn't mean it." The commoners were incensed. How could she not mean it? She knows perfectly well she's a jinx and a cursed coffin girl, yet she refuses to leave the general's manor. Does she not stop until she has killed every member of the Xie family? Miss Zhu, do not associate with such a person. Stay away from her, or you will be the next to suffer misfortune. Zhu Yan wept bitterly. Please don't speak of my sister that way. I refuse to believe she is a jinx. The commoners, easily incited, grew ever more furious, chanting for the coffin girl to be beaten to death. Qi Yuro and Xie Luoyan waited for the right moment to strike, planning to have their guards eliminate Xie Suisui amidst the chaos. In a crowd, no one could be held solely responsible. She would die for nothing. Just as they awaited their signal, the ground trembled, and a cacophony interrupted their scheme. Everyone turned to see a large group of beggars clad in tattered clothes and matted hair running toward them, brandishing sticks and pots, clanging them together. Driven by the herd mentality, more commoners joined the stampede behind them. Xie Suisui immediately stepped aside, clearing a path. The beggars rushed forward and converged on Qi Yuro and Xie Luoyan's carriages. "Are you Miss Qi?" "Miss Xie." Qi Yuro shouted, "Go away." Xie Luoyan also pinched her nose and scolded them to scram. The lead beggar bellowed, "Miss Qi and Miss Xie are here, brothers. Come collect your rewards. With a whoosh, the beggars surrounded Qi Yuro and Xie Luoyin, banging their pots and demanding payment. Qi Yuro screamed for her maids and servants to drive them away, while Xie Luoyin frantically scrambled into her carriage. But it was too late. The beggars spat and blew their noses directly onto them. "Pah! Rich and cruel. Who do you think you are?" The filthy saliva and thick mucus splattered all over Qi Yuro and Xie Luoyin. Anyone from the Prime Minister's manor or the Duke of Ning's estate who tried to block them got covered in the mess. Qi Yuro gagged and shrieked. Is there no one in charge at Qianglu? Trapped and unable to reach her carriage, Xie Luoyin screamed for her guards to kill them all. When the beggars saw Qianglu's enforcers running out, they whistled, and everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Haidang waited at the archway for the middle-aged beggar to return, handed him the 10 taels from the purse, plus an additional 2 taels as a bonus, and settled the score. In front of Qianglu, the balance of power shifted in an instant. Qi Yuro and Xie Luoyin were covered in spit and thick snot, utterly humiliated. Xie Suisui's eyes glistened with tears as she bowed to the crowd and said, "My biological mother Su, Wanqing, the principal wife of Qi Hui, brought immense wealth when she married him. But Qi Hui favored his concubine and caused my mother's death. From the moment I was born, I was abandoned. It was the general's manor that took me in and raised me with boundless care. For 12 years I lived happily within my adoptive father's home. Father earned merits, my eldest brother became the top scholar, and my second brother accomplished countless military feats. Yet this year, when Qi Hui suddenly claimed me, I went from being cherished to being called a plague spirit overnight. For 12 years I thrived in the general's manor. How did becoming a plague spirit and a jinx after just a few days at the Prime Minister's manor? At the Prime Minister's manor, my mother died of grief and my 2 full brothers. One barely passes examinations, and the other is a notorious gambler in the capital. And Xie Luoyin, who has only just formed an alliance with the Prime Minister's manor through marriage. Her grandfather and father have already been imprisoned. Who is the true plague spirit? Surely you can see it yourselves. It is the Prime Minister's manor. Whoever touches the Prime Minister's manor suffers. Whoever meets Miss Qi invites misfortune." Xie Suisui suddenly covered her mouth in mock horror. "Oh no, I seem to have revealed the truth. Will I be silenced now?" The crowd slowly grasped the situation. The rumors on the streets and the public humiliation of Xie Suisui today were all orchestrated by the Prime Minister's manor. The death of General Xie might also be connected to the Prime Minister's manor. With the tide turned and Qi Yuro's plan completely shattered by the beggars, she clenched her teeth and commanded Xie Luoyin, "Do not engage with her. Let us return at once and change clothes." Not only were they covered in thick spit and snot, even a single streak of mucus would have ruined their reputation for the day. "You bully my sister and think you can just walk away." A languid voice echoed, and Xie Xinglong pushed through the crowd. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. The crowd thought the little demon god is about to unleash fury. Xie Xinglong glanced at Xie Luoyin as if she were a piece of waste and said, "As expected, ugly people cause trouble. Were you the one spreading those street rumors?" Xie Luoyin retorted furiously, "Look at what you brought home. You've ruined our eldest uncle and cousins, and now my grandfather and father have been implicated. Xie Chuxing and Xie Chuan deserve to be imprisoned. Who told you to give birth to such a rotten seed? How dare you lay this blame on my sister?" Xiao Xinshi cried out to the crowd, "Everyone look. The general's manor's 3rd young master is shielding the very culprit who caused his own father's death and framing our duke's manor. Clearly he has an improper relationship with her." Before the word relationship could leave her mouth, Xie Xinglong delivered a fierce kick, sending Xiao Xinshi flying. You dare strike my mother. She is your elder. All right, I must not forget you." He lifted his foot and delivered another brutal kick to Xie Luoyin. Xie Sanlang scraped his shoe against the ground and complained with disgust, "My shoes are ruined. Let's go buy new ones." Xie Suisui gave a wicked smile and said, "Brother, reasoning with rotten people only spreads bad luck." Zhu Yin also tried to follow, but Xie Xinglong shot her a cold sideways glance and said, "You stay here and continue your performance. And from now on, keep your distance from Suisui. You are not to speak to her at all." "Caw, caw." On the eaves opposite, a line of crows watching the drama was struck by stones from an unknown instigator, squawking as they took flight. Crackling, droppings rained down from above, red and yellow, reeking with putrid odor. Without fail, Xie Luoyan, Qi Yuro, and Xiao Xinshi all failed to dodge and were drenched from head to toe. The excrement streamed down along strands of hair. Drip, drip, it fell upon their foreheads, clung to their eyelashes, coated their noses, smeared their lips, and soaked through their light summer garments. Even Zhu Yan was splattered. The entire street fell silent for a breath until Xie Xinglong placed his hands on his hips and laughed uproariously. Xie Lian's vision was obscured, and she reached out to wipe it away, screaming in horror as her hands came away yellow with filth. The commoners scattered faster than ever before. Heavens, the Prime Minister's manor was indeed possessed by a god of calamity. Anyone who approached would suffer. Good heavens! Miss Qi, Miss Xie, and Madame Xie were all targeted by a flock of black crows. Can you see that? A whole flock. That can't be this much waste. What's unusual about it? Those crows had diarrhea today, eating and defecating simultaneously. Half a gene of droppings per crow. Xie Xinglong's lips curled upward, and he called out to the crowd. Neighbors, do you see now? Even the crows know who the plague spirit is. The assembled commoners burst into hearty laughter. On the third floor of Qianglu, the window was open and a figure stood behind it with a dark expression. It was Qi Hui. He had arranged to meet someone here for a meal and business discussion. The person's appearance clearly marked him as not from Chongfeng. At this moment the man spoke in halting Chinese. Strange. How did those crows produce so much? Qi Hui's face turned black. Though he had not witnessed what happened, he was certain Xie Sanlang was behind it. Xie Suisui's words only deepened his anger. However, he could not expose himself. With a distinguished guest beside him, he knew that indulging small frustrations would jeopardize grand designs. Qi Yuro, Xie Luoyan, and Xiao Xinshi were seething with rage, utterly humiliated. Xie Suisui, however, was in exquisite spirits. She took Xie Xinglong to the neighboring shoe shop to purchase a fresh pair of boots, and the siblings then entered Xionglu to order a meal. She quietly summoned the waiter and requested a private room, telling him, "Just bring out the dishes, the honored guests will arrive shortly." The waiter watched her order 20 signature dishes in one breath, and thought to himself, these diners must be formidable figures beyond anyone's reckoning. After placing her order, she handed the waiter a silver note worth 200 taels, and said, "Serve the dishes promptly. The remainder is for fruit platters. Once that is done, you may leave." "Right away, sir." The waiter was overjoyed. Such business was delightful. Generous pay, light duties, and easy service. Once the meal was served, he closed the door. Yet he still sneaked several furtive glances through the crack. Xie Xinglong had no idea what his sister was up to. After ordering the meal and packing a portion to go, Xie Suisui visited the upper floor once more before departing. The waiter waited an exceedingly long time, grew uneasy, and knocked on the private room door. There was no reply. He pushed it open and saw the entire table cleared, every dish finished. Xie Luoyan, foul-smelling from the crow incident, parted ways with Qi Yuro and rushed straight back to their residence to wash. No sooner had she entered the gate than old Xinshi hurried over, anxious. "Yin'er, your grandfather." But upon seeing Xiao Xinshi and Xie Luoyan covered in filth, every word lodged in her throat. "Did you both tumble headfirst into a latrine?" "Stop asking. They will be released soon," Xie Luoyan snapped impatiently. She needed to wash quickly. It stank, and the misfortune was unbearable. That damned Xie Suisui, that cursed Xie Xinglong. She would make certain they died without even a grave to mourn them. She discarded her soiled garments, rinsed herself repeatedly with water, and finally stepped into the bathtub. On her chest lingered a dark, bruised footprint, the mark of Xie Xinglong's kick. Xie Luoyan harbored nothing but pure hatred. After bathing, she sought out Qi Yuro, and through her connections arranged for both Xie Xinghui and Xie Xingyun to meet their demise within the prison cells. She urged Premier Qi to marshal every resource at his disposal to firmly establish that the general's mansion had colluded with the enemy, warranting execution for the entire household. As long as she could destroy Xie Suisui, not a single coin would be spared. However, in the next instant, Xie Luoyan's expression underwent a drastic change. "Mother, I must go to the premier's estate at once," she declared, quickly pulling on her clothes and bursting out of the bathing chamber. "Mother, something is wrong." Yinner, what's wrong? Didn't the eldest Miss Qi say there was nothing to worry about, and your grandfather and father would be freed shortly? Mother, I have received another prophetic warning. Xie Luyin had been born with light filling the room, yet her golden finger proved to be a poor treasure after all. It was a prophecy system. Whether it truly was a system, she could not say, for she had never seen it. She could only hear its voice, a sound like that of a small child. It would sometimes remain absent for months at a time. Each appearance came as a child's voice echoing in her mind, warning her of impending danger and advising her to prepare in advance. Their communication was one-directional. Ordinarily, she could not reach out to this golden finger at all. Just now, however, the child's voice had suddenly sounded within her. Warning: in 3 days exile to 3,000 li awaits, a journey from which few return alive. After giving birth to Xie Luyin, that blessed treasure Xie Suisui's status within the Duke of Ning's mansion rose steadily. Xie Luyin was remarkably capable, rivaling even Qi Yuro herself. Especially since she had formed a close friendship with Qi Yuro, the two partnered to make fortunes, filling the household with overflowing wealth. They also guided Xie Chuan Wang and the third uncle Xie Chuan Yin into official circles, breathing new life into the perilously declining Duke of Ning's estate. Her daughter possessed another extraordinary ability, the power to foresee life-threatening danger. Upon hearing that the prophesying immortal had appeared again, Xie Suisui's face drained of color. What did the immortal say? That in 3 days we face exile to 3,000 li with but a slim chance of survival. Xie Luyin refused to believe it. If exile were to come, it should be the general's mansion, not hers. Why would she be exiled? After changing clothes, Xie Luyin immediately took a carriage to the premier's mansion. The gatekeeper swiftly announced her arrival. Qi Yuro was still bathing and asked Xie Luyin to wait. After pacing restlessly for some time, Xie Luyin finally saw Qi Yuro emerge. The moment they met, she asked urgently, "Yuqin, are my grandfather and father truly going to be released?" Naturally, Qi Yuro replied, "I have already informed my father, and they will surely be freed. Yuqin, could you inform the premier on my behalf? I wish to see my grandfather and father. Father has not yet returned from court. Have you heard something? My brother overheard someone saying the Duke of Ning's mansion will be exiled 3,000 li away." Xie Luyin spoke hurriedly. "Yuqin, I cannot be exiled. In this world, exile is tantamount to a death sentence." She understood Qi Yuro's nature across both lifetimes and would never dare reveal her prophetic system lest she face Qi Yuro's retaliation and persecution. "Return home first. I shall immediately send someone to find my father and make arrangements. Once settled, I will send word to you." Within the palace, the fourth prince knelt before Emperor Guangzong's dragon couch, watching the imperial physician use a slender reed tube to drip medicine into the man-faced sore on the emperor's thigh. This was the second dose. A faint vinegar-like scent filled the air. The fourth prince did not dare to look up. His father would never permit another to lay eyes upon that demonic growth at the root of his thigh. He dared not transgress his father's taboo. Emperor Guangzong watched as the physician administered the medicine, observing the man-faced sore's face furrow and crumple. Yesterday, a trial dose had already been applied, and afterward the man-faced sore had visibly melted like ice, its features eroding before their eyes. Now with the second dose, flesh fell from the face in greater quantity. Gradually, the wound itself began to soften and deform, stretching and sliding downward like molten wax. The man's face slowly peeled away from the emperor's thigh until only a single eye remained. Emperor Guangzong felt a wave of immense relief and said to the fourth prince, "Hong quickly bring the silver chrysanthemum soup I requested." The fourth prince hurried to fetch a cup of the tea prepared by eunuch Lan and presented it to the emperor. As the emperor drained several large mouthfuls, the man-faced sore continued to slough off. "Marvelous!" exclaimed Guangzong, overjoyed. That man-faced sore, no one knew when or how it had first appeared. It had plagued him for years, growing larger with each passing season. Not only did it possess features identical to a human's, but it also demanded food and drink. The emperor had dared not speak of it, terrified that others would discover his secret and view him as a monster. Within the entire imperial palace, only the imperial physicians and the crown prince were aware. Even the empress remained in ignorance. The affliction filled him with revulsion. Because of it, he had refused to light lamps during intimate moments with his concubines. On that day, the fourth prince had brought the medicine and told him, "This was left for your majesty by the late crown prince. He instructed me to deliver it personally." Unexpectedly, the remedy truly worked. After merely one dose, the man-faced sore began to shrivel and fall. By the second application today, it was nearly cured. Witnessing his father's elation, the fourth prince knelt and declared, "I beg your majesty to pardon me. I lied. What happened? Speak plainly." "Father, this medicine was actually formulated by your son. While the crown prince was alive, he casually mentioned your majesty's ailment. Rather than draw attention, I secretly nurtured 2 renowned folk healers, and together we devised this miraculous remedy, which has succeeded in saving your majesty." Since the illness was cured, the fourth prince naturally had no intention of attributing the credit to the deceased crown prince. Emperor Guangzong's expression darkened instantly. "Did your mansion's physician discover this?" "Reporting to your majesty, upon discovering the medicine's efficacy last night, I eliminated every witness." The emperor gazed at his 14-year-old son, who knelt humbly and fearfully, possessing no powerful maternal clan, only unwavering filial devotion. "Rise, Honger. You have been most considerate." Emperor Guangzong personally helped him to his feet, speaking affectionately. "I have been consumed by state affairs and neglected you over these years. Your majesty is burdened with 10,000 affairs daily. This son merely wishes to share your burdens. Very well. From tomorrow onward, you shall spend 2 hours each day in the imperial study, assisting me in reviewing memorials from the ministers." "Thank you, father." The fourth prince feigned reverence, but inwardly his heart soared. Being assigned to the imperial study to sort through memorials, was his father beginning to groom him as the heir apparent? Emperor Guangzong dismissed all attending servants and asked Honger, with the crown prince's murder and General Xie's submission of a confession followed by his suicide, "How do you suggest I handle this matter?" The fourth prince knelt tremblingly and said, "This son is terrified and dares not speculate on matters of state. I bid you speak freely. I grant you full immunity." The crown prince perished unjustly, and General Xie bears guilt. His self-inflicted death has already satisfied the bonds between ruler and subject. Yet the murder of the heir shakes the very foundation of the empire. The general's mansion cannot simply be let off. The emperor nodded. The fourth prince's analysis was sound and deeply aligned with his own thoughts. The Duke of Ning, seizing this critical juncture to heap insult upon injury and accuse General Xie of treason, clearly has someone seeking to annihilate the entire general's household through your majesty's hand. Moreover, regardless of who behind the scenes manipulates your majesty, the Duke of Ning's blatant disregard for familial bonds alone proves him no friend to the realm. The fourth prince continued, "CFA enjoys an outstanding reputation among the common folk. If your majesty were to execute the entire Xie family merely because of the crown prince's death, the people's hearts would surely be lost." Emperor Guangzong's expression darkened. "You mean I should spare them?" "No, your majesty may sentence them to exile, but under a different charge." "Oh, did not the Duke of Ning present treasures of the northern Yan royal house as evidence? Then let it be declared that he committed treason, framing loyal ministers and capable generals. Which father would deliberately harm his own son? He murdered his own son and grandson, plotting gains of enormous scope with sinister designs and wolfish ambitions. He advised Emperor Guangzong to use this opportunity to raid the Duke of Ning's mansion, exile the entire Xie clan, thereby avenge the crown prince, silence public criticism, and simultaneously replenish the imperial treasury. It was said that the Duke's eldest legitimate daughter was extraordinarily gifted at accumulating wealth. 3 objectives achieved with a single stroke. Excellent, exceedingly excellent. Emperor Guangzong opened his cloudy eyes and declared, "Draft the edict." On that very night, the fourth prince secretly sent someone to the general's mansion to deliver a message. "His Highness has done all he could. General Xie's reputation remains formidable, but the banishment of the general's mansion is unavoidable. Because the old duke had colluded with the enemy and framed loyal officials, the sentence was exile. The general's mansion was implicated and sentenced to banishment. The place of exile was a desolate miasmic land. The imperial decree would be read at the hour of C tomorrow, followed by confiscation of property and immediate exile. The messenger was Qi, the fourth prince's trusted attendant. After he finished speaking to Xie Xinglong, Xie Suisui handed him a small casket. "What is this?" "A token of gratitude from the general's mansion." Qi returned and gave the casket to the fourth prince. The fourth prince opened it and found a map inside. Beneath the great green mountain which bordered the northern frontier lay the Xie family's horse ranch, a place where Xie Fei had bred warhorses. All those warhorses were hybrids of Turkic or Fergana horses, with the native Chongfeng breed their endurance and speed greatly improved. Now nearly 1,000 steeds remained there. The general's mansion gifted them to the fourth prince. Overjoyed, the fourth prince reflected first the medicinal powder that cured his father's stubborn human-face sores had won him the emperor's favor, and now these warhorses. Who said the general's mansion was crude? They were astute, every gift striking exactly what he desired. The fourth prince said to Qi, "Tell the palace guard that the Duke of Ning's crimes are heinous. His Majesty loathes them deeply. Let them all be tattooed on the face." The general's mansion consists of military men, and their exile is due to joint punishment. They need not be tattooed. He was thus returning the favor to the general's mansion. Upon receiving the secret letter from the fourth prince, Xie Suisui immediately went to all the major medicine shops in the capital and several well-known imperial physician families, sparing no expense to purchase, whether common or rare, herbs such as golden wound plaster, Buplurum placenta, Ephedra angelica, magnolia flower perilla, and coptis, especially ready-made medicines, sweeping them clean once again. Fearing suspicion, she instructed Haidang and Uncle Pei to take reliable servants and buy in separate groups. Even if someone discovered it, she was not afraid, for the fourth prince would shield her. Luo Sheng was still grieving, listless about everything. Xie Suisui went to find Yu Qingxiu and informed her of the secret message from the fourth prince. Sister-in-law quietly arranged for the kitchen to steam rice and steamed buns, as many as possible. If there aren't enough pots, borrow some. All right. Yu Qingxiu had no idea what Xie Suisui intended, but since they were about to be exiled, and everything in the mansion might no longer be theirs, she let her sister-in-law do as she pleased. Xie Suisui drove a carriage out of the mansion, stopped at the harness shop for a quarter of an hour to divert attention, then loaded 2 full carriages with rice buckets bought from a grocery store and hauled them back to the mansion. She also brought back a carriage of grain. The kitchen staff quickly scrubbed the rice buckets clean and washed the large pile of bowls Xie Suisui had asked them to clean. No one had the heart to ask why time was pressing, and the lights in the general's mansion never went out that night. That same night, Xie Xinglong, accompanied by Xie Suisui, paid a visit to the Minister of War's mansion, the Earl of Xingyang's residence, their granaries, ice houses, and storehouses. None were spared. The Earl of Xingyang's residence was absolutely not to be let off. For their final stop, they visited the Prime Minister's mansion once more. This time they targeted Qi Yuro's private courtyard. Standing on the ridge of the roof, Xie Xinglong lifted a tile above Qi Yuro's storehouse, exposing a gap the size of a fist. Xie Suisui silently willed collect and transferred Qi Yuro's dowry boxes, the treasures on the curio shelf, and the hairpins and head ornaments on the table into her space. The 2 locked chests on the shelf, she immediately moved into the space. Opening them inside the space, she was secretly delighted. One chest was filled with banknotes, the other with silver and gold ingots. She poured the banknotes, silver and gold into the space, returned the empty chests, and filled them with the treasures that Qi Yuro had stolen from various families, placing them back in their original positions. Withdraw. The next day at the 4th watch, the roosters crowed. At dawn there were few pedestrians on the road. The clatter of hooves on the stone slabs rang out crisp and clear. The brother and sister rode past the residence of the Shun family, the former Minister of Rights, the maternal family of old Madame Shun. They paused for a moment, but did not dismount, then headed straight for the carriage road outside Yongfeng Granary. This was Emperor Guangzong's grain depot, heavily guarded. No unauthorized persons were allowed within 3 zhang of it. Xie Suisui's spatial transfer could operate within 15 zhang. 3 zhang was nothing, posing no difficulty for her. She signaled Xie Xinglong, who carried her on his back, and leaped onto a large tree. Standing on a thick branch, she surveyed the granaries. Between rows of warehouses there were round silos. She simply transferred the entire silos into her space. In one go, she moved over 30 silos in the back rows. Fortunately, the storage workers were busy opening the doors to air and sun the grain, which made it convenient for Xie Suisui to transfer everything while the doors were open. Of course, she left most of the grain untouched, partly because she couldn't retrieve objects through barriers and partly because she needed to leave enough rations for the court, otherwise Emperor Guangzong would only extort more from the common people. Barring any mishap, within about 2 months this grain would no longer belong to the Chongfeng dynasty. It would all be transformed into the ferocity of the Northern Yan army, filling their bellies as they slaughtered the people of the Central Plains. After finishing, Xie Suisui said to Xie Xinglong, "Brother, let's go." Xie Xinglong gave her a deep look. He still had no idea what scheme his sister was brewing, but he sensed she was up to something big. The brother and sister rode to a street food stall, ordered steamed buns and steaming wontons, ate their fill. Then Xie Suisui made another trip to the harness shop at the street corner before heading home. Back at the mansion, Xie Suisui handed the several account books to Xie Xinglong. "Third brother, these ledgers are now meaningless in our hands. I want to give them to the right person. The fourth prince." "No," Xie Suisui shook her head. "We've already given the fourth prince enough. Handing these over to him would actually work against us." "Then who do you want to give them to?" "Jiang Wuyang." Xie Xinglong thought for a moment and immediately understood her intention. The general's mansion was to be exiled. That was nearly settled, awaiting only the imperial decree. Once they set out on the road of exile, they would have no connection to the court for a time, and the ledgers would be of no help to them. Moreover, when war broke out, these ledgers would lose all significance. But if they were given to Jiang Wuyang, many major cases could be unraveled by the six gates, allowing them to root out a batch of corrupt officials. In fact, Xie Suisui had another purpose in handing the ledgers to Jiang Wuyang. In her past life, Qi Yuro had thrown her to the Northern Yan army. While fleeing, she was pursued by Northern Yan scouts. At the critical moment, several plum branches pierced the throats of the scouts. Throughout the 9 continents, the only one who could wield concealed weapons with such peerless mastery was Jiang Wuyang. The only one who could carry plum branches and blossoms on his person was Jiang Wuyang. He had saved her life in the previous life, and in this life, he had upheld justice for her. She trusted in his fairness. Handing these ledgers to Jiang Wuyang was a gift of support, and also a sword delivered to him before the exile, so that he could slay those corrupt officials until they were too busy to harm the general's mansion along the road. Xie Xinglong took the ledgers and found a way to deliver them into Jiang Wuyang's hands. This time, Xie Suisui did not accompany him. Xie Xinglong was skilled in Qinggong, but Jiang Wuyang was even better. Throughout the 9 continents, no one surpassed him in Qinggong. If Xie Xinglong carried her on his back, they might be caught by him. At dawn, the streets suddenly erupted with thunderous hoofbeats, clamor, and dust rising. The thoroughfares were in an uproar. The city gates were urgently closed, and all the constables of the capital's prefecture were dispatched. Every transport team, carriage, and donkey cart was subjected to strict inspection. Panic and chaos once again swept the streets. What happened? Have you heard? The residence of the Minister of Rights, Shun, was robbed. What was stolen? Strangely enough, the front gate was removed. I heard that when the Earl of Shenyang woke up, he was stark naked. The quilt covering him, the clothes on the rack, all gone. Even the pearls sewn onto his shoes had been pried off. A tea drinker nearly choked. No way, that's just gossip, right? Too absurd. Today was destined to be an eventful day. Emperor Guangzong, who had been absent from court for several days due to illness, appeared for the morning audience. A remonstrance official stepped forward and impeached the Duke of Ning, Xie Suisui, for colluding with foreign powers, citing not only correspondence, but also various pieces of evidence. Your subject suspects that the Crown Prince's death is related to the Duke of Ning. It is a pity that General Xie was loyal to the state all his life, yet the Duke of Ning is a traitor. Not only did he betray the country, but he also attempted to frame General Xie. Another official formerly of the Crown Prince's faction produced evidence and reported with deep grief. Everyone says that the Duke of Ning's eldest granddaughter is a business prodigy, but it turns out all her wealth came from funding Dongling, Shiliang, and Northern Yan. They presented irrefutable proof that Xie Luyan had been selling grain, iron, and other strategic materials to neighboring enemy states. An official of the Crown Prince's faction said angrily, who gave Xie Luyan the convenience to smuggle our Chongfeng grain to the enemy. Xie Hui decisively played dead. Xie Luyan's business had been facilitated by many policy conveniences from Qi Euro, and the lion's share of the profits had gone to Qi Euro entering the Prime Minister's treasury. Xie Hui absolutely could not let that be known. Those officials submitted ledgers and letters as evidence. Emperor Guangzong was so angry that his vision darkened repeatedly. He slammed the table, furiously decreeing that the entire Xie clan be exiled to a miasmic wasteland. Xie Hui stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, treason against the state is a grave crime. How can exile be sufficient punishment? Especially the general's mansion. Even if Xie Fei died to atone for his fault, his failure to protect the emperor led to the death of the heir." He actually choked up and wept. The assembled officials. Lord Qi is truly a performer. According to Lord Qi's opinion, should the general's mansion be executed en masse? The rumbling wheels interrupted everyone's thoughts. Ning Tue pushed the icy cold head of the six gates, Jiang Wuyang, into the palace. He rarely appeared at court, but today he wore a purple official robe, which accentuated his majestic aura even from his wheelchair. What does Lord Jiang think? Your Majesty, if General Xie's family is to be executed, then I suspect half of the civil and military officials here would deserve the same punishment. He gently shook the ledger books in his hand and said, "Prime Minister Qi, do you think I am correct?" Qi Hui saw the ledgers in his hand and wondered, could they be related to him? Not daring to be careless, he nodded and compliantly said, "Lord Jiang is right. Exile to a miasmic wasteland is sufficient punishment." Jiang Wuyang had just obtained the secret ledgers and hadn't had time to examine them closely, but a rough perusal shocked him. If the contents of the ledgers were proven true, half of the court officials could be summarily executed. At the third coup of the hour, the commander of the palace guard Gao Feng led fierce imperial troops to surround the Duke of Ning's mansion. Emperor Guangzong ordered that the Duke of Ning Xie Chuxing and his second son Xie Chuanwang be given 50 heavy strokes, regardless of life or death. The two had already been specially treated by the jailers in the prison, tortured half to death. Under those 50 strokes, their buttocks were beaten to a bloody pulp, and they were left gasping for breath. They were carried back by the Duke of Ning's servants, barely conscious. Xie Xinghui and Xie Xingyun were also released. The fourth prince had kept his word. The two brothers had not suffered in prison, nor had they been beaten. Xie Suisui's eyes brimmed with tears. In her previous life, both elder brothers had been crippled in prison, but this life had finally changed. However, before the two brothers could even sit down, the palace guard arrived. All members of the general's mansion assemble in the front courtyard of the Duke of Ning's mansion to receive the imperial decree. Led by Luo Sheng, the trio of Xie Xinghui, Xie Xingyun, and Xie Xinglong, along with Yu Qingqiu, Lu Xiangyi, Xie Suisui, and Zhu Yin, all proceeded to the Ninghui Duke's mansion. In the front courtyard, a vast crowd knelt in silence as Grand Commandant Gao, mimicking the emperor's decree, proclaimed, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees Xie Chuxing, Duke of Ningwa, along with his son, Xie Chuanwang, and granddaughter, Xie Yan, colluded with foreign powers trafficking grain and iron to aid the enemy. And they attempted to frame loyal officials, deceiving the sovereign, an unpardonable crime. My heart aches with grief and indignation. Yet General Xie Fei, loyal and valiant, has served the nation since age 11, striking fear into all quarters. I cannot bear to execute his kin, so I grant the Xie clan clemency from death. Though spared execution, they cannot escape punishment. The entire Xie family shall be exiled together, their estate confiscated to the state treasury. Let them depart forthwith. Respect this decree." Xie Chuxing received the decree. But Xie Chuxing and Xie Chuanwang lay disheveled, bloodied, and unconscious. How could they accept it? Xie Chuanyan of the third branch received the imperial edict. A moment of silence fell over the mansion, then sorrowful wails erupted. Grand Commandant Gao sneered at the former duke's household. "Now you weep," she mocked. "Where was your wisdom earlier?" With a wave of his hand, he coldly commanded, "Confiscate the property." The imperial guard's wolves in human form lunged toward the treasury. Xie Luyan wore a snow satin jacket embroidered with peonies and gold thread, its collar dense with intricate patterns. Her skirt was of rose-hued brocade, and a pearl dangling from the phoenix hairpin in her hair gleamed with luster. Now she clenched her slender hands, kneeling numbly, unable to rise. Her usually radiant face was pale. Why had the imperial decree suddenly ordered a confiscation? Wasn't Yuchen Chiyuro supposed to mediate? How could the decree accuse her grandfather, father, and herself of treason? Shouldn't it be Xie Fei and the general's mansion? Xie Fei remained a loyal general his house honored. Was the exile merely due to association with the Ningguo Duke? What was happening? The first to rise and protest was Xie Luiying, eldest daughter of the third branch. As the second legitimate daughter of the Ningguo Duke, she was accustomed to arrogance and had never endured such humiliation. Hearing of exile because of her grandfather, uncle, and cousin's treason, she sprang up. I have committed no crime. Why should I be exiled? Insolence. Grand Commandant Gao roared. You don't want exile? Fine. A traitor has several options. First, beheading, to the afterlife. Second, exile, to pestilent lands. Third, the Bureau of Music, as an official courtesan. Fourth, the Inner Palace, as a slave. Which do you choose second, Miss Xie? Tears of grievance slid down Xie Luiying's flower-like face. I am the legitimate daughter of a duke destined to marry into a noble family. How can I be exiled? Old Shin clutched Xie Luiying's hand in fear. Yin'er, quickly contact Miss Qi to save us. A commissioner of the palace guards whispered in Grand Commandant Gao's ear, and he nodded. Transmit the emperor's oral decree. The Ningguo Duke's crimes are heinous. All members, male and female, shall be tattooed. The general's mansion, long separated, follows the law. Martial family children need not be tattooed. In truth, this was the fourth prince's intention. According to the statutes of the Chongfeng Kingdom, those guilty of heinous crimes and those exiled were subject to facial tattooing. Certain individuals, including martial family children, could be exempt. Xie Suisui and Xie Xinglong exchanged a swift glance, understanding that the horse ranch from the map had worked in their favor. Now among the three adult princes, the crown prince deceased, the other two, Prince Jin and Prince Yin, already sent to their fiefs. The fifth prince, though seemingly favored, was merely 13 or 14, raised in a hothouse compared to the fourth prince who had navigated conspiracies. Those who had once followed the crown prince swiftly aligned with the fourth prince. First, his persona was impeccable, modest, steady, patient. Second, he had no noble background compelling him to rely wholly on his ministers. Tattooing was trivial, no imperial decree was needed. The fourth prince decided who would be branded. Moreover, the Chongfeng Penal Code explicitly stated that martial family children need not be tattooed. No, little Shin shrieked. We cannot be tattooed. How will we face the world? Once tattooed, the stain would last a lifetime. 3 generations barred from the imperial examinations unless they rendered extraordinary service. The palace guard's commissioner sneered. Now you think about dignity. Do you even deserve it? Little Shen tugged at Xie Luiying. Luiying stopped daydreaming. Quickly send someone to contact Miss Qi. We cannot be tattooed, or we'll never be able to show our faces. Xie Luiying's hands and feet felt icy. She glanced at the imposing Grand Commandant Gao, then steeled herself. Your Excellency, I am betrothed to the second son of the Chancellor's mansion. I should be exempt from exile. The Emperor did not mention that. The palace guards answered only to the throne, and the Emperor had decreed the entire Xie clan exiled. Not a single member could be spared. Particularly those of the Ningguo Duke's house, even infants must be accounted for. Your Excellency, you may summon the Chancellor's wife to verify, Old Shin insisted. The engagement is settled. Then let the Chancellor's wife tell me herself, Grand Commandant Gao sneered. Such a significant event as confiscation and exile. Surely the Chancellor's mansion knew. This decree was drafted at court. The Chancellor himself was present. Xie Luiying pleaded, Your Excellency, allow me to go to the Chancellor's mansion. He will surely rescue us. Grand Commandant Gao laughed sarcastically, still unwilling to give up. This case is personally decided by His Majesty. Do you think Chancellor Qi would defy the Emperor for a future daughter-in-law? I don't believe it. No. The moment she uttered mem, Grand Commandant Gao kicked her in the chest. Xie Luiying screamed, then mechanically said, You violate the law and your duties. What crime is that? Grand Commandant Gao laughed in disbelief, cupping his ear. Did I hear that right? The eldest Miss Xie wants to charge me with a crime. You? The old matriarch wanted to rebuke his audacity, but who would dare provoke the palace guards? She quickly shielded Xie. The young lady is inexperienced and speaks rashly. I'll please forgive her, your excellency. Eldest miss. What eldest miss? You are all criminals. Grand Commandant Gao was furious. Restraining himself from lashing out, he subtly signaled the commissioner. The commissioner approached Xie Suisui. Young General, the fourth prince, has specially granted the general's mansion a favor. 1 incense sticks time to change into clean clothes. Xie Suisui hastily bowed in thanks. The commissioner led Xie Suisui and his party back to the general's mansion. All were sharp enough not to ask why, they simply followed. Little Shin screamed, why can they leave? Because the emperor permitted it. Do you have any objection, eh? Grand Commandant Gao sneered. The Ningwa Duke's household is truly arrogant. Must I explain every move to you? Without a word, a commissioner lashed his whip indiscriminately at Little Shin, and especially Xie Luyan. The spring robes were thin. After a dozen lashes, every exposed inch of Xie Luyan's skin was swollen and bleeding. She wept in agony. Grand Commandant Gao, annoyed, continued wielding the whip. Xie Luyan dared not cry out. 30 years of peace in her past life and a pampered existence in this one had made her forget. This was a feudal dynasty. An era where imperial authority trumped law and personal connections twisted every regulation. Seeing them subdued, Grand Commandant Gao and the commissioners ceased their harassment. Today they were here to plunder. The treasury and the fourth prince's residence urgently needed wealth. Eager to seize treasures, they even delayed the tattooing. But when the imperial guards searched the mansion, they were stunned. The treasury was empty. Not a single coin, antique painting, or even a scrap of cloth. Your Excellency, the treasury is empty. What? Not a single copper coin, reported the guard. The commissioner says Xie Luyan went to the chancellor's mansion first, then to the escort agency. She must have prepared for exile and moved everything. Where are the account books? Grand Commandant Gao's heart tightened. He glared at old Shun with bloodshot eyes, making her tremble. The commissioner handed him the confiscated ledgers. Grand Commandant Gao read them, his teeth grinding with rage. You'd better explain where all the gold, silver treasures, expensive herbs, grain, and cloth have gone. Old Shun, flustered and furious, retorted, how should I know? Perhaps your men hid them during the search and claim they're gone. Grand Commandant Gao slowly approached her. Before she could react, she habitually scolded, what do you think you're doing? Beat her soundly. The imperial guard slapped old Shin hard. How dare you slander his excellency? You dare strike me? I am the Duchess. Duchess? Not anymore. You're a criminal, a traitor. Finding nothing after the confiscation, Grand Commandant Gao was nearly apoplectic, his face turning from black to green. Since the Duke's household still refuses to accept their status as criminals, begin the tattooing immediately. Start with, he pointed at Xie Luyan. Start with her. No. Little Shun and Xie Luyan both screamed. Tattooing. The branding. Use special needles and ink that could never be removed. Xiao Shenshi urgently tugged at old Shenshi's sleeve and begged, Mother, please do not let the authorities sentence us to exile and branding, or our lives will be ruined. Grand Commandant Gao paid no heed to their pleas, ordering that punishment be carried out immediately. Soon officials from the heavenly prison arrived with tattoo artisans specially assigned to brand faces. The entire male and female household of Duke Ning's mansion was bound and forced to receive their marks one by one. This was almost more unbearable than death by beating. Gao Taiwei came from humble origins and served as the emperor's man. He was notoriously moody and ruthless, looked down upon throughout the capital, and was considered nothing but a contemptible creature. Yet someone who crawled out of the gutter feared being despised the most. The way old Shenshi glanced at him with contempt ignited Gao Taiwei's fury. Facial branding was mandatory. Sitting languidly in his official chair, Gao Taiwei gave orders at his leisure. Inscribe "exiled" to Lingnan upon them. After all, these are 4 characters with intricate strokes. Carving them would require a sizable area. Yet who could possibly find fault with Grand Commandant Gao's decision? My lord, where shall the branding be placed? Naturally on both cheeks. Do you think I would brand the lower back? Old Shenshi knelt once more, bowing her head to the ground and weeping bitterly. Brand me if you must, my lord, but spare the children. They are still so young and have lives ahead of them. Oh, now you wish for them to live as proper people. Gao Taiwei sneered maliciously. Brand them. carved deep, deep enough that they shall never be washed away throughout eternity. Amidst the cacophony of wailing, the executioner seized Xie Suisui first. Paralyzed with terror, she desperately bowed her head against the ground. "My Lord Gao, please wait just a moment. Let me send for the eldest miss of the Prime Minister's residence." She called out to the onlookers, "I am close friends with Miss Qi. Whoever runs to the Prime Minister's mansion on my behalf shall be richly rewarded. I shall have Miss Qi give you 50 taels of silver." Those condemned to exile would have all their possessions confiscated. Promising a mountain of gold and silver was obviously deceitful, yet the common folk were drawn to witness the spectacle nonetheless. A young man stepped forward. "I shall go for you. If she doesn't give me 50 taels, don't blame me for being impolite." He mounted his horse and rode off. Some guards attempted to stop him, but Gao Taiwei stayed their hands. "Let him go. This daughter of Duke Ning's mansion was nothing to fear. Hadn't she been described as sharp-witted? How could she fail to read human hearts?" Xiao Shenshi's teeth chattered as she gripped old Shenshi tightly. "Mother the Prime Minister, Miss Qi will come to rescue Yan, won't she?" "Yes," old Shenshi said firmly. "She will certainly come." Xie Suisui and Qi Yuro were bosom friends, inseparable as sisters. Qi Yuro had personally arranged for Luyan to become her sister-in-law. How could she not come? The young man raced to the Prime Minister's mansion, his throat raw from exertion, pounding furiously on the gate. "Xie, the eldest miss of Duke Ning's mansion, urgently seeks Miss Qi. It is a matter of life and death." The steward at the entrance waved him away disdainfully. "Begone, you insolent cur, spreading nonsense here. The eldest Miss Xie Suisui. She sent me to find Miss Qi. She says she is the betrothed of your second master. You must save her." The steward paid no heed, ordering his men to drag the runner away. "What ruffian dares to soil our eldest miss's reputation? Beat him out." Splash. A basin of water drenched him from head to toe. "You dare attempt to blackmail the Prime Minister's household. The minister is benevolent and deigns not to argue with such as you. Begone, you." The great doors of the Prime Minister's residence shut with finality, leaving him ignored. Wiping the water from his face, he cursed his way back to Duke Ning's mansion. Standing drenched at the gate, he roared at Xie Suisui. "You wretched woman. You've gotten me beaten and splashed with filth, and they won't even acknowledge you." Xie Suisui refused to believe it. She shook her head. "Impossible. You must not have gone to the Prime Minister's mansion. Others might turn away in their hour of need, but Miss Qi would never. She is my dearest friend, she cannot abandon me." Gao Taiwei sneered. "Hurry, brand the eldest Miss Xie, so she sees clearly what manner of creature she truly is." The executioners rushed forward, releasing third mistress, Xie Suisui, who was being branded. Compared to Xie Suisui, Xie Suisui was truly beautiful. Alas, despite her desperate struggles, those four characters, exiled to Lingnan, were carved into her face. She screamed in anguish as the imperial guards struck her with whips. "Mother, I will never be beautiful again," Xie Suisui wept. "I would rather die." Her mother Wei Shui paid her no mind, instead kneeling before Gao Taiwei, imploring him to spare Xie Suisui. "My lord, I beg you, do not brand the eldest miss. She is a young lady of talent. She will surely reward you in the future." "Oh, and who are you to presume such things?" Gao Taiwei retorted mockingly. "Is Xie Suisui your own flesh and blood born of you, and Xie Chuanwan? My lord, you jest. If she is not your own, then what business is it of yours? Does a mere servant dare to question my judgment?" Gao Taiwei declared. "Brand her." Xie Suisui pleaded. "My lord, I beg you, do not brand me. If I am fortunate enough to survive, I shall erect a shrine in your honor. I may lack other talents, but I possess great wealth." "Gao Taiwei, where is your wealth?" "In the treasury, my lord. I have 3 storehouses filled with gold and treasure." "Then why has not a single coin been found? Have you already sent it away? I heard that Shunfeng escort agency belongs to you." "Yes." "Excellent. Today, by my authority, all who serve at the escort agency shall be put to death." "You?" Gao Taiwei waved his hand impatiently. The executioners gagged Xie Suisui, while 2 men held her down. This was her first branding in this life, or any other, and upon her face. Without anesthetic, she discovered precisely how excruciating it could be. The flesh ached, but her heart ached far more. The lead executioner said grimly, "Eldest Miss Xie, you would do well not to move." The characters must be branded. If you scratch the skin, we shall have to rebrand elsewhere. When the branding was complete, all vitality seemed drained from Xie Suisui's body. She collapsed to the ground, her gaze vacant as she stared at the sky, tears flowing unbidden. Why, Yu-chun? Why do you not come? Yan, live on. When your sentence is served, we shall find someone to help remove these marks. Xiao Shenshi, old Shenshi, and Wei Shui all wailed as though the heavens had crumbled. Xie Suisui remained unmoved. What use was crying surrounded by a pack of incompetent women? Gao Taiwei surveyed the former household of Duke Ning, from Xie Chuxing, Xie Chuanwang, Xie Chuanyin, to their wives and descendants, all bearing the mark of exile to Lingnan upon their faces. For characters enclosed within a square frame, no amount of herbal soaking for 3 days and nights could easily erase them, let alone restore the skin to its original state. Gao Taiwei chuckled derisively. I expected greater fortitude, yet not a single one has taken their own life after being branded. Remove your hairpins. Change into prison garb. Surrender everything of value upon your person, or I shall have you searched. The implication was unmistakable. The women made no further struggle. With their faces already branded, what mattered now was removing hairpins and changing clothes. Through tears and sobs, they removed the pearl hairpins from their hair, jade bracelets from their wrists, and necklaces from their necks. They cast off their splendid garments and donned prison clothes. These uniforms, worn by countless others and never washed, still bore dark red stains of blood. Before they could even don them, a nauseating odor assaulted their nostrils. The Prime Minister's mansion. Sister, shall we not go and see? Once a piece is placed upon the board, heaven's design is sealed. One must treat every move with care, for a single mistake may ruin the entire game. Qi Yuro and Xie Suisui played chess with calm composure, allowing the rash meddler who had sought to summon help for Xie Suisui to be driven away outside. Watching his sister's subtly aggressive playing style, Xie Suisui smiled. Your strategic vision surpasses my own, sister. It is not that my chess skills fall short of yours, brother, but rather that your heart remains kind. Yet kindness must have its limits. We must first secure our own survival. Qi Yuro said, when one's strength is weak, bear no heavy burdens. When one's words carry no weight, do not attempt to persuade others. When destitute, shun the company of crowds. When in distress, seek not from kin. Brother, the Duke of Ning has committed the grave offense of colluding with the enemy. Though father is the Prime Minister, a single word from the Emperor could obliterate his lifetime of achievement and cost our entire clan their lives. Xie Suisui also nodded. They could not add to their father's troubles. As they continued their game, Chunhua returned from gathering intelligence outside, hesitant to speak. Qi Yuro asked, what would you say? Those from the Duke's mansion face branding. Eldest Miss Xie kept calling for you. The entire household of Duke Ning cries out that the Prime Minister and Eldest Miss will come to rescue them. Fools. Is Xie Suisui's mind addled that she invokes father's name at such a time? Does she wish to drag our Prime Minister's household into ruin? Sister, do not anger yourself. I have already warned the executioner in charge of branding. Once branded, she will recognize reality. Accustomed to looking down upon others, she still harbors delusions of marrying the 5th prince. Princess consort. You still do not understand her. She likely dreams of becoming an empress regnant. Will you see her off at the 10-mile pavilion? I wish to, but I cannot. Why, Xie Suisui has seen the world and handled great wealth. 300 or 500 taels would mean nothing to her. What she desires is to overturn the verdict. Then there is no need to see her off. The Emperor himself has decided this case. Who dares to overturn it? Moreover, what benefit would come from helping her? The Duke of Ning and Xie Chuanwang both dared to accuse their own kin of treason. What purpose would serving such a foolish, vicious, and worthless family serve? Qi Yuro offered no objection, her playing peace, pausing momentarily. She said to Chunhua, keep watch over the Duke's mansion. That estate was granted by His Majesty to the founding Duke of Ning. The compound's layout is quite excellent. Should the authorities auction it off, purchase it at a low price. Brother, you already possess so many shops and residences. Why do you need to buy the Duke of Ning's mansion as well? Throughout all ages, real estate and property remain the finest stores of value. All else may be regenerated, but land is finite. Especially courtyard residences in prime locations. One sold is one less. Qi Yuro declared. I shall become the foremost real estate magnate of the resealed state. As the siblings conversed, the servants grew ever more admiring of their eldest miss. Their young mistress was truly formidable. Xie suddenly recalled something. Has Xie Suisui been branded? Chunhua shook her head. When I arrived earlier, the commissioner from the palace front agency requested the general's household return to their residence first. No longer exiled. Not so. It seems they were told to return and open all treasury doors. Chunhua preferred not to mention that Grand Commandant Gao had already decreed children of military families are exempt from facial branding. Xie burst into laughter. Xie Suisui bears the facial brand and faces exile. She shall never rise again in this lifetime. From henceforth my fortune shall be boundless. The general's manor. The officer from the Dianxian Sea escorted Xie Suisui and the rest of the group back to the general's manor. Once inside the general's manor with no one in sight, the officer immediately said to Xie Suisui, I'll give you the time it takes to burn one incense stick. You may bring some valuables discreetly. He also mentioned that the prison uniforms were rather dirty, so if there were coarse hemp clothes from the servants at home, it would be better to change into those. That was as far as his words could go. Xie Suisui immediately understood, bowed, and told Luo Sheng to hurry and change her younger siblings' clothes. Yulian watched Zhu Yin, her hands twisted together, still hesitating, and quickly tugged at her sleeve. Miss, say something quickly. Zhu Yin made up her mind, blocked Luo Sheng's path, and dropped to her knees with a thud, bowing her head as she said, Mother, I beg you, please let me go. What do you mean? Luo Sheng frowned slightly. Yulian also knelt down and spoke far more fluently. Madam, our young miss still bears the surname Zhu. The Zhu family has only her left now. How can her frail body endure a 3,000-li exile journey? If she perishes, the Zhu family line will be extinguished. I implore you, madam, to let our young miss live. Yu Qingxiu immediately understood and said coldly, So my younger sister wishes to sever ties with the general's manor. Sister-in-law, I have no choice. Zhu Yin continued, pleading with Luo Sheng. Mother, my health is poor. I am destined to become a burden to my brothers and mother. That would make me unfilial. Seeing Luo Sheng say nothing, Yulian's tone grew resentful. Madam, please say something. Time is short. I just saw that the Duke's manor is branding people's faces. You cannot be this cruel. Lu Xiangyi cursed in anger. When your father was alive, did we ever treat you as an outsider? All your food, clothing, and lodging, the best were given to you. Go look. No legitimate daughter receives 10 taels of monthly allowance like you. We only receive 2 taels each month. Zhu Yin wrung her handkerchief and argued softly, Second sister-in-law, I didn't say the manor treated me poorly. I'm just afraid of burdening my brother's sisters-in-law and mother. You're afraid we'll burden you, aren't you? Lu Xiangyi was so furious she wanted to hit someone, but Luo Sheng stopped her and said to Zhu Yin, mother never intended for you to accompany us into exile. It's just that circumstances forced our hand. If I let you go, I don't have time to explain to the Zhu clan. That's fine. I'll handle it myself. Thank you, mother. Zhu Yin let out a great sigh of relief. Luo Sheng explained to the officer from the Dianxian Sea, who nodded very well. Since she is merely an adopted daughter, she may leave with her household register. Luo Sheng handed Zhu Yan's household register to her and wanted to quickly change clothes and pack valuables. This opportunity had been won by third young master and Suisui by trading the horse pasture, and it couldn't be wasted. Zhu Yin stood still and spoke again. Mother, I must also trouble you to write a certificate of severance of kinship. All right, Luo Sheng had no objection. Xie Suisui quickly wrote out the severance document, and both Luo Sheng and Zhu Yin signed and pressed their fingerprints on it. They had expected her to leave with the household register and severance document, but unexpectedly she looked up and said to Luo Sheng, Madam, could you please return my dowry to me? Dowry? Not only Yu Qingxiu and Lu Xiangyi, but even Luo Sheng was extremely surprised. Zhu Yin said stubbornly, Madam, since we have severed kinship after my father passed away, the pension silver and monthly grain allowances were sent to the general's manor, correct? Xie Suisui was dumbfounded. After a long while, Luo Sheng said, Zhu Yin, the manor truly has no silver left. Moreover, with our property confiscated and exile, everything in the manor now belongs to the state treasury. My words mean nothing. Then you expect the young miss to starve? The young miss was living well within the Zhu clan. By what right did you bring her to the general's manor to suffer? Yulian turned hostile. We brought her to the general's manor to suffer. Luo Sheng looked at Zhu Yan in astonishment. It was precisely the madam who snatched the young miss away. Do you intend to renege on your responsibility? Luo Sheng knew that Yulian was merely Zhu Yan's mouthpiece. Everything she said reflected Zhu Yan's true intentions. Though angered, she still spared Zhu Yan some face, and said, I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Just one sorry, and that's it. How am I supposed to survive in the future? My father is dead, my mother is gone, and I have not a single coin to my name. How do you expect me to live? Zhu Yan cried. You couldn't bear children, so you snatched me into the manor. By what right do you have to ruin my life? We ruined your life. Zhu Yan, how can you say such things? Why can't I say it? Isn't this the truth? Now you're all going into exile. If I follow, I'll suffer, and may not even survive. If I don't follow, I have nothing, and will starve to death anyway. Xie Suisui could no longer contain himself, and said sternly, Miss Zhu, strictly speaking, the general's manor owes you nothing. On the contrary, we gave you a life and dignity. You speak well, but wasn't my father killed because of General Xie's command error? Do you think raising me for a few years can erase your sins? Every word from Zhu Yan was like a knife. Luo Sheng, who was usually carefree, grew so angry her hands trembled as she asked, Zhu Yan, who told you this? Isn't that the truth? You caused my father's death, yet kept me by your side enjoying family happiness. Did you think I was too young to know anything? First, your father did not die a normal battlefield death. It was his greed for merit and reckless advance that led to his death under the hooves of the Beiyan army, and he also caused the annihilation of 3,000 Xie soldiers. If you don't believe me, you can go verify with General Qinwei. Xie Suisui, no longer holding back, told Zhu Yan the whole truth. After your father's death, my father not only took responsibility on his behalf, but also applied for pension payments according to the standards for a fallen deputy general. But I have never seen my father's pension. It was sent to the general's manor, and you used it for living expenses, didn't you? Zhu Yan prime real estate in the first district of the capital, 10,000 acres of fertile land in the countryside, 1,000 taels of silver, 1,000 bolts of silk, and 1 residence. You and your mother were allotted 2 sheng of rice per day for life. All the pension, silver, land, and silk were handed over to your mother. Yet after receiving these things, your mother remarried, and you were passed around the Zhu clan with no one willing to take you in. By the time you came to our home at 6 years old, you didn't know about the pension, but you certainly remembered that no one wanted to raise you, didn't you? Zhu Yan's face turned pale. She wanted to accuse Xie Suisui of lying, but couldn't utter a single word. Xie Suisui's expression was stern and unyielding as he demanded she leave immediately. Zhu Yan, the general's manor owes you nothing. Moreover, even if you hadn't brought this up today, mother would have still let you go. Not only would we let you go, we also intended to let Sister Suisui go. I informed His Majesty of the situation a few days ago, and His Majesty agreed to continue providing you with 1 sheng of rice per day until you come of age. We don't have time to explain too much. If there's anything you don't understand, go find out yourself. There are plenty of nobles in the capital, and your mother is still alive. You can verify everything with them. The officer from the Dianxian Sea is showing respect for our father's merit by giving us time to change clothes, not for you to act irresponsibly. Zhu Yan never expected the truth to be like this. The general's manor hadn't taken a single coin from her, and had actually raised her in luxury and comfort for 8 years. Also, Zhu Yan, you know what you put in your younger sister's room. I originally wanted to kill you, but mother wouldn't allow it. Xie Xinglong pushed her, causing her to tumble, and looked down at her. At such a critical moment, you're still holding us back and wasting our precious time. Your heart is truly venomous, and you deserve to be punished. Zhu Yan, you will come to a bad end. Zhu Yan cried, why? Both I and Xie Suisui are adopted daughters, yet you treat her with endless kindness while always neglecting me. Luo Sheng was enraged, and said, fine, fine, fine. Everything you said is correct. Raising you was our foolish mistake. I apologize to you. Xie Suisui urged Luo Sheng to hurry and take her younger siblings to change clothes. The officer from the Dianxian Sea observed all this and sneered coldly. What kind of ingrate have they raised? Time waits for no one. Xie Suisui carried a bundle from her own chamber and said to Luo Sheng and Xie Suisui, Big brother, mother, I've already bought hemp cloth clothes for everyone. Just the kind ordinary commoners wear. The inner garments were silk, but the outer garments were all hemp cloth, inferior even to what servants in various mansions in the capital wore. Such clothing could fully substitute for prison uniforms. Luo Sheng had grown considerably thinner in recent days. The series of blows had turned her once black hair white at the temples. Seeing the hemp clothes prepared by Xie Suisui, she pulled Xie Suisui to her chest and said, "Suisui, mother has something to say to you." Xie Suisui, who roughly guessed what her mother wanted to say, pressed her hand and said, "Mother, don't say anything. Time is tight. We'll talk later on the road. But mother wants you to. I will never separate from mother in my entire life." She quickly changed into the hemp clothes and packed most of the quilts, bed sheets, and toiletries into her spatial realm. From the manor's public storehouse, she only took straw mats, hemp sacks, and bamboo baskets through the door crack, leaving behind everything else of value. The general's manor was not wealthy to begin with, and she didn't want the confiscators to have nothing to seize, which would only make them more vindictive. She ran into Xie Fei's study, poked a hole in the window, and collected his beloved paintings, calligraphy copies, books, notes, and the 4 treasures of the study into her spatial realm. Then she ran to the small ancestral shrine, respectfully kowtowed 3 times before Xie Fei's spirit tablet, and said with tearful eyes, "Father, from here on, no matter how far we travel, the general's manor may never return to the capital. Please come with us. Daughter wants to take you to the south and begs you to protect the general's manor all the way." Xie Fei's 7-day mourning had just passed. The small shrine contained sutrous incense candles and an incense burner, which she transferred entirely into her spatial realm. Finally, she picked up Xie Fei's spirit tablet and placed it into her spatial realm as well. She ran into the kitchen and collected bowls, chopsticks, water buckets, large and small iron woks, stew pots, and more. These small items were despised by the confiscators, but they were invaluable goods that couldn't be bought with money during their exile journey. Seeing Xie Xinglong change clothes and head to the kitchen, she waved her hand and transferred all the clothes, shoes, and bedding in Xie Xinglong's courtyard into her spatial realm. Third brother, the kitchen has roasted chicken, duck, and other cooked meats. 1 stick of incense is enough to eat our fill. The siblings went to the front courtyard and handed the roasted chicken and steamed buns to Xie Xinghui, Xie Xingyun, the eldest sister-in-law, the second sister-in-law, and their young nephew Xie Jinxian. "Eat. Whether we eat or not won't change anything. Don't worry, don't be afraid. Consider it going to the frontier to defend our homeland and reclaim wasteland for His Majesty." Having eaten their fill, they set out on the road. Xie Suisui twisted off a chicken leg and pressed it into Xie Jinxian's hands. "Asian auntie is treating you to a chicken leg." The 5-year-old dumpling had been exiled alongside them. Clad in a tiny brown hemp robe with a diagonal closure, his yellow hair hung limp and tear tracks still stained his cheeks. Xie Suisui looked at him, her heart aching. In her previous life, everyone from the general's manor had perished, and the little dumpling met an even grimmer fate. Without kin to protect him, the child was swallowed by countless starving refugees. In this life, she would risk everything to shield her nephew. "Eat. As long as we live, there is hope." Luo Sheng and Xie Xinghui steeled themselves. Suisui was right. They had endured bitter, desolate lands before. "Eat." Stepping out of the mansion, Luo Sheng was surprised to find Zhu Yan not far away, standing by the roadside, glaring hatefully at the people of the general's manor. "Xie Suisui, do you truly believe they treat you well? They refused to let you go to the prime minister's mansion, where wealth and glory awaited. They denied you the tranquil life of the capital, instead forcing you to follow into exile." "Huh." The maid Yulian joined in the mockery. "A family should never be torn apart. May they stay shackled together all the way on the road of exile." Xie Suisui suddenly smiled. "Zhuyan, at least I have someone taking me in. Why hasn't the Zhu family come to collect you?" What is the Zhu family?" "The prime minister's mansion will come for eldest miss any time now," Yulian said proudly. "But you won't be a young miss anymore. You'll be a slave." "Ha!" Xie Xinglang wanted to strike back, but Luo Sheng stopped him. "It's just a dog. A person shouldn't bite a dog. But one need not bite. A dog can be beaten." Xie Xinglang stomped his foot, flipped his hand, caught a pebble, and flicked it forward with speed. Suddenly Yulian's knees buckled, and she thudded to the ground before Xie Suisui. Oh dear, it's not even a festival, and you're kowtowing to me. I'm almost embarrassed. Xie Suisui said with a grin. You don't actually think Xie would come to fetch Zhu Yin to be her sister-in-law, do you? What else? You think she'll end up like you being jilted? Yulian tried to rise, but her knees ached too badly. Though Xie Suisui wore a simple kudzu cloth robe, she bore no brand, had not been beaten, and showed no fear. Yet her tongue remained as sharp as ever. Zhu Yin felt utterly suffocated with rage. Young Master Qi, San will come for me soon. I really hope you travel slowly. When he sees I live better than you, you'll regret it forever. Xie Suisui, recalling Chu Qianxing's words that the entire Prime Minister's mansion had been wiped out, suppressed her laughter and feigned shock. Oh dear Zhu Yin, His Majesty has already bestowed a marriage upon Xie Suisui and the Pingyang princess. Are you going to marry him as a concubine? Who would be a concubine? Young Miss Qi and I had an agreement. She herself could hardly continue. The Pingyang princess was the emperor's own appointed principal wife for Xie Suisui. It would already be a miracle if she were permitted to enter as a concubine. The escort envoy frowned and pointed toward a group of young scholars in blue robes ahead. Miss Zhu, the one in the center. That must be the Prime Minister's third young master, I assume. He seems to have come specifically for you. You should make haste and leave. Zhu Yin gazed at the approaching scholars. The figure standing tall and poised in the center. Could it be anyone other than Xie Suisui? Zhu Yan's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head slightly and whispered to Yulian. Young Master Qi, Sin must have come to fetch us. Meanwhile, Xie Suisui, with a mischievous smile, turned to Xie Xinglang. Third brother, I bet a coin that Xie Suisui won't marry Sister Zhu. I don't have a single coin. Lend me one, and shall we wager? Agreed. I bet not only will no one marry her, but she'll be thoroughly mocked. Zhu Yan's eyes reddened with fury. These two wretched souls were betting on her right before her very eyes. Xie Suisui had come specifically to gloat over Xie Xinglang's downfall. He and many of his fellow scholars in the capital despised Xie Xinglang for his hedonistic ways, while Xie Xinglang looked down on them as pretentious frauds. Yet none could best him, and the accumulated frustration had festered into a deep-seated grudge. Now that the little tyrant had fallen on hard times, how could he remain indifferent? The mere thought of the little tyrant wearing heavy cangs and iron shackles, his face tattooed with marks of punishment, made everything seem suddenly brighter. However, when Xie Suisui approached the exiled party from the general's manor, he found none of the wretchedness or penal branding he had imagined. Their demeanor remained as haughty as ever. The moment their eyes met, he was utterly crushed by Xie Xinglang's condescending, disdainful gaze. A wave of rage surged within Xie Suisui. And just then Zhu Yin, oblivious to the tension, offered Xie Suisui a slight bow and said shyly, Young Master Qi, San, did Senior Miss Qi send you here? Xie Suisui frowned. No. What are you doing? You've come in person to collect our young miss, haven't you? Yulian spoke deliberately loud, ensuring the people of the general's manor could hear. Collect your young miss. What are you babbling about? Xie Suisui found these two women utterly incomprehensible. Xie Suisui deliberately announced, Young Master Qi, San, Miss Zhu claims she is your betrothed, and you have come specifically to take her away. Xie Suisui's classmates immediately erupted into jeers. Shilo, is this your future wife? Wait, weren't you betrothed to the Pingyang princess? Is this your concubine? We thought you brought us here for the spectacle, but you're actually here to collect your wife. Blushing furiously, Zhu Yin offered a graceful curtsy and greeted Xie Suisui's companions. Xie Suisui was furious, his face darkening. I have no relation to this lady. Stop speaking nonsense. Xie Suisui continued to fan the flames. Xie Suisui, Miss Zhu signed a severance document with my mother in order to marry you. You can take her home with a clear conscience. Marry me. Is she even worthy? Xie Suisui spoke recklessly, goaded by Xie Suisui's provocation. Moreover, he held no regard for Zhu Yin. What was she after all? Zhu Yan's face went pale, her lips trembling. You were the one who said you liked me. Senior Miss Qi personally gave me this bracelet as a betrothal token on your behalf. Xie Suisui snatched the bracelet, glanced at it, and asked coldly, Are you related to the imperial clan? No. Are you extraordinarily wealthy? No. Are you breathtakingly beautiful? Zhu Yin, you possess no noble background, no wealth, no beauty. You are neither accomplished in letters nor skilled in arms. From where does your confidence come to imagine yourself as my Xie Suisui's woman? Xie Suisui hurled the bracelet onto the bluestone path, shattering it into 8 pieces, much like Zhu Yan's heart. Young Master Xie, how can you speak such words? Even Yulian was brought to tears by indignation. Our young miss severed ties with the general's manor for your sake. Xie Suisui bent down with a cynical smirk, looking at Zhu Yan, a single tear clinging to her eyelash, rendering her pitiful and fragile. Severed ties? Yes, you. Then you truly are an ungrateful wretch. Xie Suisui said sincerely. In all of the capital, who doesn't know that the general's manor treated this adopted daughter of theirs with endless kindness? They subsisted on coarse grain and wild vegetables, yet dressed you in the latest fashions and provided you with a luxurious carriage exclusively yours. And the moment the general's manor fell, you eagerly severed all ties with them. The classmates burst into hearty laughter. Boys of 15 or 16 spoke without thinking, and faced with a girl so desperate to throw herself at them, who would spare any thought for Zhu Yan's dignity. Miss Zhu, even though General Xie is no more, his prestige endures. Even in exile he will be respected. The moment the general's manor fell, you rushed to sever ties. The moment you saw the wealth of the prime minister's mansion, you tried to cling to it. You truly are a weather vane, aren't you? Such words, spoken not only in public, but even in private, would wound deeply, especially spoken right in front of the general's manor family. Zhu Yan was so humiliated that she trembled. Protected so fiercely by the general's manor all these years, she had spent her days composing poetry and indulging in seasonal melancholy, embodying the delicate image of a sheltered noblewoman. Where had she ever endured such devastation? She burst into tears, daring not curse Xie Suisui, but turning her fury instead toward Luo Sheng and the others. Are you satisfied now? Luo Sheng was so enraged he felt dizzy. I raised you for 8 years, and I never knew you were so shameless. Throwing yourself at someone to become a concubine. Isn't this your fault? Why didn't you arrange a marriage for me sooner? Zhu Yan covered her face and fled in the opposite direction, while Yulian escaped from the servant's fist and limped after her. Xie Suisui watched the departing mistress and maid, then said, "Third brother, those people mocked her. Why does she hate us?" Xie Xingling shrugged. Because she takes our kindness for granted, and it costs far less to hate us. The escort envoy scoffed once more. Miss Zhu was as good as finished in the capital. Luo Sheng sighed. Let's go. As the envoy led the way, Xie Xinghui, knowing he served the 4th prince, whispered, "A few days ago my second brother and I were in the imperial prison. We overheard second uncle and grandfather say that Yu Tang, the second son of the Xingyang Earl's mansion, is blessed by heaven and possesses the bearing of one destined to contend for the throne." The envoy remained silent and continued forward. Xie Xinghui, and naturally fell behind, as if his earlier words had been nothing more than a whisper of wind. Xie Suisui understood. In poisoning the 4th prince's ear against Yu Tang, she had ensured the man's days were numbered. Gathering outside the former Duke Ning's mansion, Xie Xinghui and the others sat beside the roadside curb, wrapping their trouser legs with bandages a palm's width wide and 2 zhang long. Luo Sheng carefully helped Xie Suisui bind her legs, then patted her head twice with his large hand, his eyes growing red. Passers-by watched with curiosity. Why are they binding their legs? For swifter walking, and moreover on long marches, leg bindings prevent swelling and pain. Only those with military experience know such tricks. Soon a detachment of escort runners approached, bowed respectfully to Grand Commandant Gao, exchanged a few brief words, and took charge of the exiled members of the former Duke Ning and former General Manners. The lead runner was a towering figure radiating a fierce, battle-hardened aura. "Hear me, members of the Xie clan. I am Bo Wei, the escort captain drafted from the 5-city militia. All exiles must travel light. No gold, silver valuables, or food shall be carried. Anyone who dares to disobey will be executed on the spot. The destination is a barbaric, malarial wilderness." As he finished speaking, little Ms. Shen asked, "Lord Bo, both my father-in-law and husband bear serious injuries. Might we request 2 carriages?" Bo Wei sneered coldly. "Shall we arrange an 8-bear palanquin for you as well? And pull a silver cart complete with 8 chefs?" Knowing these words carried no kindness, Xie Luyan frowned and retorted irritably, "Mother, say less." Everything in the mansion had already been confiscated. Not a carriage, not even a single plank of wood. Injured? Then carry yourselves on your family's backs. Furthermore, all maids and female servants would be sold off with proceeds fully confiscated. Before departing, each branch turned their heads for one last look at the ducal mansion they had once called home. Gazing upon familiar things stirred deep sorrow like knives twisting in the heart. Xie Suisui's expression grew vacant, her mind a blank. Her golden finger had predicted the exile 3 days in advance, and she had immediately sought help from Chiyuru. She had never doubted Chiyuru, never imagining she would be abandoned by her. Had Yuru deliberately avoided her, or was she unaware that the Duke Ning mansion had been raided and its inhabitants exiled? The ancient world differed vastly from the 21st century. For a woman to break free from her family and establish herself independently was nearly impossible, and attempting to escape during exile was pure fantasy. Now, with characters branded onto her face, escape was even more unthinkable. She could not fathom why Chiyuru had abandoned her. Through both past and present lives, she had been Yuru's closest confidant. Grand Commandant Gao and Bo Wei watched the Xie family. Old Madame Shun and the second branch were in a panic, craning their necks in desperate hope that Chancellor Qi would come to their rescue. The third branch and collateral relatives wailed and sobbed, cursing heaven and blaming the earth. Yet the first branch, the people of the former general's manor, were inexplicably calm, busily devouring roasted chickens and eggs without a trace of fear. The sight was absurdly amusing, yet it simultaneously drew a measure of respect. At the third quarter of the midday watch, the entire clan departed the capital. The Xie clan, numbering 108 souls, stumbled along alongside prisoners from other banished families, embarking on an arduous journey of exile. All males above the age of 10 were encumbered with heavy wooden cangs around their necks and iron shackles on their ankles. Xie Chuxing and Xie Chuanwang both had their legs broken beyond use, unable to walk at all. Young Madame Shun arranged for the two illegitimate sons, one 14, the other 13, to carry them on their backs. Though they were not burdened with Kang's iron shackles, still bound their ankles. With the weight of grown men on their backs, both illegitimate sons had veins bulging on their foreheads. Xie Xinghui's arrow wound had not yet healed, and after shouldering the heavy Kang, he struggled to bear the burden. Xie Xingyun had lost sight in one eye, but could still walk on both feet. He and Xie Xinglong were both fitted with cangs and shackles. The two brothers positioned themselves on either side of Xie Xinghui, pressing their cangs against his to provide some support for their elder brother. The female prisoners all had one hand bound together with rope, each assigned a specific position in the line. Anyone missing would be noticed immediately, and if one fell, the entire chain would halt. The common folk lined the streets, cursing and pelting the former noble young masters and ladies with rotten vegetables, mud, and foul eggs. A humiliating ordeal that would wound both body and spirit for the first time. This was Xie Suisui's first experience of public exile in both her past and present lives. Fear and shame filled her heart as she wondered how things had come to this. She had reached her coming of age this year, and her grandfather had originally intended to send her into the palace. But she refused to marry the aged emperor, to engage in the bitter rivalries among women in the harem, and certainly not to wed and bear children at merely 15. Her true ambition was to marry the fifth prince. Not only was he merely 2 years her senior, but his mother, the favored imperial concubine, held considerable influence. With the crown prince dead, the fifth prince stood as the most viable candidate to claim that position. Yuchen asked me to temporarily agree to marry her second brother, and without hesitation I accepted. I staked my entire future on supporting her. Xie Luyan had believed they came from the same world and shared a bond as close friends, mutually understanding and protecting each other. Now everything had become nothing. Xie Suisui bore a calm expression. Having lived 2 lifetimes, even if exile proved nearly fatal, she felt at peace as long as she remained with those from General Manor. Her left hand was bound by rope, and as her right sleeve swung rhythmically, her short legs moved steadily beneath each step, radiating defiance and freedom. Luo Sheng held her head high. She had once been conferred the title of General Wu Jing by Emperor Guangzong, renowned alongside Xie Fei as the twin fiends who swept across the land. Even in exile, she would never bow or break. The women of General Manor stayed close together with Lu Xiangyi leading the way to shield the others from any who might stumble and fall upon Xie Suisui. Xie Suisui followed then Luo Sheng. Behind Luo Sheng walked her youngest grandson, Xie Jinxian, followed by Yu Qingxiu. The common people knew little of what truly transpired within the manor, only that the Duke of Ning's household had betrayed the nation by supplying grain to the Beiyang forces, and that every member was tainted with corruption. There was no doubt they were evil people. Could a virtuous person frame their own son? Rotten cabbage leaves flew relentlessly at those from the Duke of Ning's estate, accompanied by curses. Even beasts are better than you. Those from the Duke of Ning's family grew increasingly agitated. Why target them alone when so many others were present? Was it because they hadn't stood as proudly as the senior branch? The shrewd Xie Chuanyan seemed to grasp the truth. He immediately instructed the others, stand tall like the senior branch. If he kept his back straight, no one would suspect he was merely another opportunist adding insult to injury. The third branch straightened their spines at once. The crowd fell stunned. What was the Duke of Ning's household attempting? Did they consider treason something to be proud of? The onlookers gaped in disbelief, yet Xie Chuanyan mistook their shock for approval. He thought smugly, my father always calls me foolish. What exactly is there foolish about this? After all, he held the position of archivist at the Imperial Academy, a proper 7th-rank official. Watching the third branch cease their abuse by standing tall, he urged the others to follow suit, straightening their backs like Mason's plumb lines. Some bent backward, nearly 180 degrees. Unaware observers might mistake them for the new metropolitan champion parading through the streets rather than exiled criminals, as though they were some mighty fine fellows. After a moment of confusion, the common folk suddenly understood. Have my eyes failed me? Are those really the traitors from the Duke of Ning's estate, marching forward with such bravado? Can this be considered honorable patriotism? Throw at them, you shameless wretches. Let them learn what propriety and conscience mean. Then came the pelting, no more holding back. The common folk's throwing of rotten eggs and wilted leaves was actually organized by the authorities, otherwise how would they know what was happening or where to obtain such projectiles? Everyone threw whatever they had with reckless abandon, pelting the Duke of Ning's family. 2 elderly women, overcome with rage, even cast good eggs at them. While good eggs wouldn't sicken them like the rotten ones, the prisoners had no place to bathe, so these would likely remain on their clothes for half a year, inevitably attracting flies in the days ahead. Xie Xianian, eldest son of Xie Chuanwang, shouted at the crowd, "You're going to throw at us anyway. Have you lost your eyesight? Why target only us?" The mob responded with greater ferocity. Damn it all, still this arrogant, even in exile. Hey, isn't that the eldest son of the Duke of Ning's estate? Huh. The old Duke married the elder Madame Shun, his son married the younger Madame Shun, and his grandson married the youngest Madame Shun. Good heavens! Xie Liuyan's face darkened. With her modern perspective, she understood the consequences of such close-kin marriages. Her brother's mind must have been impaired by all this. Qi Ziyu couldn't resist coming to watch the spectacle. That day Xiao Shanshan had issued an order forbidding anyone from the household from observing the general's exile, claiming it would damage the chancellor's reputation. How could Qi Ziyu let slip such an opportunity to mock Xie Suisui? He slipped out anyway, determined to hurl rotten eggs at her. Since she had caused Sister Yuro to suffer humiliation, he would ensure she faced her own public disgrace. He had expected the crowd to jeer at the general's family, but instead all the abuse was directed at the Duke of Ning's estate. With no chance to target them directly, he could only edge closer to the general's group. Xie Xinglong spotted Qi Ziyu pressing towards Xie Suisui with hostile intent, so he selected a small stone and flicked it with precise aim straight at him. Ow! The stone struck Qi Ziyu squarely on the forehead. 1 inch lower, and it would have blinded him. Clutching his head in pain, he forgot the rotten egg still gripped in his hand. The egg shattered at his feet, releasing a foul-smelling black-green liquid that made nearby onlookers scatter in disgust. Oh, who's this? You shameless thing. You nearly splattered me. Xie Suisui glanced toward the commotion and recognized Qi Ziyu. With his rotten egg gone, Qi Ziyu seized the moment to taunt Xie Suisui loudly. You vile girl, that miasma-filled land is overrun with snakes and insects. Don't expect to return alive. He pursued her with a string of curses, but the escorts grew impatient, and shoved him away. Move along, move along. Xie Suisui had ignored him at first, but watching his frantic display made her think of Sha Guang, the man known as Huang Jun who had poisoned the chancellor's household, and she allowed herself a faint smile. Xie Suisui laughed and called out, "Young Master Qi, Huang Jun sent me to deliver a message." "What did he say?" "He said you're finished." "What does that mean?" "Take it literally. Go think about it when you get home." Finished egg finished, how splendid. Xie Suisui wanted to continue his tirade, but someone, God only knew who, dumped a bucket of filth over his head. The dripping sewage was utterly revolting, and the gathered crowd instinctively backed away, cursing him for his bad fortune. Hearing the argument, Xie Luyan turned and spotted Xie Suisui, immediately stopping to call out, "Xie Suisui, young Master Qi II, I'm here. Are you come to fetch me?" Their eyes met, and Xie Suisui fled faster than any ghost, vanishing in an instant. When the escort saw her stop, he lashed out with his whip. "What are you doing? Keep moving." Elder Madame Shen, noticing the senior branch faced no abuse, turned to Luo Shang with a cunning look. "Luo, sure your second and third brothers are scholars unlike Xinghui and the others who came from military families with tough hides. Have Xinghui carry our master and your second brother instead." Xie Xinglong curled his lips in mockery. "Dream on. If you can walk, walk. If you can't, die. You unfilial brat, how dare you speak to your elders this way? Say one more word, and I'll kill your sons and grandsons along the way." Seeing the escort's whip coming again, Elder Madame Shun dared not speak further, instead cursing the general's family with venom. By the third watch outside the city walls, the once noble household of the Duke of Ning, the general's family, and 200 exiled prisoners stood caked in filth, gazing back at the capital with hearts heavy with sorrow and confusion. Banished to a barbaric malarial wasteland thousands of miles away, would they ever see their homeland again? Xie Luiying wept bitterly. "Not a single piece of silver, no carriage. How can we possibly survive the journey to Lingnan?" The other women of the clan joined in their wailing and complaint. Exhaustion, aching feet, sore hands, thirst, grievances, all mingled together. Only the women and children of the general's household remained silent. Xie Suisui kept watch on the escorts. Their expressions were grim, but they showed restraint rather than cruelty, only urging the prisoners onward while daylight lasted. Yet she saw the suppressed fury in their eyes and understood their measured kindness was merely for the crowd's benefit. They would exact their revenge later. She immediately whispered to Luo Shang, her sister-in-law, and the young nephew, instructing them to endure everything without protest. By the final watch before dusk outside the capital, Bo Wei ordered a rest beyond the pavilion. The 10-mile pavilion served as a place of farewells. Relatives and friends would offer exiled prisoners silver, clothing, food, and even wooden carts for their journey. During the exile, the escorts permitted recipients to accept such gifts from kin and acquaintances. The government regulations stipulate that each adult convict is allotted only 6 taels of grain per day, equivalent to 1 small bowl of rice or a thin pancake no larger than a palm. For children under 15, the ration is halved. Convicts are not permitted to communicate with outsiders. All purchases and meals must go through the guards, and any money sent by relatives or friends will inevitably end up in the guards' pockets. Exile to Lingnan involves a perilous months-long journey fraught with danger. Though escorting convicts is grueling work, low-status constables, most of whom come from impoverished backgrounds, vie for this assignment. The guards control every aspect of the convicts' daily lives, from their food and water to their basic needs, allowing them to siphon from rations and extract extra income. Those who could bribe the escorts enjoyed an easier passage. The elderly Lady Shun, the younger Lady Shun, and Xie Luyan, having never endured such hardship before, sagged with weary feet, their eyes fixed longingly toward the capital. Miss Qi will certainly arrive. Although she had no money on hand, Elder Shun remained confident. She is the blessed star recognized by the emperor, a close friend of Yener, and personally came to propose marriage for the second young master. She will surely keep her promise. Otherwise, how could she maintain authority among the people? Younger Lady Shin gently stroked Xie Luyan's soft hair. Yener is intelligent and skilled at managing the household. Where else in the Prime Minister's mansion could they find such a fine daughter-in-law? Xie Chuanyan's wife Wei Shui from the third branch immediately hurried over. Mother, Miss Qi will certainly send carriages filled with supplies. For Miss Qi, this is merely a trifle. Xie Luyin remained silent, but inexplicably suspicion arose in her heart toward Pan Yuchen, alias Qi Yuro. Meanwhile, Xie Chuanyan spoke wistfully. My eldest niece and Miss Qi share a bond as close as life and death, and both families have formalized an engagement. The Prime Minister's mansion will surely not neglect proper ceremony, he continued. They'll send at least 3 carriages. One for father, one for eldest brother, and one for my niece. I'll just tag along with father's carriage. I've been walking for over an hour, and I'm exhausted. Xie Luyin crept closer to Xie Luyin, her voice sweet with flattery. If Miss Qi comes, please take me with you when you leave. I'll obey you for life, elder sister. Xie Luyin didn't respond, but holding on to a sliver of hope, she murmured, let's wait until someone arrives, then we'll see. As they spoke, a carriage came speeding toward them. Everyone watched, eagerly wondering if the carriage was coming for them. Watching it approach, Xie Chuanyan's desire reached its peak. Xie Xingyan's son of Xie Chuanwang spoke up. Third uncle, when representatives from the Prime Minister's mansion arrive, they'll take sister away. She shouldn't be exiled to such a barbaric land. If only they'd come sooner. She wouldn't have to bear the brand marks on her face. Does this mean we won't be exiled after all? I don't know about that, but our second branch will surely be cleared of guilt. Elder Shin also harbored hopes, though a hint of discontent stirred within her. Why had only one carriage arrived? Wei Shui glanced at Xie Suisui beside her, wiped the stones clean with her sleeve, and eagerly offered to Xie Luyin. My lady, please sit here. Keep your distance from that cursed jinx. Better safe than sorry. Xie Suisui spoke in surprise. Third madam, I never knew you possessed such self-awareness. Did you only just discover how cursed you truly are? You coffin dweller, who are you calling cursed? Oh my, so riled up. Seems I hit the mark. Get lost, get far away from me. I'm not as round as you are. Why don't you roll and show me? The carriage drew nearer. It was the most commonplace vehicle on the streets, draped in plain blue cloth, with not a single ornament. When it reached them, the carriage halted, and a middle-aged man leaned out. Xie Luyin called out eagerly, Steward Wei. She seized Wei Shui's hands in excitement. Mother-grandfather has sent money and a carriage for us. Wei Shui's maiden family held no standing in Shanjing. Her elder brother held only a minor 6th-rank post. When she first married Xie Chuanyan, she'd considered it an impressive match. After entering the Duke of Ning's mansion, she threw herself into currying favor with Elder Shun and younger Lady Shun, even depriving her own children of food and clothing to give to them. Her devotion to Xie Luyin bordered on total self-abandonment. To an outside observer, it seemed as though Xie Luyin were her very own daughter. As Xie Luyin once put it, Aunt Third is nothing but a sycophant to me. I could tell her to eat excrement, and she'd ride whirlwind fire wheels to get it, terrified it might grow cold. The carriage came to a stop, and Steward Wei descended. Where is my brother? Wei Shui's family had few descendants, with only one elder brother in the main line. The steward withdrew a paper scroll and declared without expression, by order of the master and the young master, for the sake of the Wei family's descendants, we hereby sever all relations with the eldest miss. It was a severance certificate signed by both the Wei family patriarch and her brother, reflecting unanimous clan opinion. Wei Shui's face turned deathly pale as she cried out uncontrollably, Impossible. You're talking nonsense. Who sent you? Steward Wei maintained his courtesy, yet spoke coldly. Miss, before I came, master sent word. For all these years this mansion has given everything to support you, yet you never showed even an iota of filial piety to master and madam. As father and daughter, let this go and be carried away by the wind. With those words, the steward climbed into the carriage and drove off without looking back. Wei Shui wept in humiliation. Elder Shin cursed loudly. That pea-sized Wei mansion dares to claim they subsidized the Duke's mansion. What absurdity! No one in the third branch offered Wei Shui comfort. Her 2 daughters and 1 son kept their heads down in silence. Even if their grandfather and uncle had brought anything, it would likely have ended up in the bellies of grandmother and second uncle's household. Younger Lady Shin laughed uncontrollably. Not sending gifts is one thing, but cutting off all ties. Third wife, didn't you always praise your natal family's brother and sister-in-law? Xie Xingyan's wife Shin Yudi said nothing but cast a look of contempt at the third branch. Xie Xingyan remarked sardonically, Even if they've severed ties, surely they should have sent some provisions. Were they trying to starve us all to death? Shut up, Xie Luing shouted at Xie Suisui. No matter how awful Wei Shui was, she was still their mother. My mother was so kind to you all. The clothes you wear were made by her. No wonder you're so cursed. It must be from the clothes, Xie Suisui sneered, having never regarded the third branch with any respect. Witnessing his wife publicly belittled, Xie Chuanyan lost face and barked, "Be quiet." Xie Suisui grinned and laughed out loud. Oh dear, unloved by father and mother, throwing herself at others only to be kicked away. Her own children pushed aside, going hungry and barefoot like a beggar. Just moments before, Wei Shui had disparaged Xie Suisui as a jinx while currying favor with Xie Luyan. Now was the perfect opportunity to pile on. Why wait? Wei Shui finally found an outlet for her frustration and railed against Xie Suisui. You're the one who's fatherless, motherless, and unloved. You were abandoned at birth. What right do you have to mock me? That was heaven gifting me relatives from the general's mansion who love me dearly. Xie Suisui stamped her foot in response. At the very least, I've never abandoned my own family. Do you even compare to me? Xie Luing was too furious to speak. Her mother's return to her natal home meant grandfather and uncle had indeed sent generous subsidies each time, but Wei Shui had funneled everything to curry favor with Elder Shun and Younger Lady Shun. Wei Shui often stayed up late into the night crafting clothes and shoes for Elder Shun, Xie Luyan, and Xie Suisui. All for nothing more than a passing compliment like, "Her embroidery is truly superb," or "The third wife is filial and magnanimous, a fine woman indeed." Meanwhile, her own 3 children wore either hand-me-downs from the second branch or outdated styles from previous seasons. Her younger sister Xie Liuju's shoes were never the right fit, either too large or too small, and her younger brother Xie Sui's footwear constantly exposed his toes. And Wei Shui scolded them relentlessly for being unruly and wasteful with their shoes. When Xie Luing saw Steward Wei preparing to depart, she clung desperately to the carriage, refusing to let go. "Please leave us the carriage. My sister and brother and I are nearly dead from exhaustion. Our feet are blistered raw." Steward Wei's expression darkened as he turned to the escorts. "Brother guards, do you permit convicts to ride in carriages?" Zhang Cheng, who supervised the Duke of Ning household, approached and barked back. "Do you think this is some sort of picnic? A carriage ride? Keep dreaming." "But my feet and my siblings' feet are blistered," Xie Luing pleaded. She wasn't as capable or cunning as Xie Luyan, but as the eldest, she felt responsible for protecting her younger siblings. "The carriage stays, it's not permitted. Anyone who defies this order will be killed on the spot." Zhang Cheng had escorted convicts before and knew how to handle such situations. A few lashes from the whip settled everyone down. The 3,000-li journey to exile was covered entirely on foot by the escorts. Was there any hope of riding in a carriage? The steward withdrew a bundle from the carriage, sighed deeply, and tossed it onto the ground before departing. It was a pack prepared by the young master containing 20 taels of silver, several changes of clothing, a large bundle of flatbread, and 4 water skins. This represented the young master's final act of kindness toward them. Xie Luing clutched the bundle tightly to her chest, torn between sorrow and relief. Her uncle was still the kindest among them, yet now that their ties were severed, no one would care for them anymore. A mere tattered bundle. What's there to be smug about? Xie Suisui snorted, convinced that if not for the family's misfortune, the future of the Duke of Ning Mansion would be entirely his. A pack of stale bread and a few water skins. What's that? His own uncle held a 4th-rank vice-ministerial position, and his maternal family would surely send abundant supplies. As his sister had put it, blind your dog eyes with splendor. Through their eager anticipation, several more carriages appeared on the horizon. Once again, the group brimmed with the suspenseful expectation of opening a blind box. As the carriages drew nearer, Younger Lady Shun suddenly cried out with joy, "The Shun family's carriage." Elder Shun was equally stirred, and Shun Yudi rose from her seat. When Elder Shun had married her cousin Xie Chuxing, her natal brothers had held her in high esteem. She had further strengthened their bond by marrying her niece Shinyuru to her eldest son. By marrying her great-niece Shinyudi to her legitimate eldest grandson, the two families had become inseparably linked. Now that the Duke of Ning Mansion faced disaster, her brother and nephew would surely make the best arrangements for them. The arriving figure was indeed Shun, one lean head of the Shun family, Elder Shun's elder brother, Younger Lady Shun's father, and Shun Yudi's grandfather. Shin Yudi felt a pang of disappointment. Her father was Vice Minister Shun, and she was his legitimate second daughter, yet he did not come in person at such a critical moment. Shun Wenlin stepped down from the carriage, and Elder Shun gazed at him with desperate hope. Instead, he walked straight to Xie Suisui, observing the injuries covering his body as he lay half-collapsed on the ground. Crouching beside him, Shun Wenlin called out, "My Lord Duke." Xie Suisui half opened his eyes and replied weakly, "Brother-in-law has come. I owe you a debt of gratitude." "My Lord Duke, I wish to inquire about something." He pointed southward. "Do you have connections there?" Exile itself was not the greatest fear, rather it was the despair of never having another opportunity to rise again. Xie Suisui endured his pain, his gaze flickering uncertainly as he spoke, the southern prince. Though he pretended secrecy, his voice carried clearly enough for everyone in the household to hear. "Brother-in-law, once we arrive there, our circumstances will not be worse than in the capital." Xie Chuanwang abruptly turned to his father, astonished. Had their father truly cultivated such powerful connections in the south? Why had no one ever told him? After listening to Xie Suisui's words, Shun Wenlin suddenly came to his senses. He asked suspiciously, "Duke, when did you establish relations with Prince Nan?" "This is not convenient to say," Xie Xinglong said insolently, "because he's fooling idiots." You scoundrel." Xie Suisui exposed cursed weakly. "Should I call Captain Bo over? Ask him to give you the future dignitary special treatment." Xie Xinglong's lips curled upward. Shun Wenlin had come to sound out the situation. Seeing Xie Suishui's expression, he understood everything and enraged directly spat at Xie Suisui. "How despicable! I came to see you off and you try to deceive me." Old Madam Shin immediately said, "Brother, aren't you happy that your husband has connections over there?" "Oh, congratulations to you." Shin Wenlin rolled his eyes and said, "From now on, let's go our separate ways." Xie Luyin sneered inwardly. Only when one is at the bottom does one realize the coldness of human relationships. It's truly bloody. She said to Shun Wenlin, "Grandfather, would you like a great opportunity? Yin'er, I know your abilities. What do you need me to do?" "Please wait a moment. I'll tell you before the convoy departs." She gambled that Chi Yuro would come to see her off. If Chi Yuro still didn't come, then she would tell the secret to her grandfather. Carriages kept arriving at Shirley Pavilion, but they were all relatives of other prisoners. As the sun began to set in the west, old Madame Shun grew anxious. Why hadn't anyone from the Prime Minister's mansion come yet? The escorts were not in a hurry and were about to depart on schedule. Then they saw a luxurious carriage in the distance adorned with gold and silver jewels glittering in the afterglow of the sun. Royal relatives. The prisoners and escorts all watched the carriage speeding toward them, wondering who it was for. As it got closer, everyone recognized it. It was the carriage of the Xianping Marquis' mansion. To be precise, it was the carriage of the heir Gu Yanxi. The Empress doted on her younger brother and bestowed upon Gu Yanxi a carriage with 2 horses and 6 wheels. The carriage was entirely black with a bed inside for reclining. All the curtains were made of shadowless gauze, allowing those inside to see out while those outside could not see in. That shadowless gauze cost 1,000 gold pieces per chi. The heir Gu's carriage was known throughout the capital, from the highest officials to the common people. No one was unfamiliar with it. Gu Yanxi had always been arrogant, looking down his nose with a flamboyant and unrestrained demeanor. He didn't bully others, but few people could catch his eye. Who was he here to see today? The carriage stopped 3 zhang in front of the exile procession. The guards dismounted and lined up on both sides. The coachman placed the step stool, the curtain was lifted, and Gu Yanxi stepped down. His clothes were made of royal tribute fabric tailored by the Imperial Wardrobe Bureau. Even without looking at his face, his attire alone outshone that of the 4th prince. As he descended, his guards immediately approached the escorts and asked, "Excuse me, where are the people from the general's mansion?" Bo Wei called out to Luo Sheng, "Lady Xie, the heir Gu requests your presence." Gu Yanxi looked at the prisoners, who were filthy from the trash thrown by the common people, and frowned slightly. Luo Sheng looked at him in surprise. "Heir Gu, what is this?" "General Xie served the country with utmost loyalty. I sincerely admire him. Now that you are exiled, I have come specifically to see you off, and have prepared some things for you." Luo Sheng was dumbfounded. Since when did the general's mansion and the Xianping Marquis' mansion have such a connection? The heir Gu's guards immediately took out a bundle and an envelope from the carriage and handed them to Luo Sheng. As Luo Sheng was about to open them, Gu Yinzi said, "Give these to her." He pointed at Xie Suisui. Xie Suisui pointed at herself in surprise. "For me?" Gu Yinzi, as aloof as ever with a hint of pride, said, "I checked. These things are not against the rules. You can take them all. I'm capable, right? Hurry up and praise me." Xie Suisui didn't stand on ceremony. She immediately tore open the envelope. After one glance, she was stunned. Her peach blossom eyes widened like a little mouse's. "Is this for us?" "Gu Yinzi, are you happy? If you're happy, praise me." Xie Suisui then opened the bundle. Inside were all kinds of delicately packaged pastries, which were practically a heartfelt confession to the taste buds. To put it simply, the pastries were exquisite, some from Xionglu and some from the Imperial Palace's kitchen. "Ergu, did you give this to the wrong person?" "No, it's for you. For all of you." The envelope contained banknotes worth 10,000 taels, and the pastries, probably hastily obtained from the Empress, were still warm. Xie Suisui handed the things to Luo Sheng, letting her mother handle it. She was still young and had never seen so much money. Luo Sheng thanked Gu Yinzi and returned the banknotes. "Ergu, thank you for seeing us off, but we cannot accept the silver. The pastries are also too precious. We are now criminals and cannot bear such gifts." I pleaded with the Empress, but she truly cannot grant you amnesty. "Would you be willing to?" Gu Yinzi did not take back the silver and bundle. Instead, he pointed at Xie Suisui and said, "Would you be willing to betroth her to me? I guarantee I will treat her well." Xie's three brothers' mouths agape. "Xie Suisui, what?" Luo Sheng pinched her palm and asked, "You want to marry her as your wife?" The Empress said, "I can take her as a noble concubine, only slightly lower than a proper wife." "Concubine, my foot. Take your things and get out." Xie Xinglong threw the bundle back at him, furious. "My sister is not going anywhere. She stays with us. But you are exiled 3,000 li. The journey is unbearable. She won't be able to endure it. Taking her with you is harming her." In his heart, Gu Yinzi truly wanted to marry Xie Suisui as his proper wife, but the Empress did not allow it. She also said that the crown prince was killed by Xie Fei. He had knelt for an hour just to be permitted to take Xie Suisui as a noble concubine. He swore to Luo Sheng, "I promise to treat her well for life." Get lost, get lost. I was wondering why you came here. It turns out you're here to steal people. You're a cuckold yourself? Even as a proper wife, my sister might not look twice at you." Xie Xinglong was furious. His words were venomous. The Ergu's guards were so angry they wanted to draw their swords. Gu Yinzi gave them a cold look, then said honestly to Luo Sheng, "Lady Xie, it's not that I want to give Miss Xie the status of a noble concubine. It's that the Empress will not allow me to offer her the position of a proper wife." Luo Sheng understood everything. She had thought Gu Yinzi was too proud before, but now she saw that he was actually an upright and honest young man. Xie Suisui patted Luo Sheng's hand and said seriously to Gu Yinzi, "Ergu, thank you for your kindness. In this life, I will not only refuse to be a concubine, but my husband also cannot have multiple wives. If I cannot find someone who is devoted to me alone, I would rather never marry. Thank you for coming to see us off. Please go back." Gu Yinzi rejected showed no change in expression. He looked at Xie Suisui and said, "The road of exile is too harsh. A weak woman like you likely cannot bear it. No matter how hard the road with me here, my sister won't suffer. If she's tired, I'll carry her. If she's hungry, she gets the thick porridge, and I'll have the broth. If I have a bite to eat, I'll give it to her. When she's thirsty, I'll let her drink first. Even if there is a thunder tribulation, I'll shield her from it." Xie Xinglong had not yet come of age. Both his appearance and figure were still somewhat immature, but despite wearing shackles and fetters, he was domineering and proud. "Well said." A clear, refreshing voice came. "Suisui will never be a concubine. I am willing to marry her as my wife with a betrothal gift of 1,000,000 taels." Everyone had been watching the interaction between Gu Yinzi and the general's mansion. Many prisoners who had no relatives to visit them gathered in a circle to watch Xie Suisui and Gu Yinzi. No one noticed that several other carriages that had come out of Xinjing City stopped at Shirley Pavilion and remained still with no one getting off. Everyone thought they were just resting carriages. Those carriages were understated but luxurious. Those in the know could tell that the frames were made of golden thread Nanmu wood. At that moment, the carriage curtain was lifted and a slender, tall figure stepped down. He wore a moon-white brocade robe with silver fine patterns at the collar, and large lotus motifs appeared faintly on the white garment. Though young, he had sword-like eyebrows and phoenix eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips. His gaze was clear and pure, gentle, as if it could embrace everything. Xie Suisui's eyes immediately curved into crescents, but she also felt a bit awkward. The visitor was none other than Chu Qianqing Chu Laoku. Ergo, although the general's mansion has suffered setbacks, it is not someone to be bullied. The legitimate daughter of the general's mansion will never be a concubine. After speaking sternly to Gu Yanxi, Chu Laoku respectfully bowed to Luo Sheng and said sincerely, "Lady Xie, I am Chu Qianqing, merely a merchant. I humbly beg you to favor me and betroth Miss Xie Suisui to me as my wife. I swear that in this life I will be faithful to Miss Suisui and have no other women. If I break my vow, may heaven strike me down." Luo Sheng's eyes were complex. She knew Chu Laoku. This little wolf cub had taken a fancy to her little girl since he was 6 years old. After all these years, he still hadn't given up. But Luo Sheng also knew that under these circumstances, being willing to marry with $1 million betrothal gift, offering the status of a proper wife, and vowing never to take concubines truly moved her. She turned to look at Xie Suisui, but she saw her third son like a fierce god of death staring intently at his former friend. The little cabbage he had carefully tended. These pigs were trying to root it right in front of him. No way. Chu Qianqing looked at him calmly, a smile in his eyes, and said, "Xinglong, rest assured, I will always treat her as a sister." Xie Xinglong suddenly understood. Chu Qianqing intended to rescue Xie Suisui. As for whether to marry her, that could be discussed later. In other words, Chu Laoku wanted to save Xie Suisui first. Xie Xinglong looked at Xie Suisui, his eyes full of a complex mix of reluctance and helplessness, but he said, "Sister, go with Qianqing. He will certainly treat you well." Xie Suisui was furious. "Third brother, look into my eyes." Xie Xinglong lowered his eyes, refusing to look. "Look into my eyes and tell me if that's what you truly mean." Xie Xinglong raised his eyes to look at her, his gaze very firm. "Sister, in 6 years I will definitely return. Then who will help me fight in the future?" "Old Stingy will. He will protect you." Xie Sanlang's eyes reddened. He gritted his teeth and said again, "Wait for me. In 6 years I will definitely come back." "What if you come back?" "I will marry brother Chu, have children, and live in harmony. A married daughter is like spilled water. Can you, my brother from my natal family, live in our mansion and be supported in your old age? But the road of exile is fraught with peril. Don't I have you? Didn't you say you would give me your rations?" "I." Xie Xinglong looked at his sister, whose eyes were filled with tears of anger. He suddenly walked up to Chu Laoku, whispered something, and Chu Laoku with a dark expression punched him. Xie Xinglong let Chu Laoku strike him without raising a hand in defense. Xie Suisui immediately rushed over, positioning herself in front of Xie Xinglong, and demanded angrily, "Why are you beating my brother? He is still injured. Let me make myself clear. Even if we are exiled and thrown into prison, I will never allow anyone to bully the people of the general's mansion. Get lost. Even if you give me mountains of gold and silver, I will not marry you." She walked over to Luo Sheng, knelt down, and said, "Mother, please stop considering sending me away. I will not go anywhere. Through life and death, I will stay with the family of the general's mansion." Completely expected. That cursed Xie Sanlang had been sent to play the villain and test Sister Suisui. Chu Laoku felt both pleased and envious of Xie Sanlang. He said to Xie Suisui, "Sister, since you are unwilling to separate from the general's mansion, I cannot force you. I will arrange escorts along the journey and await your early return." Xie Suisui glanced at Xie Xinglong, who spoke with unyielding pride. "What kind of look is that?" "Senior brother Chu, thank you. My third brother will surely repay your kindness in the future." Chu Laoku wanted to ask why it wasn't him who would repay the favor, but he let it go. Third Master Xie treated his sister like the apple of his eye. Whatever she said went. More importantly, he did not want Xie Sanlang to repay him at all. He helped this sister of his willingly and wholeheartedly. Luo Sheng had originally assumed Xie Suisui would certainly be sent away this time. To see such an outcome, she felt both happy and sorrowful. "Suisui, mother. Mother, you need not say a word. I simply wish to remain by your side. No matter what lies ahead, whether smooth roads or thorny paths. As long as our family stays together, life and death will feel as light and clear as a gentle breeze and bright moon. Though the road would be arduous, she still chose this passionate new life spent with her family. Chu Qinxing handed the prepared supplies to Xie Suisui, smiling gently like an older brother, warm as a ray of spring sunlight, gentle without being harsh. He pulled Xie Xinglong aside, and the two brothers focused on planning their path forward. Thoughtful in every detail and natural in manner, he never gave others ammunition for gossip, nor did he place her in any awkward situation. Xie Suisui was deeply moved. Taking the items he had given her, she looked at them, and her eyes grew red. What Chu Laokou had provided was a rolled-up bedding set, and an additional bundle containing rations, banknotes, and loose silver. All the banknotes were in the smallest denominations, 1 guan 771, and there was a thick stack of them. The silver pieces were also small and fragmented, roughly a few qian each. Beneath the banknotes lay a specially wrapped cloth bag clearly intended for a woman's use, filled to the brim with cotton cloth strips, menstrual pads, and cloth bands. Luo Sheng hurriedly gathered the bundle, her face growing warm. This child, Chu Qinxing, was truly thoughtful. If he were to marry Suisui, he would surely make a wonderful husband. However, judging by his composed demeanor, these items were likely not purchased by him personally, but rather arranged by other women on his behalf. He must be only 17, yet his actions were so decisive and thorough, so warm and considerate. This sincerity truly moved Luo Sheng. But as for now, alas, this child, Chu Qinxing, is so thoughtful. The silver he brought was all specifically exchanged for the smallest denominations, which is far more crucial on a journey of exile. Luo Sheng said, "This child understands worldly wisdom. Unlike young Master Gu, who had never experienced the hardships of life, his heart was good, but 10,000 taels in banknotes, how could one possibly spend them on an exile route? With such a vast sum, purchasing goods through the guards would mean once the money passed into their hands, was there any realistic chance of recovering it? Chu Laokou's attempt to marry a principal wife had already been rejected, so naturally Gu Yanxi's prospect of taking a noble concubine stood no chance either. Gu Yanxi did not press the matter further. He stuffed the banknotes and that large bundle of pastries into Xie Suisui's hands and said, "If you refuse them, then throw them away." Xie Suisui could only laugh and shake her head. Young Master Gu, banknotes of such a large denomination would be entirely impractical for us to use during our exile. Along the way, we will not be allowed into cities, nor will we have any opportunity to shop for ourselves. After the guards whispered a few words into Gu Yanxi's ear, he finally understood. He ordered them to retrieve from the chest in his carriage all the loose silver and banknotes to give to Xie Suisui. This young master misjudged. "If I had known, I would have exchanged them all for smaller denominations for you." Gu Yanxi felt somewhat remorseful. He had searched every guard, thoroughly managing to scrape together only a few dozen taels of silver. This time Xie Suisui accepted everything and said, "Young Master Gu, we shall meet again." The Northern Yin army was fast approaching, and they would certainly cross paths soon. Gu Yanxi handed her another bundle and said, "If you grow bored on the journey, keep this for entertainment." Xie Suisui went to look inside, but Gu Yanxi stopped her, so she did not open it. Luo Sheng did not want to accept it, but Xie Suisui said with a bright smile, "Please take it. We can return the favor someday." Gu Yanxi spoke with Xie Xinghui for a while, discussing the current political situation. Since he was the heir to the Marquis of Xianping, and also the Queen's younger brother, Xie Xinghui's words were mostly diplomatic pleasantries, or deliberate traps laid for Gu Yanxi. Of course, these traps were not dug for Gu Yanxi himself, but rather prepared for the Queen. Once Gu Yanxi returned, if the Queen questioned him, he would inevitably dig deeper pits, for His Majesty and for those treacherous ministers. The eldest son of the general's mansion could read 3 steps ahead, while also calculating 2 steps backward. The Tanhua scholar was no empty reputation. His cunning was far beyond what a mere little octopus like Xie Suisui could ever match. Chu Qinxing spoke at length with Xie Xinglong. They had been friends since childhood, yet with the general's mansion now in calamity, the road ahead was entirely uncertain. Xie Suisui squeezed forward, grinning mischievously like a little mouse. "Stingy brother. Oh, stingy brother." Chu Qinxing shot a fierce glare at Xie Xinglong, who remained utterly indifferent. "You are naturally stingy. If I call you brother, You should be secretly overjoyed. Do you have something to say, Suisui? Stingy brother-father is gone, and there is a 9 in 10 chance the Northern Yen army will advance. If you can sell off your assets in the capital, do so. If possible, halt your businesses first and consolidate your funds and merchandise. Her small face grew serious, and Chu Lao Ko agreed, almost without hesitation, very well. The convicts had overheard the conversations between the general's mansion, Chu Lao Ko, and young Master Gu. They had been filled with envy, all believing Xie Suisui would certainly be sent away. What a splendid opportunity. Whether choosing young Master Gu or that young millionaire would have been thousands of times better than exile. Yet she had chosen neither. Many families expressed regret, secretly cursing the entire general's mansion as fools. Xie Luyan gazed at the setting sun, her heart growing increasingly desolate. Chihiro would not come. She suddenly felt rage make her teeth grind. This unjust calamity befalling the Duke of Ning's mansion was entirely Chihiro's doing. She could not simply leave. She had to stay, survive, and settle scores with Chihiro. That young man in brocade clothing intended to offer a 1,000,000 copper betrothal gift to marry Xie Suisui. He must be a tycoon. Since Xie Suisui refused to wed him, Xie Luyan was willing. Adjusting her hair, Xie Luyan walked boldly up to Chu Qianxing and offered a proper curtsy, saying, "This young master, I am Xie Luyan from the former Duke of Ning's residence, owner of the Mickey Bakery. I am willing to marry you. No 1,000,000 copper bride price required. Simply grant me the status of principal wife, and I shall help you amass wealth beyond compare." Having transmigrated into this life 15 years ago, she had indeed adapted somewhat, but her soul remained that of an independent woman from her previous existence. Pursuing a man or confessing her feelings, she found nothing difficult about speaking such words. She was also confident that she could truly help Chu Qianxing achieve unmatched prosperity. Chu Qianxing had heard of her. Being a merchant who had opened his own business, even his refusal was delivered with courtesy. "I am deeply honored by Miss Ye's esteem," the young master replied. "Yet marriage is a matter decided by one's parents. I dare not presume to pledge my lifelong commitment on my own." "But didn't you propose to your cousin?" "That was done with my parents' permission. They asked me to personally seek her hand. It was not my own arrogance. I am better suited by age and more capable in managing household affairs. I sincerely apologize. Preferences vary like radish and cabbage. My heart and eyes hold only Miss Xie Suisui. Yet she refuses me. If she does not consent, I shall not force her. I will keep waiting." Xie Luyan once again attempted to reason with him, laying out the pros and cons. Xie Xinglong rarely refrained from cursing anyone, but now he merely regarded her with contempt, watching her offer herself like one might observe a struggle between chickens and insects. Chu Qianxing spoke, gently yet firmly, "Miss Xie, I sincerely apologize. My brother Xinglong and I are about to part, and we have urgent matters to discuss. Might I ask you to give us space?" This was an open and unmistakable dismissal. The other convicts could hardly contain themselves and burst into loud laughter. Meanwhile, Xie Luing followed the same pattern, walking up to Gu Yanxi and saying, "Young Master Gu, I am the eldest legitimate daughter of the third branch of the Duke of Ning's mansion. I am willing to serve as your esteemed concubine." She was after all but a 13-year-old girl, and speaking such words made her face burn with embarrassment. Gu Yanxi lacked Chu Qianxing's composure. Without uttering a single word, he swept his sleeve and ordered his guards, "Drive her away." The guards immediately gripped their sword scabbards and forced Xie Luing back 10 paces. Enraged, she tossed her sleeve and declared, "Who do you think you are? I never wanted to be a concubine anyway." Xie Shu was so furious she could hardly breathe, sputtering, "Disgraceful. What shame." Even as she spoke, several swift horses galloped toward them from afar, kicking up clouds of dust behind their hooves. A carriage followed closely behind. Could relatives or friends from another household have arrived? Old Madame Shun exhaled deeply, certain it must be someone from the Prime Minister's residence. The carriage and horses drew near. It was not young Miss Qi, nor was it young Master Qi. Old Madame Shun watched helplessly as those figures made their way toward the people of the general's mansion. The carriage belonged to Luo Sheng's maternal relatives, while the riders on horseback were colleagues of Xie Xingwei and Xie Fei. All of them had come for the general's mansion. Court matters were too delicate to discuss openly. His colleague sighed softly, offering words of comfort, such as, "The journey is long and perilous. Take good care of yourself." Vice Minister of War Su Huaixin shared a close bond with Xie Suisui, yet some things could not be stated aloud. Yumming, Su Huaixin said, Xie Suisui's courtesy name. "I fear the banknotes may prove inconvenient on the road, so I have exchanged some for silver. Your sister-in-law also prepared certain pastries that will keep for 3 to 5 days." His voice caught with emotion, and fighting back his sorrow, he embraced Xie Suisui tightly and said, "I will wait for your return." "Thank you, Minister Su, and my deepest gratitude to your wife." Su Huaixin leaned close and whispered, "Bo Wei and Dong Shangyi, consider them your own people. Should any difficulties arise on the journey, do not hesitate to seek them out." Too many relatives and friends had come to see off the general's manor. Gu Yinsi and Chu Laoka bid farewell to Xie Xinglong with tears, promising to meet again. CFA's colleagues presented 3 large bundles of money they had pooled together. The generals politely said to Luo Sheng, "Sister-in-law, walking all the way with too many belongings would be inconvenient, so we only pooled 500 taels of silver along with some clothes and flatbread. We will find ways along the journey." Luo Sheng's eyes reddened as she thanked them. "Thank you all. The court will also provide grain and rice on the road." Seeing Luo Sheng's hair turn white overnight, those generals said, "The general and his lady shared such deep love, yet heaven did not grant them longevity. Sister-in-law, you must keep a brave heart, take good care of the general's descendants, and let the general's spirit find peace in heaven." These words were a wish for Luo Sheng to live on with strength. Luo Sheng took the bundle and bowed again in gratitude. 500 taels of silver made quite a large bundle, and together with snacks, shoes, socks, and clothing it weighed a full 50 or 60 caddies. Xie Xinglong took the bundle and placed it beside himself along with what Su Huaixin had given. He intended to hang it from his kang when the journey began. Her grandfather, the old General Luo, had long passed away. Her grandmother in her 60s held Luo Sheng and wept so bitterly she could barely speak. "As Sheng, why is your fate so bitter?" Her grandmother looked at Luo Sheng's white temples with heartache, crying, "You must live well. Mother waiting for you to come back." Younger Uncle Luo Jin with reddened eyes also said, "Sister, do not worry. I have already sent people to take care along the way." The bundle from grandmother was the largest, with even more silver, snacks, and clothes. Its length, width, and height nearly rivaled Xie Suisui. "As Sheng, though our home is poor, we should spend generously on the journey. Everything that needs to be arranged, spend it willingly, so the road will be easier." Everyone understood grandmother's words. Xie Suisui took the bundle, not expecting it to be so heavy. She was immediately crushed to the ground by it, her limbs flailing wildly, as if her intestines might be squeezed out. Xie Xinglong quickly lifted the bundle and helped her up. She patted her clothes and noticed that Xie Xinglong's wrists had already been rubbed red by the kang. Grandfather's family came from a military household with straightforward and honest nature. The family was not wealthy, and the silver they gave was either borrowed or obtained by mortgaging their shops and houses. CFA had always been a general under Grandfather Luo's command. Though Grandfather Luo had died in battle, the relationship between the two families had remained close. Xie Suisui blinked a few times and waved her small hand at Luo Jin. Luo Jin half bent down and patted her head. "Suisui, on the way, guide your mother more. Uncle, return to the mansion, pack your belongings, and immediately lead the whole family to Jiangnan, whether by land or water route." She whispered into Luo Jin's ear, "Your Majesty and all the officials have made preparations for fleeing south." Luo Jin forgot his grief and looked at her in shock. "How is this possible?" "Why, do not ask the reason. If you trust me, do it immediately." Luo Jin's gaze became somewhat blank. Xie Suisui looked around. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to them. Then people came from the maternal homes of the two sisters-in-law. People continuously came to see off the general's manor family. Xie Xinhui and his siblings were all as busy as during the spring festival, receiving gifts until their hands cramped. The originally solemn and sorrowful mood inexplicably relaxed somewhat, gaining a touch of autumnal harvest feeling. "What was in that last bundle from young Master Gu?" Xie Xinglong asked. Xie Suisui opened it for him to see, and Luo Sheng also leaned over. 10 books, 8 pairs of brand new shoes, handkerchiefs, mirrors, combs, 9 linked rings, Huarong Road puzzle. Cloth tigers. The key point was that all 8 pairs of new shoes were women's shoes for young girls. Xie Xinglong's expression darkened. When had that surnamed Gu set his sights on his sister? Put it away. Later we will repay his kindness. Miss Wu Wu. A carriage from a street rental shop sped over and stopped outside the exile procession. A woman descended from the carriage, scanned her eyes for a moment, and spotted the general's manor people. She immediately ran over crying. It was Haidang. Xie Suisui embraced her, and Haidang cried loudly. She took down a bundle from the carriage. Miss, this servant has made several pairs of shoes for you these past days. Once Xie Fei's incident occurred, the general's manor returned all the servants' deed of ownership to them. Those who wished to leave could do so immediately, and those who did not would depart when they were exiled. Xie Suisui had earlier returned Haitang's deed of ownership, and also gave her 200 taels of silver, telling her to return to her own home. Haidang had made several pairs of shoes for Xie Suisui, with thickened soles twice as thick as ordinary soles, and reinforced toe and heel. This servant heard that the exile procession does not take the official roads, but specifically chooses small paths. The roads are probably very uneven. With thicker soles, Mrs. Feet will not be too uncomfortable. Haidang kept shedding tears. Xie Suisui also felt sad and asked, "Are your parents well?" "Mother has passed away. Father has remarried. Brother and sister-in-law are fine, they treat me well." Haitang, find a way to persuade your brother and sister-in-law to take the whole family to Jiangnan to do business. I heard that cold and fever diseases are rampant there. If you bring a cart of Changshan Yin and Qingpi Yin medicinal herbs from the capital, you can certainly make a fortune. Miss, can this servant see you over there? I do not know. In her previous life, she had not followed the exile and did not know the route. In this life, many changes might occur. Time was urgent and Haidang could not say much else. Covering her mouth with both hands, she whispered in her ear, "Miss, when I came I visited Uncle Pei. He asked me to tell you that the grain has already been sold to that person." Xie Suisui nodded, secretly thinking it was a good move. The grain she had transferred from Yongfeng warehouse. She had taken out 30,000 shi and asked Uncle Pei to find a way to sell it to Yutang. The hemp sacks used to store the grain were deliberately turned inside out because they bore the Yongfeng warehouse mark. As Haidang and Xie Suisui were talking, a sarcastic voice suddenly came. "Tch, usually they seem so close as master and servant, but when trouble strikes, is it not just abandoning the master and running away?" The master and servant turned their heads and saw Xie Luyan Sr., maid Luomei, rolling her eyes at Haidang. Xie Luyan had learned of the exile news 3 days earlier. At that time, she hypocritically gave the deed of ownership of several senior maids to them, wanting to gain a reputation for caring for her subordinates. Unfortunately, only Luomei stayed while the others ran away one after another. Luomei declared she would serve Xie Luyan for life. This time she actively chose to follow the exile, feeling more loyal and noble than Haidang. Haidang retorted, "What kind of person is as light as chrysanthemum? Hypocrite! My young mistress has compassion for me, and will not let me be a servant nor suffer the hardship of exile." "Tch, speaking so nicely, but is it not still abandoning your master?" Xie Suisui pulled Haitang. "If a dog bites you, you certainly cannot bite back at the dog." Luomei held her chin high. Humph, she was the loyal servant. Old Madame Shun's eldest daughter also came to see them off. She gave old Madame Shun a bundle 10 taels of silver, a few pieces of clothing, shoes and socks, and several lotus leaf buns. Old Madame Shun was very dissatisfied, especially seeing that the general's manor bundles were getting heavier and heavier, while her own biological eldest daughter had only brought her 10 taels of silver. "I carefully chose your husband's family for you. Not saying they are extremely wealthy, but he is a vice minister of the 4th rank. This journey is thousands of miles, and you only give me 10 taels of silver. From which finger gap could not fall 10 or 8,000. The eldest daughter said with a somber expression, "Mother, when the Duke's manor had its incident, father-in-law and mother-in-law feared being implicated and want husband to divorce me. This is still me secretly coming to see you off. Mother, please understand my difficulties. I understand you, but who understands me? Your father and your brothers each have a big family. Your father and elder brother are still suffering from serious injuries. This silver is not even enough for a bottle of golden wound salve. Isn't Yenna quite good at making money? Were they not all confiscated? Mother, who are you trying to fool? It is all over the capital that when the Duke's manor was raided, not a single coin was found. They all say Yenner had already transferred the silver out in advance. Mother, can you tell me where that silver is? Only then did old Madame Shun suddenly realize. Whether her brother or her eldest daughter, none of them came to see them off. They all came for the wealth transferred from the mansion. Her face fell. What do you mean? Not only do you not bring us gifts, you still want this old woman to subsidize you. Mother, when I return, I will surely be punished by mother-in-law. Please tell your daughter the hiding place of the treasure. Just have pity on your daughter. Your daughter will definitely find a way to help you on the road. In her anger, old Madame Shun slapped her eldest daughter and cursed, "You ungrateful wolf, get out of here." Everyone curiously looked over. What was happening? Were they fighting? The eldest daughter covered her face, tears in her eyes, and said, "You are all in this state, yet you still death clutch your money to breed. Get out." The eldest daughter awkwardly boarded the carriage. Fuming inside, she even took the 10 taels of silver with her. Carriages continuously arrived from afar, but there were no more relatives from the former Ning Duke's manor. Bo saw that the time was about right, so he told each escort leader, "Prepare to depart." The escorts urged on horseback, "Everyone get up, let us go." The prisoners were set in motion, and those seeing them off also had to leave. Old Madame Shun, young Madame Shun, and Xin Yutia were all panicking. Miss Qi had not even come. If one says the imperial decree came suddenly, some people might not have known the news yet, but Prime Minister Qi was in the court and would definitely have known immediately. Yenner, what is going on? Old Madame Shun was anxious. Was it really going to be a thousands of li journey on foot? Moreover, so far she had not received a single coin of silver. She looked at Shun Wenlin and pleaded, "Brother, when I married into the Duke's manor, I helped the Shun family considerably. Especially Yenner, how much has she helped you these years?" She had treated Chiyuro with complete devotion across 2 lifetimes, yet Chiyuro had abandoned her so thoroughly. Moreover, today's calamity was all orchestrated by Chiyuro. She had promised to help his father inherit the title for another generation, coercing Xie Suisui and Xie Chuanwang to forge evidence framing Xie Fei. In the end, all evidence pointed to the Ning Duke's manor colluding with the enemy. The letters and treasures of the Beiyuan royal family were all passed to her by Chiyuro, yet she had sent the entire Ning Duke's manor to hell. Now she yearned to overturn the case, but it had become an impossible dream. Her eldest aunt and grandfather had not come to see them off either. They had come to probe whether there was any chance for the grandfather to clear his name and to find out where she had hidden the silver. Xie Luyan sneered, saying, "Grandfather, even in business one must invest before reaping returns. You wouldn't be trying to get something for nothing, would you?" Xin Wenlin's face darkened. "Yenner, why must you speak so harshly? Whether you'll even survive this journey is uncertain. Why should I throw silver at someone who brings no value? But you're my own grandfather. Shouldn't you first act like a decent human being?" Xie Luyan said with a mix of anger and self-mockery. "Fine, I suppose I carry the blood of scoundrels too. Master Shun, give me 1,000 taels of silver, and I'll tell you a secret that can yield 100-fold or 1,000-fold profit. Tell me the secret first. Give me the silver first." Xin Wenlin took out the banknotes, then produced a bundle and handed it to her. "In the bundle are 200 taels in cash, and here are 800 taels in notes." Xie Luyan accepted them, beckoned him to lean in, and whispered something to him. Xin Wenlin's eyes widened. "Really? Absolutely true." Xin Wenlin set down the 1,000 taels and climbed into his carriage, brimming with confidence as he rode away. In the capital, at the 6 Doors Bureau, the imperial decree had arrived abruptly. By the time Zhang Wuyang learned of it, the palace guard had already gone to announce the decree and confiscate the estate. He sat at his desk, fingers gently massaging his temples. Beneath his broad forehead, long brows nearly reached his temples. His eyes were half-lidded, the upward tilt of their corners perfectly complementing his long, dense lashes. Now the pupils within were dark and dull as they stared at the file. His expressionless face gave him a look of cold, striking beauty, one that transcended gender. Aside from the disability in his legs, Lord Jiang was flawless. "Ning Qi," he called. Ning Qi immediately entered from outside, momentarily dazzled by his master's exquisite features, then quickly lowered his eyes and said deferentially, "Lord Jiang, do you wish to go out? Where is the exile convoy now? They should have reached the 10-mile pavilion. Here are 500 taels in notes." Exchange them all into the smallest denominations and deliver them to Lady Xie. Lord Jiang, you've never had any dealings with them. Ning Qi accepted the notes hesitating. 500 taels, half a year's salary for Lord Jiang. Zhang Wuyang had always kept aloof from officials. The general's mansion was ostensibly exiled due to ties with the Duke of Ninggua's estate, but in truth it was the emperor venting his rage over the crown prince's death. Others might not grasp it, but Ning Qi, who had long accompanied Lord Jiang in handling cases, understood perfectly. Would publicly delivering silver to the general's mansion not bring disaster upon Lord Jiang? Xie Fei died unjustly. Those exiled should not be the people of the general's mansion. His voice, like his face, was low yet captivating. He would investigate Xie Fei's death to the very end. Then what should I say, my lord? What should one say when giving silver? Here's some silver, take it. Ning Qi gave up. Never mind, I'll improvise. He took the notes and immediately mounted his horse. Zhang Wuyang called out, wear a mask. Ning Qi assumed he didn't want anyone to know he was seeing off the general's mansion, so he asked, then whom should I say sent the silver? Can't you give your own name? Then what's the point of wearing a mask? It looks good. Ning Qi waited for more, but there was only silence. He looked up and saw a pair of fair, slender hands turning over the files. Lord Jiang had already buried himself in his work again. Poor Ning Qi had no idea that his master simply found him unattractive. He thought the mask made him look handsome. Delighted, he picked out a nice mask, exchanged the notes for small denominations, tucked them into his robes, and galloped out of the city. When he reached the 10-mile pavilion, the exile convoy was about to depart. He reined in his horse, dismounted, and with a quick scan of the crowd spotted the members of the general's mansion. He strode up to Luo Sheng. Lady Xie, I am Ning Qi. Lord Jiang sent me to deliver these to you. Ning Qi handed a stack of small denomination notes to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng declined. Lord Jiang is too kind. This convicted woman appreciates the gesture, but I cannot accept the silver. Lady Xie, since Lord Jiang gave them, please take them. Seeing her refusal, Ning Qi directly pressed the notes into Xie Suisui's hands. Lady Xie, safe travels. We await your return. Thank you, Lord Jiang. Thank you, Lord Ning. Ning Qi was also a 6th-rank constable. Luo Sheng, Xie Hui, and the others began inspecting the bundles they had received. There were 11 bundles in total containing 300 caddies of silver. Snacks and other items added up to another 40 or 50 caddies. Truly burdens of love. So heavy, far from saving lives, carrying them all the way would be deadly. Luo Sheng picked up one, and Lu Xiangyi followed suit, hefting one onto her back. Xie Xingyun asked Lu Xiangyi to hang 2 of his bundles on his kang. The 3 heaviest ones were hung on Xie Xinglong's kang. Xie Suisui's mind was in turmoil. Should she reveal to her family that she possessed a spatial dimension? After a moment's thought, she decided to play dumb. As long as I don't say it, and you don't ask, the space will remain a secret. Mother brothers, come on, give them all to me. I love carrying silver and delicious food the most. Without waiting for a reply, she snatched the bundles away. In the very act of pulling, she reached into the bundles, and 99% of the silver and flatbreads had already vanished into her space. Xie Xinglong tried to grab the bundles back, but Xie Suisui hung them on his kang instead. Xie Xinglong was dumbfounded. It felt as if my relatives and friends had given me a bundle of straw. He suddenly turned his head to look at Xie Suisui, who grinned and said, what? If it's too heavy, I can carry it. Xie Xinglong smiled, revealing 2 small dimples, looking both roguish and handsome. He played along. With your 3rd brother here, why would I let you exert yourself? Come on, hang them all on me. Luo Sheng and Yu Qingqiu were reluctant, but Xie Suisui said, mother's sister-in-law raising children means they should work. How can they just eat for free? Luo Sheng wasn't that the same person who just got flattened like a turtle by a single bundle. Xie Xingyun indicated that as injured, I didn't hinder him from doing his share. Xie Suisui didn't want her 2nd brother to suffer either, so she transferred the silver and flatbreads from his bundle, leaving only the cloth wrapping. Xie Xingyun opened his mouth to say, why is the bundle so light? But Xie Xinglong immediately leaned in and whispered, 2nd brother, don't say anything. Oh, Xie Xingyun glanced at him with his one eye. There was a secret. As a young general who had galloped across battlefields for years, he knew not to chatter and to follow orders. After resting at the 10-mile pavilion for an hour, they set off again, and everyone felt their legs were so heavy they could barely move. Old Madame Shun's legs were trembling violently. She barked at Xie Chuanyan, "Tell Wei and second girl to come and support me." She was twice as heavy as Xie Luiying. In ordinary times her plumpness was a sign of prosperity, but now having to walk 3,000 li on the road of exile, that extra weight was a sheer burden. Xie Chuanyan said to Wei Shui, "Hurry and support mother." Wei Shui called out to Xie Luiying, "Quick, let's go help your grandmother." Xie Luiying had been protecting her younger siblings. Her uncle had given her 20 taels of silver along with flatbreads and a water pouch. Not light at all. She was already exhausted and had no strength left to support old Madame Shun. So when Wei Shui called, she pretended not to hear. Wei Shui angrily threw Xie Luiying's bundle at Xie Luzhu. "You carry it. Your sister needs to go support your grandmother." Xie Luzhu was only 11, but she knew she must protect that bundle well. Her sister had told her it couldn't be taken by their mother and given to the second uncle's family. Xie Chuanwang's 2 concubine-born sons, Xie Mingli carrying Xie Chuxing and Xie Mingde carrying Xie Chuanwang, were both bent over like bows from exhaustion. Their birth mothers were heartsick but could do nothing to help. Xie Luiying and Wei Shui went to support old Madame Shun. Old Madame Shun leaned her full weight on the mother and daughter, and Xie Luiying felt her internal organs were being compressed. She stumbled and fell to the ground, dragging old Madame Shun down with her. The old woman slapped her buttocks, her face dark. "Second girl, are you doing this on purpose?" "Grandmother, I'm sorry." Together with Wei Shui, she struggled to pull old Madame Shun up. Panting, she said, "Grandmother, look, eldest aunt-in-law has both hands free and seems idle. She can support you, can't she?" Xie Luiying also smiled. Eldest aunt-in-law was a general on horseback. Her physique is certainly stronger than second sister's. Old Madame Shun put on her mother-in-law airs and shouted at Luo Sheng, "Luo, come here and support me." Luo Sheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? Come support me. I can't walk anymore." Xie Suisui stared at old Madame Shun as if she were a fool. What gave this woman the confidence to think her mother should support her? "Mother, don't go." Everyone except Xie Xinghui objected. Even little Xie Jingxian piped up in a childish voice, "My grandmother is tired too." Luo Sheng ignored old Madame Shun entirely and said to Xie Suisui and the others, "Don't talk. Conserve your energy." As a former general, what hardships hadn't she endured on the march? Before setting out, she had told them to bind their legs and walk without talking. All practical experience. Old Madame Shun shouted again, "Luo, now that your husband is gone, you're going to rebel. You unfilial wretch." Luo Sheng neither argued with her nor acknowledged her, treating her like a barking dog. But old Madame Shun stood there arguing, preventing everyone from moving forward. This convoy consisted of over 200 convicts, all exiled to the malarial regions. The official ratio of exiles to escorts was 1-to-1. Although this batch didn't have 200 escorts, there were still over 100. Every 20 people were assigned a squad leader. The one in charge of the Duke of Ninggua's estate was Zhang Cheng. The head escort for the general's mansion was Dong Shangyi. Seeing old Madame Shun blocking the way, and everyone stalled, Zhang Cheng and Dong Shangyi both rode over. Without asking what was wrong, they lashed out with their whips. "What's all the noise about?" Xie Luiying and Wei Shui were both supporting old Madame Shun, but the whip struck Xie Luiying, leaving red welts on her neck and arm. She froze for a moment, then suddenly erupted. "You lowly slaves, how dare you whip me? It's clearly eldest aunt-in-law who is unfilial and disrespectful to the elderly, yet you cannot tell right from wrong, and you whip me." Dong Shangyi, called a lowly slave, said nothing, but rained down a flurry of lashes on her. "Who the hell are you calling a lowly slave?" The whip lashed down, forcing Xie Luiying to curl up on the ground, clutching her head and wailing loudly. The more she cried, the harder the blows fell. The exposed skin visibly split, open flesh and blood bared. Old Madame Shun also wept, slapping her ankle. "Even in exile, can't we still uphold loyalty, filial piety, and virtue?" Wei Shui wanted to shield Xie Luiying, yet also protect old Madame Shun, pleading, "Sir, please be merciful." Bo Wei approached, his face dark, and demanded, "What's going on?" "She called us base slaves." Dong Shangyi did not mention other matters, only this key point, sneering, "Listen clearly, I am the county marshal transferred from Wuning County in the capital, a proper 9th rank official. I am a 5th rank marshal." Valor General Bo Wei roared. Open your eyes wide and see the situation clearly. You are criminals, no longer lofty young masters and ladies. Remember your status. If you remain oblivious, you'll be beaten to death and buried on the spot. Those final words sobered up all arrogance. No one dared to shout again. Wei Shui and Xie Luing continued to support old Madame Shun. Both were nearly fainting from the pain of the whip lashes while bearing the weight of that large mass of flesh. Xie Luing wept, "Mother, grandmother, I beg you to take pity on me. I am in so much pain. Can't you let eldest sister support grandmother?" Xie Luzhu and Xie Siu also cried, "Mother, let eldest sister carry our bundle for us. We are so tired." Xie Chuanyin pleaded, "As well, mother, let Yenner support you." How could old Madame Shin bear to let Xie Luyin tire herself? She still counted on Xie Luyin to restore the family's fortunes. "Today you must support me. Tomorrow we will change," she said imperiously. Xie Luing had no choice but to strain under the weight. The pain from the whip wounds made her weep all the way as she walked. After leaving the Shirley Pavilion, anyone who complained or cried was no longer tolerated by the escorts. They were directly lashed with whips. If one lash could not stop them, then 2 lashes, 10 lashes. Those who had complained the most since leaving the capital found that the slightest sound became a trigger, and they were lashed indiscriminately. Xie Jinxian, terrified, shrank into Yu Qingqiu's arms. Lu Xiangyi whispered to Xie Suisui, "Little sister, thanks to your reminder. They really hold grudges. Don't look at their sour faces, their minds are even more vicious." Perhaps to teach them a lesson that night, Bo Wei did not arrange lodging at an inn. Instead, they camped directly at an Earth God temple at the foot of a mountain in Luqian County. The Earth God temple was fairly large with 3 rooms and a side hall, but it had fallen into disrepair. The main gate stood wide open, and above it hung a dusty plaque reading Tuga's Shrine. There were no incense offerings or supplies. Everywhere were cobwebs and thick dust. Bo Wei ordered each group of escorts to remove the prisoners' cangs, though the leg shackles remained. The squad leaders commanded everyone to gather firewood within sight. The cook Wang Matzi set up stoves and boiled several large pots of millet soup. The prisoners lined up to receive the hot broth. The soup was limited, only 1 bowl for every 5 or 6 people. In late spring, walking during the day was not cold, but at night the mountain wind howled, and the spring chill was biting. A bowl of hot soup was especially precious. Xie Chuanyin told Xie Luzhu to bring out the flatbreads sent by her in-laws. He immediately took the flatbreads to Xie Chusheng and old Madame Shun. He did not intend to give any to the other nephews and nieces. As soon as they rested, Xie Luing returned to her younger siblings and whispered, "Guard the bundle well. Don't let mother touch it." Before she finished, Wei Shui came over and said, "Your second uncle and aunt have no flatbreads. Bring them out." Xie Luzhu thought, "Speak of the devil. Mother, we don't have much. If we don't eat them today, they'll go sour by tomorrow. It's so cold, they can keep for several days." Captain Bo said that food will be distributed every day, or it's not like we have nothing to eat. "Mother." Xie Luing pressed down firmly on the bundle, pleading, "Mother, your younger sister and brother are still small. Can you leave us a little?" When the ropes binding the female prisoners were untied and the male prisoners' cangs removed, they immediately formed small circles by family. The general's mansion family had just sat down when they heard Xie Chusheng's feeble reprimand. The road to exile is long and perilous. The supplies given by relatives and friends must be used sparingly. Each branch must hand over the dried food and silver you received. The entire family will distribute them evenly. The general's mansion people ignored his command. Xie Suisui took the finest wound-healing ointment from her space and whispered to Yu Qingqiu's sister-in-law, "Quickly apply the medicine to eldest brother." Then she took out a bottle of golden light restoration powder and handed it to Lu Xiangyi, second sister-in-law. "I asked the imperial physician. Second brother's eye injury is not only external, but also internal. Use this on him. 3 qian each after breakfast and dinner." She also produced another bottle of wound-healing ointment and handed it to Xie Xinglong, "Third brother, you should apply some medicine too." "All right." Xie Xinglong took the medicine. "Help me clean the wounds with water first." When Xie Suisui cleaned his wounds, she discovered 2 wounds on his back. The longer one was half a palm span, already swollen, red, and festering. "Third brother, does it hurt?" She carefully dabbed the wounds with a fine gauze dipped in water, not daring to apply pressure. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" He had even used lightness kung fu to climb up and down while carrying her. And all along, despite wearing Kang and shackles, he had supported eldest brother side by side with second brother. I didn't have time to think about it, Xie Xinglong said lightly. Isn't it normal to get injured? But the wound is half a palm long. Xie Suisui grew anxious, her eyes reddening. Do you have a fever? Do you feel dizzy? No, don't be afraid. Father is worse than me. He stopped mid-sentence, then smiled. Just help me clean it. I'm strong, with your ointment I'll recover quickly. She used warm water from her water pouch to clean the wounds of the three men, applied the medicine, and bound them with fine white cloth. Xie Xinhui approached and whispered to the whole family, little sister was careful. Don't publicize that she brought medicine. Let's just manage our own affairs. Everyone understood. On the road, bumps and bruises were inevitable. Who wouldn't covet the general's mansion's medicine? That day the prisoners had mostly received gifts from relatives and friends. When the escorts asked if they wanted to buy dark flatbread, many refused out of pride. But Xie Xinhui took all they offered. Such a flatbread might become a life-saving ration later. Even though it was hard enough to kill a dog, soaking it in water could keep one alive. Xie Suisui took the flatbreads, stuffed them into the bundle, and then secretly transferred them into her space. When Xie Suisui went to fetch the hot soup, Xie Xinhui immediately gathered the family close and whispered, remember, Suisui is the legitimate daughter of the general's mansion. No matter what she does or what you see, you must protect her. Xie Xinglong understood. The others were not entirely clear, but they knew to trust her and shield her. Having watched her grow up, they all trusted and protected her. After the meal, Xie Xinhui asked Xie Xinglong to help him approach Bo Wei. Captain Bo, my second brother, and I are both injured. Our mother is elderly and my sons and younger sister are young. They can easily fall behind. We wish to stay together as a family. Rest assured we will never try to escape. Xie Xinhui pressed 200 taels of silver notes into Bo Wei's hand. Bo Wei nodded and accepted the notes. Seeing they were all small denominations, he understood and said, this is a small matter. Don't worry. Bo Wei was the captain, also called the chief escort. Under him were 10 squad leaders. Of the 200 taels, each squad leader received 10 taels, and Dong Shangyi, who was responsible for the general's mansion, got an extra 10 taels. Bo Wei said to them, this won't do. We've covered less than 20 li in a day. When will we ever finish our task? Dong Shangyi replied, if we organize by family, they can look after each other, making it easier for us to manage and increasing the pace. The other escorts agreed. They had done this before on escorts separating men and women inside the capital, but once 50 li out of the city, they regrouped by family to prevent stragglers. When Xie Xinhui returned, he heard old Madame Shen and Xie Chuxing ordering all branches to hand over the supplies they had received. The Ningguo Duke's mansion people were in truth eyeing the general's mansion. They had received so much silver and supplies. Who wouldn't be tempted? Yet after framing the general's mansion, how could they have the face to act as the elders? Seeing the general's mansion ignore them, Xie Chuanyan of the third branch stood up, glared at Luo Shang, and said discontentedly, eldest sister-in-law, didn't you hear father? Luo Shang treated him like a barking dog and ignored him. Xie Chuanyan stormed over, shouting angrily, Luo Shi, are you deaf? Hand over the supplies you received. Xie Xinglong kicked him and said, how dare you shout at my mother? You falsely accused my father of treason, using the entire general's mansion as stepping stones to inherit the title. And you still have the nerve to demand supplies. Xie Sanling, you wretched thing, you dare hit me. Xie Chuanyan, if you hate me, go die. I'm sure the ones I hate will die. Which do you choose? Shout at my mother one more time, and I'll kill you. Believe me. Xie Sanling reached out and grabbed his neck, smirking. Don't be nervous. I'm not a good person. Xie Chuanyan. His bladder felt a little tense. Xie Luiying, pale-faced, clutched the bundle tightly with her younger siblings and said, grandfather, I support grandmother alongside mother. Do I also have to hand over the little food from grandfather's family? Your filial piety and unified distribution are two different things. Hand it over, divide equally, and we'll weather the storm together. Xie Chuxing ached all over, but his words were still clear. Xie Luzhu was furious. Why should you take my family's food? Eldest uncle's wife received so much silver and food, and eldest sister also got so much silver. Why don't you ask them to hand it over? Old Madame Shen scolded angrily. Wei Shi, is this how you've raised your daughter? At such a young age, she defies her elders. Where are her manners? Fed to the dogs. Wei Shi slapped Xie Luzhu across the face. How dare you speak to your grandparents like that? Xie Suisui covered her cheek, tears welling in her eyes. Old Madame Shen looked at Xie Suisui and said, elders are never wrong. You are the descendants of the Xie family. Even if you've branched off, your grandfather is still your grandfather. Xie Suisui, so what? Hand over the silver food medicine, all of it. The entire clan will distribute them evenly. Hand them over to whom? To me. Don't worry, I'll be fair. You. Not worthy. Our general's mansions things, you won't get a single coin. Unfilial, unfilial. Worse than beasts. Old Madame Shen cursed. Someone bring the family punishment. Ow. Caw. Caw. On the bare branches beside a large magpie's nest, a blue magpie suddenly startled into flight by a handful of pebbles. Several large globs of droppings descended from midair, landing precisely on the heads of old Madame Shen and Xie Suisui, trickling down their hair onto their faces, successfully sealing old Madame Shen's mouth. The Xie family was stunned. Old Madame Shen's head and face were smeared with black and yellow, stinking to high heaven. Xie Suisui, whose hands could still move, scraped the filth off his face like wiping water onto, and cursed, "Ah, damn magpies." Xie Chuanyan immediately ordered Xie Mingde and Xie Mingli, the two concubine-born sons of Xie Chuanwang, to clean Xie Suisui. Little Madame Shen and Xie Luyin reflexively turned and ran. They had been attacked by black crows before, and the taste. "You old Madame Shen," shouted at Wei Shui, wash me quickly." The others did not move. Wei Shui rolled up her sleeves, inwardly disgusted beyond measure, but her expression displayed the utmost virtue as she led old Madame Shen to the stream at the foot of the mountain to wash her hair and face. Real human excrement, a handful of it. Wei Shui dry heaved as she washed. Xie Suisui rolled her eyes. That morning she had seen the night soil cart rumbles past on the street again, so she had transferred 2 buckets from it to the furthest corner of her spatial storage. Though dirty, it was somehow satisfying. Today they had only managed to splash a ladleful onto husband and wife Xie Suisui. The children could hardly contain themselves, bursting into uproarious laughter as they looked up at the magpies fluttering wildly across the sky and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh heavens, why are the magpies defecating so much?" "It's cold outside, and they've got upset stomachs," the adults explained. "But why target their heads specifically?" "Because their mouths are chamber pots." The matter of the magpie's diarrhea did not dampen anyone's appetite. On a journey of exile, survival was all that mattered. "Lord Bo, I would like to exchange for some hot soup for my family. How does one go about that?" Xie Suisui approached Wang Matzi and asked. "Hot soup is 50 coins per bowl, and rice porridge is 500 coins per bowl." The prices were outrageously exorbitant. Yet Xie Suisui was not short of money and ordered 8 bowls of rice porridge. The flatbread was too dry, and on such a cold night, without something warm to sustain them, they could not hope to withstand the biting spring chill. "Bring over the hot rice porridge. You eat your fill, while making the elders go hungry." Xie Suisui commanded. "Xie Suisui, I am your grandfather. You must attend to me with hot soup and warm water." Old Mrs. Shen was washing her hair and face in the icy stream water, shivering so violently she could scarcely speak. She desperately wanted a bowl of hot porridge as well. Xie Xinglong said shamelessly, "The magpies are giving you something warm, want it." "You damn fool. Indeed, I am born rebellious. I never reflect upon myself, only criticize others. My greatest joy is watching people jump around in frustration. Don't agree? Then come at me. You ungrateful descendant." Xie Suisui ground his teeth together. "If you will not hand over the silver, then you must provide for your grandmother's second uncle and third uncle's 3 meals a day. I am the clan leader, and you must obey the clan rules. Did even the cold water fail to clear your head? Perhaps I should call the magpies to give you another hot compress." "You damn fool, cough, cough, cough." Xie Suisui coughed so violently that his buttocks and thighs ached. "Little Mrs. Shen said, Xinghui, surely you must treat your grandfather's wounds. I saw that you have medicine." Xie Sanlang cast her a sidelong glance. "Even if we have it, we will not give it to you. Your grandfather needs it. If you refuse, that is unfilial." Little Mrs. Shen stated matter-of-factly, "Third brother, the world is treacherous. If all else fails, we retreat. Let them yell all they want. My greatest virtue is that I enjoy listening to dogs bark." Xie Suisui's single remark left Xie Suisui so enraged that he could barely draw breath. The people from the general's mansion ignored them entirely, focusing instead on how to stay warm that night. On a journey of exile, one could not afford to fall ill. After shouting themselves hoarse little misses, Shun and Xie Suisui gained nothing except aggravating the wounds on their buttocks. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to ask Wei Shui whether the bundle her brother from her natal family had given her contained any wound medicine. Wei Shui snatched the bundle from Xie Luiying's arms. There was no wound medicine inside, but the 20 taels of silver had already been taken by old Mrs. Shun. Old Mrs. Shun grumbled as she used the 20 taels to purchase a bottle of wound medicine from the escorts, applying it to Xie Suisui and Xie Chuanwang. Their injuries were far too severe. They had to pour more than half the bottle just to manage a thin coat. Xie Luiying lunged forward and desperately struggled to snatch the bundle back, but could only recover 4 flatbreads and a few pairs of shoes and socks. The 20 taels of silver had not even grown warm in her hands before her own mother handed them over to old Mrs. Shun. Tears streaming down her face, she told her younger siblings, "These flatbreads, no matter what mother says, none of you are to let her lay hands on them again." The people from the general's mansion had gnawed on roast chicken before setting out on their exile, and that evening they had porridge and snacks. Today had at least been survived. The escort officers slept wherever they could find refuge, some on the supply carts, others spread out on the temple floor beside a warming fire. Seek shelter from the wind yourselves. There are straw mats on the carts, one for every 10 people. The escort shouted this to the exiled prisoners, and old Mrs. Shun was dumbfounded, exclaiming in shock, "We are to sleep outdoors." Zhang Cheng lashed out with his whip. "Hurry and fetch those straw mats, or they will all be snatched away." The straw mats were woven from rice straw and offered only meager protection against the cold. Although it was the 3rd month of spring, the nights were bitterly frigid. Everyone had long since claimed their shelter, but these exiles were officials and their families long accustomed to comfort. To sleep overnight in a dilapidated temple felt as though the sky had fallen. Xie Suisui said, "Mother, sister-in-law, let us go gather some dry grass for bedding." Third brother hurried to the earth god shrine and secure a spot, preferably near a corner. Only now did they realize how prescient Chu Laoku had been to provide those bedding rolls. The exiled prisoners scoured the nearby area for dry grass and tree leaves. Those who could not find space inside the hall made do in wind-sheltered corners on the ground. Xie Suisui, Luo Shengyu Qingqiu, and Lu Xiangyi gathered plentiful straw, wheat stubble, and tree branches. Night had fully fallen, and Bo Wei indeed showed consideration for the general's mansion family by reserving a secluded corner for them within the earth god shrine. Xie Suisui caught sight of that corner and could not help but smile. To the left of the statues of the earth god and earth goddess stood an incense altar taller than herself, and between the altar, the statues, and the back wall lay a patch of open ground that was remarkably well sheltered from the wind. The passageway measured approximately 2 zhang in length and 1 zhang in width. Dark and gloomy, yet undeniably the warmest position within the temple. Luo Sheng went to collect a single straw mat, but one mat was nowhere near enough for the entire family. The bedding rolls from Chu Laoku could barely suffice for 8 people. Xie Xinghui said, "Mother, you rest. I will start a fire and keep watch over you tonight." Everyone present understood immediately that their eldest brother was preparing to sacrifice himself to protect them all. He was still ill. Xie Suisui leaned close to Xie Xinglong's ear and whispered, "Third brother, I have quilts." In the darkness, Xie Xinglong did not look at her. For some reason his ears grew warm and his heart trembled with astonishment. Eldest brother Captain Bo and the others need to rest as well. If you keep the fire going, it will disturb them and prevent them from sleeping. Xie Xinglong played along with Xie Suisui, saying, "Besides, the straw mat is insufficient anyway. Let us simply hang it between the statue and the incense altar to block the wind, and we shall sleep in a nest of straw." Xie Xinghui overheard Xie Suisui and Xie Xinglong whispering and no longer insisted. He wanted to see what his younger siblings had planned. Xie Suisui and Xie Xinglong went out for a short while, and Bo Wei watched as the 2 of them returned carrying another bundle of sorghum stalks. Upon entering that corner, Xie Xinglong immediately used the straw curtain to seal the gaps. As he opened the sorghum stalks he had been carrying, the rustling sounds drew everyone's attention, and Xie Xinglong whispered to Luo Sheng and the others, "Do not speak." Everyone was utterly stunned. Hidden within the sorghum stalks and wheat stubble were no fewer than 2 bamboo mats, 2 thick fur-lined mattresses, and 3 tan sheepskins. Even more astonishingly, Xie Suisui felt around in the darkness and discovered 5 quilts. Xie Suisui, you truly know how to find things. The cotton quilts had been stored within her spatial dimension by Xie Suisui just before they departed the mansion, while the furs were the hides purchased previously at the leather shop in Longgang Town. When she had entered just now, the 2 bamboo mats had been concealed within the stalks, and the fur mattresses and quilts had been quickly transferred out by Luo Shang as he unfolded the bundles. Otherwise, how could one possibly carry mattresses, cushions, and quilts without others noticing? They were not blind. Luo Shang, Yu Qingxiu, and Lu Xiangyi silently laid out the sorghum stalks first, followed by the wheat stubble, then the bamboo mats and mattresses, and finally placed the fur pelts on top. The 2 fur mattresses were divided, one to Xie Suisui's family of 3 and the other to Xie Suisui and Luo Shang. Xie Xinglong, Xie Xingyun, and Lu Xiangyi shared the 3 sheepskins. Combined with the quilts and the bedding rolls provided by Chu Laoku, they were far from cold. Husband, our younger sister, is our blessing. Otherwise, Asian would not have endured. Yu Qingxiu whispered softly to Xie Suisui, her voice trembling with emotion. Xie Suisui wrapped his arm around his wife and murmured, "Sleep." They could not draw attention to themselves. That night spent in the Earth God Shrine, the people from the general's mansion slept soundly. Luo Shang found the quilts strangely familiar. Recalling Xie Suisui's instruction, "No matter what our sister does, no matter what you see, you must protect her," she suddenly understood. Their daughter was thoughtful and far-sighted, likely having arranged in advance for someone to look after them along the journey. Xie Suisui, mother, that is not what happened at all. The other exiles traveling together kept causing a commotion for a long time, complaining bitterly about the cold. In the mountain valley at night, the straw mats provided absolutely no warmth. "Mother, we only have this one straw mat. Why did you take it away?" The voice of Xie Luiying came filled with despair. "Mother, are my younger siblings and I truly your own children? You are young and strong. You can withstand the cold. Your grandfather and grandmother are elderly and cannot endure the chill." The cries of Xie Luiying and Xie Luzhu drifted in from outside. There was no need to guess. Wei Shui's overflowing sense of filial piety had led her to give away their only straw mat to curry favor with the elders, leaving her own children to endure the freezing cold. "Why is the eldest branch sleeping indoors? That corner is the warmest." "Old Mrs. Shen," instigated Xie Chusheng. "You are their biological grandfather. You should be the one sleeping there." "Enough." Xie Chusheng and Xie Chuanwang had no quilts. The bitter spring chill seeped through their straw mats, making their teeth chatter incessantly. Dong Shangyi barked, "What is all this racket about?" Xie Luyan and little Mrs. Shen huddled together beneath a single straw mat, shivering uncontrollably. Xie Luyan gazed at the darkening sky, listening to the curses exchanged between Xie Chusheng and old Mrs. Shen. Several times she sat up, looking toward the fire Bo Wei and the others had kindled. Chi Yuro could not be relied upon, nor could the Ningwu Duke's mansion. She had to save herself. She rose to her feet, found Zhang Cheng, and said, "Escort officer, I would like a cotton quilt." "How much silver would that cost?" Zhang Cheng had no extra quilts and glanced at the others. One escort spoke up, "Each of us brought only one quilt. There are no spares. If you want one, I will forego sleep tonight and lend you my quilt for 10 taels of silver." Xie Luyan cursed the robbery inwardly, but her expression remained composed. She produced 10 taels of silver and handed them over, pulling the escort's quilt close. As soon as the quilt touched her, she nearly retched. It had likely not been washed or cleaned for roughly 10 years. The pungent odor of scalp oil hit her like a physical blow. But for the sake of survival, she could not be choosy. Carrying it back, she lay upon the dry grass and wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. Little Mrs. Shen leaned closer to her side, but she pretended not to notice. A single quilt was far too small for 2 people. Through the cold spring night, the exiled prisoners who had been tossed about all day finally fell into a deep slumber. In the latter half of the night, Xie Mingli suddenly called out urgently, "Grandfather, grandfather." Everyone jolted awake. Dong Shangyi, in no mood for further trouble, snapped, "Zhang Qing, go and see what is wrong with them now." "Grandfather has developed a high fever," Xie Mingli reported. Third uncle, we must take grandfather to find a physician. Bo Wei, also roused from sleep, said to Zhang Cheng, you accompany them. Go quickly and return as soon as possible. Zhang Cheng was beside himself with anger, but he could not simply watch a prisoner die from neglect. Turning to another escort, he said, you take them. Tell them to run fast to catch up on the way back. We will rest at the Che Ma Inn in Juxian Town tomorrow. Old Mrs. Shen touched Xie Chuanwang and discovered that he too had developed a high fever. Chuanyin, your eldest brother, also has a fever. Take him along for treatment as well. Mother, where is the silver? I do not have it. Zhang Cheng said with irritation, are you going or not? I'm sleepy. Old Mrs. Shen had no choice but to go find Xie Luyan. Yinner. Old Mrs. Shen began to ask Xie Luyan for a loan. Xie Luyan said coldly, grandmother, my silver has a greater purpose. I can only give you 10 taels. Let's be clear. After this, don't come asking for more. Old Mrs. Shen stared at her, a lump caught in her throat. But years of indulgent habit towards Xie Luyan made her soften her tone. Yinner, you're someone destined for great things. It's just that your grandfather and father are badly wounded and have a high fever. If they aren't treated soon, they might not recover. Xie Luyan didn't want to hand over silver in cash, but the smallest denomination of banknotes was 100 taels. So she reluctantly took out 10 taels from her cash and gave them to old Mrs. Shen. Xie Mingli cried, third uncle, I carried grandfather for over 20 li on my back and my legs are trembling. Could you carry him to see the doctor? The old lady burst into a torrent of abuse. You unfilial wretch. So young and unwilling to exert yourself, and you want your third uncle to carry him. Your third uncle is over 30. Where would he get the strength? Grandmother, then let the elder legitimate brother carry him. He's young, trained in martial arts, and stronger than me. You baseborn creature, how dare you drag the legitimate brother into this? I told you to carry him, so carry him. If you delay your grandfather's treatment, I'll flay your skin off. Xie Mingli's birth mother was concubine Lin. She pitied Xie Mingli, but dared not oppose the old lady. She knelt before Xie Chuanwang and pleaded, Master Mingli can't bear it. He's only 14. If he can't bear it, let him die. A furious roar silenced both concubine Lin and Xie Mingli. Xie Suisui, awakened by the noise, listened for a moment, then turned over and went back to sleep. Xie Chuxing and his son had a high fever. Punished by Emperor Guangzong with 50 strokes of the rod, their buttocks split open. How could they not run a fever? No silver. No one to carry them. Back off. Back off. Back off. Don't use your family's filial piety to bind me. I have no filial piety. Capital. Shun Wenlin returned to the capital from the Tenli Pavilion. The next day, he instructed his wife to send a visiting card to Chiyuro. The senior maid Chuanhua told Chiyuro that the mother of Vice Minister Shun had sent a visiting card and asked, Miss, shall we accept the appointment? Chiyuro thought for a moment and said yes. Old Lady Shun, the grandmother of Shun, Yin Xiao Yutang's noble concubine, and the maternal grandmother of Xie Luyan. Let's hear what she has to say. At the appointed time, Chiyuro deliberately dressed in full regalia, displaying the air of a legitimate wife. She boarded the carriage and ordered 4 imposing guards to follow. When she alighted, she entered the tea house with her maid. 2 guards waited at the entrance while the other 2 followed her upstairs. Madame Shun had arrived early. Seeing Chiyuro approach, she immediately stood up and politely invited her to sit. Chiyuro limped, pressing a handkerchief to the corner of her eye, and asked hastily, Madame Shun, did you see Yinner off? Madame Shun had noticed that Chiyuro's legs were perfectly fine when she got off the carriage, but now upstairs she seemed to have a problem. Truly a master of pretense. She spat inwardly. Her daughter, little Madame Shun, had been sentenced to exile and confiscation of property, all thanks to this evil woman, who couldn't put on a show. Madame Shun said tearfully, Yinner is in a terrible state. She was branded on the face, all her property confiscated, and she didn't even have a decent set of clothes. I had intended to see her off that day, but I fell from the stairs and was unconscious for 2 days and my leg was broken. Chiyuro said, I've cried my eyes out worrying about her suffering on the road. The 2 of them engaged in a battle of acting, crying, and speaking of the Ningwa Duke Manor's misery. Meanwhile, Chiyuro tried to ask about the general's mansion, but Madame Shun hadn't gone to the Tenli Pavilion, so she naturally couldn't say much. She could only ramble. How could anyone sent into exile be well? I didn't pay attention to the others that day. I only cried with Yenner and her family. Madame Shun had something on her mind, so after some idle chatter, she quickly got to the point. Yenner has been exiled 3,000 li away. Our Shin Manor naturally won't abandon her. We plan to send her some silver clothes and food along the way. Yenner said she had deposited 500,000 taels of silver with the eldest miss. Before she could finish, Chi Euro interrupted in astonishment. What did you say? Madame Shun decided to be blunt. Yenner lent 500,000 taels of silver and 50,000 taels of gold to Miss Chi. When does Miss Chi intend to repay? Madame Shun, are you joking? 500,000 taels of silver. 50,000 taels of gold. Borrowed by me. Chi Euro fired off a series of questions. Yenner said you used it to buy for second young master you. Madame Shun paused, leaned in, and whispered, horses and supplies. Chi Euro's eyes widened, and her face flushed bright red. So Madame Shun had come today with a visiting card to blackmail her. She was certain these words came from Xie Luyen. Xie Luyen was retaliating against her. Yu Tang might succeed in his ambitions. Chi Euro had only hinted at this to Xie Luyen. Now Xie Luyen had used her maternal grandfather to blackmail her. Chi Euro instantly smiled, a surge of malice rising within her. Li Qingyuan, Xie Luyen, that bitch, that sycophant, how dare she betray her? She had to placate Madame Shun. Yu Tang could not be harmed. The Celestial Master had said he had a great destiny. However, she would not be blackmailed by the Shin family. Blackmail could become addictive. Succeed once, and there would be a second, a third, an infinite number of times. Madame Shin, I understand that lending money to a friend can turn a friend into an enemy. No matter how strapped for cash I would never borrow money from Yenner. She sneered. 3 out of 10 shops in the capital are under my name. Do you think I lack money? I haven't borrowed even 500 taels, let alone 500,000. If you insist, show me the promissory note. Madame Shin, seeing her deny everything so cleanly, said, Miss knows that the confiscation came suddenly. Yenner had no time to do anything. How could she have gotten hold of the promissory note? Then there's nothing to be done. You just open your mouth and demand 500,000 taels of silver and 50,000 taels of gold from me. To put it bluntly, you're extorting me. Then this old woman will have to go to second young master you to collect the debt. Go ahead. Chi Euro whispered in her ear. Don't forget Yu Tang is still your grandson-in-law. If something happens, the vice minister's mansion won't escape either. The talks broke down. Chi Euro stood up and walked out. At that moment, the curtain of the adjacent room rustled, and a person stepped out. It was Shun Wenlin. Miss Chi, please wait. I have a few words to say to you. Chi Euro stopped and listened. Miss, let's speak plainly. Yenner knew she would be exiled 3 days in advance. The first thing she did was come to the Prime Minister's mansion to see you. She entrusted all the money in her treasury to you for safekeeping. Chi Euro laughed angrily. Master Shun, but Yenner told me that she put all her silver in the Vice Minister's mansion. Compared to an outsider like me, she trusts you, her maternal grandfather, more. Miss, are you openly repudiating the debt? That's the truth. What gives you the audacity to make such a brazen extortion, Master Shun? Yenner trusted you so much. How can you deny her debt? Master Shin, don't act so well that you even fool yourself. Chi Euro walked out. She had no time to argue with these scoundrels. Miss Yenner is truly pitiable. Could you at least give her 100,000 taels? I'll send someone on horseback to deliver it to her along the way. Master Shin, let's set aside whether I should give you this 100,000 taels and why. Just tell me, if you really send it by fast horse, will you actually give it to Yenner? Yes. How? In cash or banknotes? Both. Yenner is in exile. Giving her 100,000 taels of silver. Do you want her to die sooner? Find a better excuse to deceive people. Xie Luyen is gone. You can't get anything more from her, so you've set your sights on me, haven't you? Chi Euro said fiercely, don't you know that the grass on the graves of those who offend me has grown very tall? Are you threatening me? You threatened me first. Chi Euro slammed the table. Master Shun, at the very least, I will be the mistress of your granddaughter. At the most, my father is your superior. You should think twice before extorting me. To be blunt, if it weren't for Yenner's sake, do you think the Vice Minister's mansion could escape the mass execution for the Ningwa Duke Manor's treason? Shall I ask my father to remind His Majesty tomorrow at court? What about second young master you? You've forgotten, your own granddaughter is Yu Tang's concubine. Shen Wenlin was left speechless, his heart filled with hatred for Xie Luyan. He knew Xie Luyan had plenty of money and that her treasury was empty when the manor was confiscated. The only explanation was that Yenner's silver was hidden with Qi Euro. But Qi Euro stubbornly denied it. You and Yenner were so close, yet you won't give a single coin. Why doesn't Master Shen follow the example of General Luo's mansion? Young General Luo even sold his family's shops at a loss to raise silver for his sister. My family's resources are limited. Yenner helped the Shen Manor make so much money. Your resources are limited. Qi Euro refuted Shen Wenlin thoroughly and swept away. Back at the mansion, she immediately went to find Qi Hui and told him that Shen Wenlin had tried to blackmail her. Qi Hui was furious. That old villain, how dare he try to blackmail the Prime Minister's mansion? But he said to Qi Euro, we can't impeach him. If His Majesty finds out about Yu Tang's fortune-telling, he will surely wipe out the Shenyang Earl Manor completely. Which emperor would allow another to be mandated by heaven? Qi Hui was protecting Yu Tang as an investment. The Celestial Master said he had a great destiny. If Yu Tang succeeded, Qi Hui would soar to the heavens. Qi Euro sneered. Shen Wenlin provoked me first. I'll write to Yu Tang immediately and see how he handles it. I also want to see Yu Tang's decisiveness. Qi Hui nodded in agreement. Qi Euro immediately wrote a letter and had it sent to the Shenyang Earl Manor addressed to Second Young Master Yu Personal. Yu Tang had not been at the manor these days. Since he was reborn, he naturally wouldn't wait for the Northern Yin army to attack a few months later before taking action. For now, the Northern Yin hadn't invaded yet, and openly raising an army under the court's nose was too risky. So he focused on stockpiling goods. In times of war, chaos, and frequent disasters, with goods in hand one could get anything. He first converted as much of the family silver as possible into cash, buying grain and horse tack. Xie Suisui had extorted 100,000 taels from him. He had considered killing her, but the people of the general's mansion weren't so easy to eliminate. Fortunately, the general's mansion fell into trouble, just as in his previous life. In his previous life, the entire general's mansion died on the road to exile. In this life, one more person would die. Xie Suisui. The general's mansion and Xie Suisui were no longer a threat. During this period, he gathered a few of his brothers, secretly contacted his right-hand men from his previous life, stockpiled grain, and purchased weapons. The court restricted horse purchases. Buying too many horses at the market would attract attention, so he had his brothers buy horses separately through multiple channels. Qi Euro's letter arrived at the Shenyang Earl Manor, and Yu Tang's younger brother, third young master, named Yu Chong, immediately rode out of the city. He found Yu Tang in a mountain hollow of Chongshan. Yu Tang read Qi Euro's letter and pondered for a long time. He said to Yu Chong, go back first. Don't tell anyone my whereabouts. Yu Chong quietly descended the mountain and returned to the capital. At the hour of Yu, before the city gates were locked, a group of horsemen entered the city. Those men wore straw hats and after entering the city went directly to an inconspicuous small courtyard in the Western District. Everything seemed natural. At midnight, in the dead silence, 10 men in black emerged from the small courtyard carrying buckets of tung oil and quietly arrived at a mansion. Under the moonlight, the plaque above the gate read, Vice Minister's Mansion, in gold characters on a black background. A few days earlier, the Shun Mansion's gates had vanished without a trace. The current gate was newly installed. The guards of the Vice Minister's Mansion were lax. The men in black knocked lightly a few times, and someone opened the door from inside. They entered the courtyard with ease. Before long, a great fire soared into the sky from the Vice Minister's Mansion. Before long, a great fire blazed up from the Vice Minister's Mansion. The figures in black retreated swiftly. After leaving the mansion, they scattered in different directions. A massive fire broke out at Vice Minister Shin's residence. The patrolling officer discovered it and immediately reported to the capital's prefect. The Yamen dispatched duty officers, and the resonant tolling of gongs echoed through the area, drawing nearby residents to fight the blaze. All the officials in the Western District lived in neighboring compounds, each desperate to keep the flames from reaching their own homes. Despite the significant manpower deployed by every household, the fire raged with ferocious intensity, feeding on chaotic gusts that made it nearly impossible to control. Residents could only futilely splash water from the periphery to protect their own properties. It took until mid-morning for the blaze to be finally subdued. The mansion lay in ruins reduced to blackened rubble and charred bricks. Word had already reached the Six Gates Authority, and constables were working the scene to gather evidence. Authorities employed local laborers to clear the ash and debris for 3 full days, recovering and piecing together over 40 bodies from the ruins. Most of the remains were unrecognizable, reduced to carbonized fragments. Only a handful, burned by smoke inhalation, retained enough features to identify them. The Shen family, Vice Minister Shun's household home to Yu Tang's noble concubine Shun Yanxiao, and the maternal grandparents of Xie Luyan, had been entirely annihilated. 30 li beyond the capital stood the Earth Granary Shrine. Before dawn broke, everyone in the general's mansion had already stirred. Xie Suisui woke as well, tangled in the warmth of her bedding, desperately wanting to sleep in. Xie Xinghui and the others remained on high alert, knowing that if they appeared too comfortable with their quilts and mats, others might notice and make things difficult for them. Xie Suisui murmured, half asleep, "Brother, you don't need to worry." But Luo Sheng was already up, arranging her hair and calling to Lu Xiangyi, "Second madam, come with me to the foot of the hill ahead to pick locust flowers." The night before, while gathering firewood, she had spotted several locust trees on the hillside, heavy with snow-white blossoms. Perhaps because of its proximity to the capital and the nearby estates belonging to wealthy nobles who could afford everything, these exquisite locust flowers had gone untouched. Having campaigned and fought in battles, Luo Sheng knew these were among the finest wild vegetables. Xie Xinglong crawled awake with eyes half open, then roused Xie Suisui, brushing her hair and tying it into small braids. Mother had said his younger sister was one he had found and taken in, and that he must raise her well. So tying braids was something he knew all too well. Xie Suisui's head nodded with sleepiness as Xie Xinglong tied 2 tufts on either side of her head, with silk ribbons weaving the remaining wisps into small braids. After yawning, he and Xie Xingyun went together to a secluded spot. Squatting in the bushes for his business, he kept a watchful eye on the hillside below, where many people were relieving themselves, fearful someone might stumble upon him. His backside grew cold in the morning's biting wind. Suddenly, he sensed shallow breathing drawing near behind him. Since he was nearly finished, he quickly pulled up his trousers and scampered several paces away, turning to look, but seeing nothing. But there seemed to be something heavy hanging from his rear. His first thought was a snake. Turning his head, he saw a brownish-yellow pup clamped firmly onto the back of his garment. The puppy bared its teeth, as if to say, "I'm fierce, don't provoke me." Xie Xinglong immediately had an idea and reached out to shake it loose, but the pup refused to let go, clinging desperately to his clothes. The wolf cub, thought Mother always said, once you've caught prey, never release it until the prey is utterly powerless. Xie Xinglong couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, thinking, "Fine, keep hanging on. I'll roast you in a bit." He nonchalantly pulled down his trousers again, wiped clean, and hiked them back up as he descended the mountain, the pup still dangling behind him like a ghost on a gallows. Before he even reached the Earth Granary Shrine, he spotted Xie Suisui approaching from behind it, apparently heading in the same direction. She came running with quick steps and pressed 8 wild chicken eggs into his hand, her eyes sparkling bright as she said, "Brother, I found wild eggs." Xie Xinglong asked in surprise, "From behind the mountain?" "Right over there." Xie Suisui pointed to the bushes she had just emerged from. Xie Xinglong was half convinced. This wild hen was remarkably considerate, laying exactly 8 eggs. 1 for each of their 8 family members. The siblings entered the shrine, and Xie Xinglong specifically checked their sleeping area. As expected, apart from the bedding bundle old Miserly had given them, the leather mats, furs, and cotton quilts had all vanished. It felt as though the warm blankets from the previous night had been nothing more than a dream. Luo Sheng and Lu Xiangyi returned with armfuls of locust flowers and told the siblings, "We'll borrow the escort's pot to make locust flower soup later." Xie Xinglong began, "Mother's sister just happened to find 8 wild eggs, and He gestured behind him, indicating the puppy he had picked up. Only then did everyone notice the fluffy little creature dangling from his rear, and those who didn't know better might have thought Xie Xinglong had grown a fox's tail. Xie Xinghui and Xie Xingyun ran over to examine it. "What kind of animal is this?" "A fox." "A dog," Xie Xinglong said. "It bit onto my clothes and refuses to let go, insisting I'm its master." Luo Sheng examined it with suspicion and replied, "That's no dog. That's a wolf cub about 2 months old, weaned but not yet skilled at hunting. Xie Suisui laughed heartily. Third brother, on your very first hunt you caught such a sizable specimen. Xie Suisui poked the cub with a small stick. Can't you let go? Doesn't it tire you hanging on like that? The wolf cub remained silent, reasoning that as long as the prey could still breathe it hadn't been holding on long enough. Third brother, what do you plan to do with it? Keep it for a few days, then roast and eat it. The wolf cub thought gleefully, I'm so happy today. All these two-legged beasts are my prey. I'll start with this tall one, then that tall one. They're all large targets. Good heavens, I've struck gold. Mother always swatted it with her paw, scolding it for being foolish and warning it would starve if it couldn't catch prey. Yet here it was, having captured so many two-legged beasts in one go. Enough food for a lifetime. Xie Suisui couldn't let it keep dangling from his rear like this. It was ruining his clothes. He slapped it down. The cub whined protestingly and charged back at him, targeting only Xie Suisui. He was the tallest, and the cub had to claim this most formidable two-legged beast as proof of its promising start in wolf life. Xie Suisui grabbed the cub by the scruff and lifted it up, watching its limbs flail in the air. Xie Suisui poked its belly with a small stick, guessing whether it was male or female. Xie Suisui set the wolf cub on the ground and told it, I'll give you a chance to leave. We're not particularly hungry today, but in a few days you'll have no choice. Determined to prove itself to Mother Wolf, that day the cub refused to leave and lunged again, sinking its teeth into the hem of Xie Suisui's trousers. Xie Suisui remarked, Third brother, I have a feeling this little fellow sees you as prey, fixated on dragging you back to the wolf den. Xie Suisui crouched to examine it and said, Now that you mention it, that's actually quite possible. He swatted the cub away forcefully. Scram! You'll never catch me, not even in your next life. The cub yelped in pain, tumbled, yet stubbornly trudged forward again. Bo-wei, overhearing their chatter, came over and exclaimed in alarm, Quickly throw that wolf cub out, or the mother wolf will surely come for revenge. Xie Suisui maintained an innocent expression. It's a puppy. Xie Jinxian, with his clear, naive eyes, cooed, Sir, this is a little piggy. Bo-wei looked at Xie Suisui in disbelief. Your upbringing has serious flaws. I could accept calling it a dog, but a pig. The eldest son of the general's mansion, handsome and unparalleled, nodded earnestly. Indeed, if Asian says it's a pig, then it's a piglet. Xie Jinxian pointed at the wolf cub in his baby voice. Pigs have 4 short legs, and it has 4 short legs too. Pigs have 2 triangular fuzzy ears, and it has 2 triangular fuzzy ears. Pigs are covered in fur, and so is it. That's right, it's a little pig. Bo-wei. Xie Suisui, exactly, it's a piglet. Xie Suisui, yes, it's a piglet. Xie Suisui, I was wrong earlier. It's definitely a piglet. Lu Xiangyi widened her eyes, looking from one to another, hesitated briefly, then nodded with resigned conviction. Eldest brother is right, it's a pig. Third brother is right, it's a piglet. Youngest sister is right, it's a piglet. Husband is right. Luo Sheng and Yu Qingqiu silently turned and walked away. Bo-wei was on the verge of tears. If he listened any longer, he feared his intestines would snap. Outside the Earth Granary Shrine, the escorts were shouting, driving everyone to wake and continue their journey. Everyone rise. Try to reach Zhuxian town before dark, or we'll be sleeping in the open again tonight. Dong Shangyi cracked his whip on the ground and barked the order to move out. The previous night, only the general's mansion had slept in warmth. The other prisoners had been sneezing uncontrollably from catching colds. Xie Luyan had covered herself with an oily cotton quilt all night and stayed warm, yet she couldn't bear to look at it even once. When old Madame Shun watched her return the revolting blanket to the escorts, she burst into tears. Yenner, you've suffered so much. Grandmother, do not grieve. Those who accomplish great deeds do not worry about trivial comforts. The pampered noblewomen, young ladies, and young masters lacking any exercise had all developed blisters from walking halfway the day before. After resting overnight, everyone ached all over, especially in their legs. It was painful just to touch them, let alone walk. They couldn't get up and couldn't move. When they refused to move, the angry escorts lashed out with their whips, and everyone cried out as they painfully rose to continue their journey. The Kang and shackles remain in effect today. Female prisoners will no longer be bound together. Instead, families will stay as units and help one another. Whoever falls behind will bring punishment upon their entire family. The lead escort rode back and forth on horseback delivering the orders, and the mighty procession was immediately reorganized into family-based clusters. Xie Suisui, Xie Xingyun, and Xie Xinglong immediately moved from the front to the rear, joining Luo, Shengyu Qingqiu, and the others. The former Duke of Ning's mansion people walked in the middle of the column, while Xie Suisui led the entire household at the rear, keeping a considerable distance from Xie Chuxing and the others. The night before, Xie Chuxing and Xie Chuanwang had been sent to town where a herbal shop had been commissioned to brew their medicine, which they carried in jars and consumed a full bowl daily. Now the Duke of Ning's household members had to carry not only Xie Chuxing and Xie Chuanwang on their backs, but also the 2 medicine jars. Before setting out, Luo Sheng had also instructed everyone from the mansion to bind their legs. The procession set forth with Xie Xingyun and Lu Xiangyi leading Luo, Shengyu Qingqiu, Xie Suisui, and Xiao Tuanzi in the middle, and Xie Xinglong bringing up the rear. Wait, the wolf cub was also trailing behind. No matter how hard they struck it, it refused to leave, foolishly persistent to the point of absurdity. This was the extension of the southern mountain ranges. The exiled procession trudged along the foot of the mountain. The sun had climbed 3 poles high, and they had already traveled over 20 li when hunger overcame the men, rendering them unable to move forward. Bo Wei called a halt at the front, and the column came to a stop, the rear automatically following suit. Wang Matzi, the head cook, led his team to set up stoves and boil broth. "Rest here, everyone. You may move within 100 paces, Bo Wei announced. The escorts dismounted to rest and eat. Xie Suisui called out to Xie Jingxian and Xie Xinglong, and together they gathered wild vegetables by the field. At the foot of the mountain in this season, wild vegetables were abundant. Shepherd's purse was tender and dense. Xie Suisui, along with Luo Sheng, pulled up plenty of shepherd's purse and noodle vegetables. During the rest stop, the shackles and cangs were not removed. Xie Xinglong dragged his leg irons and kang as he followed behind them. Xie Suisui found a mound of earth in the field. She guessed it was a burial mound, and told Xie Xinglong to sit with his back to the convicts. From the space, she swiftly transferred 2 warm, soft flatbreads stuffed with hot, crispy, fragrant braised pork, beef, and cabbage hearts. She quickly shoved 1 rolled flatbread into Xie Jinxian's hands and whispered, "Eat quickly, don't let anyone see." "Annie, what is this?" "A rolled flatbread." She pressed the other into Xie Xinglong's hand and said, "This is from grandmother, eat quickly." She pretended to search for wild vegetables nearby, but was actually keeping watch for anyone approaching. The flatbread was bought on the streets of the capital, soft and pliable, paired with generous chunks of fatty but not greasy braised pork and some sliced beef. Xie Jingxian ate with relish. Xie Xinglong ate even faster, his appetite insatiable at that age. In just a few mouthfuls, 1 rolled flatbread disappeared. Xie Suisui pulled out another and handed it to him. "Why aren't you eating?" "Don't worry, there's plenty." Xie Suisui simply took out a bundle, filled it to the brim, and handed it to Xie Xinglong. "Eat." "Xie Xinglong." Xie Suisui stood up and returned to Xie Xinhui and Xie Xingyun. "Big brother, second brother, go bask in the sun in the field. There's a mound over there, you can lean against it." Xie Xinhui initially wanted to refuse, but Xie Suisui winked at him insistently. Xie Xinhui said to Xie Xingyun, "Second brother, shall we go sunbathe?" The 2 dragged their leg irons and slowly made their way to the mound to sunbathe. Upon arrival, Xie Xinglong moved aside slightly and handed them the rolled flatbreads from the bundle. The brothers were astonished. The flatbreads were still warm. Where did the white flour flatbreads come from? Where did the cooked meat come from? Had their sister eaten? What about mother? Seeing their hesitation to speak, Xie Xinglong immediately said, "Don't ask anything, don't cause trouble for sister. Mother and the sisters-in-law won't starve." Xie Xinhui and Xie Xingyun ate so eagerly they almost swallowed their tongues. It was delicious. 9 flatbreads were devoured by the 3 brothers in a ravenous flurry, while little Xie Jingxian was still nibbling. Xie Xinhui whispered to Xie Jinxian, "Ashian, eat a bit faster, and remember, don't tell anyone. If anyone sees, say it was given by grandmother yesterday." Xie Jingxian nodded. "I won't tell anyone that Annie conjured them." The head cook distributed the bran cakes carried on the cart to the prisoners according to the daily ration. Everyone also got half a bowl of water and rice porridge. Many families still had leftover cakes and pastries from the farewell gifts, which they ate with the thin porridge. Xie Suisui said to Luo Sheng, "Mother, let's borrow the cook stove and stir-fry the wild eggs and locust flowers we picked this morning." Luo Sheng nodded, went to Wang Matzi to borrow the stove, and slipped him 101. Yu Qingxiu and Lu Xiangyi gathered firewood. Luo Sheng washed the locust flowers, stir-fried them in lard, and cracked and ate wild eggs. Xie Suisui, unnoticed, transferred a few more eggs from her space. The eggs cracked into the pot, and the shells were transferred back to the space. The aroma of eggs and locust flowers wafted richly. Luo Sheng ladled in 2 scoops of water, nearly stepping on a small creature. Looking down, it was the little wolf cub. Wang Matzi said, "This soup is good. How about a bowl for our Captain Bo?" Luo Sheng couldn't refuse lest she fail to borrow the pot and oil next time. Wang Matzi took a large bowl and ladled out a generous portion, leaving only a little over half. Luo Sheng hurriedly filled a basin, borrowed a big wooden ladle, and carried it to their resting spot. Fearing envy, they deliberately walked farther away and hid behind a large tree. Once out of sight, Xie Suisui immediately produced the rolled meat flatbreads from the bundle. On the second day of exile, the general's mansion not only enjoyed delicious egg and locust flower soup, but also feasted on flatbreads rolled with meat. On the road of exile, a bowl of egg and locust flower soup was truly tantalizing. The family drank the locust flower soup heartily and secretly ate the rolled flatbreads. The air was thick with the aroma of the soup, but the wolf's nose was sharp. Woo! It bit down on a rolled flatbread and snatched it away. Luo Sheng, quick-eyed and swift-handed, immediately retrieved it and drove it away with a branch. Xie Suisui broke a branch and banged it against the tree trunk with a clatter. The wolf cub was startled and fled. But when she stopped, it returned. "Where's your mother? Why is no wolf taking care of you?" The cub looked at her innocently. "Didn't your mother tell you? Humans are dangerous. How dare you come down the mountain? And you want to mooch food from us?" A woo, a long mournful howl of an adult wolf. Suddenly, a rustling sound of animals racing through the woods. Xie Suisui looked up and felt her scalp tingle. Good heavens, on a large rock stood a majestic adult female wolf. The cub's family had finally arrived. Luo Sheng slapped its rump. "You'd better leave now. Your father has come for you. We don't have enough to eat ourselves. How can we afford to keep you?" The cub didn't leave. Luo Sheng, resigned, gave it a piece of beef from her own flatbread and urged, "Eat quickly, then go." The cub gobbled it down. It wanted more. Xie Suisui grabbed the cub by the scruff and said to the adult wolf, "Since you're here, take your child back." The cub was fluffy with 4 chubby little paws, stopping before Xie Suisui and 2 blue eyes gazing at her adorably, utterly foolish and cute. Woo, the adult wolf howled again. The cub will, "Mom, look, these are all the 2-legged beasts I caught." The mother wolf, "You'd better get back to the den." Xie Suisui, unnoticed, tossed a pheasant not far away and turned to leave. The cub excitedly seized the pheasant, its short legs not even as tall as the bird, stumbling and tripping over it as it walked. The mother wolf didn't help, just watched her foolish son from afar. The exiles, who had been terrified by the howling, even Bo Wei, stood up to look. Seeing Xie Suisui return the cub to its mother, he breathed a sigh of relief. Other prisoners were busy with their own food, so no one noticed the commotion. Earlier, when Xie Suisui mentioned making locust flower soup, Xie Sinian sneered, sparing no caustic comment. "What do you know about wild vegetables? Don't eat weeds and die." Old Madame Shun also said, "Eating wild grass. How vulgar." Now the aroma wafted out, and an escort took a large bowl, sipping and praising the deliciousness of the locust flower egg soup. Old Madame Shin swallowed her saliva and said, "We sure go see how much locust flower soup the main branch has left. Bring a bowl for your father." Wei Shui hesitated. "Mother, I'm afraid they won't give it." "Not give? Your father is Luo Shi's father-in-law. Would she dare to be unfilial?" the old lady said shamelessly. "Your father is unwell. He needs something soft." Wei Shui had no choice but to steel herself. "All right. And bring a bowl for your second brother and second sister-in-law too. Yinner needs some, she's a noble lady, never endured such hardship." And Sinian. Xiao Xinshe also solemnly held Wei Shui's hand and said, "I knew you were capable. You have a good nature, well-liked, never quarreled with your elder sister-in-law. She will surely give it to you." "Will she really give it to me?" Wei Shui was a bit timid. "Of course you have the best rapport here. Wei Shui mustered her courage as if shouldering the fate of the world and strode briskly toward the large tree where Luo Shang's family was hiding. Xie Luiying watched her mother sneering inwardly. Her eldest aunt clearly hated them deeply. Even the second uncle's family dared not go using her mother as a scapegoat. Yet her mother willingly played the dog. She didn't warn her, just watched her father. Xie Chuanyan also remained silent watching Wei Shui. As long as she dared to ask, he would be ready to intercept a bowl. Wei Shui strode to the back of the tree. From 10 zhang away, Xie Xinghui and his brothers heard her. Xie Xinglong blocked her in front of the tree holding his soup bowl. What do you want? Wei Shui looked at Xie Xinglong. His features were both handsome and roguish with narrow, deep-set eyes, bright and upward slanting. The casual curve of his lips seemed to possess a magnetic charm deadly to young women. Before such a person, Wei Shui suddenly felt very small. Her courage drained away, and in her nervousness, she began twisting the hem of her clothes, hesitantly asking, "What are you eating?" Xie Xinglong slurped the locust flower soup, noisily stuck his fingers into the bowl to grab a piece of the fried egg and locust flower cake, tilted his head back, and tossed it into his mouth. He even took a rolled flatbread and ate it in large bites, letting Wei Shui see the meat inside. Wei Shui finally said, "Sanling, your grandfather and your second uncle are still hungry. They are very ill and had a fever last night." Xie Xinglong continued to stare at her while eating, finishing a rolled flatbread in a few swift bites. This was his 5th flatbread. After finishing, he tipped his head back and drained the soup, then let out a loud burp. From his burp, Wei Shui smelled the overpowering aroma of locust blossom eggs and the fragrant braised meat. "We don't ask for much. Just 1 bowl for your grandfather, 1 for your second uncle, 1 for the eldest young lady, and 1 for the eldest young master." For bowls. On the road of exile, locust flower soup was so precious, and she was asking for 4 bowls at once. "Shall I give you the whole pot?" "Oh, that would be wonderful. Sanling, you are so filial." Xie Xinglong interrupted her, saying, "Who are you?" "Me. I'm your 3rd aunt." Wei Shui was stunned. What did Xie Sanling mean? She had been standing here for a while, and he didn't even know who she was. "Have we met before?" "Yes, we have. We met at..." Wei Shui thought for a long time, but it seemed she hadn't seen Xie Sanling in many years. "See, you can't even remember when we last met. Now you see us with some food and come to claim kinship, asking for 4 bowls of locust flower egg soup at once. You have some nerve. I really am your 3rd aunt. Who you are doesn't matter. Want food? None. Want us brothers to help? No way." Xie Xinglong refused flatly. "My mother worked hard to pick those locust flowers. We don't even have enough for ourselves. If any shameless person comes asking for food, I'll kick them to death." "Got it." Wei Shui was left speechless. She felt that Xie Sanling meant what he said. He might really kick her to death. She started crying. "But if I can't get any food, I won't be able to save your grandfather and your second uncle." A sinister glint flashed in Xie Xinglong's eyes. He drew a line with his toe and said, "Doing foolish things too often. Aren't you afraid of a stroke? Watch this line carefully. Do not cross it, or else death." Crying. That didn't work. Wei Shui stood crying before the line, while Xie Xinglong returned to behind the big tree. His family had already wolfed down the rolled pancakes and finished all the locust flower soup in record speed. Yu Qingqiu washed the basin and ladle in the stream beside the temple and returned them to the firemen. Wei Shui, seeing no hope of getting food, slunk back timidly. Old Shin, seeing her empty hands, said irritably, "Useless thing, can't even beg for some food." Little Shin also looked at her as if she were worthless. Wei Shui cast a timid glance at Xie Luoyan. She had always been kindest to Xie Luoyan, hoping that if Xie Luoyan spoke up for her, the current crisis would be resolved. But Xie Luoyan was nibbling on the flatbread given by the escort, the tattoo on her face as glaring as her eyes, desperate and icy. Xie Luoying let out a cold laugh, pulled Xie Luzhu and Xie Siu close, and said urgently, "Quick, while mother is watching, lick all the flatbreads in the bundle." Xie Luzhu found it disgusting. "Why do we have to lick them? If you don, all these flatbreads will belong to second uncle's family." So Wei Shui turned to see her 3 children grabbing all the flatbreads, licking them inside and out. "Hurry up, keep moving. The weather's not too hot or cold, we need to pick up the pace." The rest was brief. After the escorts finished eating, they called for the march to resume. The general's mansion family remained at the tail of the procession. Xie Suisui saw that her third brother's wrists were red and swollen. She quickly took out some rabbit fur from her space, grabbed a pair of scissors, and with Luo Shengyu Qingqiu and Lu Xiangyi cut them into 3-inch wide strips. They wrapped the strips around Xie Xinghui's three brothers' wrists and ankles, then tied them with cloth. The fur was not only warm, but also durable. Xie Xinglong whispered to Xie Suisui, "My hands and feet feel much better now. Sister, you really know how to do things. So you made the right choice when you brought me home." Not just right, it was a jackpot. As for where the rabbit fur came from, Luo Sheng assumed Xie Suisui had arranged it in advance with someone, probably a master of light kung fu, as they hadn't even seen the person come and go. Xie Xinglong was skeptical, but since his sister didn't want to explain, he didn't ask. First, his sister was always right. Second, if he couldn't figure it out, he'd just refer to the first rule. 50 li outside the city, Xie Suisui and Xie Xinglong finally understood how severe the drought was. The seedlings in the fields hadn't greened up in spring. There had been several heavy snowfalls in winter, and now that the snow had melted, the fields should have been well watered, but the seedlings looked withered and yellow. Many elderly farmers were carrying water from the mountains to the fields one load at a time. Shengjing was located in the north-central part of the Jiuzhou continent, where the main crop was winter wheat. At this time, the wheat should be in the jointing stage, but insufficient irrigation meant another poor harvest was likely. The exiles all shed tears as thick as noodles, knowing this journey would be extremely difficult. After setting off, the procession marched without pause, both escorts and exiles utterly exhausted. The men wore 20 jean kangs and iron shackles, while those without kangs were women and children under 10. Already frail, they had walked over 40 li since dawn and had reached their limit. Many refused to go on, even when lashed with whips. Bo Wei announced, "Hold on for another 10 li and we'll reach Zhuxian town. We'll stay at an inn tonight." They couldn't stop. If they did, no one would be able to move again. Xie Chuanwang's two illegitimate sons, Xie Mingli 14 and Xie Mingde 13, were carrying Xie Chuxing and Xie Chuanwang respectively, almost dead from exhaustion. Especially Xie Chuanwang, a fat, bloated man. Xie Mingde was practically filial to the point of death, his vision darkening and his steps faltering. Xie Mingde gasped, sobbing, "Father, please let the eldest legitimate brother carry you for a while. I can't go on anymore." The moment his willpower gave way, his knees buckled, and he collapsed face first unconscious. Xie Chuanwang was thrown off, his wounds reopening, and he screamed in agony. Xie Mingli's knees also gave way, and he knelt crying, "Grandfather, let someone else carry you. Have pity on your grandson." Old Shin cursed them viciously. "You can't even walk for 2 days. Lazy brats, get up." Xie Mingli and Xie Mingde couldn't get up. Xie Chuanyan and Xie Sinian came to beat them. Xie Mingli awoke from the blows, crying, "Just beat me to death. We're all going to die anyway." Zhang Cheng lashed his whip and yelled, "What's going on? Why is it always your family causing trouble?" Old Shun pointed at Xie Mingli and Xie Mingde, saying, "These two unfilial wretches refuse to walk. I'm just disciplining them." Zhang Cheng, of course, knew the situation. He crouched down to look at Xie Mingli and Xie Mingde. Their eyes were filled with despair, even a deathly stillness. He stood up, pointed at Xie Sinian and Xie Chuanyan, and said, "You two carry them." Xie Sinian said, "Sir, it was agreed that these two illegitimate sons would carry grandfather and father. They weren't even put in kangs." Zhang Cheng unlocked the kangs of Xie Sinian and Xie Chuanyan, saying, "From now on, you two don't need to wear kangs. Carry the people." He pointed at the kangs and said to Xie Mingli and Xie Mingde, "You two wear the kangs and walk." "How about that?" Xie Mingli and Xie Mingde agreed at once. "Fine, we agree." Xie Sinian and Xie Chuanyan both refused. It was agreed they would carry the people. Zhang Cheng sneered, "You two, one a registrar in the Imperial Academy, the other a commander in the Palace Guard, both officials. Have you thrown loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness to the dogs? These are your grandfather and father. As legitimate sons, are you only good at dividing property and not fulfilling filial duties?" Little Shun said, "The eldest young master can't carry people. That kind of rough work is for bastards. But the bastards you speak of are about to die from exhaustion. If they die, you won't have anyone to replace them later." Little Shun blurted out, "Aren't there the 3 brothers from the eldest branch? So now you remember the eldest branch. Didn't you just frame them for treason?" Zhang Cheng didn't care. "No more nonsense. Hurry up and march. Xie Chuanyin carried his father Xie Chuxing, and Xie Sinian carried his father Xie Chuanwang. Only when they lifted them did they realize how heavy these two were. Especially Xie Sinian. When Xie Chuanwang leaned on him, his internal organs ached, and he stumbled. Fortunately, he had some martial arts training and clenched his teeth to endure. The procession paused for a moment, and then continued. The general's mansion family walked at the rear some distance from Xie Chuxing and the others. They knew what was happening ahead, but didn't bother to intervene. Xie Suisui and Xie Xinglong were playing finger-guessing betting on how long Xie Sinian could carry Xie Chuanwang. Xie Suisui won. She bet Xie Sinian would throw Xie Chuanwang down within half an hour. Sure enough, after walking only 3 li, Xie Sinian angrily dumped Xie Chuanwang on the ground and said in exasperation, "Father, you eat so much and never exercise. You're so heavy it's killing me." Xie Chuanwang's wounds split open again, and he felt miserable, unable to cry or speak. Weakly he said, "You bastard, I'm old. It's normal to be a bit fat. No one else is as fat as you. You're so heavy carrying you for 3,000 li like this. It'll kill me. Bastard, you've only carried me for a few li." Xie Chuanyin also stopped, put down Xie Chuxing, and complained, "Father, I'm old too. Carrying you like this, we'll all die sooner or later." Xie Luyin watched coldly silent. In her previous life, she had read many exile and refugee stories. In such large families, once they lost power, internal strife was brutal. Now she was experiencing it in reality, yet her heart was calm. Sooner or later they would all die. Old, wounded, title, lost connections, gone, unable even to protect their descendants, forcing all their children and grandchildren to be tattooed. What was the point of living? As Xie Luyin thought this, her steps became steadier. Old Shin had been leaning on Wei Shui, but today Xie Luyin refused to support her, insisting on taking care of her own younger siblings. Wei Shui beat and scolded Xie Luyin, but even if she were beaten to death, Xie Luyin wouldn't support Old Shin. Old Shin asked Xie Luyin, "Yinner, what should we do about your grandfather and father? The road is still long, and without a carriage we'll never reach the south." Grandmother Yinner doesn't have a good solution either. In Xie Luyin's memory, in those exile stories, people could send carriages, but now that she was experiencing exile herself, she knew. Exiles riding in carriages. Dream on. Xie Sinian and Xie Chuanyin cursed and grumbled, then later called Xie Mingyi, Xie Chuanyin's illegitimate son, to carry Xie Chuxing. Xie Mingyi was only 12, not even as tall as Xie Chuanyin's shoulder. Xie Chuxing's legs dragged on the ground. After walking less than a li, Xie Chuxing's wounds split open, blood streaming down, forming a trail of blood on the ground. The pain made him refuse to let Xie Mingyi carry him anymore. Old Shun said to Dong Shangyi, "The eldest branch has several strong laborers. Please, sir, order them to carry their grandfather and second uncle. They are their closest kin, they can't ignore them." Dong Shangyi laughed heartily. "Xie Chuxing, Old Shun, everything is inflating except your dignity. You framed the general's mansion for treason, got them exiled 3,000 li, and now you want them to be filial." He scolded the Duke of Ninggua's family until they were utterly humiliated, and they dared not mention the general's mansion carrying them again. The exiles stumbled along almost as if they were pulling themselves by their own hair to keep their feet off the ground until they finally endured to Juxian town. At the hour of a carriage and horse came into view, and in an instant everyone collapsed to the ground. The inn was affiliated with the local magistrate situated right beside the postal station. The inn's front doors were never locked, standing wide open day and night for the easy passage of carriages and horses. Stepping into the courtyard, a stone-paved driveway stretched straight through to the rear yard. The compound was divided into a front yard, rear yard, and side quarters. The front yard enclosed a vast open space with a row of thatched sheds built along the courtyard wall, strewn with dry grass for anyone to rest upon at no charge. 3 rows of rooms stood within the courtyard, each doorway draped with woven straw curtains behind, which lay a long communal Kong bed capable of housing 10 to 15 people. Upon the heated brick platform there was nothing but a reed mat and an old fired brick serving as a pillow. Hot water was provided at a rate of 10 cash per person per night. A large wash basin in the center of the courtyard was available for all guests, those sleeping in the thatched sheds and those occupying the private rooms alike. The rear yard housed proper guest rooms with single and double occupancy, offering far more comfortable conditions at 200 cash or more per night. However, prisoners traveling in custody were required to leave their room arrangements to the escorting guards with prices negotiated separately. Those desiring a private room shall pay 15 taels for the night. A shared room costs 10 taels per person, including bedding, hot water, and breakfast. For the communal bunk, the rate is 1 tael per person per night. Bedding and hot water provided, but no breakfast. The escort captain was extorting exorbitant prices, inflating the cost many times over. Exiled convicts were expected to suffer hardship anyway, take it or leave it. Xie Luyin possessed 1,000 taels of silver, of which 980 remained. She had not bathed in 2 days and had trudged more than 70 li on foot. Blisters had formed on her feet, and she could endure it no longer. She was the first to step forward. "Honored officer, I would like a private room." Before she could finish, old Madame Shen spoke up. "Yinner, a single room at 15 taels is terribly wasteful. A shared room is only 20 taels. Let grandmother share one with you. I must wash, my body feels quite sticky. Yinner, mother wishes to wash as well. The egg yolk the villagers threw at me must be scrubbed from my hair. Yinner, open a room for grandfather. Yinner, book a communal bunk so the whole family can stay together." The Jinjiang residents, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention, ended up booking an entire room for 10 taels of silver. Luo Sheng hung a bedsheet as a divider down the middle of the communal bunk, 3 brothers on the left, the women on the right. As soon as they arrived at the inn, Xie Suisui immediately said to Xie Jingxian, "Xian, come claim your reward." Xie Jingxian had walked 10 li on his own without asking Luo Sheng or Yu Qingqiu to carry him. A 5-year-old child, truly so well behaved. She rummaged through her bundle and pulled out a paper wrapping. Inside was a packet of sesame and walnut candy, sweet and fragrant. Perfectly square, exactly 8 pieces. Xie Jingxian let out a joyful little exclamation. "Mother, grandmother, auntie gave me sesame walnut candy." He picked up a piece and offered it to Luo Sheng first. Luo Sheng said, "Give it to your auntie. She's been hiding it for you for so long, though she hasn't even tasted one herself." Xie Jingxian insisted on offering it to Xie Suisui first. Xie Suisui accepted without hesitation, took a bite, and found it sweet, fragrant, and delightfully crisp, indistinguishable from fresh batches just out of the pot. The sesame walnut candy had been custom ordered from Master Zhang's pastry shop in the capital. Boiled maltose syrup blended with sesame seeds, millet, and walnuts, sprinkled with dried fruits such as melon seeds and red dates. Quite delicious. It was not cheap. The general's residents only indulged in such treats during the spring festival. Xie Suisui and Haidang had taken turns ordering 20 batches. From now on, it would be nearly impossible to taste Master Zhang's sesame walnut candy from the capital again. Wrapped warm when freshly made, they had been immediately stored within her spatial pocket, preserving them as though just removed from the stove. Xie Jingxian then distributed 1 piece to every member of the family. "This is auntie's prize for me." Xie Jingxian placed the final piece on his tongue and bit into it slowly. Indeed, rewards earned through one's own efforts tasted the sweetest. Xie Siu, the legitimate son of Xie Chuanyin, was 8 years old this year. Watching Xie Jingxian savor the sesame walnut candy, he licked his lips enviously. Turning to Wei Shui, he said, "Mother, I want to eat sesame candy too." Wei Shui glanced at that family sharing and passing the candy among themselves, her nails digging into her palm. "Those were picked up. It must be spoiled." "Mother, those are Master Zhang's sesame walnut candies. They smell so fragrant." Old Madame Shen also longed for some, but she well knew that the senior branch had gone utterly mad, throwing all propriety to the winds. She said to Xie Siu, "Where, if any, are sold on the street later, grandmother will buy you some." "Grandmother, I want to eat them now." "Eat? Grandmother wants them too. Will they give us any?" In front of the communal bunk room were 2 windows. The beds were brick and mud platforms covered with straw mats. Beneath the platform lay an empty space roughly 5 chi wide. Dong Shangyi came over and helped Xie Xinghui and the others remove their kangs and shackles. According to regulations, the kang may be removed, but the shackles must remain. However, the Jin family is known for their loyalty and righteousness, so I will take the liberty of bending the rules once. Xie Xinghui pressed a 10-tael banknote into Dong Shangyi's palm. Today you're standing up to those elders at the old courtyard. Truly, I am deeply grateful. Dong Shangyi paused momentarily surprised. He had expected thanks for removing their restraints, not for speaking out bravely on their behalf. Seeing the banknote, his countenance softened immediately, and he instead praised the Jin family's generosity and integrity. In return for the favor, Dong Shangyi kindly delivered an extra pot of rice gruel to them. Xie Suisui gathered up Xie Xinglong's black cake and said with a smile, "A deal's a deal. You promised to give me your first bite of anything edible." Xie Xingyun burst into laughter. "Third brother, you're done for. With an appetite that size starving your stomach, won't you lose sleep tonight?" "So what? I'll simply drink 2 extra ladles of water." There were still quite a few cakes and pastries gifted by others. Luo Sheng suggested, "Let's finish these delicacies first. The weather keeps growing hotter, they won't keep long." Xie Suisui grinned. "Mother, we may not be able to stay at inns every day going forward. Opportunities to lodge in a private room like this may be exceedingly rare. Wait for me here." She lifted the straw curtain and stepped outside. "Child, where are you going?" Luo Sheng, uneasy, was about to follow. Xie Xinglong said, "Mother, don't follow." "Why not? They say there's nothing better than dumplings to eat and nothing finer than lying down to rest. Are you not weary? You cheeky boy, your sister has been so good to you." Xie Suisui indeed did not wish to be followed. After stepping out, she circled around to the rear of the inn, and within a quarter of an hour she returned with a large steamer basket clutched in her arms. Though the lid was secured, a rich aroma of roasted meat still seeped through. Xie Xinyin and the others fixed their eyes on the steamer basket with hungry hook-like gazes. Xie Suisui moved quickly, hurrying back to the communal bunk. She set the basket down on the platform and announced, "Mother, this is what we're eating tonight." Lifting the lid revealed 2 whole braised chickens resting atop a bed of steaming buns. Xie Jinxian's mouth watered instantly. "Auntie, what's this?" Seeing his longing expression, they teasingly replied, "It's just a grass nest." "Then why does it smell so wonderful?" Before they could teasing him further, someone was spotted secretly lifting a corner of the straw curtain at the doorway. It was the third branch's Xie Suisui, craning his neck to steal a peek. Xie Xinglong crept over stealthily and abruptly threw open the curtain. Startled, Xie Suisui let out a yelp and scurried away. Xie Suisui twisted off a large chicken leg and handed it to Xie Jinxian. "Axian, this one is yours. Didn't we say elders eat first?" Holding the chicken leg, he offered it to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng tore off a piece of meat himself and said, "Eat it yourself, Axian. Grandmother has already had meat." Xie Jinxian then offered it to Xie Suisui. Xie Suisui smiled warmly. "Axian, stop talking. Eat quickly or someone outside might snatch it away." Luo Sheng urged Suisui, "Hurry and eat." "Very well, we all eat." Xie Suisui pressed a large steamed bun into Xie Xinglong's hands. "I took your black cake, so here's a bun in exchange." The buns were substantial and dense. Over 20 of them paired with 2 braised chickens left everyone thoroughly satisfied. The chickens had been steamed for so long that the bones had grown tender enough to be chewed and swallowed whole. On a forced march into exile, this was nothing short of a divine feast. Everyone devoured the chicken meat, and even the marrow-soaked bones, drinking the rice gruel until not a single drop remained. Bursting with satisfaction, a contented belch escaped, but scarcely had it left their lips when 2 faint scratching sounds came from the doorway. Luo Sheng hastily replaced the steamer lid and extinguished the lamp. Xie Xinglong quietly crept to the doorway. Scritch, the scratching was unusual, neither loud nor rhythmic. Xie Xinglong suddenly smiled. "Mother Suisui, light the lamp." He threw open the door to find a furry creature tumbling and scrambling inside, immediately climbing onto the platform and sniffing about for chicken. It was that very wolf cub that had bitten Xie Xinglong's garment. It had followed them after all. Xie Xinglong said, "Don't give it anything to eat. If it gets addicted, it'll refuse to leave." "Strange, we've walked over 50 li today. How did it keep up?" Luo Sheng squatted to examine the cub. "So this is the one we drove away earlier." Xie Xinglong glanced outside. The mother wolf was nowhere in sight. "The mother is likely lurking in the foothills beyond the inn," Xie Xinhui mused. "We've been walking along the mountain base the whole time. The cub and its mother must have tracked us." The great drought had persisted for 2 years now, causing mountain vegetation to wither and die. Villagers had taken to hunting on the slopes for food, and the mother wolf and her cub may have become separated from the pack. Xie Suisui studied the 2-month-old cub. Its eyes were a clear sapphire blue, pure yet remarkably foolish. Wild animals, wolves especially, would never voluntarily pursue humans. The only explanation is that this little one is, she tapped her own temple, not the sharpest tool in the shed. It was an unusually simple-minded wolf cub, oblivious to the dangers of the mortal world, seeing only food and nothing else. But we can barely sustain ourselves, Yu Qingqiu pointed out. Wolves eat meat. Where would we find meat to give it? Lu Xiangyi put it even more bluntly. Before long someone might decide to eat it instead. And so Xie Xinglong grasped the cub by the scruff of its neck, walked out of the inn, and gazed toward the darkened mid-slope. Go on, find your mother. Stop following us, or I'll stew you. The cub gazed blankly at him for a moment, then turned and trotted away. Wine, all abandon me, I'm offended. Xie Xinglong returned to the communal bunk. Luo Sheng paid the innkeeper an additional half a tael for hot water. Everyone washed their hair. Xie Suisui carefully inspected her feet, had blisters popped and cleaned, and soaked them in warm water. After cleaning up, Yu Qingqiu applied medicine to Xie Xinghui's wounds. Lu Xiangyi tended to Xie Xingyun's, and Luo Shi administered ointment to Xie Xinglong's. Xie Suisui watched her third brother curiously and asked, "Third brother, when did your shoulders get so broad?" Luo Shi's hand paused mid-motion, then she replied calmly, "You silly child. Your third brother has grown up." Xie Xinglong's ears turned crimson. Refusing to let Luo Shi apply medicine any longer, he retreated behind the curtain to tend to himself. In better times, strict separation between men and women was observed. On this exile journey, merely having a place to sleep was cause for gratitude. Luo Sheng hung a curtain down the middle of the sleeping area. 4 men slept on the left and 4 women from the general's manor on the right. No one complained about the squalor. Everyone fell asleep with their heads barely touching the pillows. Soon snores filled the air. Xie Xinghui's 3 brothers and Luo Sheng's seasoned soldiers accustomed to marching and fighting slept lightly. Around midnight, a faint scratching sound at the door bolt woke Xie Xinghui. He rose quietly, and Xie Xingyun awakened immediately, followed by Luo Sheng. Xie Suisui, however, slept so soundly that she knew nothing of what happened in the room. It was only the next morning that Xie Xinglong told her a thief had entered overnight. Did you see who it was? Who else could it be? Xie Xinglong's lips curved in his habitual smirk. Besides the Duke's mansion, who else would it be? It should have been Xie Chuan and Xie Xing and Xie Mingyi and a few others, Xie Xinglong added. As for why they were stealing from them, they were just bullying their own kin. Even if relations were strained, being caught by the general's manor would only result in a beating. If they stole from someone else, they'd be handed over to the authorities, and who knew if they'd survive the punishment. Xie Suisui suddenly had an idea and pulled Xie Xinglong and Luo Sheng over, whispering her plan. Luo Sheng patted her head. You little rascal. Soon after, Xie Xinglong borrowed a small pot from the cooks and bought a few handfuls of rice and 2 century eggs from them. After washing the wild vegetables they had gathered the day before, he began making porridge in the courtyard of the inn. He also purchased a piece of tenderloin from the inn, mincing it finely. Once the water in the pot boiled, he added the minced meat, skimmed off the scum, then chopped the century eggs, added minced ginger and rice, stirring constantly with a large ladle as it simmered. When the rice blossomed and the porridge thickened, he added the wild vegetables and salt. Xie Suisui then drizzled in a few drops of sesame oil. The aroma was indescribable, carried by the wind straight into their nostrils. The already hungry grew hungrier still. Others could endure it, but Xie Chuxing truly could not bear it any longer. His belly was pressed against his spine. With no relatives sending provisions, and Xie Luyan keeping her silver tightly guarded, the former members of the Duke's mansion relied solely on the few thin flatbreads issued daily. It was enough to starve to death. Moments later, Luo Sheng called out, "Third young master, the porridge is ready. Wash the pot and return it to Lord Wang." Xie Xinglong acknowledged, and before everyone's eyes poured the porridge into a nearby earthenware jar, covering it tightly. He then took the pot to the stream to wash it, preparing to return it to Wang Matzi. Luo Sheng had gone inside, and Xie Xinglong was washing the pot. The jar of porridge steamed warmly beside the clay stove. No one was around. What a perfect opportunity. Xie Xingyan, Xie Chuanan, Xie Mingli, Xie Mingda, and others exchanged glances. Since they couldn't steal it, they would simply rob it. Brandishing the demeanor of martial examination top scorers, they sprinted desperately toward the earthenware jar. Xie Xingyan grabbed the jar and ran. He gasped back to old Madame Shen's side, exclaiming excitedly, "We did it!" Xie Chuanan said eagerly, "Quick! Borrow bowls and spoons from the cooks to distribute the porridge." Xie Luyan blinked, looking at her excited third uncle and older brother, and gave an approving glance. On a famine-stricken road, what need was there for etiquette? Whoever seized it was the owner. Survival was the only law. She hadn't eaten century egg and pork porridge in what felt like forever. The fragrance was enough to stir unforgettable longing. The people of the Ning Duke's mansion gathered together and spent 1 tael of silver to borrow 20 bowls and a ladle from Wang Matzi. They agreed to let Xie Luyan, Xie Chuxing, and old Madame Shen eat first, since it was Xie Luyan's money that had secured the bowls and chopsticks. The rest would receive their portions in order, from elders to juniors, from legitimate to concubine-born children. No one objected. As they began to serve, Xie Xingyan, with trembling excitement, lifted the lid of the earthenware jar. A fermented, utterly putrid stench shot straight to his skull. This was no porridge. It was a jar brimming with feces. The prisoners in the yard had been filled with envy and resentment. They were nearly starving to death while the general's manor folks were spending silver to make such a large pot of porridge, and it smelled so delicious. But the moment it was ready, old Madame Shen's bunch stole it away. Some shook their heads, others gushed with schadenfreude. Even though they couldn't eat it themselves, seeing the general's manor toil all morning only to lose their meal brought a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Yet when that fragrant pot of porridge turned into that unspeakable substance in the earthenware jar, everyone burst into laughter. Xie Xinglong was washing the pot by the stream, his peripheral glances occasionally flicking toward old Madame Shen's group. Initially, they had been setting up a ceremony to eat the porridge. He had worried his sister hadn't actually swapped it. But seeing them scrambling faster than ever, he couldn't help but laugh outright. Especially when Xie Xingyan realized it was excrement, his anger and shame boiling over, he instinctively kicked the jar, sending it flying. The innkeeper objected fiercely, insisting they clean the large area they had soiled. At this, Xie Xinglong laughed most unreservedly. Though Xie Xingyan's martial arts were not as proficient as his, he was still a military officer of the Dianxianxi. That single kick sent the jar rolling a considerable distance, meaning the area to be scrubbed was quite extensive. Just moments ago, when his sister had explained the scheme to him and their mother, they had been half-doubting, fearing the fine porridge would go to waste in the old thief's hands. His sister had said, "Brother, trust me. I've practiced martial arts with you since childhood, swapping earthenware jars, and such simple sleight of hand. I'm quite adept at it." Having finished washing the pot, he carried it to Wang Matzi, then returned to the clay stove, where an earthenware jar steaming with lean meat porridge stood conspicuously. He hauled the jar over and shouted, "Mealtime!" Opening the lid, an enticing aroma wafted everywhere. Wang Matzi and Dong Shangyi came closer, smiling as they asked, "Is this the rice porridge made earlier? Madam General's skills are truly impressive." Luo Sheng replied, "My daughter taught me." While speaking, she deftly served the porridge. Xie Xinghui, Xie Xingyun, and Xie Xinglong quickly grabbed bowls and began shoveling it into their mouths. Xie Suisui also held a bowl and took a hearty slurp. The others from the general's manor followed suit, lifting their bowls to eat. Dong Shangyi said, "Madam Xie, this porridge smells exceptionally fragrant. Could you spare a bowl for me? In the future, when you cook again, the stove and pots will be free for your use. Just share some porridge with us." Luo Sheng checked the remaining porridge. Only 2 bowls left, and served one each to him, and Wang Matzi smiling as she said, "With so many prisoners, how could we possibly let them use our pots and stoves freely? Any payment due will be settled later." Duh. Free is always the most expensive. Now borrowing the pots and stove only cost 100 cash. If it were free, wouldn't these folks gobble up most of it every time? Xie Suisui watched Wang Matzi and Dong Shangyi with a smile, silently praising her mother. Xie Xinghui also remarked, "Rules must not be broken. How could we act special?" Dong Shangyi and Wang Matzi held their bowls of porridge, drinking with broad grins. Since the 2 men were present, Xie Suisui dared not take out the hot buns from her spatial storage. Instead, she placed the flatbreads given by relatives and friends days earlier on heated bricks, toasting them until crisp and fragrant. The whole family would subsist on those hard flatbreads. Dong Shangyi glanced at those flatbreads, though dry. When toasted on hot stones, they turned golden brown and crispy, looking appetizing. He didn't hesitate, reaching out to take one. Wang Matzi immediately followed suit, grabbing another. Crisp and flavorful, yes, but slightly sour. As everyone ate and prepared to continue their journey, they saw Xie Luyan approaching. "And you were deliberately doing that, right?" Her eyes held a sharp glint as she said bluntly, "You intentionally lured my brother to steal the porridge, then secretly hid a jar of filth for him to carry away." Luo Sheng didn't beat around the bush. "Yes. Does it matter? It doesn't bother us that you won't acknowledge we're family," Xie Luyan said angrily. "But is it fun for you to deceive us like this?" Hearing such accusations, Xie Suisui nearly died of laughter. She stood up, blocking Luo Sheng, and said, "Xie Luyan, last night, they came to steal our bundles, and today they came to rob the porridge we painstakingly cooked. Shouldn't we fight back?" "True." Xie Luyan didn't deny it. "I came to find Aunt, not to reprimand you, but to propose cooperation." "What? It wasn't grandfather or grandmother who sent me. I came of my own accord to seek cooperation," Xie Luyan said. "The exile journey is 3,000 li, a death sentence where only 1 in 10 might survive. I want to cooperate with you to live." The people of the general's manor looked at her as if she were mad. "I'll trade information with you. In exchange for your protection of my life and daily rations, I offer prophecies of life and death." Xie Luyan said, "Your reputation precedes you. Many connections along the route are waiting to relieve you. Thus you are not short of food. Under normal circumstances, you will surely survive to the destination. But everything has its variables. Why should we trust you? I have my own channels. I am famed alongside Miss Qi as one of the 2 beauties of the capital. Naturally, we possess unique abilities. Since you have such abilities, you should trade with Captain Bo and Lord Dong instead." "I only wish to trade with you." "Then I'm afraid we must disappoint you. We have no desire to entangle ourselves with you." "You can reconsider," Xie Luyan said with certainty. "I know you don't believe me, though I will prove it to you. For today's porridge, could you spare me a bowl?" "No. Let me trade a pastry recipe for a bowl of century egg and pork porridge, shall we? You know I opened Mickey Bakery in the capital. Each shop earns a fortune. A single recipe for a bowl of porridge." "No, a single recipe in exchange for 3 days of full meals," Xie Luyan replied. "This is during an exile, otherwise I would not trade a hen that lays golden eggs for 3 meals. On an exile journey, your recipe is worthless. Giving you a bowl of porridge is charity. You are one of the rare, shrewdest young ladies in the capital. If you didn't consider it worthless at present, you wouldn't trade with us. You'd sell it directly to the escorts." Xie Luyan and Xie Xinglong exchanged glances several times. Finally, she said, "Very well. 1 recipe for a bowl of porridge. Deal." "Hold on, Xie Luyan," Xie Suisui interjected. "Before you give us the recipe, we must establish a contract. If the recipe has any issues, you will pay with your life." "Agreed," Xie Luyan thought. "After this 3,000 li exile, we'll see if you're even alive to collect." She asked the innkeeper for a sheet of paper, borrowed their ink and brush, and wrote out a recipe for steamed cake. This was indeed a classic product of her shop. The cake was soft and sweet, widely popular. After finishing writing, she handed it to Xie Suisui, who examined the entire recipe and said, "Not detailed enough." Xie Luyan added some more details. "Is this sufficient now?" "Wait," Xie Suisui called Dong Shangyi over. "Lord Dong, this is the pastry recipe Xie Luyan provided. Why not have Lord Wang make several pots daily according to this recipe and sell them at the markets we pass through? You could earn some money for your retirement." Dong Shangyi was about to protest that one cannot make cakes without eggs and milk, but Xie Suisui winked at him. Instantly understanding, Dong Shangyi said readily, "Then I'll immediately have Wang Matzi make a batch before we depart." Xie Suisui pretended to hand the recipe to Dong Shangyi. Seeing Xie Suisui handing the recipe to Dong Shangyi, Xie Luyan immediately said, "Give me the recipe. I'll write down the precise heat control for you. Supplies are precious, but it's best to succeed in one attempt." Damn, Xie Suisui, so cunning. Xie Suisui thought, "Oh really? You think you're clever?" The prescription she originally provided was missing an important ingredient, and the steps were deliberately reversed. Even if the general manor obtained the prescription, they would never be able to make the sweet and soft cake. But Xie Suisui intended to cooperate with Wang Matzi. If she discovered the prescription was false, she would have no easy time on the road to exile. Xie Luyin was about to revise it when, splat, a large drop of ink fell, completely ruining the original prescription. Xie Luyin shook her head slightly. I will rewrite it. Xie Suisui, you did that on purpose. This time, Xie Luyin wrote quickly. Xie Suisui clearly felt it was different from before, but she said nothing. The sharp-eyed people from the general manor had all seen it, yet kept silent. Once finished, Xie Luyin blew on the ink to dry it and handed the prescription to Xie Suisui. Xie Suisui scanned it at a glance and flew into a rage. Xie Luyin, the two prescriptions you wrote are completely different. Who do you think you're fooling? We won't exchange anymore. Heart full of guilt, Xie Luyin retorted, it's just that the order was adjusted slightly. Not only is the order wrong, but even the ingredients and measurements are completely different. Xie Suisui turned to Luo Sheng in anger. Mother, I sense something is wrong. This terrible prescription won't even make a cake. Someone could die eating it. Let's not exchange. Luo Sheng immediately nodded, tossed the paper back to Xie Luyin, and said with disgust, why are you weaving so many schemes? Take your prescription and leave. We won't exchange. A flush of shame and anger washed over Xie Luyin's face. Enraged, she snapped, such a fine prescription. There is only one person in the entire continent who knows it. Who are you trying to fool? Qi Yuro already gave the prescription to Yu Tang. Yu Tang owed me money and used the prescription to pay his debt. Qi Yuro gave the prescription to Yu Tang. Of course, and you didn't know. Qi Yuro is Yu Tang's fiancé, so naturally she would give him every advantage. But Qi Yuro has no idea the prescription was transferred to me. Xie Luyin pressed her lips together. Only now did she fully understand. She was good at doing business and making money. Qi Yuro must have been jealous of her for a long time. The manor wanted her to marry the fifth prince. Qi Yuro, supposed to be her closest confidant, actually did not want her to fare well, so she coaxed her into becoming engaged to Qi Ziyu. What is human nature? It is to resent those who have, laugh at those who don't, despise the poor, and fear the wealthy. The seed of suspicion took root and quickly grew into a towering tree. All warmth had vanished from Xie Luyin's sinister face. Since her prescription had already circulated, she now had only one path left: the dangerous prophecy. However, several of her cousins were too cunning to be fooled. Today's porridge would come to nothing. In a fury, she tore the prescription into pieces in 3 swift motions and stormed away. Watching her leave, Xie Suisui silently chanted, "Retrieve," and the torn prescription returned to her spatial realm. Xie Suisui did not know whether Qi Yuro had given the prescription to Yu Tang, but Yu Tang had indeed not used it to settle his debt. Furthermore, this torn prescription was undoubtedly the genuine article. Torn pieces were no problem. She would simply piece them together. Capital City. Rolling, the icy beauty in a wheelchair arrived at the mansion of Minister Shun, whose entire family had been wiped out, and inspected it piece by piece. There are unburned fumigation tubes, traces, and odor of tung oil. First narcotized, then oil was poured, and finally fire was set. This is murder, not an ordinary accidental fire. The footprints are shallow. The attacker possessed some martial skill. At least 10 suspects. No trace of wall climbing, no sign of forced entry. There must have been an inside accomplice. Jiang Wuyang closed his eyes, pulling each clue apart and beginning to replay the case in his mind. He asked Ning Qi to push him away and imagine himself as the killer. The killer entered the door, someone opened it, they searched for the main courtyard, poked holes in the windows and doors, blew the fumigating smoke into the rooms, locked the doors, poured tung oil, and struck a fire starter. A towering flame erupted. The killers calmly confirmed every room was ablaze, then scaled the wall and scattered to flee. He immersed himself in the killer's perspective, and with Ning Qi's assistance, they slowly reconstructed the crime scene. The coroners from the Six Gates Division reported that the killers fled from the rear after setting the fire, since clear footprints had been found there. Jiang Wuyang shook his head. No, they fled through the front gate. They had entered through the front gate, and then retraced their steps to escape. Why? But there are no signs of struggle at the front gate, the coroner said, puzzled. The housekeeper and gatekeeper were usually men, yet 2 female corpses were found in the guardroom. That is because there was an inside accomplice in the manor. Jiang Wuyang carefully examined the 2 female corpses. Beside the bones of one corpse lay a half-burned silk pouch containing a heart-shaped stone. Carved into the stone was a single character, Xiao smile. Does Minister Shen's residence have a woman named Xiao? The coroner checked the household registers and quickly replied, reporting to Lord Jiang Minister Shun has a concubine-born daughter named Shen Yanxiao. She is said to be stunningly beautiful and is currently Yu Tang's noble concubine, though she has not yet been formally brought into his residence. Search Shen Yanxiao's maiden chambers for her remains. Additionally, immediately post notices. Anyone who comes forward with solid evidence shall be rewarded. In truth, Zhang Wuyang had already deduced nearly everything about the killer and the case. But he needed every piece of evidence corroborated. The notice had hardly been up for half a day when someone appeared at the doorway sneaking suspicious glances. Ning Qi quietly reported to Zhang Wuyang. Zhang Wuyang instructed, bring him in quietly. Make sure no one else sees. Soon the man was brought forward. The moment he saw Zhang Wuyang, he dropped to his knees and cried, Lord Zhang, everyone in the Shun household must have been murdered by Miss Qi. The servant was the coachman for Shun Wenlin. He said that before the incident both Master and Mistress Shun had gone to see Miss Qi, and everyone left in ill humor. Master said Miss Qi was too vicious embezzling the young Mrs. property. On the night of the incident, I had a fever, vomiting, and diarrhea. I got up to use the privy and saw fourth Miss and her maid standing at the gate waiting for someone. Later a cuckoo call came from outside. Fourth Miss opened the door and 10 men in black entered. Shen Yanxiao had opened the door and the men in black entered carrying buckets. The servant's head was swimming and his stomach ached. He was straining in the privy when he heard the mansion catch fire. He pulled up his trousers and went to alert the housekeeper, but the flames were too fierce and he could not put them out. He called for help, but no one answered. Zhang Wuyang seized upon a detail. You called out, yet no one came. That's right. I don't know what happened. Not a single response came. I was terrified and dared not shout loudly, afraid the thieves would kill me. Zhang Wuyang questioned the servant repeatedly about many details. Overcome with fear, some things he could recall clearly while others were completely unclear. Zhang Wuyang closed his eyes, his fingers gently rubbing together. He occasionally asked the servant a question, gradually calming him until the servant remembered a detail. By the way, Lord Jiang, I believe I heard fourth Miss address that thief as Master Yu. I wonder if this information is useful. Zhang Wuyang nodded. Try to recall more carefully. Take your time. He asked Ning Qi to bring the servant a cup of hot tea, and 2 plates of pastries were also served. The servant had been hiding in fear for 2 or 3 days and was ravenous. He devoured both plates of pastries in one sitting, which helped him recall many more details, such as Shen Yanxiao asking the man, "Are you here to take me away?" and the man asking, "Where is the treasury?" Zhang Wuyang gave the servant 10 taels of silver and instructed him not to come out for now, to return to his hometown first. Zhang Wuyang would prepare a new household register for him. The servant thanked him profusely and departed. Combined with the evidence already in hand, Zhang Wuyang was certain the killer was Yu Tang and the inside accomplice was Shen Yanxiao. Yu Tang had deceived Shen Yanxiao, claiming he loved her most and would marry her and take her away. Thus, Shen Yanxiao not only opened the door for him, but also administered enough sedative in the evening meal to knock the entire household unconscious. Sedative residue had been extracted from the partially burned stomachs of the victims, confirming this. The servant had escaped death because he was ill and did not eat the evening meal. Alas, Shen Yanxiao had overestimated her own charm. The first sword strike Yu Tang dealt upon entering was to slash open the door, killing Shen Yanxiao instantly. She and her maid never even made it out of the gatehouse before meeting their end. But based on fragments of the servant's testimony, Yu Tang may have been instigated by Qi Yuro to commit the murders. As long as Yu Tang was caught, Qi Yuro would not escape. Zhang Wuyang returned to the Six Gates Division and placed all evidence and records regarding the massacre of the Shen family on his desk, organizing them one by one. A watching guard from the Six Gates Division approached. "My lord, someone left a letter at the doorway." Ning Qi caught it and saw the envelope marked, "For Lord Zhang's eyes only." Zhang Wuyang asked, "Did you see what the messenger looked like?" "A man wearing a bamboo hat." "I did not catch his face. Judging by his posture, he is somewhat older and possesses some martial skill." Zhang Wuyang opened the letter. Inside was a single sentence, 60 li north of the capital at Chongshan Guazhou Cave in Songji Town, Yutang, is privately hoarding state granary grain. With nearly transparent fingers, he pinched the letter and scrutinized the words carefully. This was a tip from an insider. Ning Qi, bring more men. Arrest Yutang immediately. Just as he was about to draft the arrest warrant for Yutang, before anyone had left the door, another report came. Lord Jiangqi, he from the fourth prince's retinue has arrived. Let him in. He entered and saw Jiang Wuyang seated before his desk, sunlight streaming through the window onto his profile, casting an ethereal pallor. He dared not even speak loudly lest he disturb this celestial being descended to the mortal realm. He respectfully lowered his voice and said, His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince learned that Lord Jiang is investigating the Shun family massacre and dispatched this subordinate to deliver a piece of information, hoping it will assist in solving the case. Ning Qi took the memorial from Qi He's hands and handed it to Jiang Wuyang. The memorial contained two leads. First Master Yao had met with Qi several months prior, speaking of Yutang's grand fortune and signs of a future ruler over all under heaven. Second, before the assassination of Vice Minister Shun's household, Shun Wenlin and Madame Shun had specially received the Lady Qi. Following this, the Lady Qi sent a letter to the Xingyangbo mansion, while Third Master Yu traveled 60 li to a valley in Mount Chong, after which the arson was discovered. The intelligence from the fourth prince, the anonymous letter of accusation, and what Jiang Wuyang had gathered all corroborated each other. Yutang was the murderer who set fire to kill Vice Minister Shun's entire household, and he was plotting rebellion. Jiang Wuyang made a decisive decision and issued a warrant for Yutang's arrest. The Six Gates constables mobilized immediately. One team searched the mountain valley where Yutang was hiding, another converged on the Xingyangbo estate, and a third kept close watch on the Chancellor's residence. The fourth prince reported to the Emperor requesting to assist the Six Gates in apprehending the traitor, and Emperor Guangzong immediately granted approval without hesitation. Currently in the imperial study helping to process memorials, the fourth prince handles such matters entirely on his own authority. He dispatched his trusted men from the palace escort division and raided the cave, catching them in the act. Yutang would never have imagined in his final moments that as a reincarnator with multiple contingency plans, his first safe house, where he had just amassed 30,000 pickles of grain and provisions, had been discovered and seized by the combined forces of the Six Gates and the Palace Escort Division before he could even secure it. Moreover, the grain sacks were emptied on the spot and turned inside out, revealing the distinctive markings of imperial granaries on their packaging. The 30,000 pickles of grain were immediately confirmed as stolen from the national treasury. The grain was transported in a grand procession back to Yongfeng storage. The Yongfeng storage supervisor reported, a total of 150,000 pickles have been stolen. This amounts to less than a fraction of the total. There must be additional hidden caches elsewhere. The Six Gates needed to capture Yutang first before continuing their investigation. Yutang's few hundred men stood no chance against the combined forces of the Palace Escort Division and Six Gates constables. The fierce battle claimed all 200-plus followers before they could make any significant impact. Seeing the dire situation, Yutang immediately fled with his closest associates through the rear mountain. Although they failed to capture Yutang in the Xingyangbo mansion and Mount Chong area, they succeeded in apprehending several of his men. Terrified out of their wits, the prisoners repeatedly insisted, "We did indeed stockpile grain at Brother Yu's orders, but we had no intention of rebelling." With all the suspects detained and thrown into prison and the grain completely confiscated, the Six Gates issued a maritime warrant and placed a bounty on the rebel Yutang's head. At Zhuxian Town's carriage and horse and the half-dead convicts set out again. Only 40-something had managed to sleep on the large communal bed the previous night, while most spent their time under thatched sheds, leaving many suffering from colds and coughing fits. After leaving the inn, the convicts wound their way along the dirt path at the mountain's base. As Xie Xinglong walked, he stumbled over something. A fluffy little creature nearly got stepped on. It was that same wolf pup again. Lu Xiangyi blurted out without thinking, "That wolf pup is female, isn't it?" Xie Suisui could not help but burst into loud laughter. Even Dong Xiangyi was laughing hard. Xie Xinglong kicked the wolf pup away and growled at it. "Keep following us, and I'll roast and eat you." The wolf pup behaved unusually, tugging at his pant leg with whimpers. Xie Suisui said, "I still have a journey to complete. No time to play with you." Xie Suisui had long been unable to contain himself, desperately wanting to keep the wolf pup. "Third uncle, let's raise it. It has followed us for dozens of li already." The wolf pup whined and looked at Xie Suisui, biting his pant leg, then ran a bit further outward. Xie Suisui said, "It seems to want something." Luo Shi replied, "There is nothing we can do. It has something to ask, but we cannot leave." They were convicts bound by cangs and shackles. Which pair of eyes could possibly see them escaping? Xie Suisui's eyes filled with tears. "Third uncle, something must have happened to the little wolf's mother." Seeing the pup's distress, Xie Suisui considered this possibility. But even if the mother wolf was in trouble, they could not abandon their posts. The distressed pup whined and circled, tripping over Xie Suisui's feet and refusing to move on. Either stamp it to death or accompany it to investigate. The pup whined plaintively, as if saying, "My mother is dying. Please help me. If she passes, I will not survive either." Facing the fierce-looking Xie Suisui, the wolf pup suddenly flipped onto its back, exposing all four paws, its sapphire-like eyes pleading, "I submit to you. Will you save her? Third uncle, let us go take a look. Perhaps we can catch some game." Xie Suisui was fond of the little wolf. Dong Shangyi watched the wolf pup continually trip at their feet and had originally intended to draw his waist saber to end it, but when Xie Suisui burst into tears, he stopped. Xie Suisui spoke up, "Lord Dong, please temporarily remove my third brother's king. We will accompany the wolf. We promise we will not flee." Dong Shangyi said, "Then I shall accompany you." He and Bo Wei were both subordinates of Vice Minister of War Su Huaixin, who had personally instructed them before departure to assist the general's mansion without fail. He gave Bo Wei a heads-up, helped unlock Xie Suisui's king, and the wolf pup immediately led the way, occasionally stumbling and rolling on the ground, as its short legs could not keep up. While others managed fine, Xie Suisui objected loudly, "Why does he get his king removed and can run up the mountain to hunt?" Zhang Cheng struck him with a whip. "Why? Because General Xie defends our homeland and protects the country. If you wish to go, tell your father to fight the enemy." Dong Shangyi, Xie Suisui, and Xie Suisui followed the wolf pup into the mountains. After walking for quite some time, Dong Shangyi began to regret his decision. He should not have been so kind. Having trekked so far, the journey back would exhaust them to death. The path the wolf pup took was extremely rough. Being small, it darted through everywhere, but humans could not navigate it as easily. Xie Suisui and Xie Suisui were scratched in several places by the thickets. The wolf would run for a while, then pause and wait for them, watching as they caught up before continuing forward. They followed until reaching a dense thicket of wild Chinese orientalis, where the wolf stopped and watched them. Xie Suisui followed closely behind as the wolf pushed further into the bushes, and then they spotted the mother wolf lying on the ground. The mother wolf bore severe arrow wounds and was barely clinging to life. Her once ferocious eyes had grown cloudy and unfocused, her body too weak to lift from the earth. The wolf pup circled twice around her, looking up at Xie Suisui with a low woo-woo sound like a heartbroken child. Xie Suisui approached the mother wolf slowly. Though unable to move, she still bared her teeth and growled through her lips in a feeble attempt at intimidation. The sound lacked any real ferocity. It was fragile and desperate, like the final gasp of a dying breath, as if entrusting her pup to Xie Suisui's care. The wolf pup looked at her anxiously, whining imploringly, "Please save my mother." Xie Suisui broke into a cold sweat. She did not know how to treat a wolf, and she was still a convict. Just as she was pondering what to do, the mother wolf uttered a few low whines. The wolf pup ran to a spot nearby and crouched in the grass beneath the shrubs, pawing frantically at the ground. Dong Shangyi suddenly cried out in alarm, "Ginseng!" Right where the wolf pup had been pawing amid the weeds, there was a ginseng seedling with 4 palmate compound leaves, meaning this specimen must be over 50 years old. Dong Shangyi was overwhelmed with excitement. This wolf pup is remarkably spirited. It is trading the ginseng to save its mother. He had originally considered killing the mother wolf and carrying it away for food, but decided against it. All living things possess spirit, and this little wolf was so filial. He took out a box of wound medicine from his robe and handed it to Xie Suisui. "Apply some of this to the mother wolf. It is our reward for the little one's filial piety." While Dong Shangyi was engrossed in digging up the ginseng, Xie Suisui quickly retrieved some proprietary Chinese medicines from her spatial storage. Xie Xinglong exerted himself to pull the arrowhead from the mother wolf's body. She shuddered, and the wolf pup let out a low, mournful whine. Xie Suisui took the water flask from her waist and cleaned the wound using a cleansing solution before applying a thick layer of wound medicine. She spoke to the mother wolf. "I am giving you internal medicine now. I do not know if it will cure you, but if you bite me, my third brother will punch you to death." The mother wolf struggled to lift her head. Xie Suisui placed a pill in her mouth and poured water from the flask into a clay bowl. She wanted to drink, but lacked the strength to keep her head raised. "I will help you swallow it." Facing an adult wolf, admitting fear would be dishonest. Even in her current weakened state, the creature still carried an intimidating presence. Xie Xinglong assisted Xie Suisui while shielding Dong Shangyi's view. She poured water into the mother wolf's mouth, and she painfully swallowed both the medicine and water, her head falling limply back to the ground. Xie Suisui wrapped the wound with several pieces of cloth to protect it. Having administered the medicine, she could only hope for a miracle. The wolf's wounds showed no improvement, but her spirit and strength seemed to have recovered somewhat as she struggled to her feet, swaying unsteadily. Xie Suisui wrapped 3 more pills in a handkerchief and placed them beside the mother wolf. "These are for you. Can you take them yourself later?" The mother wolf let out a low growl and bit at the handkerchief with her mouth. Xie Suisui then produced a rabbit, originally purchased by Xie Xinglong, from her spatial storage and handed it to the wolf pup. The wolf pup carried the rabbit in its mouth and followed behind its mother. Together, the mother and child tottered away into the deep mountains. With injuries that severe, the mother wolf would likely not heal on her own. But there was nothing more she could do. She was merely a convict. If not for Xie Jinxian's cries and tantrums, none of them would have been allowed up the mountain. However, with that 50-year-old ginseng, the people at the general's mansion would have a much easier time of it going forward. This was also the fate that connected them to the wolf pup. After the mother wolf and her pup had gone, she sighed and hurried to inspect the ginseng. This was her first time witnessing someone dig up ginseng. Dong Shangyi was using his waist saber with great swings to excavate, while Xie Xinglong helped clear away the soil with tree branches. To speed up the extraction, Dong Shangyi also removed Xie Xinglong's ankle shackles and asked for his assistance. Xie Suisui was not idle. Nearby grew a mulberry tree laden with dark red and black berries that looked quite tempting. Gazing at the mulberries, and to avoid drawing attention, she pretended to climb the tree. Silently chanting "gather," the entire crop of mulberries vanished into her spatial storage. Suddenly, she cried out in alarm. No good, a hunter is pursuing the mother wolf and her pup. Xie Suisui became anxious. She had barely managed to save the mother and child, and feared they might fall victim to the hunter's cruelty. Her heart racing, she climbed to a higher vantage point and parted the leaves of the tree canopy to get a clearer view. She spotted a man carrying a bow and arrow chasing after the mother wolf and her pup in the direction they had fled. 3 more men followed behind him. Xie Sui's eyes widened in shock when she recognized the figure in the middle. It was him. "Third brother, get up the tree quickly." Xie Xinglong heard her anxiety and immediately ran to the mulberry tree, asking, "Sister, what's wrong?" "Brother, I saw Yu Tang." "What? Yu Tang is over there." Xie Xinglong didn't understand what she meant. Just then his shackles were unlocked, and he used his lightness skill to climb onto a tall cork oak next to the mulberry tree. "Third brother, look over there." Following her finger, Xie Xinglong indeed saw 4 people. The one in front carried a bow and arrow while pursuing, while the 3 behind moved more leisurely, glancing around. Xie Xinglong had good eyesight and said, "It is indeed Yu Tang." Also, the 2 by his side are both his close confidants. Even from 10 miles away, Xie Suisui could recognize him by his figure alone. Those 2 beside him, Yin Tao and Li Xinghe, were his right-hand men in his past life. She knew them well, for they had fought side by side countless times together. Neither of these 2 came from the noble families of the capital. Yin Tao was from Xiangyang, while Li Xinghe traced his ancestry to the northern capital, and among them Yin Tao had been the first to swear allegiance to her. From Xie Suisui's recollection, in her previous life, they had only joined her and Yu Tang after the Northern Flame Army had advanced upon them. Now seeing them align with Yu Tang so early on, it seemed that after his rebirth Yu Tang had promptly sought out those capable and battle-hardened brothers from his past life. Xie Xinglong and Xie Suisui, having been exiled, were completely unaware of what had transpired in the capital lately. She couldn't fathom why Yu Tang and his close confidants had ended up here. However, Yu Tang dared not openly recruit soldiers and gather horses at this moment. He must be secretly stockpiling grain and various supplies in preparation for the uprising scheduled in a few months. Third brother, can you take me over to have a look? He was hoarding grain for an uprising. Then she would go and raid his granaries. The two descended from the tree and told Dong Shangyi they would return precisely in 2/4 hours. Dong Shangyi was bent over digging for ginseng when he warned them, "You mustn't try to escape. I'm risking my neck to help you, so don't put me in danger." Xie Xinglong replied, "The general's mansion keeps its promises. I'll be back within 2/4 hours. Then go quickly and return promptly." Xie Xinglong hoisted Xie Suisui onto his back and sprinted toward where Yu Tang and the others stood. The vertical distance to where Yu Tang stood wasn't great, but a large pond, or perhaps a water-filled valley, lay between them. Xie Xinglong would need some time to detour around it. "Brother, does your wound still hurt?" "It's fine." Xie Xinglong carried her across the canopy, running directly from treetop to treetop so they wouldn't lose their direction. After a 1/4 hour, they reached the spot where Yu Tang and his group had been standing, but Yu Tang and the others had already ventured deeper into the mountains in pursuit of wolves. Xie Xinglong spotted a cave opening in the cliff face. Several guards patrolled the cave entrance, clearly not ordinary villagers from the area. Xie Suisui whispered to Xie Xinglong, "Brother, this must be Yu Tang's storage facility." Xie Xinglong remained silent, crouching low, then suddenly flung a stone toward the left front of the cave. Xie Suisui followed the same tactic. Within 15 zhang, she could hurl stones at will. Thud, 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 thud. The soldiers shouted, "Someone's there." For more men emerged from the cave, weapons drawn, rushing to investigate to the left front. The others pursuing the mother wolf in the distance heard the commotion and stopped in their tracks. Xie Suisui and Xie Xinglong seized the opportunity to slip into the cave. The two guards at the entrance felt a gust of wind pass by and saw a flash before their eyes. They quickly peered into the cave. The Xie siblings, who had seen nothing at all, were already inside the cave. The cave was sparsely furnished with little grain and few other supplies. It looked like a newly established base. "How unlucky. You paupers." Xie Suisui wanted to set it ablaze. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly spotted a crumpled warrant on a stone table. Yu Tang, a native of the Xinyang Earl's residence in Shengjing City. This person has gathered bandits, murdered 46 members of Vice Minister Shun's household, and stolen over 30,000 taels of silver. Anyone who captures him and reports to the prefecture will receive a reward of 3,000 taels. Those who harbor knowledge without reporting will face the same punishment as the offender. Dated the 13th year of Guangzong, 3rd month. The arrest warrant also featured Yu Tang's portrait. Xie Suisui and Xie Xinglong were taken aback. Yu Tang had actually been placed under arrest. A wave of satisfaction washed over Xie Suisui. Had Xie Xinghui's scheme through that censor proven effective? Or had Xie Xinglong's denunciation letter delivered to the Grand Princess's mansion borne fruit? Perhaps the trap Shibo had laid had finally sprung. Although they hadn't seized any supplies, this information was invaluable. Xie Suisui whispered to Xie Xinglong and made a gesture. "Let's go." Seeing the cave guards and those pursuing the wolf mother and cub return, Xie Xinglong and Xie Suisui repeated their tactic, hurling a barrage of stones toward the left front. The men rushed off to catch the thieves, and the siblings made a quick escape. Their diversion should have given the wolf cub and its mother a chance to evade Yu Tang's pursuers. Using their lightness skill, they returned to Dong Shangyi's side precisely within the 2/4 hour limit. Dong Shangyi had almost unearthed the ginseng hole. Looking at the siblings' empty hands, he asked, "Where have you two been?" "Lord Dong, have you finished digging up the ginseng?" "It's done. Unfortunately, time was too tight, and some of the root hairs weren't fully cleaned. It's already quite complete." Xie Suisui gathered mulberries in a large leaf along with several hawthorn fruits that looked painfully sour, and said, "I found some fruit." Dong Shangyi showed little interest in the small amount of fruit, saying, "We should hurry down the mountain." This ginseng was discovered by all three of us, so we'll split the proceeds equally when we sell it. This 50-year-old ginseng should fetch around 100 taels of silver. Xie Xinglong glanced at Xie Suisui. Xie Suisui had plenty of ginseng in her spatial storage, but why refuse it? Lord Dong, there's no need to split it equally. My 3 elder brothers are all injured, so just give me a few bottles of wound medicine instead. The finest wound medicine outside only sold for 2 taels of silver, while ordinary preparations cost 100 coins. However, on a forced march, medicine was far too precious. On their way down the mountain, neither Xie Xinglong nor Xie Suisui mentioned their discovery of Yutang in the cave. Passing a puddle, Xie Suisui noticed the water was crystal clear with a small stream continuously trickling down from above. She used washing her face as an excuse to fill her spatial basin with water. She wasn't certain if the spring water was potable, but it would surely be suitable for washing her face and feet. She couldn't see any fish in the water, nor any turtles or similar creatures. Reluctant to leave empty-handed, she wandered along the water's edge and discovered a small patch of water chestnuts. They must have been harvested by others previously. Carefully, she retrieved an old shovel from her spatial storage and began digging, handing the task to Xie Xinglong to hold. Though puzzled about where the shovel had come from, Xie Xinglong said nothing and helped dig. The mountain had likely been combed over countless times by local residents. After covering their hands in black mud, they finally unearthed about 30 water chestnuts. Dong Shangyi remarked, "We've wasted too much time. Let's hurry along." In their haste going up, they hadn't paid attention, but on the way down they noticed the mountain path had been worn smooth and polished by the footsteps of common folk. On the mountain, there were scarcely any fruits, let alone wild vegetables. Thanks to the little wolf, otherwise with commoners combing through the hillside like raking hair, it would have been impossible to locate a spiritual herb like ginseng in such a short time. After descending the mountain, the 3 of them hurried for half an hour before catching up with the exile party. Dong Shangyi quickly reattached Xie Xinglong's shackles and Kang. Xie Jinian looked behind them and saw nothing. No little wolf had followed. Tears instantly welled up in his eyes as he asked with a quavering voice, "Where's little wolf?" Xie Suisui replied earnestly, "Its mother was severely injured. Auntie bandaged her and applied wound medicine and even gave her the internal healing pills." "Will we ever see little wolf again?" "Yes. It wanted to come back with us, but its mother is too ill. It's very filial and needs to care for its mother." Xie Jinian's tears finally subsided. "I'll be filial to mother too." Everyone laughed. Xie Sui patted his little head and said, "Little wolf is quite intelligent and knows how to show gratitude. It gifted us a over 50-year-old wild ginseng." Xie Xinglong also confirmed this to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng approved of their handling of the situation, saying, "On a forced march, we couldn't preserve precious items like ginseng anyway. Staying alive is what matters most." Xie Suisui thoroughly washed the water chestnuts she had dug up, peeled them with a small knife, and offered the white flesh to Xie Jinian. He took a bite and asked, "Auntie, shouldn't we boil them first? Eating them raw is quite sweet. Annie has already peeled them cleanly and washed them with water. There won't be any bugs. Go ahead and eat. Boil them." If Wang Matzi saw that, how many would be left for them? As for the mulberries, Xie Jinian and Xie Suisui puckered their faces so tightly from the sourness they resembled crumpled balls. Lu Xiangyi watched the mulberries with drooling anticipation and asked, "Sister, are these mulberries delicious?" "Rather sour." Xie Suisui passed the mulberries around for everyone to taste. Luo Sheng took one bite and exclaimed, "Oh, it's unbearably sour." Lu Xiangyi kept eating one after another, saying, "It's not sour at all, quite tasty." "Huh, you really can handle sour foods." Xie Suisui simply handed the entire large bag to Lu Xiangyi. "Second sister-in-law, if you can eat sour things, go ahead and take them all. They're too sour. I nearly had my teeth loosened." Only Lu Xiangyi ate with great relish. Luo Sheng watched her with a thoughtful expression. As convicts in exile, afraid that using the official roads would disrupt normal government passage, they had taken winding, crooked country paths. They had only traveled 100 li from the capital, yet the landscape was barren and yellow. Xie Suisui continuously collected firewood as she walked. She gathered every dry branch fallen from the mountainside and any straw or wheat stalks along the road. All of it went into her spatial storage. They didn't know where they would sleep in the future, but if they ever got the chance to cook for themselves, having gathered firewood would save them the trouble. They walked until the wee hour when all the convicts could simply not walk any further. Bo-wei relayed the order to rest for a quarter hour. The convicts rested in family units leaning against the large poplar trees by the roadside. Those who had once dressed in splendid garments now sat anywhere they pleased, completely disregarding their dignity. The Xie family from the general's mansion found a quiet spot to rest where they were. Xie Suisui quietly told Xie Suisui about their encounter with Yu Tang that day. Bo-wei, upon hearing the news provided by Xie Suisui, could not help but remark, "Your sister, she is the real lucky star, isn't she?" Unexpectedly, that foolish pig actually had a conscience, gifting a ginseng root on the spot, and led to the exposure of a wanted criminal. This mountain had been trodden so smooth by the common folk, yet Xie Suisui took Dong Shangi up there for a short while, and they obtained a wild ginseng over 50 years old. What a bargain for that loudmouth Dong Shangi. Just moments ago he was envying Dong Shangi's fortune, now he was overjoyed. The location was detailed, and the criminal was a major offender of the court with a reward of 3,000 silver taels. Bo-wei, if not for being the exile squad leader, would have immediately led his men up the mountain to capture Yu Tang. Originally planning to camp in the wilderness tonight, Bo-wei changed his mind on a whim, and the group would stay in the nearest city, Qing City. When the time comes, he would have the general's mansion people go with him into the city to report to the authorities. After Xie Suisui returned from Bo-wei's side, Xie Suisui began to give her family a special meal. She pulled out 8 apples from her bundle, and like clandestine agents passing secrets, she stealthily handed them to her family, urging them to eat. "Little sister, you." Lu Xiangyi stared wide-eyed as she watched her take out the apples from the bundle. She had already inspected those bundles. There were no apples inside. "I picked them on the mountain." "She don't talk." "Picked on the mountain. It's not even April, yet how could apples be ripe?" "I may not have read much, but don't try to fool me." Lu Xiangyi smiled, revealing her neat teeth, and whispered, "So sweet." Xie Xingyun carefully tucked his own apple into his wife's hand. Xie Suisui said, "Second brother, go ahead and eat, there are more in the bundle." Wealth should not be flaunted, so the general's mansion quietly ate the fruit, gulping it down in a few mouthfuls. Seeing Xie Xingyun swallow even the core, everyone followed suit and ate it. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of apples, but the dusty spring breeze soon swept it away without a trace. Xie Suisui, while eating, fixed her gaze on Xie Luyan, her thoughts already wandering. At Zhuxian town, Xie Luyan negotiated a partnership with the general's mansion, seeking to exchange auspicious or ominous prophecies for the general's mansion's protection along the journey and provision of 3 meals a day. Does Xie Luyan also possess a special ability? Thinking about how she colluded with Chi Euro to make money, those strange culinary recipes, and the occasional odd words. Xie Suisui had a peculiar thought. Could Xie Luyan, like Chi Euro, also be from 1,000 years in the future, also possessing a similar storage space ability? Xie Luyan was the second person after Chi Euro to harbor such intense malice towards her in the general's mansion. To put it bluntly, a pig-brained fool like Xie Chuxing could never have conceived of framing Xie Fei with those fabricated evidence of treason. This was definitely Xie Luyan's doing. Now that she comes to the general's mansion with her prophetic ability to propose a partnership, it's certainly not a real partnership. She just wants to use and enslave the general's mansion. Damn it all, scheming against the general's mansion time. And again, do we look like fools to you? Xie Xinglong patted her little head and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Brother, I feel that Xie Luyan is different from all of us." "Different how, eh?" "There's always a tone of disdain in her speech, a sense of superiority, as if she's above everyone else. And the things she knows, many of them are absolutely baffling. This morning, she came over again, claiming to be able to predict auspicious or ominous events. It's said that at her birth the room was filled with colorful light. Could she, like Chi Euro, also be a blessed star?" Xie Xinglong snorted. "A blessed star is worth a penny a dozen these days. If she can prophesy, why didn't she prevent the entire mansion from being exiled? If she's a blessed star, why doesn't she ask the Dragon King for a favor and bring rain to save the people?" "Don't believe her. A beast who can't even act like a human, how could she become an immortal? She'd be better off as a demon." Uft, brother, your tongue is really sharp. Xie Suisui still thought about finding an opportunity to test whether she had a special ability. The last time Qi Yuro's ability was discovered it was when Xie Suisui was strangling her, and she was about to meet the king of hell. Only then did that red start to flicker. It seemed that when a person's life was near its end, the ability would flicker with its last bit of vitality, foretelling the imminent end of its vessel. This way she could discover it and seize it. Xie Luoyan framed father for treason and collusion, with the enemy scheming with Qi Yuro to destroy the entire general's mansion. Why should she be polite? She would find an opportunity when Xie Suisui was alone and seize her ability. She just didn't know if seizing Xie Luoyan's prophetic ability would follow the same method as taking Qi Yuro's. Furthermore, would the prophetic ability tell Xie Luoyan that Xie Suisui was going to take it? As if sensing something, Xie Luoyan frequently turned her head back. Old Madame Shen asked her, "Did those roughnecks agree to help us?" "Grandmother, the people of the general's mansion are not fools. If it were you and someone said they could predict good or bad fortune and wanted to exchange your survival rations for it, would you do it?" Xie Luoyan's negotiations for cooperation with the general's mansion fell through. Then what about trading the recipes? "Ha, recipes? The recipes have already been leaked." "What? The recipes have been leaked?" Old Madame Shen and young Madame Shen both jumped up. Was it the shop assistant? Or a maid in the mansion? It was Qi Yuro. Unexpected, isn't it? I guarded against everyone, but I never guarded against her. Old Madame Shen and young Madame Shen simply couldn't believe it. What's there to be surprised about? Even relatives and friends are like this. I hope you do well, but I don't want you to do better than me. Grandmother, mother, we cannot rely on the Chancellor's mansion, nor on Uncle's family. We must depend on ourselves. In a few more days, just you wait, and see, a bowl of porridge will be worth a life. Didn't we agree on at least one flatbread per day? The drought is on, and there's no water. Where would the flatbread come from? If you have the time to quarrel every day, you'd be better off finding a way to stockpile water. What Xie Luoyan said was all true, but old Madame Shen wouldn't listen. Xie Chuxing and Xie Chuanwang desperately needed the grandsons from the main branch to carry them, and they also desperately needed the main branch to provide silver for their medical treatment. Yin'er proved to the main branch that you can predict good and bad fortune. A prophecy of good or bad fortune isn't something that comes on demand. Xie Luoyan wanted to prove herself, she was eager to prove herself, but the prophecy system was as dead as a doornail with no response at all. Walking with all their might every day, there wasn't even a landslide. Where was the life-threatening danger? Besides, for the general's mansion, this long march was nothing more than a long-distance training exercise. But your grandfather and your father can't hold on anymore. Their injuries are serious, and your brothers can't carry them either. Old Madame Shen was anxious and frustrated. Xie Luoyan was in a foul mood. If it weren't for the fact that her grandfather and father had followed her advice and caused the family's confiscation and exile, she would have long since stopped caring about them. Driven to her wits' end by the constant urging, Xie Luoyan silently called out, "Dragon, are you there?" The answer was a dead silence. Dragon was her cheat code. It said its name was Dragon, but she had never seen what it looked like. Dragon appeared and disappeared unpredictably, startling her every time it showed up. If Dragon didn't want to come out, Xie Luoyan had no way to contact it. This useless cheat code. Old Madame Shen asked urgently, "Well, what did the prophecy immortals say?" "Grandmother, it can only predict dangers to the Duke's mansion." She was anxious too. She had to establish a partnership with the general's mansion, otherwise this bunch of worthless good-for-nothings from the Duke of Ning's mansion would only drag her down and accomplish nothing. She wondered what Xie Xinglong and Xie Suisui had gone up the mountain to do. Coming down from the mountain, Dong Shangyi was overjoyed, and even Bo Wei's dark face was showing a smile. Meanwhile, the people of the Duke's mansion were constantly engaged in internal strife and mutual oppression along the way. She wondered how many would survive to reach the miasmatic lands, and how many would live to see their sentences served. And Qi Yuro. She had been utterly loyal to Qi Yuro, only to end up dead in a carriage crash in her past life. And now in this life, she was a prisoner, her life's work reduced to nothing overnight. How was Qi Yuro now? Could she still eat and sleep? The capital. Zhang Wuyang had issued a nationwide arrest warrant for Yu Tang. The next target was the other main culprit, Qi Yuro. Qi Yuro would need to be taken by strategy. Zhang Wuyang first met with the eldest princess, explaining his plan and asking her to cooperate in staging a play. The eldest princess was certain that Xie had stolen the 130,000 share of grain and wished she could cut her down with a single sword stroke, so she cooperated with everything Zhang Wuyang said. Ning Qi and the old nanny from the eldest princess's side went to the chancellor's mansion to invite Qi Hui and Xie to the 6 doors for a visit. Qi Hui was greatly alarmed. Had Yu Tang's murder case implicated them? Or had Yu Tang's, being the sovereign of the realm, come to light? He instructed Xie to stay put, to never let her guard down, to avoid Zhang Wuyang's verbal traps, and never to be led by the nose, nor to implicate the chancellor's mansion. Rower, no matter what he says, we deny everything. Of course, confess and you'll get a lighter sentence, but you'll rot in prison. I'll resist, and you'll get a stricter punishment, but you'll be home for the new year. No matter how he asks, I'll just say 3 words I don't know. Some of the words she used felt novel to Qi Hui, yet somehow fitting. Before long, Ning Qi and the old nanny arrived at the chancellor's mansion. This old servant was sent by the eldest princess. The eldest princess says as long as she is here, the young lady need not worry. The old nanny kept her head down, showing great respect. In truth, the eldest princess was afraid that Qi Hui and Xie would not go to the 6 doors willingly. Since the eldest princess had summoned them, Qi Hui and Xie dared not act presumptuously and followed Ning Qi and the old nanny to the 6 doors. At the 6 doors office, Qi Hui and Xie were taken separately by Zhang Wuyang and the eldest princess. Zhang Wuyang first met with Qi Hui. The eldest princess's mansion suffered a grain theft. Someone saw the young lady entering the storeroom with young master Yu Tang, and afterwards the grain disappeared. We'd like to ask the young lady about the matter. Qi Hui's face displayed appropriate surprise, and he flatly denied it, saying, Rower would never do such a thing. She must have been framed by someone. But the scene had a hairpin left behind by the young lady. Zhang Wuyang showed Qi Hui the jade hairpin, which bore Qi's exclusive mark. Qi Hui silently blamed Xie for being too careless. A single jade hairpin cannot prove that Rower was in the storeroom. On the contrary, the evidence is too deliberate. It's a setup. Moving that much grain would require a great deal of labor and resources. Unless it was a hardened criminal, a weak woman like Rower couldn't possibly have done it. An ordinary person couldn't, but for the young lady, it's not a problem. Prime Minister, are you unaware of the young lady's special talent? This official has seen with his own eyes that the young lady can summon and dismiss objects from thin air. Commissioner Zhang, have you been working too hard lately and suffering from hallucinations? Vanishing and reappearing goods is either a myth or utter nonsense. This official saw it with his own eyes. Zhang Wuyang handed him the prince's plum blossom-edged dagger. This is the dagger that appeared out of thin air in the young lady's hand when we were reconstructing the case by the well in the chancellor's mansion that day. Qi Hui naturally knew Qi's secret. He also believed that Zhang Wuyang's eyes hadn't been mistaken. But if he didn't admit it, what could be done? How can objects appear out of thin air? This prime minister has never heard of such a thing. Very well, since the prime minister knows nothing, I apologize for the trouble of this journey, and I thank you for your cooperation. Zhang Wuyang knew he wouldn't confess. His purpose in summoning the father and daughter was not for idle chatter. He waved his hand, and Ning Qi, who was waiting at the door, immediately led the prime minister to see the eldest princess. At the same time, the old nanny by the eldest princess's side received the signal and immediately led Xie through a different route to Zhang Wuyang's courtroom. Qi Hui and his daughter had taken 2 different paths and had no chance to meet. Zhang Wuyang's intention was to prevent them from colluding on their testimonies. Xie was merely engaging in idle chatter with the elder princess, who rambled on about this and that, leaving Xie completely relaxed. However, the moment she entered Zhang Wuyang's office, she felt an oppressive sense of authority. Zhang Wuyang recounted the theft at the elder princess's residence, informing her that her footprints and hairpin had been discovered at the scene. Xie was taken aback, her first instinct being to deny it. Zhang Wuyang said, I have already had it investigated. This hairpin bears your unique mark. It is the only one of its kind. I have no idea what happened. Miss Qi, you possess a special ability to freely store and retrieve items. The Mei foam from the Crown Prince's estate and the sacred artifact from Censor-in-Chief, one's residence, were all taken by you. I have verified each case whether in the capital Jiangnan or Huaibei. Whenever grain or treasury silver went missing you were present. Jiang Wuyang's jade-like face exuded authority. Furthermore, your father confirmed that you have this ability. The last statement was a bluff by Jiang Wuyang. No, I have never stolen anything. Chihiro was clearly flustered. Since her father had admitted she possessed the ability, there must be a compelling reason, so she conceded, I do have a special ability, a portable space. The grain stolen from the elder princess's residence. 30,000 dan were found in the hollow of Mount Chong. Transporting so much grain silently to the mountains. That was your doing, wasn't it, Miss Chi? This was also a bluff. No, Chihiro said. I never touched the elder princess's grain. Someone saw you and Yu Tang enter the elder princess's granary, after which the grain disappeared. Jiang Wuyang waved his hand, and a maid wearing a veil walked in from behind. The maid's voice was hoarse as she said, this servant personally saw second young master Yu and Miss Chi enter the granary in the backyard. Jiang Wuyang glanced at the maid, and thought to himself, this stooge Ning Chi is truly ugly. Chihiro was now truly panicked and hastily explained, that day second young master you did call me to the back storeroom, but I did not touch the grain. She had thus admitted to being at the scene. Then Jiang Wuyang brought up the massacre of the Shin family. The killer was Yu Tang, and you were the mastermind behind it. Miss Chi, he read your letter, and then massacred the entire Shin household. Your crime is unforgivable. Jiang Wuyang's words had flaws, but Chihiro was already panicked, believing that Jiang Wuyang had solid evidence. The theft of the elder princess's property was already a capital offense. If the destruction of Vice Minister Shun's household was linked to her, then the entire Prime Minister's mansion would be implicated. She completely lost her composure and said, Shin Wenlin came to me like a rabid dog telling me that Yu Tang was plotting rebellion and extorted 500,000 taels of silver. I sent a message to second young master Yu asking if he had offended Vice Minister Shin. Jiang Wuyang remained stern and emotionless, but he knew that Chihiro's defenses had crumbled. Even if she tried to downplay her actions once she had committed them, there was no denying it. From then on, the interrogation became easier. Jiang Wuyang pressed Chihiro relentlessly, gradually drawing her into his interrogation techniques. Regarding the murders and thefts, Chihiro could neither deny nor extricate herself. Jiang Wuyang did not immediately pass judgment, but merely asked her to sign and seal the confessions she had just made. Only then did Chihiro realize that the person sitting beside her acting as the scribe was none other than the newly appointed Grand Judge of the Court of Judicial Review by the Fourth Prince. Helpless, she affixed her seal to the confession. Your Excellency Jiang, may I return to the mansion? No. Since she was implicated in theft and murder, she still wished to return home. Jiang Wuyang ordered detain Miss Chi. What will be my sentence? Execution on a date to be determined. These words were spoken by the Grand Judge. News of this was immediately conveyed to Chi Hui through a special channel. His face turned pale. No, he had been tricked. Jiang Wuyang had an interrogation technique called isolated interrogation. It prevented suspects from colluding, covering up the truth, or shielding one another by interrogating them separately. He did not consider himself a criminal, but by separating him from Chihiro for questioning Jiang Wuyang, must have exploited the spatial and informational gap to extract something from Roer. Chi Hui suddenly stood up and said, Elder Princess, did you and Lord Jiang deliberately set a trap? The Elder Princess slammed the table and angrily retorted, How dare you? I kindly invited you father and daughter here for a chat, and now you Prime Minister dare to show contempt for me. Chi Hui was thoroughly scolded by the Elder Princess. After finally extricating himself, he hurriedly sought an audience with Jiang Wuyang. Ning Chi blocked the door and said, Lord Jiang is out on business. Please return, Prime Minister. Where is my daughter? Miss Chi is in a safe place. Rest assured, Chancellor. He was far from reassured. Chihiro being imprisoned meant that Jiang Wuyang had obtained conclusive evidence. He had to return quickly and devise a plan to rescue her. Chihiro's imprisonment caused a massive upheaval in the Prime Minister's mansion. Xiao Shanshan wept until she fainted several times, kneeling and begging Chi Hui, Chancellor, you must save Roer. Naturally, Chi Hui wanted to save her. Even if he had to sacrifice all his sons, he would not be this anxious. After pondering in his study for a while, he said to Xiao Shanshan, "Madam, don't worry. I will immediately enter the palace and beg His Majesty. Now that this matter involves Yu Tang's rebellion and Rower is implicated, no one but His Majesty can save her." Xiao Shanshan immediately cried, "I said back then not to break off the engagement with Heir Apparent Gu. You all wanted to gamble. What kind of rundown establishment is the Shenyang Earl's mansion? Do they deserve the Chancellor and Rower's favor?" "Enough," Qi Hui said. "Do not bring this up in front of others." He was about to seek an audience with His Majesty. Qingqing. Since they needed to report to the authorities to claim a reward, they had not originally planned to stop in Qingqing, but decided to stay overnight. It was now the hour of Wei 1 to 3 p.m. The exile convoy stopped at an inn outside the city where the general's mansion's people still rented a large common room. Bo Wei, eager to report the reward, came to fetch Xie Suisui and Xie Xinglong to the government office. To avoid arousing suspicion from escorts like Dong Shangyi, he also called Xie Xinghui and Xie Xingyun. Dong Shangyi asked, "Lord Bo, where are you all going?" Bo Wei replied, "The commandant of Qingsheng is an old acquaintance of Lord Xie and wishes to see the three young generals." Their cangs and shackles were removed, and the horses pulling the cart were brought over. The five of them rode into the city. They headed straight for the prefect's office. Indeed, on the notice wall outside, they saw the wanted poster. The portrait of Yu Tang was quite lifelike. Arriving at the prefect's office, Bo Wei said to the guards, "We have clues about the major criminal and must report to the prefect immediately." The guards were overjoyed. The wanted notice had been posted only a day ago, and now there were clues. If the major criminal was captured in Qingqing, it would be a great achievement. They immediately led the five inside. The prefect of Qingsheng originally looked down on them upon learning they were exiles, and that Bo Wei was merely a squad leader of escorts. Bo Wei said, "I am a 5th-rank general of the 5-city military command with the title of Wujia." The prefect of Qingqing's back straightened almost instantly. Was he hearing correctly? Sending a 5th-rank general to escort prisoners. And with the title, Wujia, such a formidable title. He must have connections, right? He immediately descended from his seat and courteously invited Bo Wei to sit. After inquiring, he learned that the other four were the children of Grand General Xie Fei. The prefect of Qingsheng felt that his ancestors' graves must be acting up today. Even if they were exiled, the general's mansion was still a towering mountain in the hearts of the people of the dynasty. He quickly offered them seats and asked for details. Naturally, Xie Xinglong and Xie Suisui did not mention rescuing wolves in the mountains. They simply said that while resting and relieving themselves along the way, they had encountered Yu Tang by chance. They described in detail what they had seen in the cave and drew the geographical location. The prefect of Qingqing immediately summoned the commandant and mustered 1,000 men. Familiar with the local geography, the commandant quickly determined the encirclement route. To thank Bo Wei and the others for the information, the prefect arranged rooms for them at an inn in the city and sent physicians to treat Xie Xinghui, Xie Xingyun, and Xie Xinglong. After leaving the prefect's office, Bo Wei said to Xie Xinghui, "You've traveled a long way and must be tired. Rest early, and I'll go fetch Lady Xie." Bo Wei hired a carriage from the street and brought Luo Sheng and the others over. Xie Suisui was overjoyed. The whole family bathed thoroughly at the inn, washed their clothes, and had a hearty meal. The physicians sent by the prefect also arrived. Xie Xinghui and Xie Xingyun's wounds were slightly red and swollen, while Xie Xinglong's wound had scabbed over and was mostly healed. This young man's arrow wound needs at least half a month to heal. Do not get it wet, and do not scratch it, the physician said. Since he lost a lot of blood from the injury, combining it with some blood-nourishing meals would be more conducive to wound healing and recovery. Luo Sheng thanked him, then pointed to Lu Xiangyi and said, "Could you please take the pulse of my daughter-in-law and grandson?" Yu Qingxiu understood her intent and said, "Check on my sister-in-law." Lu Xiangyi put down the large bag of mulberries that Xie Suisui had given her and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm not sick. If I were to go fight the enemy now, I don my armor and still rout them completely." The physician laughed along. "Is the young madam a female general?" "My mother is a female general, and I have been on the battlefield with my father." Lu Xiangyi's father was also a military officer, but their family was not in the capital. Only then did the physician realize that these family members were actually relatives of Xie Fei. With reverence, he bowed to Luo Sheng and said, I was blind to fail to recognize the general's wife. Please forgive my rudeness. It's nothing. We are exiles now. I am grateful that you do not despise us. How could I? Alas, since it involved the court, no one dared to discuss it further. The physician first took Luo Sheng's pulse. Aside from some stagnation, there was no major illness. Next, he took Lu Xiangyi's pulse. He felt it for a while, without speaking, then switched to the other hand. Lu Xiangyi stopped eating the mulberries and said nervously, I don't actually have an illness, do I? I feel perfectly fine. Aside from feeling constantly drowsy and fatigued, there was nothing else. Congratulations, Lady Xie. The second young madam is with child. Lu Xiangyi suddenly sprang to her feet. What did you say? The second mistress is already 2 months with child. Luo Sheng hastily pulled Lu Xiangyi back into her seat and said with a smile, Xiangyi, you are going to be a mother. From now on you must be more composed and stop jumping at every little thing. Lu Xiangyi's eyes widened and her face went suddenly pale. She rushed toward Xie Xingyun and swung a fist at him. This is all your fault. Why am I having a child at a time like this? Is this really the time to give birth? As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Everyone fell into an uneasy silence for a moment. Indeed, they still had thousands of li to travel, and merely surviving would be a feat in itself, now with a child as well. Doctor, since you happen to be here, could you prescribe something for me? Lu Xiangyi wiped away her tears and said, I cannot keep this child. Absolutely not. Several voices exclaimed in unison. Xie Xingyun said, Xiangyi, this is our first child. I cannot bear to lose him. Rest assured I will protect both you and the baby. I will give you all the food, and if you cannot walk I will carry you on my back. Yu Qingxiu urged gently, Sister-in-law, we are a family. No matter what happens we will find a way to keep this baby. The eldest brother added, though the journey is arduous, Lord Bo is a kind man. He will find a way to look after us. If each of us sacrifices a portion of our rations, we can protect both you and the baby. Luo Sheng also spoke up, Xiangyi, the child has come to us by fate. If at the end we cannot keep him, then perhaps fate simply wills it so. Xie Suisui took her hand and said, Second sister-in-law, do you trust me? Sister, I trust you, but there are no buts. If you trust me, I will surely protect your little nephew, and I will protect our entire family as well. Second sister-in-law, please trust me, will you? The road of exile was indeed no place to bring a child into the world. However, an abortion at this moment would be devastating to her body. Often after such a procedure, not only was the ability to bear children lost, but life itself was also at stake. In the end, they decided to keep the baby. The physician, holding deep respect for the general's mansion, offered several medicinal diet recommendations before taking his leave. First, 8 treasure rice, second, spinach with glass vermicelli, third, winter melon and red bean soup. He said, this winter melon and red bean soup is simple to prepare, yet it tonifies the blood and promotes qi circulation, dispelling water retention and reducing swelling. It will benefit the young master and is especially good for the second young master's eye condition. Winter melon was common in summer, but it was only late March. There was no telling whether it could be found. After asking the physician what foods pregnant women should eat and what precautions to observe, Xie Suisui decided to go out and shop enthusiastically. Her second sister-in-law only feared keeping the child because she worried about becoming a burden on the family during exile. But an abortion would severely damage her body, and on such a grueling journey, aborting the child carried even greater risks than giving birth. With her Xie Suisui by her side, her sister-in-law could give birth without fear. This time they had entered the city only to report to the authorities and apprehend Yu Tang. After leaving, opportunities to enter a city again would be rare. With the Northern Yin army advancing, she might not even have the chance to spend money. Third brother, I would like to go out and buy some things. Will you accompany me? Xie Xinglong immediately rose to his feet and said, let's go. Xie Suisui borrowed 2 carrying baskets from the shopkeeper and headed straight for the marketplace where the afternoon crowds had already thinned. She swept up every variety of vegetable and fruit and did not show mercy when it came to eggs. She bought every single one. Steamed buns, meat buns, flatbreads, prepared foods. She bought whatever was available. Finally, she went to the most well-regarded restaurant in Qingqing. Time to sell the cake recipe. Commissioning blood-nourishing dishes. Xie Suisui said. I would like to order 300 bowls of 8 treasure rice. Also, I intend to sell the authentic cake recipe from Mickey Bakery. The waiter hurriedly summoned the owner. The owner made an immediate decision and approved. The cake recipe was sold for 100 taels of silver. Xie Suisui felt she had sold it a bit cheaply and immediately decided to find another gullible buyer in Jiangnan and sell it again. Both parties agreed to collect the dishes at the end of the Su hour. I will pay half as a deposit first and settle the remaining balance when I collect the goods at the end of the Su hour. By the way, can you make winter melon and red bean soup, duck blood and shepherd's purse soup? Hearing this, the owner blinked and said, Miss, you are looking for blood-nourishing dishes, aren't you? Yes, exactly, blood-nourishing dishes. The manager immediately perked up. Then you have come to the right place. We have a head chef who is also a medicinal cuisine specialist. In the past, he was an imperial palace chef, only alas. In any case, if you are seeking dishes that tonify blood, and Xie, our head chef, can prepare a great many varieties. It was early spring, and many ingredients were unfortunately scarce. Otherwise, 100 or 200 different blood and Xie nourishing dishes could be prepared without repeating any. Very well, as long as they nourish blood and Xie, prepare whatever you can. I will take them all. Oh, by the way, for that cake, start making it now. I will take every cake produced before the high hour. Then, miss, what about the deposit? Xie Suisui said, if you have sufficient ingredients, prepare as many as you can. 80 or 100 dishes, the more the better. The waiter glanced at her and Xie Xinglong. Both were dressed in ordinary hemp garments and did not appear particularly wealthy. Xie Xinglong asked, what do you not wish to take this order? No, we will take it, sir, rest assured. Which family did this young master come from? Though young in years, his aura was quite intimidating. The manager would never let go of such a major client no matter what. He immediately arranged for ingredients and began working through the night. People throughout the world rush and scramble for mere coins, yet it is precisely these few scraps of silver that can resolve 10,000 kinds of worldly anxiety. Fortunately, the restaurant also specialized in charcoal-braised roast duck, and Xie Suisui stated she would purchase whatever they made. In the end, after deducting the money from selling the cake recipe, the total came to 500 taels. She paid a 50% deposit up front, showing ample sincerity. Both parties signed a contract, and Xie Suisui and Xie Xinglong returned first. As they walked, Xie Suisui secretly transferred the items from both carrying baskets into her spatial storage. Xie Xinglong pretended not to notice, reciting silently, my sister is always right. She wanted to buy more various prepared medicines from the pharmacy. At the current prices, they were still relatively affordable, but in a little while, even 10 times the price might not secure a single purchase. And the same medicines in Jiangnan were ordinarily at least twice as expensive. With the emperor fleeing to Jiangnan, prices would only rise further. Thinking thus, Xie Suisui went into the pharmacy and bought prepared medicines for headaches, fevers, stomachaches, bruises, and injuries, opacities, especially medicines for treating miasma and poisonous vapors, both liquid and pill forms, sweeping them all up. The pharmacy watched Xie Suisui and felt that this girl was not buying medicine. She was restocking inventory. Xie Xinglong did not blink or furrow his brow. Sister is always right. Third brother, don't you find this strange? If you like, just buy them. Inside, he was dying of curiosity. What on earth was his sister buying so much medicine for? Could it be that she wanted to open a pharmacy in the miasma-infested land? The key question was, where were all these medicines going? He was so curious he almost shouted out, but everyone had their secrets. He could only maintain a composed exterior on the surface. The moonlight is quite nice tonight. Finally, the two returned to the inn. Xie Suisui asked Xie Xinglong to carry the baskets to their room first while she went to find the innkeeper. Luo Sheng had already ordered several dishes and invited Bo Wei to dine and drink together. By a stroke of luck, she had bought some very fat eels on the street and asked the kitchen to help prepare them, making braised eels specially. The ingredients were all provided by the inn, and Xie Suisui additionally paid them a processing fee. Once prepared, she sent it specifically to Lu Xiangyi. Eel was particularly nourishing, perfect for strengthening her second sister-in-law. It was the most comfortable meal in half a month, and with the other prisoners absent, there was no need for pretense. At the end of the Su hour, Xie Xinglong came to find Xie Suisui, and the siblings went to the restaurant to collect their goods. The restaurant had basically finished all the dishes Xie Suisui had commissioned. Several rooms on the third floor had been reserved, each filled to the brim with bowls, plates, basins, pots, and soup containers. Xie Suisui asked Xie Xinglong to wait outside the door while she checked off each item against her list. After finishing one room, she collected all the dishes and moved on. Once she had gone through the entire floor, she had collected everything she had commissioned. The bowls, plates, and other utensils she had purchased previously in Longgang and Bama Town had all been cleaned. By the time she came down from the floor, the dishes were already arranged in the plates. The food was stacked layer upon layer on the tables she had bought from the furniture shop earlier. Fortunately, her spatial storage was free of dust or anything of the sort. After collecting all the dishes, she paid the remaining balance in full. The manager was overjoyed and said, "Miss, how will you take those dishes away? Our shop wishes to close for the night. Someone will come pick them up on their own shortly. We have hidden guards, you understand." She leaned close to the manager and whispered, "The kind that leaves no trace whatsoever." Oh, he nodded, though it seemed he did not truly understand. "Miss, thank you for your patronage. In that case, our shop will present you with 2 baskets of newly arrived fresh fruit. Please accept them. 1 basket of tribute mandarins, 1 basket of lychees." The tribute mandarins had green skin and the lychees were rose red. Even just these 2 baskets of fruit were quite valuable. At this time, money alone could not buy them. Without further ceremony, take them away. Xie Xinglong carried both baskets, and the 2 of them quickly left the restaurant, winding their way back toward the inn. Xie Xinglong knew she was avoiding people and said nothing. Upon entering the inn, he handed both baskets to her, and she placed them in her carrying baskets. Xie Suisui then transferred half of the contents of each basket into her spatial storage. Luo Sheng had not yet slept. Seeing her return carrying 1 basket half filled with tribute mandarins and lychees, she frowned. Where did these fruits come from? Suisui, one cannot accept things from others without cause. Don't worry, mother, my third brother has been with me all along. These fruits were a gift from someone. Who was so kind as to gift you such fine fruits? Mother, did my third brother and I not discover the fugitive on the wanted poster? These are a reward from the commandant. Xie Suisui yawned and said, Mother, I am sleepy. Then go to sleep. Luo Sheng stopped questioning. Sleep while the child was exhausted. They slept soundly through the night. The following morning, Bo Wei and the entire household from the general's mansion settled their bill at the front desk, preparing to return outside the city walls to rendezvous with the exiled convoy. Clang, thud, crash. While Xie Suisui, Lu Xiangyi, and the others waited at the inn entrance for Bo Wei and Luo Sheng to finish settling the bills, several loud explosions suddenly rang out from outside, startling them greatly. They saw a horse-drawn carriage swerving to avoid a donkey cart that had turned suddenly, flipping over into the forest on the opposite side. It rolled several times, its wheels pointing skyward, wedged between 2 trees. The horses panicked, breaking free from the shafts and bolting away. Someone immediately rushed over to help. Only the wealthy or noble could afford a 2-horse carriage, not commoners. Xie Suisui stood at the doorway, glancing up just in time to meet the gaze of a man trapped upside down inside the carriage window, unable to move. The man was young, dressed in splendid attire with raven black hair. Though blood soaked his forehead, it in no way diminished his composure. A flash of surprise crossed his cold, penetrating gaze as he locked eyes with Xie Suisui and commanded, Fetch her. When the carriage accident occurred, the cart that caused it had already fled in terror. The driver had been badly injured, but managed to scramble to his feet and lift the carriage curtain, intending to help his master out. However, the carriage doors were wedged between 2 trees, the wheels pointing skyward, and he was trapped upside down, unable to free himself no matter how he struggled. After a prolonged struggle, his injuries only worsened. Blood streamed into his eyes, blinding him, and he could not wipe it away. Once more he spoke in a low voice, Summon her. Everyone looked around in bewilderment, following his gaze to find Xie Suisui standing casually at the inn entrance, peeling lychees. A willow slim waist, a round little face, delicate arched brows, a petite nose, and large moist peach blossom eyes that held an air of pure, endearing simplicity. Her attire and bearing were incongruous. The coarse hemp garments and travel-worn shoes suggested a country girl, yet her refinement spoke of a city lady. Are you certain you want her to help? The onlookers pointed at Xie Suisui and asked the man her. Yes. The crowd could only conclude he had struck his head too hard. If not for that, why would a man in his condition still be thinking of flattering a lovely young maiden? Desire brings ruin. The servant was anxious. Young master, shall I fetch the district magistrate? What does a village girl know about treating injuries? The man remained composed. Whoever calls her here will receive 10 taels of silver. 10 taels. A crowd bolted towards Xie Suisui with the speed of racing horses. Miss, a young master has fallen into a pit over there, his carriage trapped. He says you are to save him. Xie Suisui regarded the speaker, her mouth forming an O of surprise. Do I look strong enough for such a task? That noble young master is asking you to help. Just give it a try. Xie Suisui was bewildered. Who was this man to single her out? Seeing a crowd surrounding his sister, Xie Xinglong immediately stepped forward and glared fiercely. What do you think you're doing? Wanna die? They quickly explained. A young master over there specifically called for this young miss to save him. Their horse ran off. What nonsense was this? Xie Xinglong retorted, he wants my sister to save him. Yes, yes, yes. She won't. Preposterous. So many people around, yet they insisted she be the one, clearly harboring sinister intentions. But he specifically called for her. Go back and tell him that demanding specific saviors is intolerable. Tell him to go die. Before long, the servant limped over. Upon seeing Xie Xinglong, he was overjoyed, bowed deeply, and said, It turns out to be third young master Xie. The one inside the carriage is young master Gu, the Marquis of Xianping. We beg for your assistance. The Marquis of Xuanping, Gu Yanxi. Xie Suisui exclaimed in surprise. How did you come to be here? It's a long story. Miss Xie, could you please save young master Gu first? Our horses have panicked and run off. I must chase after them at once. Xie Xinglong said, lead the way. Xie Suisui thought Gu Yanxi wasn't a bad sort of person, apart from being somewhat pompous. Reaching the small grove beside the ravine, she saw the mangled carriage wedged between two trees, and Gu Yanxi trapped upside down, completely immobilized. For some reason, Xie Suisui couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. She told the servant, go find your horse. My third brother and the others will rescue the Marquis of Xianping. Xie Xinglong stood aside with his arms crossed, watching Gu Yanxi. You want me to save him? Then beg me. Xie Suisui said to Gu Yanxi, you can't move at all. Yes. Then wait a moment. Captain Bo and my second brother will be out shortly. Gu Yanxi could no longer speak. His head was inverted, veins bulging on his forehead, and dizziness overwhelmed him. Xie Xinhui emerged after settling the bill, and Xie Jingshan shouted loudly, Father, someone got their head stuck in a door. Gu Yanxi thought to himself, if you can't say anything decent, just stay silent. Only when the people from the general's mansion arrived did they discover their third brother standing with arms crossed, and their sister squatting outside the carriage, still tormenting the Marquis of Xianping within. Quick, everyone, lend a hand, extract the young master. The three Xie brothers and Bo Wei exerted themselves together, dragging the carriage free from between the two trees, then carefully helping the Marquis of Xianping out. Father, seeing the Marquis of Xianping dragged out from that carriage made me think of a mare giving birth, Xie Jingshan said. Steward Pei once pulled a foal out from behind a mare. The Marquis's face darkened. You'd best keep your mouth shut. Lu Xiangyi barely contained her laughter, grabbed a handful of lychees, and gazed upward, sighing contentedly. Ah, how delicious lychees are. Citrus, so delightfully sour and tasty. Gu Yanxi was ushered aside, while Xie Xinhui and the others righted the carriage, reassembled it, and carried it back onto the road. The servant still hadn't retrieved the horse. Bo Wei said to Xie Xinglong, let's take the Marquis to a clinic to check for fractures. Gu Yanxi was the Empress's younger brother, an opportunity to leverage this connection that Bo Wei could not afford to miss. How did you come to be here? Gu Yanxi moved his limbs and felt blood trickling down his back. His head was dizzy, but his extremities seemed all right. Xie Suisui, are you certain you want us to announce publicly that we are exiled convicts? Gu Yanxi had been thoroughly dazed from the fall. Only now, examining Xie Suisui more carefully, did he remember that the entire general's mansion family had been exiled. But if they were exiles, why were they on the streets of Qingqing? Xie Xinglong spoke indignantly. On what grounds did you demand my sister save you? Were you also considering making her your concubine? No, it's not. My head was trapped, and I couldn't move. I could only see her. I didn't trust others to save me. Hearing this, Xie Suisui wanted to laugh again. Your driver will likely be back soon, Xie Suisui said. The clinic isn't open yet. Would you like to wait here? We're in a hurry to continue our journey. Gu Yanxi nodded weakly. You go ahead. Thank you. Just then the servant finally caught the horse and profusely thanked Xie Xinghui and the others. The carriage was damaged, so he hammered at it for a while before helping Gu Yanxi back inside. The driver retrieved the luggage that had fallen into the pit, fetched medicinal potions and ointments, cleaned Gu Yanxi's wounds, applied golden wound powder, and bound splints. Only then did Gu Yanxi manage to catch his breath. He looked at his blood-stained garments and told the servant, "Change my clothes." The servant pleaded helplessly, "Young master, shall we wash first and change later?" The young master valued his dignity. Even if his wounds were as wide as bowl rims, he had to maintain an appearance of pristine elegance. Change them. Very well. Shielded by the carriage curtain, Gu Yanxi changed into a clean set of new garments inside the carriage. The fabric was imperial rainbow silk from the palace, light soft, printed with ink-wash landscape patterns. It enhanced Gu Yanxi's already striking 90% beauty by an additional 10%. Enduring the pain, he looked at Xie Suisui and said, Yu Tang has been placed under arrest. Oh, what about the Shenyang Marquis estate? Xie Suisui naturally knew Yu Tang had been arrested. She had reported him the previous afternoon. They've all been thrown into prison. Rumor has it they will be exiled to remote, malarious lands. Gu Yanxi's meaning was clear: from now on you may become neighbors. Oh, so they were still imprisoned, deliberately luring Yu Tang to attempt a rescue. Gu Yanxi, unsatisfied with her single-character response, continued, Qi Yuro has also been imprisoned. What? Xie Suisui was greatly astonished. Isn't Qi Hui a favorite minister of the emperor? And Qi Yuro was personally bestowed the title of Fortune Star by His Majesty. Shen Wenlin used Yu Tang's alleged treason to blackmail Qi Yuro. Qi Yuro informed Yu Tang, and Yu Tang wiped out the entire Shen household. Upon hearing these words, the general's mansion family was utterly stunned. Luo Sheng said the Shun vice minister's residence was annihilated. Yes, Madam Xie. 46 corpses were recovered. The Six Gates agency identified and verified each one. Yu Tang had deceived Shun Yinxiao, borrowing vast sums of money and draining the Shun residence dry. With no way out, Shun Yinxiao had drugged the entire household with paralyzing medicine. When Yu Tang entered, he used smoke to knock everyone unconscious, poured tung oil throughout, and wiped out the entire family. Gu Yanxi recounted everything in full. Watching the shock on Xie Suisui's face, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Storytellers simply delight in seeing astonished expressions. Xie Suisui asked, Will Qi Yuro die once imprisoned? Will the Qi family be exiled? Gu Yanxi shook his head. I am unsure. These are matters for the authorities. The Qi family is deeply entrenched and enjoys the emperor's favor. The outcome remains uncertain. Everyone understood. The Guangzong emperor of the Chongfeng dynasty was unconventional. In the capital, Qi Hui hurried into the palace, nearly pounding his skull against the floor in the imperial study. Your Majesty, Minister Jiang defrauded my daughter and fabricated false testimony. Qi Hui sobbed with snot and tears. My daughter lacks neither food nor drink, and she is shrewd. How could she possibly steal? The Guangzong emperor also found it hard to believe. Qi Yuro was his personally bestowed fortune star. Minister Qi, do not distress yourself. I shall summon Minister Jiang to explain. He sent Chief Eunuch Lan to fetch Jiang Wuyang, who had already organized the complete case dossier. Ning Qi pushed his wheelchair, the wheels rumbling, into the palace. Seated in his wheelchair, Jiang Wuyang handed the dossier to Eunuch Lan, who presented it to the emperor. Jiang Wuyang then produced the Mei Feng dagger, requesting Eunuch Lan to present it to the Guangzong emperor. Your Majesty, this is the dagger that appeared out of nowhere from Miss Qi. Your humble servant witnessed it with his own eyes. There is not a shred of falsehood. The Guangzong emperor examined the dossier and then the dagger. The crown prince had already passed away, yet the Mei Feng was a gift bestowed by the emperor upon the crown prince, and the empress had also seen it. Gazing at the object, the emperor's eyes reddened with emotion, then flared with rage. Qi Hui, you dare. Qi Hui knelt and begged for mercy, claiming that Qi Yuro had been young and immature in those years, a child without understanding. After a while, the Guangzong emperor heard mention of Qi Yuro's supernatural ability, and his eyes immediately lit up. Zhang Wuyang, seated in his wheelchair, wore a faint expression. He understood, all too well, that this case would likely become another distorted mess. The current emperor, well, he was simply a peculiar specimen. The Guangzong Emperor of Chongfeng. His mind was as erratic and paralyzed as the dynasty's name suggested. He was terrified of death, possessing not an ounce of backbone. Even when Xie achieved victory at the border as the triumphant party, they could have utterly crushed the enemy, forcing territorial concessions, reparations, and tribute. Yet the Guangzong Emperor won. Then let us negotiate peace. Tell me, what do you desire? Whatever you want, we shall give it. Please, no more warfare, agreed. No matter how prosperous Chongfeng was, it could not withstand such extravagance. Year by year, the common people grew increasingly desperate. At present, the cases involving Qi Yuro all concerned confiscation and annihilation of entire households, grave crimes. Yet upon hearing that Qi Yuro possessed supernatural abilities, the Guangzong Emperor's eyes widened like lanterns. Just by looking at the emperor's expression, Zhang Wuyang knew that His Majesty's attention had wandered far away. It was not on the case files he was presenting, but on the matter of supernatural abilities. Qi Hui was a shrewd man. What Zhang Wuyang could discern he had already perceived. Your Majesty, how many lucky stars exist in this realm? Even if there were a lucky star who possesses such a supernatural ability. Qi Hui guided subtly. If the day should come when Your Majesty requires my daughter's aid to confiscate the enemy's supplies, would we not achieve victory without effort? The term victory without effort had been taught to Qi Hui by Qi Yuro. Emperor Guangzong heard it for the first time, found it remarkably apt, and exclaimed excitedly, "Could we capture the emperors of Baiyan, Dongling, and Shiliang? Shall I have my daughter attempt it?" "Try it," Emperor Guangzong said with anticipation. "Seize their emperors and princes one by one, and I shall trample them underfoot. Haha, their territories will all be part of Chongfeng, won't they? Of course. Will Chongfeng then become the foremost power in the 9 provinces continent? Indeed, Your Majesty will expand the realm, become a timeless emperor, and leave a name in history." Zhang Wuyang cast a cold glance at the pair of sovereign and minister who seemed to aim for the heavens, then lowered his gaze and said, "The law does not fawn on the powerful, nor does the plumb line bend to the crooked. Without trust one cannot command the people. Without penalties one cannot rectify evil. How can Your Majesty disregard the law, asking not about the welfare of the people, but about ghosts and gods?" Emperor Guangzong, annoyed at having his reverie interrupted, retorted, "Minister Jiang, all things require flexibility. How can one cling to rigidity? If Lady Qi can indeed benefit Chongfeng with her supernatural ability, why should I not pardon her?" Zhang Wuyang stood firm. She committed a capital offense. By law she must be executed, and her family implicated. Qi Hui began to kowtow frantically again. "I beseech Your Majesty to grant my daughter a chance for Chongfeng." Emperor Guangzong, as if bewitched, was determined to spare Qi Yuro. "Minister Jiang, is there no alternative? Perhaps a substitution of punishment with property?" Zhang Wuyang shook his head. "The law is the law, but cannot be arbitrarily altered." Upon hearing substitution with property, Qi Hui immediately knelt. "I am willing to donate all my household assets to atone for my daughter's crime." Zhang Wuyang refused to yield. "If we bend the law to favor personal interests, what purpose does the law serve?" Emperor Guangzong quickly changed the subject. "Minister Jiang, you haven't rested in years, have you? I grant you a half-month leave. How does that sound?" Zhang Wuyang did not want leave. Emperor Guangzong waved his hand, speaking as if to himself. "I know your loyalty, but I cannot bear to overwork you." He ordered Eunuch Lan to escort Zhang Wuyang to his rest. As Eunuch Lan saw him out of the palace, he advised, "Minister Jiang, sometimes a little flexibility might benefit the people more. The realm is suffering a great drought. If Lady Qi could conjure food to save the populace, it would be more meaningful than her imprisonment." Zhang Wuyang was a man of utmost integrity, and Eunuch Lan could only offer such persuasion. Emperor Guangzong was constantly fearful of ghosts and reliant on superstition, and Eunuch Lan felt that as a eunuch he was truly exhausted by worry. Zhang Wuyang knew the emperor was incompetent, but he had not expected such a degree of incompetence. On his way back to the Six Doors Bureau, the imperial edict from Emperor Guangzong arrived. by decree of the emperor. It is ordered that Xie, daughter of the chancellor, shall substitute punishment with property, 15,000 dan of grain, and 300,000 silver taels to be paid to the state treasury, thereby exempting her from punishment. As for the massacre of Minister Shen's mansion, all blame was placed solely on Yutang. The title of Xingyang Earl was abolished, their property confiscated, and a nationwide arrest warrant issued for Yutang, with execution upon capture. The 3 clans of the Xingyang Earl's mansion were to be tattooed and exiled to remote miasmic lands, never to return to the capital. Ning Qi pushed the wheelchair, the wheels rumbling heavily, rhythmically striking the stone pavement of the capital. Zhang Wuyang gazed at the growing number of refugees on the streets, closed his eyes, and leaned back against the wheelchair, appearing even more frail and pale. The emperor's word was law. Qi could be released from prison. However, Zhang Wuyang kept the case as an unresolved file, retaining the right to pursue it at any time. Qi Hui accepted the decree and hurried back to his mansion to gather grain and gold. Qi remained detained in the 6 Doors Bureau's prison, enraging Xiao Shanshan, who cursed Zhang Wuyang. "You cripple, you'll never stand up again." When she heard that the chancellor's mansion had to compensate over 100,000 dan of grain, Xiao Shanshan was furious. "Why don't they just rob us?" Qi Hui snapped, "Shut up. Don't you know walls have ears? This is His Majesty's grace, otherwise Rower would surely die and the mansion would at least be sentenced to exile. When did Rower steal so much grain? Don't ask. Even if it were 10 times this amount, Rower could manage it. But she's in prison and we don't know how to get the grain and silver out. That damned Zhang Wuyang wouldn't allow visits, nor would he let them bring her home first." Fortunately, the chancellor's mansion had plenty of grain stored. Xiao Shanshan said, "Let's quickly transport the grain to free Rower. She's never suffered like this before." "Don't be foolish. 15,000 dan of grain. Do you think it's 15 dan? If we suddenly produce so much grain, wouldn't His Majesty question our motives for hoarding? We have to pay it back slowly, buy it openly, and submit it in batches. But Rower is suffering in there. A lack of forbearance in small matters leads to ruin. Suffering a little is better than having the entire family executed, isn't it?" Xiao Shanshan, anxious, took the keys and went to inspect the storehouses. The cellar did have a considerable amount of grain, but it had been half a year since she last checked. She led her maids to the grain storehouse. Just as they opened the door and the maid entered, within 3 breaths a scream echoed. "Aunt!" Xiao Shanshan scolded. "What are you screaming about?" "Madam, look. The entire grain storehouse was empty." Xiao Shanshan stood in the middle of the empty storehouse, her mind momentarily unable to process the sight. The grain bins, sacks, and baskets, she remembered, were all gone. The entire storehouse was more barren than an autumn wind sweeping away leaves. Her body began to tremble, and then she saw the cellar hatch. She said to the maid, "Open it." The maid lifted the handle of the cellar hatch, revealing the pitch-black steps below. Opening the ventilation window and holding a luminous pearl, Xiao Shanshan descended into the cellar. After descending 7 or 8 steps, she saw the vast underground vault of the chancellor's mansion. Once filled to the brim with grain, now not a single grain remained. Xiao Shanshan swayed, darkness engulfed her vision, and she collapsed. She fell into the square vault chamber, her head hitting the blue bricks with a thud, losing consciousness, then waking from the pain. Gazing at the empty underground chamber, she wept bitterly. The maid carried her back to the ground. Xiao Shanshan said, "Quick, take me to the main storehouse." The doors to the main storehouse were all securely locked. When they entered, the shelves near the entrance were still there as before. But after walking a few steps, they saw the interior was shockingly bare. The shelves were gone, and all they could see were walls. Speaking produced an echo. The main storehouse had 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The ground level still had a few shelves near the entrance, but the lower 2 levels were completely empty. Not a single copper coin, strip of cloth, or medicinal herb remained. Even the shelves were gone. Xiao Shanshan spat blood. This time she fainted completely. The maid tried for a while, pinching her philtrum and pressing her chest, but to no avail. The maid ran out of the storehouse, shouting, "Madam has fainted." Tao Sini rushed over and asked, "What happened to mother?" The maid wept. The storehouse, the grain storehouse, and the main storehouse, all empty. "Madam has collapsed from rage. Find a doctor quickly." Qi Ziheng was on duty at the government office. Qi Ziyu had gone gambling again. Qi Zirwei was still at the Imperial Academy, and Qi Hui was in his study contemplating life. Several sturdy maids carried Xiao Shanshan to the front courtyard and hastily notified Qi Hui. When Qi Hui heard that all the storehouses were empty, his mind felt as if stung by a hornet. Only pain, nothing but pain. That was the accumulation of half his lifetime, his source of confidence. All gone. Qi Hui personally walked through the storehouse and grain storehouse. Empty, still empty. Not a single silver coin, not a single grain of rice. He didn't know how he managed to exit the storehouse, his ears filled with Xiao Shanshan's hysterical cries. Report it to the authorities. Report it immediately. The terrified steward looked at Qi Hui. Your Excellency, can we report it? They couldn't report it, Your Excellency. So much grain would be impossible to explain. And the gold and silver in the storehouse, enough to rival a kingdom, could never be mentioned. Moreover, if they reported it, Emperor Guangzong or the censors would surely ask, did you send it to Yu Tang to fund a rebellion? The entire chancellor's mansion could be executed again. Qi Hui hadn't completely lost his senses. He waved his hand and said to the steward, we cannot report it. Xiao Shanshan shrieked, are we just going to swallow this humiliation? We still have to pay the court 15,000 dan of grain and 300,000 silver taels. Stop it. Qi Hui's face was ashen. He said to Xiao Shanshan's maids, escort the madam to the rear courtyard. Once the surroundings quieted, Qi Hui forced himself to think calmly. So much grain had been stolen without a single disturbance in the mansion. If he hadn't witnessed Qi Yuro's supernatural ability, he would have beaten the steward half to death first. Having seen Qi Yuro's power, he now strongly suspected that there was another supernaturally gifted person in Chongfeng, perhaps even more than one. And his family's grain and silver had been taken by such a person. Who could it be? Ziheng? Ziyu? Zirwei? No, impossible. They were his own sons. They wouldn't steal from their own family storehouses. Xie Suisui. Yes, she was the most likely. She was a child born from a coffin, eerie and unlucky, and she bore a grudge against the mansion. She must be retaliating. But that didn't fit either. If she had such an ability, the general's mansion wouldn't have been living so frugally. Who was it? Qi Hui's head ached from thinking. In the end, he returned to the same question, was there really another supernaturally gifted person? Could it be that Qi Yuro had stolen from her own family? After all, he intended to bring Xie Suisui back, and Rower was unhappy about it, so she might have moved the family assets into her portable space in advance. Xiao Shanshan couldn't calm down at all. Her daughter was still in prison, and she couldn't wait a single moment. The main storehouse was empty, but Rower's personal stash could be used for emergencies. No matter what, she had to get Rower out of the prison as soon as possible. Xiao Shanshan immediately led her people to Qi Yuro's courtyard. She brought her maids to the grain storehouse first. As soon as they opened the door and the maid entered, within 3 breaths, a terrified scream rang out. Aunt! Xiao Shanshan scolded. What are you screaming about? Madam, look. The entire grain storehouse was empty. Xiao Shanshan stood in the middle of the empty storehouse, her mind momentarily unable to process the sight. The grain bins, sacks, and baskets she remembered were all gone. The entire storehouse was more barren than an autumn wind sweeping away leaves. Her body began to tremble, and then she saw the cellar hatch. She said to the maid, open it. Qi Yuro was imprisoned, and the maids and older servants in Zhuing Pavilion were in a state of anxiety. Hearing that the Prime Minister's mansion had been robbed, everyone grew even more uneasy. Could the eldest miss ever return? As they were still in distress, Xiao Shanshan arrived. All the maids and servants may withdraw first. Qiu stay behind. Xiao Shanshan took a deep breath and said, you know where the eldest miss has hidden her valuables, don't you? Qiu nodded. I know, madam. The eldest miss is currently imprisoned, and your lordship has petitioned His Majesty for an imperial decree allowing her to make amends through property instead of corporal punishment. However, the mansion cannot presently summon such a large sum. We must first draw upon the eldest miss's personal fortune to cover the penalty. Your lordship will recompense her doubly once the matter is resolved. Only Qi Hui was aware that Qi Yuro possessed a spatial ability. To avoid suspicion, she had kept substantial wealth in her own storage rooms to maintain appearances. Qiu appeared somewhat troubled. Madam, without the eldest miss's explicit instruction, this maid dares not casually touch her money chest. The mansion requires these funds urgently, and in saving the eldest miss, I shall bear full responsibility. As the head of the household, Xiao Shanshan's authority was unquestionable, and Qiu Yu and the others dared not disobey. Qiu Yu, how much personal wealth does the eldest miss possess? Replying to Madam, the eldest miss has stored various gold and silver totaling over 300,000 taels of silver. This sum of silver would be sufficient to secure Ruru's release. Xiao Shanshan's heart ached once more. How long her daughter had labored to accumulate such wealth only to have it all surrendered in one stroke. While she wept over her sorrow, Qiu Yu had already produced the key to the private treasury. How could the miss fall into imprisonment so grievously? Qiu Yu spoke through tears. Surely the miss has offended no one. Who else could it be? Xiao Shanshan replied coldly with a bitter laugh. Jiang Kezi has long been colluding with the general's residence. When that wretched woman Xie Suisui accused the eldest miss last time, I sensed something was amiss, yet your lordship refused to believe me, insisting Jiang Kezi was simply incorruptible. Now this lame hound has turned and bitten us. Qiu Yu said with resentment. Had the empress not interfered back, then the eldest miss would have been betrothed to the crown prince by his majesty's decree to become crown princess. The eldest miss was a figure as ethereal as a celestial being, and Jiang Kezi knew, well, he could never hope to match such a match. Rather than accept his station, he sought to destroy her, a man lame in body and spirit alike. Do not worry. Having brought such great harm upon the Prime Minister's household, your lordship will surely not let him escape retribution. As she spoke, Qiu Yu opened the trunk, and a startled cry, familiar to Xiao Shanshan, erupted from within. Ah, madam, what is it? Xiao Shanshan's heart hammered wildly. Surely not. Could Ruru's personal fortune also have been stolen? Madam, the cabinets, they are all empty. Qiu Yu anxiously and hastily opened every chest and box. Empty. Everything was empty. Wait, there is something within. They are the very treasures stolen from various noble households across the capital, items for which bounties have been offered. Ah! Xiao Shanshan let out a series of heart-wrenching screams of utter despair. Who in heaven's name was trying to ruin the Prime Minister's household? Qi Yuro's chief maids were terrified out of their wits. What had happened? The chests had been securely locked, yet the gold and silver notes inside had vanished completely. This was no human's work. This was a haunting. The screams disturbed the entire mansion once more. Tao Xini, hearing the commotion, rushed over in a panic. Mother, what is wrong with you? Seeing Xiao Shanshan collapsed on the ground, she said through choked sobs, what happened? Why have you come to the second Mrs. Courtyard? It is all gone. Your elder sister's personal wealth has vanished too. Through blurred tears, Xiao Shanshan wept until darkness clouded her vision. Your younger sister suffers in prison. Tao Xini helped Xiao Shanshan rise to her feet, weeping. Mother, you cannot fall. Your daughter awaits our rescue. The great commotion throughout the mansion reached Qi Yuyao's quarters. Qi Yuyao remained under house arrest, her knees still throbbing with pain. Upon returning from the eldest princess's residence that day, Xiao Shanshan had inflicted disciplinary punishment upon her, accusing her of theft and framing the legitimate eldest daughter, bringing utter disgrace upon the Prime Minister's family. She had been beaten nearly to death and forced to kneel as penance. Her maid Ryue was beaten to death for testifying against Chuanhua, Qi Yuro's chief maid. Only after her concubine mother knelt and pleaded with Qi Hui for an entire day and night was her life spared. Amid the clamor outside, she summoned her new maid Ran Dong to investigate what was happening. Ran Dong ventured out cautiously and returned with news of the events unfolding within the mansion, her gleeful satisfaction barely concealed. Second Miss, the eldest miss, has been thrown into the great prison. Thrown into the great prison. What has transpired? Second young Master Yu of the Count of Xingyang's residence hoarded grain and plotted rebellion, resulting in the entire household being imprisoned. Master Shin extorted the eldest miss, who then incited second young Master Yu to slaughter the vice minister's entire household. Second young Master Yu now faces a citywide arrest warrant, and the eldest miss has also been incarcerated. So much information, truly all welcome news. Qi Yuyao trembled with excitement and asked, could the eldest miss be? She made a gesture across her throat. Your lordship felt pity for the eldest miss and petitioned His Majesty for imperial grace, allowing property to compensate for punishment. Randong observed the palpable disappointment on the second Mrs. face and lowered her voice, adding, "But for some reason the mansion's storage rooms were all robbed." Qi Yuyao's heart raced like a roller coaster, surging upward only to plummet moments later. Qi Yuyao knew all too well that Qi Yuro had colluded with Yu Tang. That day when they met in secret, it was Qi Yuyao who had lured Xie Suisui there. Qi Yuro alone had driven her to gnash her teeth with hatred, and now another rival appeared. Xie Suisui, a legitimate daughter no less. Consumed by jealousy, she deliberately set the two against each other in a deadly confrontation, never expecting Xie Suisui to survive such brutal treatment. It mattered little now. Xie Suisui had been exiled alongside the general's family and would have no time left to cause trouble. What she had not anticipated was the depth of Qi Hui's devotion to his legitimate eldest daughter. His willingness to surrender 150,000 sure of grain and 300,000 taels of silver to buy her life. With such grain and silver depleted from the Prime Minister's household, they would be reduced to subsisting on chaff and wild vegetables henceforth. Yet what had Randong just reported? The entire treasury had been looted. Ha ha ha, truly magnificent. What splendid theft. Which divine benefactor had acted with such understanding, avenging the suffering? Best of all, if only Qi Yuro would perish within the great prison. Hearing that all branches of the household had gathered to console Xiao Shanshan, Qi Yuyao felt compelled to offer her condolences to her legitimate mother as well. Such courtesy demanded to be maintained as a matter of propriety. As Randong supported her to the doorway, a young servant boy who had gone to gather news came running back into the courtyard. Second miss catastrophic. Not only was the granary plundered, but the main storehouses and the eldest Mrs. personal fortune have all been stolen. The thieves have ransacked the estate completely. The Prime Minister's residence is now destitute. What is happening? Qi Yuyao halted in her tracks. Ha ha ha, she barely contained her laughter. The servant explained, the eldest Mrs. cabinets were securely locked, yet the silver and currency within vanished. According to those nearby, not only were the funds missing, but strange items appeared in their place. What appeared? They were precisely the stolen treasures from various households now subject to search warrants. Qi Yuyao's eyes lit up at this revelation. Addressing the servant boy and the maid, she instructed, "Keep your lips sealed. None of us know anything of what transpired there. Your mistress has been indisposed with illness all along." Understood. Understood. The second miss was plotting something. Qi Yuyao returned to her bed, drew the quilt over her mouth, and laughed until her shoulders trembled. Her laughter dissolved into tears. Qi Yuro, you swindling thief. The eldest princess's golden hairpin and jade bowl, you vile creature, you were the one who stole them. Meanwhile, Xiao Shanshan was utterly panicked and hurried to find Qi Hui. Qi Hui, accompanied by his senior attendant and steward, began a comprehensive inventory of the household's assets. Upon investigation, they discovered that nearly all liquid assets had vanished, save for his study, the concubine's quarters, and the storehouses belonging to his 3 sons. However, the concubines' and sons' treasuries had always held little silver to begin with. Most notably, Qi Ziyu's storehouse contained less than 500 taels of silver. Xiao Shanshan spoke again. Your lordship, report this to the authorities. With so much lost, what remains to fear? Death is our fate regardless. How could you understand? If His Majesty discovers we have concealed such vast quantities of silver and grain, our house shall never recover. Furthermore, who would believe that so much silver and grain was simply stolen? They will only claim we supported Yu Tang. He had originally intended merely to pretend, purchasing grain from the markets in installments to surrender to the imperial treasury. Now, however, he truly needed to acquire grain. When Qi Yuro was arrested, he had not feared. When the emperor lambasted him for failing to report Yu Tang's rebellion, he had not feared. But with so much grain and wealth gone from his household, he was truly afraid now. Suddenly it struck him. On the day the general's residence was exiled, he had witnessed Jiang Wuyong carrying a stack of account books in the imperial court. He rose abruptly and made straight for Xiao Shanshan's courtyard. As he entered, he spotted the pickle vat beneath the corridor eaves, and his heart settled somewhat. The pickle vat was still there. Xiao Shanshan assumed Qi Hui had come to comfort her. She threw her arms around Qi Hui's neck. Dalong, what shall we do? We have lost everything. Do not weep. This prime minister is here. Qi Hui addressed the elderly maid beside her. Maidservant Zhang, dismiss all others. I must speak with Madame in private. Maidservant Zhang led everyone out of the courtyard. Once the others had departed, Qi Hui immediately released Xiao Shanshan. Noticing an uncommon look of tension and dread upon his face, Xiao Shanshan ceased her weeping and followed him from the bedroom with growing bewilderment. After ensuring no one remained in the courtyard, Qi Hui hurried toward the pickle vat. A foreboding seized Xiao Shanshan, and she stammered, trembling lips parted. You suspect? Yes. Qi Hui crossed the distance in 3 strides, reached the pickle vat, and lifted its lid. His mind went blank with a ringing thunderclap. Refusing to accept it, he reached inside and groped about. Nothing. Then, who in damnation had placed scorpions inside? Qi Hui's hand was swarmed by a cluster of scorpions, swelling instantly into a puffy mass. The agony brought tears to his eyes. In her desperation, Xiao Shanshan immediately leaned forward to suck the venom from his wound. Unaware that scorpion venom differed from snake venom, sucking and spitting proved futile. Her lips and tongue swelled rapidly, distorting half her face in agony. The account books were gone. Qi Hui staggered. It is finished. Those account books have fallen into Zhang Wuyang's hands 9 times out of 10. How could they have reached him? Did he steal the account books? I do not know. On the day the general's residence received its sentence, I intended to eliminate them completely. But Zhang Wuyang entered the Golden Throne Hall with the account books, and the Crown Prince's faction advocated exile instead. Presumably by then the account books had already been lost. Qi Hui pressed both hands to his forehead as sweat fell drop by drop. After a long while he spoke. Shanshan, instruct everyone in this household not to utter a single word against Lord Jiang, nor discuss imperial matters within these walls. We shall rally every resource to procure grain and silver. Emperor Guangzong's objective was clearly to strip the Prime Minister's residence of everything. To Emperor Guangzong, seizing a minister's grain and silver outweighed adherence to legal principle. The imperial treasury could not remain empty, especially when Qi Hui's prospective son-in-law harbored ambitions of rebellion. Qi Hui now harbored no hopes whatsoever. He began by borrowing silver and grain from those who clung to his favor, swiftly amassing 20,000 shur of grain and 100,000 taels of silver. After delivering the first installment to the imperial treasury, he knelt outside the imperial study, requesting an audience with Emperor Guangzong. Soon thereafter, Qi Hui, attendant to the 4th Prince, emerged and announced, Prime Minister, Your Highness, the 4th Prince requests your presence. Qi Hui bowed his head and entered. The 4th Prince sat behind the dragon desk. Prime Minister, please be seated, he said. Qi Hui did not dare to sit, he only wished to discuss the matter at hand. Your Highness, I have already raised 20,000 shur of grain and 100,000 taels of silver, which have been submitted to the Ministry of Revenue. As for the remainder, I shall make up the shortfall as soon as possible. Very well. Your Highness, might I beg leave to see my youngest daughter? Granted. Qi Hui had not expected the 4th Prince to be so accommodating, and he immediately knelt to offer his gratitude. The 4th Prince replied, aside from making up the grain and silver, Prime Minister, you must also warn Yu Tang to surrender himself as soon as possible. His Majesty grew so ill from anger over this matter. Yet I do not know where Yu Tang is. Do what you can, Prime Minister. After all, His Majesty trusts you so deeply. Locating Yu Tang would be a significant merit on your part. Indeed, your punishment may well be reduced. Having navigated official circles for decades, Qi Hui found himself thoroughly subdued by this 14-year-old princeling and dared not utter a word of objection, merely replying with submissive yes, yes. The 4th Prince then ordered Qi Hui to escort Qi Hui to the prison to meet Qi Yuro. Qi Yuro had not been confined with the other prisoners, nor had she been beaten, yet the haggardness upon her face was plainly visible. The moment she laid eyes on Qi Hui, she broke into tears. Father, have I been sentenced to execution at autumn's end? My dear rower, father has secured His Majesty's grace. Qi Hui explained how the emperor had shown mercy, allowing her sentence to be commuted in exchange for goods. He also whispered that it was precisely the emperor's interest in her special ability that had spared her life. Qi Yuro was stunned, her emotions growing exceedingly complex. I am deeply sorry to have burdened you, father. It was Rower's fault. Once I am released, I shall repay you 100-fold. The Marquis of Xinyang's mansion has been sealed, its members imprisoned and confiscated. They shall be exiled to the miasmic Southlands in due course. Yu Tang was sentenced to immediate execution, yet he managed to escape. The father and daughter shared a look, their faith in the celestial master's prophecy deepening still further. It was rare for anyone to evade Zhang Wuyang's judgments, yet Yu Tang had somehow slipped through. This proved that Yu Tang truly was the child ordained by heaven and blessed by the gods, as the celestial master had foretold. They exchanged a knowing glance and silently agreed to shield Yu Tang, leaving the prime minister's mansion a path to future prosperity and wealth. Rower, our household faces a dire predicament. The family vaults have been robbed. He briefly outlined the situation. Qi Yuro's eyes widened in astonishment, her complexion turning pale. Then you must report this to the authorities at once. We cannot involve the officials. Yes, we absolutely cannot. Qi Yuro immediately grasped the unspoken implications, speaking with a mixture of despair and urgency. What are we to do then? Rower, I had intended to raise the funds gradually and repay them over time. However, every day we delay your submission means one more day of suffering for you within these prison walls. His meaning was clear. He wanted her to produce the grain and silver she had secretly hoarded, at least to tide them over this immediate crisis. Qi Yuro's hands and feet turned icy cold. Her spatial dimension had long since become unreachable. She touched the missing patch of flesh on her wrist, falling silent. During a struggle with Xie Suisui at the well's edge, a chunk of skin had been scraped away. Though it had healed, it left behind a faint pink indentation. She still had no idea how her spatial ability had become severed. It had appeared inexplicably and vanished just as mysteriously. Yet she could not speak of her lost connection to the void. If she admitted she had lost her ability, she would instantly become expendable. His Majesty would discard her without a second thought, and so would Qi Hui. In this era, women were inherently held in low esteem. She first had to find a way to survive and escape imprisonment. Then she must locate the fugitive Yu Tang and support his rise by any means necessary. Only when he succeeded would she be safe. After all, Yu Tang had claimed to love Qi Yuro across 2 lifetimes. 2 lifetimes. Surely, driven by such devotion, he would grant her a life of stability and wealth. Gathering her thoughts, Qi Yuro quietly informed her father, "Father, there is hardly any grain hidden within my spatial dimension. But is it not true that all the grain from Tianfeng Grain Firm was kept at your place? Father, over these many years the rice sold in my shops has come entirely from the grain firm. It has long been sold out." She was no naive 15-year-old. In her past life, she had died well past 30, a full generation older than Qi Ziyang. How could she possibly be fooled by Qi Hui into confessing the truth? Qi Hui grew visibly anxious. What are we to do? Where am I to procure 150,000 shur of grain in such a short time? In truth, Qi Yuro desperately wanted to report the theft to the authorities. With the family vaults emptied, she shared her father's fear. What if there were a second or even a third individual with similar abilities? Yet she feared even more that the emperor might learn of other ability wielders existing in this era. If such persons existed, her own power would lose its unique value. Composing herself, she said, "Father, asked the various branches of the mansion to pool their resources first. As the saying goes, when one branch prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. Now that the house faces hardship, relatives and friends should contribute. If that is still insufficient, then the assets under my name shall be mobilized. Siphoning 150,000 shur of grain would likely bankrupt your rice shops. It matters not. As long as I am released, I shall reclaim everything piece by piece." Survival came first. On his journey back to the mansion, Qi Hui remained deeply furrowed in thought. Rower's wandering eyes clearly indicated she was lying. He recalled clearly that 8 years prior, Rower had suddenly grown fond of traveling. Whenever he was dispatched on official business, she would insist on accompanying him. He had heard with his own ears Rower boast of draining the Tianfeng Grain Firm's stores, a total of 1 million shur, the grand repository of the realm's premier grain merchant. Over all these years, despite continuous sales, new stock had been constantly replenished. Those grains could not possibly have been exhausted. The sole explanation was that she refused to relinquish them. She intended to hoard them to support Yu Tang's ascent to the throne, for she aspired to be empress. Qi Hui had fawned over Emperor Guangzong to secure an edict sparing Qi Yuro's life, yet his own daughter clutched tight to her grain and silver, compelling him to liquidate everything. Her daughter, outwardly compliant and still unmarried, was already scheming against her natal family. The sensation of being manipulated by his own cherished child pricked at Qi Hui's heart like needles, yet he had no choice but to hasten the grain collection. Should he defy the imperial decree, the entire clan would be executed. All branches open your storehouses. Qi Hui laid out the gravity of the situation, demanding that every branch empty their vaults to raise funds for purchasing grain. Tao Xini's nails dug into her palms until they broke. As the eldest branch, Qi Ziheng and Tao Xini were targeted by Xiao Shanshan, to lead the way required to produce at least 50,000 taels of silver or treasures worth that sum. 50,000 taels represented nearly their entire fortune. Qi Yuro's imprisonment was forcing them to squander everything, and Tao Xini's heart bled. Moods within the mansion's branches soured, filled with muttered curses. Truly, one only understands the pain when the needle pierces one's own flesh. Qi Hui dispatched his steward and guards to contact various grain merchants everywhere, promising numerous benefits. Fortuitously, someone happened to be looking to offload a batch of cheap grain totaling 130,000 shur. The 15,000 shur demanded by the edict were almost assembled, but scarcely had over a dozen carts of grain been transported into the Yongfeng vault, when the prefect of Shengjing and the Yongfeng granaries warden arrived, demanding and formidable. "Prime Minister, may I ask where your 130,000 shur of grain originates?" "It was purchased," Qi Hui replied in surprise. "What is the issue?" The warden stated the Yongfeng vault was robbed half a month ago, resulting in a loss of 16,000 shur of grain. 3,000 shur were confiscated from Yutang's residence, leaving a remaining balance that exactly matches what you submitted today. Enraged, Qi Hui nearly leapt from his seat. "What do you mean? You suspect the Prime Minister's mansion stole the Yongfeng vault's grain?" However, when he sent men to summon the estate manager and servant responsible for the purchase, both they and their families had vanished without a trace. Qi Hui immediately felt that invisible net closing around him, once more tightening its grip. The prefect and warden insisted on inspecting the grain storage at the Prime Minister's estate, and stubbornly refusing to yield, Qi Hui accompanied them. A single glance revealed total ruin. Among the grain lay several rice sacks conspicuously stamped with the characters Xie Suisui, alongside a depiction of a pig. These were the standardized marks carved onto granaries and grain sacks during last year's tax grain intake. Most disastrously, the vault did not hold 130,000 shur of grain. At most 10,000 shur. Yet he had liquidated and pawned treasures from every branch, handing over all the silver. Gu Yanxi recounted events unfolding in the capital, and Xie Suisui listened with eyes shining brightly. Her stepsister was imprisoned, their father besieged from all sides, and her brothers plunged into poverty. Her buried minds detonated one after another. Oh heavens, how could she not laugh herself to death? Gu Yanxi once again beheld the girl's laughing crescent-shaped peach blossom eyes, dark, luminous, unrestrained, and faintly alluring. He furrowed his brow, privately chiding himself for losing his composure. Alas, all gatherings must eventually part. Gu Yanxi still had matters to attend to in Qingqing, while Xie Suisui and the others faced exile. Thus they bid each other farewell. Watching Bo Wei, Xie Xinghui, and their party stride resolutely outward, Gu Yanxi's brow knit slightly. A persistent unease gnawed at him. Hadn't the Xie family's peach blossom-eyed lass admired him? Why had she departed without so much as a backward glance? Just moments ago, when he related tales of the capital, her eyes had curved with delight. "Fuel, catch up to them," he instructed his attendant. Unaware of Gu Yanxi's intentions, Fuel assumed he had neglected some crucial instruction and promptly drove the carriage to overtake them. Xie Xinghui, seeing Gu Yanxi close the distance again, asked in surprise, "Your lordship, is there something else?" Gu Yanxi suddenly found himself tongue-tied. The words "Xie Suisui, why did you leave so suddenly?" refused to form on his lips no matter how he tried. "Lord Gu." Xie Xinglong noticed Gu Yanxi's gaze continually drifting towards Xie Suisui. Without betraying his awareness, he subtly blocked the line of sight and remarked, "Does your lordship feel uneasy that we rescued you?" The remark sparked an idea. Gu Yanxi swiftly composed himself, adjusted his robes, and declared, You saved this young master's life. Am I not a man who acknowledges virtue? How could I simply turn and depart? He appeared cold and arrogant, his tone devoid of warmth. Luo Sheng replied, My children rescued you as a mere gesture of goodwill, seeking no recompense. Since your lordship is injured, you should proceed to the medical clinic for treatment first. Gu Yanxi brooked no refusal. From a box in the carriage, he extracted a thick stack of banknotes, withdrew a single 100-tael note for himself, and handed the remainder to Xie Suisui. Xie Xinglong took the bundle, glanced at it, and was surprised to find it exceeded 5,000 taels. He pressed the notes back into Gu Yanxi's arms, saying, We do not lack for anything. You must take them. Gu Yanxi refused to accept the return, letting the notes fall to the ground. I shall not take them back. Yu Qingxiu picked up the notes and tucked them into Gu Yanxi's sleeve, speaking gently. Lord Gu, we are now convicts in transit. Opportunities to enter towns will be scarce, and these notes will truly go unused. You need not keep the matter of rescue in mind. Even if we had encountered others in distress today, the people of the general's manor would have extended their aid regardless. It was merely instinct, nothing more. Gu Yanxi watched as they tucked the money into his arm, and then strode resolutely away. Though the general's manor members were in exile, their backs remained straight. Fuel murmured, My lord, you cannot comprehend. The exile journey is profoundly harsh. They lack adequate food and clothing, enduring wind and rain, while traveling 3,000 li on foot. Banknotes are of little use. A steamed bun would serve them better. He dared not raise his voice for the latter part. His young master had been born with a golden key in his mouth, and was the emperor's own brother. How could he possibly understand the bitterness of exile? Gu Yanxi asked, If carriages are forbidden, might they ride in ox carts or mule carts? Absolutely not. They are criminals. A mule cart would speed their journey, allowing them to reach the exile destination sooner and letting the escorts file their reports earlier. Is that not for the best? My lord, there is truly no such precedent. Exile inherently requires enduring hardship. Fuel developed a throbbing headache. Was this not the epitome of why not eat minced meat? Fuel was taken aback, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, Your Highness, you cannot do this. The Marquis and Madame will be furious. How could they ever allow you to marry a convict? I am willing, but Her Majesty the Empress will not consent, Fuel urged earnestly. Your Highness, have you forgotten? At the last farewell, the Empress objected, and the general's mansion also refused. Gu Yanxi's face darkened, and he remained silent for a long while. He himself did not know when it started, but day and night, whether eating or sleeping, that little girl's image flickered before his eyes. The first time he met Xie Suisui, her face and clothes were stained with blood, and she smiled like a gentle little sister from next door, yet her moves were ruthless and merciless, effortlessly cornering the Grand Chancellor amid laughter and conversation. When he saw her again, he found her not only adorable, but also a bit cunning, laughing without a care, her eyes like the morning star in the sky. She was vivid and unrestrained, her every expression fitting his aesthetic perfectly. The previous time he sought to marry Xie Suisui, it was because he could not bear to see that innocent, lovely smile of hers fade away during the hardships of exile. Besides, he knew that the crown prince's death had little to do with Xie Fei. The empress refused to let him take Xie Suisui as his wife, and he had compromised at the time, thinking it was enough to save her. But Xie Suisui had firmly refused to become a noble concubine. After she left, he could not rest day or night, neither eating nor sleeping peacefully. Upon reflection, he regretted not standing firm against the empress that day. He wanted to marry Xie Suisui and to make her his lawful wife. The empress and his mother were both arranging marriages for him. After breaking off the engagement with Qi, Euro suitors came in droves. Yet his heart grew more resolute. He only wanted to marry that girl with the peach blossom eyes. Fuel watched his master silent and brooding, wondering what grand scheme he might unleash next. I don't want to die out. Your Highness, think about it. The Duke of Ninggua's mansion is guilty of the heinous crime of colluding with the enemy, and they caused the death of the crown prince. His Majesty showed exceptional mercy by sentencing them to exile, but in his heart he is burning with the desire to avenge the crown prince. Fuel felt like crying. When they set out, they were not heading for the general's mansion at all. The crown prince was the Marquis's own nephew. The madam and the empress had wept countless times. With the crown prince's demise, the Xianping Marquis Manor had lost its pillar of support. The madam had long wanted to send someone to kill all the Xies, and the Marquis's son wanted to marry Xie Fei's daughter. I'll give the silver to Bo Wei and keep Xie Suisui here. If father, mother, and the empress all oppose my marrying her as my principal wife, then I will never marry anyone else, and I will protect her for the rest of her life. Phil felt like crying. You're willing to abandon even the Marquis Manor and the empress, but will miss Xie survive. Your Highness, I suspect the general's mansion understands the feud between our families better than you do. Even if you wish to marry her, they might not agree. How do you know if we don't try? Phil didn't want to talk to him anymore. Gu Yanxi was usually a decent person, cold and distant, but kind to his servants. But once he dug in his heels, not even 8 horses could drag him back. What could be done? Might as well give it a try, otherwise the young Marquis would never give up. So instead of seeking a physician, Gu Yanxi chased after Xie Suisui and his party again. Before long, they caught up with Bo Wei. Bo Wei and Xie Suisui's group were somewhat surprised. Why had he come back again? No one spoke. They all just looked at Gu Yanxi. Gu Yanxi adjusted his clothes, had Fuel help him down from the carriage, and limped over to Luo Sheng. He said, Madam Xie, I wish to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage as my lawful wife. Please grant your consent. Luo Sheng. Bo Wei. Yu Qingxiu frowned and looked Gu Yanxi up and down. Why was the young Marquis bringing this up again? Lu Xiangyi looked incredulous and asked, Young Marquis, you wish to marry my sister again? Yes, I wish to marry Miss Xie as my principal wife. Has the Marquis and his wife agreed? Has Her Majesty the Empress consented? As your lawful wife, I will persuade my parents. Even if they don't agree, I will still marry her. I will never marry anyone else in this life. Gu Yanxi thought it over. His parents might not agree, but if they refused, he would set up a separate household with Xie Suisui. He had his salary and private funds. He could certainly support Xie Suisui. My sister will not be a concubine, nor will she allow her husband to take concubines, not even a chambermaid. Xie Xinglong tilted his head and asked, Can you do that? I can, Gu Yanxi said firmly, then turned to Bo Wei. If I marry her, she won't have to go into exile, right? Bo Wei's head ached. Before setting out, the convicts had already signed their documents, proposing marriage halfway. Impossible. He shook his head and said, Young Marquis, if you can obtain permission from His Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress, or even a prince, that would be a different matter. Gu Yanxi unfastened a jade pendant from his waist and said, This is the coronation gift His Majesty bestowed upon me at the beginning of the year. The pendant is as good as the Emperor's presence. Can it secure Miss Xie's release? It can. Bo Wei felt a burning gaze land on him, and the air around him suddenly turned cold. He looked at Xie Samlang. Xie Xinglong crooked his finger at Gu Yanxi. Come here. What for? Before he could finish, Xie Samlang charged at him, and Luo Sheng quickly intervened to stop him. I'll punch you to death, you ungrateful beast. I saved your life not so you could have such thoughts. My sister is still so young. Don't you know you're already old? I am barely 20. How am I old? Gu Yanxi said coldly. You are too selfish. My sister didn't have to be exiled at all. She chose to share the fate of her family out of loyalty. What does an old man like you understand? I am not an old man. You are an old man. Almost a decade older than her. What nonsense are you dreaming of? If I had known, I would never have saved you. It would have been better to let the carriage door crush you to death. Xie Xinglong was furious. From now on, stay far away, and don't you dare think about my sister again. With that, he pulled Xie Suisui away. Xie Suisui hadn't even had a chance to speak before both sides had decided her fate. Xie Suisui. Miss Xie, what do you think? If you don't wish to go into exile, I will ask His Majesty for an imperial decree to exempt you. Gu Yanxi leaned on Fuel's arm, maintaining the dignified air of a superior. Fuel glared angrily at the Xie family. He had thought his own young master was being absurd, but how dare Xie Samling call his master an old man? His master had just turned 20 a little over a month ago, and 2 years ago, he had placed second in the imperial examinations. Moreover, the young master still had not a single chambermaid in his quarters. His master was the top choice among all the noble ladies of the capital. Miss Xie, our young master is truly outstanding. Fuel called out anxiously. Please say something. Xie Suisui did not turn back, waving her small hand above her head and saying, I don't want to. I like exile. It keeps the family together and harmonious. Marry Guyancy. What a joke. Xie had died because of the crown prince, and to put it bluntly, the Xianping Marquis Manor and the general's mansion were practically enemies. Besides, the Xianping Marquis Manor had broken off the engagement with Chiyuro. Would they marry the third daughter of the Qi bloodline? And what about a convict becoming a lawful wife? Becoming the mistress of the Marquis Manor? How impossible. This time it was probably just a whim of the young Marquis, without his family's knowledge. Would she go back with him to be his kept woman? If Guyancy fell out with the Marquis Manor, wouldn't the Marquis and the Empress kill her? Ahem, she simply wanted nothing to do with this peacock. Bo Wei watched Xie Suisui walking with steady steps and felt a grudging admiration. Everyone in the general's mansion, men and women alike, had backbone. Guyancy sat in the lopsided carriage and looked at the long line of convicts, each one disheveled and filthy. He also saw Xie Xingyan, once a man of high spirits, now grimy and cursing while carrying his father Xie Chuanwang on his back. Why do you eat so much? So heavy, soiling your pants and wetting yourself. You're such a nuisance to your children. Now that you're no longer an official, have you lost all shame? Xie Luyan walked with Luomei, enduring the family's infighting with numb indifference. Of the 1,000 taels of silver, 800 were sewn into her undergarments, and the remaining 160 taels were carried by Luomei day and night. They watched Xie Suisui and her group return from the city, riding in a carriage clean and tidy. Luomei's eyes burned with envy and jealousy as she spat "Pa." From a distance, she spotted a carriage parked by the roadside. Though the carriage was dented, its luxurious double-horse design and the person sitting at the door were unmistakable. Eldest miss, it's the young Marquis. Who? The heir of Xianping Marquis Manor. Xie Luyan followed her finger. It was indeed Guyancy. What was he doing here? Xie Luyan's mind raced. The day before, she had rented a room at the inn, but old lady Shun, young lady Shun, and even Xie Xingyan had all squeezed into her room, occupying the bed, the chairs, and the bathing tub. She couldn't compete with so many people. The former Duke of Ninggua's mansion had become a dangerous burden. In such harsh conditions, where was the family affection? Today they seized her room, tomorrow they would take her silver, and the day after they might even sell her. She had to save herself. And the opportunity to escape this hell, wasn't it right before her eyes? She immediately asked Luomei for the bundle, took out 2 taels of silver, and handed them to Zhang Cheng. Sir Zhang, an old acquaintance, is waiting for me by the roadside. May I go see them? Zhang Cheng couldn't allow her to meet an outsider alone, especially with a carriage nearby. What if the convict tried to escape? For the sake of the silver, he agreed to accompany her. Upon reaching Guyancy's carriage, Xie Luyan curtsied to him. Your servant pays respects to the young Marquis. Who are you? The young Marquis's eyelids drooped slightly. He had no impression of this person. Your servant is Xie Luyan. You are from the general's mansion. My mistress is the eldest miss of the Duke of Ninggua's mansion, Luomei interjected eagerly. She is known as the little money god Miss Xie. Guyancy said unceremoniously, I don't know. Never heard. Get lost. Luomei choked, finding Lord Gu's words extremely unpleasant. Lord Gu Xie is my uncle. Xie Luyan invoked Xie name. My uncle doted on me most when he was alive. Xie dotes on a niece. Don't fool me. I may not be well read, but I placed first in the 2nd tier of the imperial exams. Guyancy frowned. What do you want from me? Can you take me away? If you do, I promise to make you the wealthiest man in the world. I don't need to be the wealthiest. I can help you write the most brilliant essays in the world and plan the best future. I have no ambition. Then I can give you the most advanced machinery, the most advanced industry, agriculture, and technology. I can also forge weapons capable of moving mountains and filling seas, helping you reach the pinnacle. I think you've lost your mind. Guyancy glanced at her coldly. With such great abilities, why is the Ninggua Duke's mansion not the wealthiest in the world? The Ninggua Duke's mansion lacks ambition. Giving them the technology would be casting pearls before swine. You are learned and talented, my lord. I am willing to assist you. Since you wish to benefit the people, you have countless opportunities in the capital to present your treasures to His Majesty. Why have you not done so? You are known as the little god of wealth, yet why is your reputation for charity unheard of? This world is unjust. Women are confined to the inner quarters, unable to show their faces in public. Now I only wish to rely on you, my lord, to survive. I have no interest in you. I detest people full of schemes. Yet another person surnamed Xie Suisui is neither humble nor arrogant and is quite adorable. Xie Luyin said, almost pleading, my lord, I ask for little. If I can be your strategist or retainer, just enough to have a full meal. Do you truly think I am oblivious to the ways of the world and ignorant of the affairs in the capital? Your father colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country, costing the crown prince his life. The Xinping Marquis's mansion did not demand the lives of your entire household. You should be grateful for the imperial grace. And you still want me to protect you? How dare you? Gu Yanxi snatched the whip from Fuel, lashed it across her head, then pointed at Zhang Cheng. You the escort, what is your name? Zhang Cheng was terrified, bowing and scraping. Lord Gu, please calm your anger. I'll take her away immediately, making your lordship unhappy and dragging me into this. Zhang Cheng lashed his horsewhip at Xie Luyin and Luo Mei. Get lost. Luo Mei shielded Xie Luyin, and the two stumbled toward the exile procession. Gu Yanxi suddenly recalled something and shouted, is your maternal grandfather's family surnamed Shun? Xie Luyin turned around, hope filling her eyes, and quickly replied, yes. Oh, the Shin family has been wiped out. My condolences. Lord Gu turned to Fuel and said, let's go. Zhang Cheng farted so loudly it hit his own heel, making him stumble. This Lord Gu is truly merciless. Fuel clutched his belly, stifling a laugh. He had injured himself earlier, and laughing made his stomach ache. Hey, this was the majestic and domineering young lord of his household. He spat at the retreating figures. Sigh, another person surnamed Xie, but Xie Suisui is so much more likable. When the people from the general's mansion returned to the exile procession from Qingqing, and they were carrying several baskets, Bo Wei addressed the exiles. Yesterday, the general's mansion presented a recipe for pastries. The prefectural office made some pastries and asked us to bring them. The prisoners looked on as if watching a spectacle. Could they possibly get to eat pastries? The pastries are limited. Children under 10 years old can buy one at half price. Everyone else one cake for 2 taels. There were over 200 prisoners, but only a dozen children under 10. How could they give pastries to prisoners for free? Xie Suisui sold the cake recipe for 100 taels with the condition that all trial cakes made by the restaurant would be hers. Regardless of success or failure, the ingredients were good, so she took them all. The restaurant's chef was very skilled. After 3 batches, he produced cakes nearly as perfect as those from Mickey's bakery. Thus, she collected several baskets of cakes. She took out 2 baskets and gave them to all the escorts. In exchange, the privilege was from today the general's mansion could cook independently. From now on, the food stored in the space could be taken out and eaten. While the refugees and displaced hordes had not yet moved south and social order had not completely collapsed, they should seize the time to enjoy good food. Otherwise, by then, not to mention openly cooking food, even a single mouthful would have to be hidden securely. This was a win-win situation. The escorts had no objections. It was just independent cooking, fine. The cakes were the size of a bowl, about 4 taels in weight, and the escorts priced them at 2 taels each. Xie shouted, Mother, I want to eat cake. Originally, the cakes sold by my cousin Xie Liyun's cake shop were delicious. Now, with his stomach growling from hunger, the allure of the cakes was irresistible. Wei Shui dug her nails into her palm and said timidly, You are a mother. Has no money. What about the 20 taels given by uncle? Mother, what did you do with our 20 taels? Xie's tears streamed down. Mother, you must compensate me for my cake. There is no mother like you who steals her child's money. Wei Shui scolded angrily. Xie, kneel down. Who told you to speak to your mother like this? Xie Luying's skin, which had been whipped, was just forming a thin scab. She glared hatefully at Wei Shui. Other families with children under 10 and some silver on hand took out a tael and bought cakes. The sweet aroma filled the air, making Xie cry even harder. Xie Luying and Xie Luzhu had no money at all, no hairpins or jewelry. They could only listen to their brother's cries in despair. When Xie Luyin first saw those cakes, her lips turned blue with anger. They were indeed cakes, although not as exquisite as those from her Mickey's bakery, and without any frosting. The cake sponge was exceptionally well made. The cake recipe had really leaked. At that moment, she hated Chiyuro so much she wanted to flay her alive. Hearing that a palm-sized cake cost 2 taels, she felt like she was having a heart attack. Her recipe was stolen, and now they were going to rip her off. Luo may go by 2-1 for each of us. These past few days eating hard flatbreads had given her a stomachache. For now, no matter how expensive the cakes were, she had to buy them. Xie Suisui had been watching Xie Luyan. Earlier she saw Xie Luyan run over to Lord Gu, but didn't know what she did. She called Zhang Qing over and secretly inquired about the news. Zhang Qing, still angry from being threatened by Lord Gu, said, what else could she do? She wanted to marry Lord Gu, but he didn't want her. She pestered him relentlessly, even invoking the general's name, claiming she was the general's most beloved niece before his death. The general doted on her so much, and she still had the nerve to frame the general's mansion. She even got me scolded. Xie Suisui gave a cold laugh. My father doted on you most. Have you gone mad? When you framed the general's mansion, you were ruthless. Now that you can't get by, you want to cheat and swindle using the general's name. There's no such good thing in this world. I haven't found a chance to kill you, but I found a chance to take your silver and vent my anger first. Without silver, let's see how you can still bounce around. Luo Mei went to Wang Matzi and bought 2 cakes. Xie Luyan had long lost her pre-exile refinement. Without washing her hands, she grabbed them and ate. The sweet fragrance of the cakes filled her nostrils, and she gulped them down. Luo Mei placed the bundle beside her and also grabbed a cake. At that moment, Xie Suisui silently commanded, collect, and the bundle was taken into her space. Inside the space, she poured out the 154 taels of silver from the bundle, filled it with nearby gravel and rubble, and then placed it back beside Luo Mei. Luo Mei was unaware that the silver had turned into stones. Whoosh! A dark shadow flashed before them. Luo Mei and Xie Luyan bit their own fingers when they opened their mouths. Their hands were empty, the cakes were gone. Xie Luyan slowly raised her head and saw that both cakes were now in Xie Xinyan's hands, who was stuffing them into his mouth. Sister, I'm so hungry, sorry. Just buy a few more since you have silver. He had taken a bite from each of the 2 cakes. Old Lady Shun directly snatched from his hand. You wretched thing. Your grandfather is still hungry. Xie Xinyan swallowed them in 3 mouthfuls, choking and hiccuping. Burp. Sorry, burp, I've been carrying father all along. I really, burp, couldn't bear the hunger anymore. He looked at Xie Luyan and pleaded, Sister, have pity on your sister-in-law. She's pregnant. Buy a cake for your sister-in-law, okay? Please. Xie Luyan said angrily. I bought 2 cakes and didn't even get a bite, and you dared to snatch them all. And she still wanted her to buy 1 for her sister-in-law. Dream on. She was still hungry. Luo Mei had to go buy 2 more. But who would have thought? When she opened the bundle, she was stunned and screamed, Ah, our silver. There was no silver in the bundle. It had all turned into stones and rubble. Luo Mei, did the bundle ever leave your side? Did you give it to anyone? Xie Luyan asked in panic. No, even when I went to the latrine, I held the bundle in my arms. Luo Mei cried loudly. The silver was still there when I bought the cakes. Xie Luyan seemed to recall something. She quickly pulled out the pouch from her bosom and drew out the banknotes one by one to check. Good, the banknotes were still there. It seemed someone was targeting her. She would have to protect her silver even more carefully than before. With no cash on hand, she wanted to exchange some with Zhang Cheng, but Zhang Cheng took the opportunity to jack up the price, 100 taels in banknotes for 80 taels in silver. Xie Luyan, in a fit of anger, refused to exchange. Just as she was stuffing the pouch back into her bosom, Xie Suisui, who had been staring so hard she nearly went cross-eyed, made her move. Collect. She transferred the pouch out. Her ability to retrieve and store items had a limit. It could only operate within 15 zhang, about 50 meters, and within her line of sight. If Xie Luyan hadn't checked whether her banknotes were stolen, Xie Suisui would have had no chance to transfer them out. Xie Luyan was furious about who stole her silver and also resentful of Zhang Cheng's price gouging. Suddenly, she realized the pouch in her hand was gone. She quickly felt her bosom. Nothing. She let out a desperate, shrill scream. Who stole my silver? Who stole my pouch? She shouted for Bo Wei and Zhang Cheng, saying her silver and pouch had been stolen, and demanded a body search. Bo Wei was furious and bellowed, Everyone stand still. Don't move. Whoever runs is the thief. Xie Suisui lifted her little feet. She was 15 zhang away from Xie Luyan. She hadn't taken it. However, to avoid implicating innocent people, she would reluctantly frame Old Lady Shun. From the cash brought over with Lemai's bundle, she took out 10 taels of silver coins aimed at old Madame Shun and threw the silver at her feet. Old Madame Shun, exhausted and hungry, her authority repeatedly challenged, had long harbored a simmering fury within her. Now she was exploding with anger. If you had handed the silver to your grandmother earlier, none of this would have happened. Instead, you choose to trust an outsider, Luomei. She was cursing passionately when suddenly she felt something hard beneath her feet. Just as she was about to scold whoever had tricked her, she looked down. Ah, silver. 1 tael, 2 taels. 10 taels of silver. Overcome with excitement, she quickly stuffed the silver into her bosom. All the coins looked identical, so if she picked them up they were hers. She took out 4 taels and bought 2 cakes, one each for her and Xie Suisui. But just as she was happily about to eat, Xie Luoyan walked up to her with a stern expression and asked, "Grandmother, where did your silver come from?" Old Madame Shun replied, "What's the matter? You don't suppose I stole your silver, do you? Let me tell you, this is my own silver." "Where did you get the silver? Why do you ask?" "Grandmother, if you wanted silver, I wouldn't refuse to give it to you. Why steal?" Old Madame Shun could no longer contain herself. Furious, she jumped up and shouted, "Yin'er, for 15 years I've cherished you in the palms of my hands. But what about you? On the road of exile you clutched silver to your chest and turned your back on family. When grandfather and father were gravely injured, you showed no concern. After walking so many days, you never once helped me. Yin'er, where is your conscience? Is that why you steal my silver? Because I didn't help you? I found the silver." Old Madame Shun trembled with rage. "You certainly know how to find things. Did you pick up 944 taels?" Old Madame Shun, driven to madness, struck her across the face for the first time, crying hysterically, "Everyone come judge. The granddaughter I've doted on my entire life accuses her grandmother of stealing after losing something herself." Xie Luoyan had never been struck in either her past or present life. Blinded by rage, she acted without thinking and slapped old Madame Shun across the face. Smack! The sound was crisp and sharp, leaving 5 angry finger marks across old Madame Shun's now pale face. Time seemed to freeze. Even those who despised old Madame Shun the most felt Xie Luoyan's assault on her grandmother was unforgivable. Some people, once accustomed to receiving, forget to be grateful. Because of the brilliance surrounding her birth, old Madame Shun had regarded Xie Luoyan as a beacon of good fortune, cherishing her dearly. But now that the prestige of being the Duke's wife had faded, she was discarded like worn-out shoes. Xie Suisui pounded the ground, crying, "Beast! Your grandmother loved you the most, yet you are the most unfilial." Xie Chuanwang also struck the ground, saying, "Yin'er, how could you strike your grandmother?" Old Madame Shun wailed her sobs, shaking the heavens. "Xie Luoyan, if you hadn't colluded with Qi Yuro to frame your eldest uncle by deceiving your grandfather and father, we wouldn't be in this position today. Don't you say young Miss Qi would always cover for you? Why did my Ning Duke's manor end up bearing the consequences? That silver was extortion money you squeezed from my brother. If your maternal grandfather knew how you're treating me and starving Xinyan, he'd regret it so much he'd vomit blood." Old Madame Shun was so furious that all her pent-up grievances spilled out in one breath. But she hadn't expected that upon hearing her words, Luo Sheng would shoot towards Xie Luoyan like the wind. Grasping Xie Luoyan in one move, Luo Sheng thundered, "Is everything your grandmother says true? Grandmother has lost her mind, flinging filth at me. And don't listen to her nonsense." Xie Luoyan stared at the figure before her, a living embodiment of wrath, and felt her composure slip. "Did you collude with Qi Yuro to frame the general for treason? And I didn't. How could I turn against my own blood?" Xie Luoyan spoke with righteous indignation, her eyes welling with tears as she pressed a handkerchief to her corners. "I admit my fault too. Grandfather and father, in their quest to inherit the title, framed the general's manor. I didn't expose them." Old Madame Shun trembled with rage, her voice breaking as she pleaded with young Madame Shun. "You eru tear that whore's mouth apart for me." Young Madame Shun approached Xie Luoyan, who regarded her with icy calm. Should she dare lay a hand on her, Xie Luoyan would disavow her as mother. Young Madame Shun spread her arms to shield Xie Luoyan, addressing Luo Sheng. "Sister-in-law, mother is elderly and speaking incoherently. She merely wishes to force Yin'er to hand over all her personal savings." "No, it isn't true. You're my own niece. I've schemed so much for you, and you turn against me. Old Madame Shun was nearly mad with rage. But Yenner is my flesh and blood. How can you slander her? Mother, you've lost your wits. Old Madame Shun lunged forward with wails, convinced all had betrayed her on the verge of madness. Xie Suisui roared, "You fools, do you all wish to die?" His gaze turned vicious. Were it not for the framing incident, all would be well. But with it brought to light, not only would the elder branch not bear their burden, failure to execute them would be unthinkable. Only then did old Madame Shun realize the danger, a cold sweat breaking across her brow as she fell silent. Young Madame Shun knelt quickly before old Madame Shun, weeping, "Mother, even if you wish to reconcile with sister-in-law, you cannot use Yenner as leverage." In a single sentence, young Madame Shun reframed old Madame Shun's accusations of Xie Luyin, bringing ruin upon the entire household, as mere attempts to curry favor with the elder branch. Xie Luyin immediately knelt before Luo Sheng, weeping, "Aunt Grandmother has lost her senses and is forcing false accusations upon me." Realizing she had become the lone voice crying out, old Madame Shun closed her eyes and collapsed to her knees before Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng quickly stepped aside. "What are you doing?" "Luo Shi, I beg you, ask your sons to carry father for you. Your third brother simply cannot sustain himself much longer." "Cannot sustain himself? How then? Go die. Had you not performed your part so convincingly that even you were moved, how dare you demand my sons bear our father? You destroyed my mother-in-law, you destroyed my husband. What right have you to ask my sons to carry you?" Old Madame Shun was left speechless by the rebuttal. Lu Xiangyi spoke. "Old Madame Xie, cease borrowing tigers might henceforth. Is the figure behind you truly a tiger? The general's manner calls him excrement, and lo, it is but a mass of it. Seeking to disgust, through borrowed filth, do you aim to sicken us all? Of the Xingyun clan, how can you speak with such vulgarity?" Young Madame Shun accused furiously. "Sister-in-law, is this how you manage the household? I rather enjoy how my Xiangyi speaks. Continue, Xiangyi." Lu Xiangyi immediately rolled up her sleeves and confronted young Madame Shun, sowing discord. "I'll cleave you in twain with one stroke, so your children may know the feeling of losing both parents. The face your mother gave you, cherish it, especially that." Young Madame Shun was so enraged she stammered, You dare insult me to my face." Xie Suisui cackled, hopping on her feet. "If that displeases you, I can aid in engraving it upon your tombstone. What say you?" The Shun faction rose with first vigor, but faltered and exhausted by the third attempt. Unable to match their rhetoric or strength, they rolled their eyes in fury. "Bear your burdens. Go eat shit. Behold the depravity of your household. Who in this world does not acclaim the general's manner for righteousness and virtue? What manner of vermin are you?" Zhang Cheng had long seethed with resentment, and today alone he had been lashed by Gu Yanci, his fury reaching its zenith. Gripping his whip, he strode forward and sneered. "You old crone, hasn't your granddaughter told you? Your maiden family has been exterminated." Old Madame Shun straightened sharply. "What? I'm telling you, the entire household of Vice Minister Shun was slaughtered. After the killing, they set fire to consume the corpses, and with a great gust of wind, poof, bones turned to ash and scattered to the winds." "You lie. Just ask your eldest granddaughter, and you'll know." Old Madame Shun turned to Xie Luyin. "Is he speaking the truth?" Xie Luyin was convinced the silver had been stolen by old Madame Shun. No one else had had the opportunity to approach her, nor possessed such shameless audacity. Surging with malice, she replied, "Indeed. The entire household lies dead, 46 corpses, their ashes whisked away by the wind." "Aunt!" Old Madame Shun cried in delirium. "Who did this?" "Who? Yenner, is it true?" Young Madame Shun asked, trembling. "Did your maternal grandparents suffer harm as well?" "Gu Yisai, the heir apparent, told me." Recalling the merciless revulsion in Gu Yanxi's gaze, Xie Luyin felt a mixture of hatred and anguish welling within her heart. "My natal brothers, my natal nephews." Old Madame Shun wailed uncontrollably. Young Madame Shun wept bitterly as well. Her father was Shun Wenlin, her own elder brother, the Vice Minister Shun. The Vice Minister's manner was her pillar of support. Tears fell throughout the household. Regardless, Shun Wenlin remained their beloved maternal uncle, father-in-law, or maternal grandfather. Xie Suisui fell silent as well. Shun Wenlin was his kin by marriage. How could the entire Shin family have been annihilated? Who could harbor such hatred toward them? The cakes sold quickly, and the earnings were divided among the escorts. Now the escorts regarded the general's manor family as if they were their very own flesh and blood. Zhang Cheng searched everyone who might have approached Xie Luyan. Leaving Qingqing, the escorts urged everyone to hurry while it was still cool. On the official road, horses galloped by from time to time, raising clouds of dust that carried an air of menace. Many people from nearby villages carrying baskets and holding spades went up the mountains to search for food. The villagers found it quite strange to see this group of exiles, as there had not yet been any large-scale famine migration and population movement was extremely scarce. A group of children curiously followed the exile procession, chasing after them to watch the excitement. Oh, there's even a child. They have characters tattooed on their faces. They are exiles. This child doesn't have any tattoos. Several children curiously chased after Xie Jinxian, discussing loudly. Xie Xinghui looked at Xie Jingxian. The little dumpling, though exhausted, and having lost the bit of flesh he had gained, showed no fear in his eyes. Children speak without malice, and Xie Xinghui could do nothing about them. He patted Xie Jinxian's head and said, "Xian, do you have any complaints?" Xie Jingxian shook his head. Xian gets to see grandmother, father, and mother, aunt, second uncle, and second aunt, and third uncle every day, which makes me happy. Xie Suisui took out 2 large red apples from her space, gave one to Xie Jinxian, and bit into the other herself. She said to the children, "Ah, these apples are so sweet and crisp, truly delicious." Xie Sanlang then gave the children a glare full of murderous intent. The children's sense of superiority suddenly vanished, and suppressed by Xie Sanlang's fierce aura, they fled back as fast as they could. They reached the border of Chun County in Gongzhou, and it was already the Shin hour, 3 to 5 p.m. Everyone was exhausted to the point of numbness. Bo Wei saw a small river here whose name he didn't know. It was about 20 zhang wide, approx. 6 meters, and one could tell that when the river flooded in the past it was not small. But now only shallow puddles remained at the bottom. The escorts were also tired. Bo Wei gave the order to rest here and cook. During the daytime break, they would not remove the kangs. Wang Motzi had gone to the city the previous night and bought 2 braised chickens. He announced openly, "Braised chicken, 10 taels of silver each." To be honest, a braised chicken usually sold for a few hundred won. 10 taels of silver was truly outrageous. But the exiles had only 1 bran cake per day, plus they had to travel 50 li, about 40,000 steps daily. Everyone felt that the future was bleak. 10 taels was expensive, but if you had silver and didn't spend it, you'd only be benefiting others when you died. The general's mansion, people no longer bought food from the escorts. Xie Xinglong and Xie Xingyun used their feet to kick stones and helped build a makeshift outdoor stove. Xie Suisui took out a small iron wok from her basket, then a spatula, and also brought out a basket of locust flowers and 10 eggs. "Third brother, let's go gather some firewood. Let mother make locust flower cakes." Luo Sheng watched Xie Suisui take things out of her basket, but said nothing. She swore that when she carried the basket, it was really light. Xie Xinglong also said nothing. His sister was always right. The two went to the riverbank and broke off a large armful of dry reeds and unknown withered branches. Luo Sheng quickly stir-fried the locust flowers and eggs. The aroma was overwhelming. She hurriedly added a whole water pouch of water. Time was short, so Xie Suisui quickly took out several bowls from her basket and ladled 4 bowls of locust flower soup. The general's mansion family sat in a circle on the ground at a distance from the other prisoners. The locust flower soup and cakes were served, and they began to eat. Xie Suisui then fiddled with the pot again and soon brought out 3 bowls of broth. It was the duck blood and shepherd's purse broth that the doctor had said would nourish the blood and improve eyesight. 1 bowl for each of the 3 brothers. Then she lifted the cloth covering the basket and brought out 3 bowls of 8 treasure rice and 2 eggs. She gave the rice to the eldest, second, and third brothers, and the eggs to the little dumpling and the second sister-in-law, saying in a low voice, "Eat quickly." The aroma of the locust flower and egg soup masked the smell of the 8 treasure rice and boiled eggs. The food was at a perfect temperature, neither cold nor hot. How could the eldest and second brothers eat alone? They both wanted to give some to Suisui. Xie Suisui waved her hand and said, "Time is tight. Let's just finish the locust flower soup." Lu Xiangyi and the little dumpling both wanted to give her the egg, but Xie Suisui gently shook her head. No one said much, they all buried their heads and ate. The 8 treasure rice was made by a restaurant and was much tastier than what the cook at the general's mansion made. Xie Xinghui looked at Xie Suisui and nodded slightly. If he could turn things around in the future, he would cherish his sister forever. Xie Xinglong directly poured the rice from his own bowl into Xie Suisui's bowl. Xie Suisui said, "Don't give it to me." Everyone quickly finished what was in their bowls. Xie Suisui secretly handed a piece of garlic cold-cut dog meat wrapped in oil paper to Xie Xinglong. "Third brother, eat quickly." Afraid of being discovered, she only took out a piece the size of a fist. Xie Xinglong tore off a piece and stuffed it into her mouth, watching her eat like a little mouse. He then tore off another piece and stuffed it into Xie Jinxian's mouth, and finally put the last piece into his mother's mouth. Luo Sheng said, "You eat quickly. This thing has a smell." Xie Xinglong didn't eat. Instead, he fed Xie Suisui one bite after another. "Third brother, this is for you. I'm not supposed to eat dog meat." His wounds had not yet healed, so he couldn't eat dog meat. Xie Jingxian almost said delicious meat, but Xie Xinglong shushed him. Xie Jingxian quickly whispered, "If only the little wolf cub were here." Zhangqing sniffed and said, "Why do I smell dog meat?" Dong Shangyi teased him, "Are you craving dog meat? How could there be dog meat on the exile road?" "Really, I smelled it." Zhangqing stood up and came toward the general's mansion. Luo Sheng said nothing, grabbed the dog meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Xie Jingxian also swallowed the dog meat in his mouth and slurped a few mouthfuls of locust flower soup to wash it down. When Zhangqing approached, he saw the family noisily drinking locust flower soup. "Is there something you need, Officer Zhang?" Xie Xinghui asked calmly. "Nothing, just looking." Zhangqing looked at them suspiciously, then sniffed again. The air was filled with the rich aroma of locust flower soup. The general's mansion people finished eating without a word. As Xie Suisui accompanied Luo Sheng to wash the dishes, a dark shadow suddenly blocked the light. Xie Suisui looked up and saw a middle-aged man. He wore simple blue robes, was thin and lean with deep and steady eyes and a strand of glossy black beard hanging down to his chest. His clothes were dusty, but despite his dishevelment, he gave off an impression of a straight and upright bamboo. There was also an air of pride emanating from his bones. "I am Ming Yuanhan of Inchong. Madam Xie, my son has not eaten or drunk for 2 days. Could you help me and give us some food?" He made a deep bow, his face showing some anxiety. He had observed over these days that other families were barely able to take care of themselves, but the general's mansion family was united and helped each other, eating well and sleeping warmly. He finally chose to seek help from the general's mansion. Xie Suisui asked, "What benefit do we get for helping you?" "I can be a tutor for your elder brothers and your nephew, and I am also willing to teach Miss Xie." He was a renowned great scholar. Normally, to invite him as a tutor, one needed a recommendation from someone of high status and position, otherwise he would certainly not accept disciples. Now he was willing to be a tutor for the rough men of the general's mansion. The general's mansion should be secretly delighted. Luo Sheng was unwilling. On the road to exile, they were lucky to survive themselves, and how could they help others? Moreover, during the day they traveled desperately, and at night they were already exhausted into a pile of mud. Even if the children had the energy to learn, could this man have the energy to teach? So there was no need to think too much. She said apologetically, "Master Ming, although we have received help from relatives and friends, the road is still long. My 3 sons are at an age of good appetite, and my daughter-in-law is pregnant. I really can't help you. I can pay with silver." Since Master Ming has money, why not buy from Officer Bo? Unexpectedly, the general's mansion people refused so cleanly. The man was startled, flicked his sleeve, and said, "I was presumptuous." Xie Suisui didn't want to miss the opportunity to get a famous teacher for Xie Xinglong herself and the little dumpling. The grain in her space could support the general's mansion family and the Yuanhan family as well. However, although the exile road was hard, they had only been on the road for a few days. Ming Yuanhan came to ask for help, but still carried an inescapable sense of superiority. His face clearly read, "I am a great scholar, and your general's mansion is just a bunch of roughnecks." He wanted food, yet he despised martial men from the bottom of his heart. Learning from such a person might harm one's perspective. Furthermore, the other prisoners were watching openly and secretly, all waiting for the general's mansion to kindly help this man so they could swarm in and beg for relief. That man was rejected. Wei Shui burst out laughing. Master Meng is truly naive. They don't even care about their own grandfather, and you expect them to be kind enough to help you. You can't even find where they hide their shit. Meng Yuanhan frowned and said, I have no relation to them. Helping is a favor, not helping is their right. How can you speak such filthy words? He suddenly understood that the general's mansion might be unwilling to help because of these people. He returned to his family. Madame Meng asked anxiously, how did it go? Is the general's wife willing to help? They are not well off either. Meng Yuanhan shook his head, holding his feverish son in his arms, and said indignantly, a dragon in shallow water is teased by shrimps, a tiger on the plains is bullied by dogs. Think of me, Meng Yuanhan. Usually those who sought me as a tutor were as numerous as fish crossing the river. All his erudition could not compare to a bowl of hot soup. We only knew how to read and write essays and didn't understand the hardships of exile. If we had picked some locust flowers a few days earlier, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. Madame Meng sighed and said, after all, they are rude and rough men. You condescend to teach them, yet they don't know how to appreciate it. Their son Meng Jing was also a genius, only 8 years old, and had come first in both the county and prefectural exams. As long as they get through this exile road, they will become dragons in the rain and be pillars of the state. These people have no vision. Lu Xiangyi, because she was pregnant, felt pity for Meng Jing, but did not like Master Meng. Mother Meng Fanghe has learned, but he is arrogant. His son Meng Jing is said to be the reincarnation of the star of literature. Meng Fanghe. Xie Suisui suddenly stood up and asked Luo Shang, Mother, was that man called Meng Fanghe? Yes, his name is Meng Fanghe, styled Yuanhan. He is the second master of the Meng family, a famous learned scholar, and the head of the Sacred Deer Academy. He was implicated by his family and exiled. Xie Suisui remembered. Meng Fanghe from Mingchang was intelligent and studious since childhood, with a photographic memory. He excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, especially calligraphy and painting, which were unmatched. Scholars from all over flocked to him. In her past life, when the Beiyin army attacked and occupied half of Zhongfeng, Meng Fanghe, who was revered as a great scholar by the people, defected to the Beiyin kingdom. Xie Suisui did not know how Wan Yandi, the ruler of Beiyin, had persuaded the unyielding and proud Meng Fanghe, but she was very clear that Meng Fanghe later became a sharp blade for Beiyin to kill loyal ministers of the Central Plains. Moreover, Meng Fanghe had an extraordinary relationship with Qi Hui. The two were schoolmates. The reason Xie Suisui was given to the Beiyin army as a plaything by Qi Yuro was still Meng Fanghe's doing. In her previous life, Xie Suisui truly did not know how he had gone to Beiyin. In this life, Xie Suisui voluntarily exiled herself, yet she ended up in the same convoy as him. He was so grimy and disheveled now that Xie did not think he was Meng Fanghe. Xie Suisui died early in her previous life and never knew what ultimately became of Meng Fanghe, but before her death, she had seen him from afar, sitting in a carriage clad in brocade and jade with his prodigy's son beside him. Father and son showed no trace of shame, directing the Beiyin soldiers to slaughter countless civilians who would rather leap into the river than surrender. They even called this weeding out the undesirable, where those who submit thrive and those who resist perish. Oh, how infuriating for the young lady. And he actually dared to beg her for food. He had silver of his own, yet still condescendingly waited for the general's mansion to tribute. Oh, what did he think he was? Then what are we waiting for? Transfer the silver, or else let him feast and grow into a great trader, selling out the nation. In the desolate wilds there was no shortage of pebbles and clods of earth. On the large tree, a huge magpie nest held blue magpies already settled in for the night. Aunt Magpie, apologies, but I must borrow your rear for a moment. With a series of clatters from pebbles and clods, the magpies cawed loudly and took flight. Someone said, "Ah, the magpies call, misfortune comes knocking." Before the words faded, another clatter ensued. Everyone then saw the haughty, refined great scholar and his wife being baptized. Red and yellow droppings fell upon the head of great scholar Meng, so large that like water striking a stone it splattered everywhere, covering Meng's wife's face and inevitably staining his prodigy's son as well. "Father Tui Tui, we must go wash immediately." Meng Jing was disgusted. Madame Meng and Meng Fanghe were fuming with rage. The road is hard, no more songs, the ancients rose high while I languish. Now even a magpie dares to bully me. He was the second son exiled due to the burden of his elder brother Meng Fangchen, and had long been filled with resentment toward his eldest brother's family, constantly hurling sarcastic barbs. Meng Fangchen's family endured in silence, but today a heavenly gift descended, and everyone could not help but secretly rejoice. The three of them ran toward the shallow water in the middle of the river. Xie Suisui said nothing. Transfer. Immediately, she turned the bundle that Madame Meng had let go of into her possession. The silver was not a huge amount, but still several hundred taels, likely gifts from Meng Fanghe's students. You're unwilling to spend it, so I'll spend it for you. The silver stays, and the bundle cloth. I'll give it to Xie Luyan. Lu Xiangyi, though not suffering from morning sickness, was pale and visibly lethargic. Seeing the magpie attack, she chuckled and gossiped, "Good heavens, after such a great humiliation, will great scholar Meng hang himself? Don't worry, he won't die." Xie Suisui snorted lightly. "He wants our help, yet in his heart, he looks down on warriors. He's not a true great scholar. 9 out of 10 deserve a cold shoulder. Tisk, even the magpies can't stand it." Xie Xinglong, after eating his fill, gathered a handful of colorful wildflowers on the riverbank and handed them to Xie Suisui. "Little sister, this is for you." Xie Suisui took them delighted. The bouquet was mainly speedwell mixed with a few stalks of clover, spiderwort, milk, vetch, and violet. These wildflowers were vibrant and delicate, with a gentle touch, exuding the fragrance of grass and leaves, the scent of sunlight, and a burst of vitality. "Brother, you're amazing. You can pick so many beautiful flowers in the fields. You like them?" "Yes, I love them." "Then I'll pick flowers for you from all the lands under heaven." Xie Xinglong said, "Once we settle down, we'll fill the courtyard with flowers. Just like your Qingwu courtyard, everywhere blooming." Xie Suisui smiled brighter than the flowers, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Xie Xinglong. "What are you looking at? Don't you recognize your third brother?" "Third brother is handsome. You have good taste." The third brother's ears turned red at the compliment. In her previous life, when she raised an army, there were a few widowed soldiers. They said a woman's happiness was simple: earn money, eat well, and have a handsome man to look at. Xie Suisui looked at her third brother and felt that those words made sense. Right now she was happy, earning money, eating well, and my third brother is truly handsome. Xie Samling had no idea what his sister was thinking. He patted her little head and said, "You look so silly when you laugh." Xie Suisui watched Meng Fanghe's family frantically scrubbing the filth off themselves in the river, and she felt a twinge of regret. She had forgotten to hide some large stones earlier. There wasn't even a single big rock nearby. Otherwise, while they were far from the others, she could have crushed them with a stone and be done with it. Without a large stone, she settled for a brick. Meng Fanghe never expected half a brick to fall from the sky. Fortunately, it missed his head and hit his ear, splitting half of it open. He screamed in agony, and Meng Fangchen's family rushed over. Xie Suisui added another short-term goal: she too would weed out the undesirable. Kill Meng Fanghe before the Beiyan army arrived. After resting for about half an hour, they set off again. At the hour of the rooster, it was clear they could not reach Qin County town. The supplies on the cart could last until tomorrow, so Bo Wei ordered everyone to rest nearby. They rested on the threshing ground outside Lu Yi's small town in Qin County. It was the village's threshing ground, only half a mile from the village. Everyone was exhausted and hungry, lying down on the threshing ground without any dignity. The first to notice them were a group of children. "Hey, what are they doing? They have words on their faces. They're exiles." "There are kids too.